Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler. Someone has said that the two main springs which drive the world are hunger and the will to power. I think we'll all agree about the hunger, but as to the will to power, well, sometimes I think it's not quite as strenuous as that. There are some people in this world who don't want to run anything. They just want to be liked. And that's the mainspring of our story tonight, oxychloride X. But before we begin, Frank Martin.
Folks, it's a sad fact that today a number of Americans are too nervous and tired out, too thin and run down and cranky to make friends or keep them. If that's how it is with you, listen. Maybe you simply need more vitamin B and iron than you're getting from your food. If so, by all means try ironized yeast tablets. They're the amazing little easy-to-take tablets that give you both vitamin B and iron. Thousands of men and women who simply needed more of these substances tell us how quickly ironized yeast has helped them gain glorious new pep and strength, new pounds, new popularity. The name is ironized yeast tablets. Make a note of it now. And now, lights out, everybody.
So, I says to him, I says, well, sir, I'd like to be obliging, but I really haven't got the time. And he says to me, well, Mr. Jackson, after all, we're making this proposition only to a few outstanding student representatives on the campus. And we do feel that you should be interested in our proposition.
Well,
So-
what did you say?
Well, I said, mister, I can't be bothered. Just can't be bothered. And I gets in my car and off I goes.
But, Bob, free clothes just for wearing them around the campus.
Listen, Stan, my boy, what I want to be a clothes horse for any old haberdashery. My old pappy's got more money than he knows what to do with. Now, what for, I ask you?
Well, I guess you got something there. Say, who are you going to take to the dance Saturday night?
Haven't made up my mind.
How about that new number over at the Roto House?
No, thank you, brother.
What's the matter?
Well, did you ever take a look at her feet?
No, sir. Never got below her chin.
Hold it. Yeah?
Ray Stewart to see you, Stan.
Yeah. Send him on up.
Ray Stewart. Who's he?
Well, we're still short one pledge, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, I know, but Ray Stewart, who is he?
Oh, I met him over in chemistry. Got a mind like a textbook.
Oh, but who is he? We can't pledge a man just because he's a grind.
Well, we could use a few grinds around here. Exams come around, there's nothing like a few of those brainy boys to pull us through.
But who is he? Where's he from? Who's his family? Who's his
Hold it. Come on in, Ray.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, it was good of you to bother to come over tonight.
It was good of you to ask me.
Oh, not at all. Ray, I want you to meet the president of our house, Bob Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Stewart.
I'm certainly glad to make your acquaintance. I might as well admit this is the first time I've ever been in a fraternity house.
Really?
Sit down, Ray. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you.
Now, tell me, Ray, do you ever go in for any sports back in your prep days?
Oh, no, I never had much time for that sort of thing.
No?
No, I think that sports should be put into their proper place. After all, I'm sure you agree they aren't particularly important.
No? And what, might I ask, is important in your estimation, Mr. Stewart?
Doing things. Being someone.
What?
Doing things man's never done before. Taking the elements and transmuting them into things which never existed until you thought of them. That's important. That's being almost godlike, isn't it?
Mister, how you talk?
Oh, I'm sorry. I get sort of carried away.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. Bob, this boy sure knows his chemistry.
Huh?
Oh, I really don't know so much.
Say, I ought to know better. You pulled me over some tough spots in this course.
I'm very glad to help you whenever I can. If I lived here, I could help you all the time. I could help you too, Mr. Jackson.
If I need help, I know where to get it.
Oh, I didn't mean to offend you.
It's all right, Stuart. Now, tell me, you're from around Chicago way, aren't you?
Oh, no, Milwaukee. Lived there for years.
Nah, don't tell me I'm one of those Bruin families.
Oh, no. We're not wealthy people at all.
Oh.
My father runs a small business. It isn't much, but we get along.
Oh.
I don't think money's important anyway if a person's ambitious. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, no. What's money?
You fellas may think this funny, but, well, I always thought it's more important what a fella does than what he has. I mean, well, I've always had the feeling that someday, somehow, I'm going to do something really important. Maybe even miraculous.
Well, now, what do you expect to do? Discover the missing link?
Yes, Stuart. What is this miracle you expect to perform?
Well, I don't know exactly. Ever since I've been just a kid, I've been interested in chemistry, and I've had a feeling that someday I'd, well, perform an experiment, mix certain chemicals together, and something would happen that never happened before.
Now, you hear that, Stan? A miracle man.
Amazing, my dear Bob. Simply amazing.
I know it sounds silly, but things I dream about always seem to work out.
Well, would you mind telling us the last miracle that worked out?
Well, this.
This? Oh, what do you mean?
Well, as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to belong to a fraternity, and here I am. I mean, you invited me.
No, just a minute there, fellow. Mr. Stewart, it's been awfully nice of you to come over and visit with us, and someday we'll have you back again. But now we've got some studying to do, so if you don't mind...
Oh, no, not at all. It was nice of you to invite me over. Well, good night, fellas.
Good night.
Good night.
Hold the screwy crackpot.
Yeah. Did you see the look in his eye when he was talking about miracles?
Yeah. Well, it'll be a miracle if he ever gets back into this house again, I'll tell you that. What in the world ever made you ask him over here?
Well, I didn't know. How was I to know he's a crackpot?
Pledge him to our fraternity. Pledge him to the booby hatch.
Mr. Stewart, if you please, Mr. Stewart.
Oh, yes, Professor?
Mr. Stewart, might I ask if you're anxious to sever your relationship with this university?
No, sir.
Then might I ask why on creation you persist in ignoring my warnings? In this laboratory, you're to perform the experiments given you to perform. Understand? Given you to perform.
Yes, sir.
Then might I ask why you persist in your, shall I call it, original experiments? Perhaps it's your intention to blow up the university. Or just the laboratory.
I'm sorry.
You'll be more than sorry if I find you doing this sort of thing again. Now, take down this apparatus and continue with the work in your textbook.
Yes, sir.
This is my last warning, so bear it in mind.
Oh, hello, Stuart. How about loaning me your notebook for a few hours?
Oh, hello, Jackson. You haven't been to lab much, have you?
Oh, no, I haven't, but I can make it up. We've been pretty busy over at the house. Initiations and all that sort of thing.
Yeah. Jackson.
Yeah?
You, never invited me back. I thought maybe you forgot.
Oh, well, you know how those things are.
I wrote my mother that I was joining your fraternity.
Well, that was a sap thing to do.
Was it?
Well, we hadn't pledged you. Stan simply invited you over so I could talk to you.
But you said you wanted me to come back.
Oh, now, look here, fella. Don't be stupid about this. We didn't pledge you, so that's that.
And you're not going to pledge me?
Certainly not.
But why?
I don't have to tell you why.
But you've got to tell me.
Oh, quit pawing me, will you? All right, you're asking for it, so here it is. We didn't pledge you because we think you're a crackpot.
A what?
A crackpot. You talk about miracles. You spend every minute of your time here in the lab monkeying around with things you don't know anything about, getting yourself in all kinds of trouble. I'll bet you never had a glass of beer in your life. And if a girl ever looked at you, you'd fall over in a faint.
Then you're not going to pledge me? You're not going to
No,
pledge
we're
me?
not going to pledge you. So if your mom expects you to be in a fraternity, you better start cooking up one of those miracles, fella. A first-class miracle.
Sleep. It's so late. Sleep. I've got to sleep.
Not gonna pledge you.
That's what he said. Not gonna pledge me. Why do I keep thinking about it? If I could only sleep. Sleep.
We think you're a crackpot.
Oh, I gotta stop thinking about these things. It's not healthy to think what I'm thinking. Crackpot.
Not gonna pledge you.
Crackpot. What's the matter with
Not
my
gonna
head?
pledge you. Crackpot.
I hear them talking in it over and over and over again.
Crackpot.
I'm not crazy. I'm not. I'm as good as you are. I'm as good as both of you put together. Stop saying that. Stop saying it. I'll show you. I'll show you both. I'm better than you are. I'm better than anybody. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. Talk about miracles. I'll give you miracles. The lab. I've got to get into it. I'll give you miracles. Dark in there. I've got to get in. Oh, blasted door. Got to get in. Window. I'll show you. So dark in here. Got to find a lab table. Got to make a miracle.
Who's there? Who's there, I say?
Watchman.
Come on now. Who's there? Talk up.
You don't have to get so excited. I'm a student.
Student, eh? Let's have a look at you.
That flashlight, you're blinding me.
I've got to see who you are, don't I? Yeah, I know you. Seen you on the campus.
I told you I'm a student.
Well, that don't give you no right to be here after hours. How'd you get in here? Oh, broke a window now, did you, huh?
I didn't break the window.
But I heard the glass.
So did I, and I followed the man in here.
Man, what are you talking about?
Give me your flashlight and I'll show you.
All right. Here.
Look behind you.
What?
No one will stop me. No one. Miracle. I've got to make one. Got to. 10 cc barium. 5 cc selenium oxychloride. Oh, good. You're working out just as I planned.
Who's there? Who's that working there?
Professor.
Oh, it's you, Stuart. And after all my warnings.
You're just in time, Professor.
Yes, just in time to have you thrown out of the university. What are you doing there? What is this mess of equipment?
It's my miracle.
Miracle? What are you talking about?
My miracle.
Are you insane? Take it apart, all of it, at once.
Listen to it bubbling. A beautiful sound, isn't it, Professor?
Take it apart, I tell you. Empty out the retort.
No, I've got to wait.
Are you mad? Turn out the burners. All right, I'll turn them off for you.
No, stay where you are.
Stuart, put down that acid.
I'll smash the bottle on your head if you touch anything on the table.
No, don't throw it. Put the bottle of acid down, Stuart. Please.
My experiment. My miracle. Bubbling and boiling and stewing. It will work, Professor. It's got to work.
But what is it?
I told them I'd create something that no other man has. I told them. And I will, Professor. You hear me? I will.
But what?
A solvent. A solvent more powerful than anything the world has ever known.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Listen to it bubble.
You said solvent. Explain yourself.
Yes, a solvent. A solvent that will dissolve steel like a hot flame.
What do you say?
You heard me say it. A solvent that will dissolve steel faster than a razor cutting through paper. Do you know what that means?
Well, yeah.
Run a line of this liquid across a steel girder, and the girder will crumple like a falling tree. Pour some of my solvent into a glass shell and bomb the cities. I tell you, it'll make war too horrible for men to endure.
You crazy boy, you. You know what you're talking about?
I'm talking about that. That liquid there. Listen to it. Listen to it sing.
Why, no such solvent exists. Selenium oxychloride, perhaps, but to do the impossible things you talked about would require a quantity so...
Oh, the beaker. It cracked.
Well, do something. That liquid's flying all over my bench, my laboratory.
The stone of the bench. It's eating through the stone.
Oh, stop it.
The liquid. It's eating through the stone bench.
No, it can't be.
It's eating through the slate of the floor. The hole's getting bigger and bigger.
Run!
Oh, I've done it. I've created something no other man has done. A solvent that dissolves anything. Anything.
Hey, what happened? What's the matter?
The lamp. I guess it's on fire.
But where's the fire? I can't see anything.
The whole school's out here. Hey, fellas, what's up?
Nobody seems to know. Something's gone wrong in the lab. Firemen won't let us in.
Something burning?
I don't know. Can't get near enough to find out.
I can't see any fire.
There's plenty of smoke, though.
Plenty of excitement. Read about it in tomorrow's paper, I'll bet you. Hey, listen to that sound.
It sounds like water.
Gosh, what is it?
Hey, everybody back! Back!
The building! It's gonna crash!
Run! Hey, run!
I did it. A solvent that dissolves anything. Anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath is certainly indicated at this moment in our story of young Ray Stewart and his amazing discovery. And in this intermission, before we go back to further developments in tonight's exciting Lights Out story, I wonder how many of you girls are asking yourselves this question tonight. Listen.
Why is everything all wrong for me? Other girls have jobs and do war work, too, like I do. But other girls get all the dates and all the fun. All I get is thinner and tireder and more jittery and lonely and miserable by the minute. I certainly need something I haven't got.
Well, miss, maybe it's just more vitamin B and iron. If that's it, I suggest you try ironized yeast tablets.
Oh, I've tried tonic after tonic. None I've taken seem to help me.
But ironized yeast is different. It's a two-way tonic. It gives you both vitamin B and iron. That's why it's been of such amazing benefit to thousands who simply needed more of these substances.
Well, I still don't understand.
Well, here's how the experts explain it. When you don't get enough vitamin B out of your food, you may lose your appetite. You may eat so poorly that you lose weight and lose your pep. Or you may not get all the good out of what you do eat. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale and feel only half alive. So if you're short on these substances, for your own sake, start taking ironized yeast tablets right away, tonight. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
I feel wonderful now. Everybody says I look like $1 million, too, since I gained these good pounds. And talk about dates. Everybody's asking me out nowadays. I wish I'd tried ionized yeast ages ago.
And now back to Lights Out.
Hey, Chief, look at this.
Huh? What's the matter, Murph? Somebody have sex doublets?
Get a load of this, Chief. Came in over the news wires. Read it.
Additional on Whitmore University. Mysterious cavity on campus growing larger hourly. More follows. Mysterious cavity. Hey, what is this, a dentist advertisement?
Oh, don't you remember, Chief? A couple hours ago, that flash about something eating a hole so big a building fell in it. This is the follow-up. The thing's getting bigger. What do you want to do about it?
Forget it.
What?
Don't you see through a gag when it hits you in the face? Somebody's just having fun on the wires. Ha! Mysterious cavity growing bigger. Well, when it's as big as a hole in your head, that'll be news, Murph. That'll be news.
Anything. It dissolves anything. And I did it. I discovered it.
Yes. Hello. What is it? Yes, this is Dr. Whitmore. Who is this? Who? National News Service. Now, look here, my good man. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm supposed to be resting. My vacation, you know. What? My university. Building collapsed. But are you sure? Yes, I'll call them long distance at once. No, I can't give you any sort of statement now. Hang up, man. I've got to get the operator. Operator. Give me long distance. Give me... What? Long distance is calling? Well, put them on. Hello. Yes, this is he. Rogers? Yes, Rogers. What? He did? But that's impossible. Larger? But how could it grow larger? Chemicals? Are you drunk, man? Insane? It's impossible.
But you must do something.
Listen, mister. I'm a fireman, not a magician.
But that hole, it's 20 feet wider than it was 10 minutes ago.
Mister, I don't know what it's all about. No fire and the ground's burning right away.
We have $5 million worth of property on this ground. If that hole
For
spreads...
Pete's sake, leave me alone, will you? We've been throwing water on the edges of the thing ever since the building fell in, but it don't do no good.
Gentlemen, listen to this out of tonight's paper. The latest news on the Whitmore University mystery. What at first was treated lightly by all newspapers as either a hoax or a shifting of earth stratum has now developed into an authentic yet unbelievable situation. The hole, which began at the side of the chemical laboratory building, is now 300 feet in diameter and spreading with unbelievable rapidity. Fire departments and fire experts from all neighboring communities within a radius of 100 miles have been called in, but have been helpless to combat the rapidly spreading pit. Many conflicting theories have been propounded as to the cause of the cave-in, but at last reports nothing definite had been determined.
That's enough, Professor Parker. What about the solvent?
Yes.
Unbelievable, unexplainable as it is apparently self-regenerating and oxidizing anything it comes in contact with so quickly that we see no fire but only the rapidly growing cavity where the earth is being consumed.
But, Professor Parker, what is this solvent? Surely you don't expect us to believe that this student you were telling us about...
I mean exactly that.
Oh, preposterous. It's a fault in the structure of the earth. There is no such thing as a self-regenerating solvent. Simple cave-in, that's all it is.
That's what I've been thinking all this time.
Gentlemen, if you please. What I know, I know.
Oh, it's preposterous, Professor Parker.
Gentlemen, if you please. If my professional reputation is not enough to substantiate what I've said, then at least you'll listen to the boy himself. He's here. Listen to him.
Well, why should we?
Yes, gentlemen, if you'll listen, I'll tell you. You'd better listen to me.
Gentlemen, please.
What Professor Parker said is true. It is a solvent. It dissolves anything it touches quickly, furiously. And the byproducts of that dissolution give it new strength and movement. And I discovered it, gentlemen.
I know, but what will happen? What can we do?
We can wait.
Wait. Wait. How can we wait? Look out there. The hole's within 2 feet of another building already. We've got to stop it at once. If you don't...
The building! The foundation's undermined!
It's crashing! Mother in heaven. Harris Hall caved right in the hole. Professor Parker, you boy, listen. Which chemicals did you use? We've got to fight it with chemicals. Spread them around the edge. Neutralize this solvent.
Yes, that's it. Chemicals. We'll neutralize the reaction.
No, gentlemen. Listen. You may neutralize the reaction at the edges of the hole, but you forget one thing.
What? What are you talking about?
The solvent is eating downward at many times the rate it's eating outward. You may neutralize the reaction at the edges of the hole, but have you forgotten? It's eaten the hole 1/4 mile deep already, and it's eating into the earth faster and faster. How are you going to stop that? How are you going to...
Faster and faster at an ever-increasing rate, this strange cancer on the surface is eating away. It is now approximately 14 hours since the phenomenon began, and already it has eaten outward a distance approximately 1 mile in diameter, with a resulting damage of over 1.5 million in property.
Truly, the most astounding factor in this catastrophe is the fact that the hole is increasing in depth at an unbelievable rate. At our last reports, approximately 10 minutes ago, the pit had reached a depth of approximately 3 miles, and experts apparently refuse to predict how much further this earth cancer will go. What only a handful of hours ago was a quiet section of the country in which stood the Whitmore University is now a great gaping pit in the surface of the earth, out of which rise strange noxious gases as that burning something eats deeper and deeper and deeper into the bowels of the earth. The latest sonic recordings indicate that the shaft has now reached a depth of 11 miles, 2,342 feet. I'm right on the scene and will continue to send reports as quickly as I get them.
Sure is a crowd here.
Yeah, 500,000, they say.
Yeah, watching and waiting. And for what?
Ain't it ever gonna stop, Stan?
Don't ask me. I don't know. It's going deeper and deeper every minute. There ain't no stopping it.
Listen to them. Scared, ain't they? Every one of them.
Well, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. That hole going deeper and deeper into the ground, and nobody can stop it. And what happens when it gets all the way through, nobody knows. Sure, I'm scared. Scared plenty.
Earthquake. Help, send help.
Volcano erupting. City on fire. Martial law declared.
Tidal wave sweeping inland. Nothing can stop it. Nothing. Earthquake.
Fire. Tidal waves.
We're coming to an end.
Judgment of God. Judgment of God.
From Siberia to Cape Town to San Francisco and around the world again. I tell you, the Earth's ripping apart. And I tell you, it's that hole in the ground that's done it. It's affected the rotation of the Earth, unbalanced things.
Yes, and it's biting deeper every minute. What'll happen when it eats through to the other side? The ocean pouring through. We'll die. We'll all die.
Who's to blame? Who's to blame? Who's to blame? It's that kid who's to blame.
Yeah, we read it in the papers. That crazy college kid.
There he is.
Yes, that's him. That's him.
Grab him. He's to blame.
No, let me go, you fools, you! I've done a great thing, a wonderful thing. Created something no one ever thought of. No, let me down. Let me down. Let me down, you fools. I started the solvent, but I didn't know this would happen. You can't blame me for a miracle.
Throw him in the hole.
No.
Yes, throw him in the hole. He made it.
No, don't throw me down in there. There's no bottom to it. No.
Here, put him down here on the grass.
Dan?
Yes.
Boy, oh boy, will this be a sensation on the campus.
But, Watchman, how did it happen?
Well, I'm making my rounds of the grounds as usual, and all at once in the moonlight, I see this fellow walking across the grass. So I go up to him, and I see the fellow's walking in his sleep.
In his sleep?
Yeah. And just when I starts to grab him easy-like, he pulls loose, yells something about, "Don't throw me in, don't throw me in." And then he runs across the campus and dives headfirst down into the swimming pool. And it's empty. When I pull him out, he's like he is now. Busted Nick.
Well,
I did.
but who is he? Anyone recognize him?
Yeah. Yeah, I know him. Stewart's his name. Ray Stewart. Kind of a screwy little crackpot. Always talking about creating miracles with chemicals. I wonder what he thought was happening to him diving down that hole.
Well, Mr. Obler, I suppose all I can say is holy...
We've had quite enough holes tonight. Supposing we talk about haunted houses.
Yeah, whose haunted houses and where?
Well, it's the most famous haunted house in the world. In fact, in the good psychic circles, it's supposed to be the haunted house where all the ghosts go. I'll tell you about that, Frank, as soon as you've talked to our audience.
Well, I just want to remind you folks that if you're nervous and tired, underweight and under par, and if, like so many Americans these days, you only need more vitamin B and iron, then don't wait. Do try ironized yeast tablets right away. They give you both vitamin B and iron. They cost but a few pennies a day, and you don't risk even those few pennies. For ironized yeast tablets are sold on this money-back basis. If you don't quickly begin to eat and sleep better, to gain new pounds, to feel much stronger and peppier, and if you're not convinced that ironized yeast has been of real help, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it by the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. And now then, what about the haunted house, Mr. Obler?
Well, it's a rectory about 60 miles from London, just within the Essex border. Ghostly figures of headless coachmen appear on the lawn, and the ghostly figure of a nun walks through the rooms. An old-fashioned coach driven by two headless men gallops across the lawn. No, I'm not more than normally crazy. Fact is, for 10 years, these phenomena have been investigated by various thoroughly reliable and well-intentioned gentlemen, but they say the headless horsemen still ride and the woman still walks through the woods at the back of the house. Well, for next week, I've written a play about that particular house. It's a nice, fresh ghost story. Its title is They Met at Dorset, and it concerns the attempt on the part of one hideous Himmler, head of the German Gestapo, to rescue England's unwilling house guest, Herr Rudolf Hess. Yes, I really think you're going to enjoy They Met at Dorset, but, as usual, that's next week.
Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at this same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Obler's amazing story, They Met at Dorset. And if you need more of vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Men, stop a moment and consider. Does your shaving cream vanish into your skin before you've finished shaving? Does one side of your face dry before you can get to it? Well then, why not try Molay brushless shaving cream? Molay stays on your face until you've finished shaving. Its protective film helps guard your face against painful nicks and cuts. Try Molay for a quicker, more comfortable shave. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension X. Out of the infinitude of stars and planets in the solar system and other systems in the universe, it is almost mathematically certain that there exist other forms of life on other worlds. Someday, in the future, in 1,000 years, or in the next 10 minutes, daring travelers through space will make contact with the inhabitants of another world. But the question is, will we contact them first, or will they contact us?
Come in. This is Broderick's private detective agency. Check. My name is Graffius of Springfield. I would like to see Mr. Broderick. Check.
What is it, Dolan?
There's a guy outside.
What kind of a guy?
Oh, a great big guy with a big shining head and thick glasses like the bottoms of Coca-Cola bottles. And he looks like a professor or something.
What I mean is, does he look like a client or a bill collector?
He didn't say.
Okay, Iron Man. Send him in.
Check. Mr. Graffius, Mr. Broderick will see you.
Thank you. Mr. Broderick? In the flesh. Okay, Iron Man. Step outside.
Check. If you need me, I'll be outside.
You'll have to excuse Mr. Dolan. He's a very useful man if you happen to want a house moved or somebody's head unscrewed from their shoulders. His reflexes aren't too good. He's what you might call underorganized.
I suspected as much.
All right, Mr. Graffius. Let's get down to business.
Precisely. I would like your assistance in helping me locate something here in New York City.
Just what are you trying to locate, Mr. Graffius?
The Martian Embassy.
Would you say that again very slowly?
I came to New York to locate the Martian Embassy.
Martian? Like in Buck Rogers?
Precisely. Agents of the government of the planet of Mars.
Dolan!
What's the trouble, boss?
Throw him out. He's a crackpot.
Of course, if you wish me to leave, I will leave. But before I go, you might examine this. You'll find it quite authentic. Holy mackerel. A 5th-century note.
Let me see that. Sit down, Mr. Graffius. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Dolan, get Mr. Graffius a light.
Check.
Okay, Mr. Graffius. Your remarks about our speckled friends, the Martians, I shall ignore. This being the year 1955, I assume you were joking.
On the contrary, I'm completely serious. As it happens, I'm interested only in Martians at the moment.
I see. Okay, shoot.
It occurred to me in the course of my studies that we Earth people cannot possibly be the only intelligent form of life in the universe. Out of the infinitude of stars and planets, there must definitely, mathematically, be others. Since Mars is older geologically, and since it is also an atmospheric planet, its evolutionary history could easily be similar to ours. You follow me?
Well, so far, I can't say no.
But if this is true, then they must have been watching us, observing us, for hundreds, possibly thousands of years. What for, blackmail?
Shut up, Dolan.
They know, then, that we are not far from achieving space travel. Atomic rocket ships that can travel to other planets. They also know we're a militaristic, warlike race. We might conceivably set out to conquer and occupy Mars one day.
In which case, they'd try to get the jump on it.
Precisely, Mr. Broderick.
And how would they do that?
For a civilization as old as theirs, space travel would be a simple enough matter. Flying saucers. I read about it.
Relax, Iron Man. Go on, Mr. Graffius.
If you were planning to attack an unknown nation, what would be your first move, Mr. Broderick?
Intelligence. Find out what the odds are.
You have a very logical mind, sir. You would send agents to scout the nerve centers of earthly civilization and advancement. Not in Kansas City or equatorial Africa, my dear sir, but here in New York City. The most technically advanced spot on Earth.
Uh-huh. And, you want me to help you prove this theory of yours?
Precisely. Expense does not interest me.
Well, this may take a very long, long time, Mr. Graffius. After all, Nobody's ever seen a Martian.
I assure you, they will be very ordinary-appearing people. Very likely they live together in downtown New York, close to the newspapers and publishers, the news cables, communication centers, and the financial center of Wall Street. Most certainly, they live in a private house with no servants to pry into their affairs.
Some ordinary people who live in a private house in downtown New York.
Yes.
I might just as well look up Martians in the classified section of the phone book.
There is one other lead which might help you.
What's that?
They would be almost certain to subscribe to every conceivable type of newspaper, scientific journal, foreign language publication.
Mm-hmm. Well, that might be something. Okay, Mr. Graphius. It's a deal.
Excellent. I shall contact you tomorrow.
Oh, before you leave.
Yes?
Just as a matter of interest. Why are you so interested in meeting up with these Martians?
Mr. Broderick, I wish to avert the catastrophe of a successful Martian invasion of the Earth. Naturally, I cannot go to the police or the military. I'd be laughed out of existence. So I'm doing this privately.
You seem to know all the answers, Mr. Graphius.
Not all of them, Mr. Broderick. Not quite all the answers. Not quite yet.
Boss, here's a private address. Takes everything from Pick magazine to the Manchester Guardian. Listen to this. Pick, Look, Scientific America, the Daily News, the Daily Worker, the Police Gazette, the Journal of Engineering, Scientific Quarterly, American Psychiatric Journal.
Let me see that. Oh, Doolin. Doolin, sometimes I wonder. What's the address on this?
9 West 124th Street.
Which happens to be the Harlem branch of the Public Library.
Oh.
Now listen, Noodle Brain. Check all the renting agents. Find out every private house in downtown New York. And then cross-check with the magazine subscription departments of the scientific magazines. You got that?
Check.
I wonder.
Boss, what's the sense of all this? We know there ain't no Martian embassy in New York.
This crackpot is paying us $100 a day, and we got to keep him happy. You understand?
Yeah.
Also, I've got a hunch that Mr. Graphius isn't looking for any Martian embassies. He's looking for something quite different. I'll start making with a telephone. Which house is it, Doolin?
Right down there. Number 108.
Did you find out anything?
Not a thing. I've been watching the place for a week now. Nobody comes out. Nobody goes in. I asked around. Nobody knows nothing.
You ain't been blabbing around the neighborhood that we're looking for the Martian embassy, have you?
Boss, I'm stupid. But I ain't that stupid.
Who'd you talk to?
I struck up what you might call a casual acquaintanceship with those two girls standing with the baby carriages up the street. The cute one is real cute.
Now, look, Doolin, don't try to do anything intelligent. Just keep walking up and down. See?
Check.
I'm going back to the office to meet Graphius.
See you later, boss. Hiya, beautiful.
Hiya, Flatfoot.
How did you know I was a detective?
Your socks are bagging at the arches.
Well, stick around, beautiful. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we can make some beautiful music together.
Listen to Romeo, Helen.
The name is Doolin, honey. Iron Man Doolin.
Your line is getting rusty, Iron Man. What do you want to fool around with him for? He reminds me of my husband. Just a big, good-natured slob. Helen, look. Oh, hey, Doolin! Doolin, look out! Look out! Helen?
Sorry to kept you waiting, Mr. Graphius.
Not at all.
Doolin found a house down in Greenwich Village, privately rented. Number 108 Conklin Street. Nobody seems to know anything about who lives there, except that they subscribe to every paper and scientific journal put out. And also they have a peculiar antenna on the roof.
You don't suppose your Mr. Doolan will try to get inside the house?
No, he knows better.
Mr. Broderick, I assure you, if that place is the Martian embassy...
Doolan can take care of himself.
Still, I wish you had informed me before.
Well, that's probably him reporting back now. Excuse me. Hello. Yeah, speaking. Doolan? Yeah, he works. What? Oh, no. No, I can't think of any. Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, I'll be right down. Okay, Lieutenant. Yeah, right away.
Something the matter?
Doolan is dead, Mr. Graffius.
What?
They found him splattered all over the sidewalk in front of number 108 Conklin Street.
How did it happen?
There were some witnesses. They said a building cornice dropped on him.
The cornice? But how?
It fell off the building next to 108, right on top of him. Come on, we can get a cab. I have to identify the body. Lieutenant, I'm Broderick.
Oh, well, there's your boy, Broderick. Not very pretty.
Oh, Mother in heaven.
That's a 1,000-pound hunk of concrete.
Where did it come from?
Dropped off the roof of 106.
Anybody see it?
Yes, a couple of maids pushing baby carriages. One was so shaken we had to send her to the hospital. The other one is hysterical, but she can talk. Can't seem to get any sense out of her, though.
Do you mind if I talk to her?
Not at all.
I'll be back in a minute, Graffius.
I'll wait here.
She's standing right over there with the patrolman on the beat. Hanson.
Yes, sir?
This guy wants a few questions with the girl.
Please, I told you what I saw. How many times I gotta tell you?
Yes, the dead man was a personal friend of mine. Would you tell me what happened, please?
Helen and I were standing in front of Rathman's candy store up on the corner. We both had the babies out. I worked for Mrs. Gillian on Washington Square North. He said hello and joked a little. Then he walked down the street just like he's been doing all week. Hadn't taken more than a few steps when...
Please, miss. It's very important.
I tell them, but they don't believe me.
What do you tell them?
How it happened.
Tell me.
It's too awful.
Please.
Well, first he squashed, and then the stone fell on him.
What do you mean he squashed?
They don't believe me, but Helen saw it, too.
She saw what?
First, he squashed. Then it fell on him. He was mashed flat before it even hit him.
Now, look.
That's the story, Broderick.
Please let me alone. Let me go home. I told you what I saw. Now let me alone. Let me alone.
Did you learn anything, Mr. Broderick?
Huh? I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It's crazy.
Mr. Broderick, if I may make a suggestion at this point, perhaps it would be better if we dropped the entire matter.
What's eating you? First you come at me with a chain of nonsense that you're staking real cash on. And now when we hit solid trail, you want to call off the dogs. Well, maybe you operate that way, but Broderick doesn't.
May I ask, then, what do you intend doing?
As soon as the cops clear out and this place quiets down, I'm going to pay a personal call on the Martian embassy. Whatever number 108 is. Whatever you are, open that door. Got 2 heads or 10 fingers, and I'll drill you like a platoon of rookies.
Yes?
Oh.
Well, young man.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is the lady of the house at home?
I'm the lady of the house.
Well, my name is Broderick. I represent the Manhattan Child Adoption Center. We're soliciting funds and clothing for stranded and unadopted children. I wondered if...
Oh, won't you come inside?
Well, we don't usually...
Oh, nonsense. I'm old enough to be your grandmother. Besides, my son, Lauren, is working at home.
Your son?
He's a bibliographer. He writes summaries of articles and books from scientific journals and publications for libraries and universities.
I see.
Well, sit down, Mr. Broderick. We get so few calls, and I do like to visit.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what was it you wanted to talk to us about?
Oh, well, I wondered if you or your son... There's nobody else living here.
No, just Lauren and I. I'll have to ask him about the contribution, but I'm sure he'd like to.
Good. Thank you very much. I'll send a representative to collect...
Oh, please stay a moment. I was just about to have tea. Let me pour you a cup.
Oh, no, thanks, really.
Now, young man, I insist.
Well, thank you.
I was getting awfully tired of having tea by myself every afternoon.
You know, I'm not very much of a tea drinker, but this seems to have a strange taste.
It's my own recipe. The secret is in the brewing.
It's sweet. Yet almost metallic.
It takes a few sips to get used to, like olives.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I'd better be running along.
Oh, but you haven't finished your tea, Mr. Broderick.
I better be going. I'm late.
Oh, you're not being very polite. Do finish your tea.
No, really, I feel funny.
Oh, I'll call Lauren.
No, I'm leaving. I feel dizzy.
Oh, I'm sure Lauren can help you. I'll call him.
Oh, no, don't bother.
But I must. Besides, you aren't well.
Tea.
Lauren!
Gotta get out.
Lauren, hurry.
Got it out of my way.
No, you must stay.
You drugged my tea. Let go of my arm.
Lauren!
Let go. Gotta get out of here.
What heaven?
The other one, that Broderick, he was here. I drugged his tea.
He got away. Fool, idiot.
Go after him. Use the pressure ray.
Risk another murder on our doorstep. Are you insane?
But he suspects.
We'll have to take our chances. We'll have to think of some other way.
How did they find us?
I don't know how, but I'm certain someone else sent them.
Who?
I don't know. I'm afraid to let myself think. It might be them.
Watch where you're going, you drunken fool.
Please,
Get away from me.
Stay awake.
Look out.
Miss, please.
Let go of me. Help.
Please.
Help, officer.
You don't understand.
What's the trouble here?
This drunkard is insulting people. I saw him come out of that house there.
108?
That's the one. He bumped into a gentleman, and then he pulled at my arm.
All right, miss. I'll take care of it. Come along, mister. I'm going to give you a break and take you back to the wife and kids.
No, you can't. I'm sick.
Sick, is it? What's the matter?
Drugged. They drugged me.
Who drugged you?
Number 108. Martians.
Who?
Martians. Number 108. It's a Martian embassy.
Well, I've seen them with pink elephants, rabbits, and mice, but you're the first one who's got Martians.
That's true, I tell you.
Uh-huh. Come along.
Now, listen. Don't take me back there. Don't
Come
kill
on.
me. Look, I gotta make you understand.
Here, I'll help you up the steps.
Please, my name is Broderick. I'm a private dick.
We'll find out about this. Here, don't try any tricks.
Officer, please listen. I'll give you anything. I'll give you $1,000. Please listen. For God's sake, listen.
Yes, officer. Why, Broderick.
You know this lush, Granny?
Why, that's my son, Broderick.
No. Martian.
He's in pretty bad shape. You better get him to bed.
Oh, dear. He was doing so well at the Alcoholic Society. He must have gotten off again.
Looks like he's ready to pass out.
Lauren!
What is it, Mother? Oh.
Your brother, Broderick, has been drinking again.
Look out, he's passed out. I'll take care of him, officer. We've handled this sort of thing before. Can you manage okay? We'll be fine, thank you.
You've been very kind, officer.
Nothing at all, Granny. I know how it is with these alkies. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Martian embassy. Martian. Oh, my head.
Mr. Broderick is regaining consciousness, Mother.
What happened? Oh, I can't get up.
Do not struggle, Mr. Broderick. It'll be impossible for you to rise from that chair. The pressure from this ray will keep you there.
Ray?
Who are you?
You've already guessed, Mr. Broderick.
You mean this really is the...
Martian Embassy, yes. You have the honor to be the first prisoner of the Imperial Government of Mars.
First prisoner?
Yes. After the invasion, of course, you will all be our prisoners.
Hey, look. What sort of a business is this?
No business, Mr. Broderick. As your people will soon find out. Our preparations for invasion are nearly completed now. As soon as we give the signal, our armed forces will launch a surprise attack. And then the Earth will be ours.
You're crazy.
Not half as mad as you, Mr. Broderick, to come muddling so foolishly into our affairs. That was a fatal mistake.
So, Doolan's death was no accident, then?
Assuredly not. We found it necessary to use a pressure ray on your friend. The block of concrete was an afterthought. We thought it might help to avert suspicion.
All right. What happens now?
If you cooperate, you can look forward to a quick, painless death like your friend, Mr. Doolan.
If not?
This pressure ray has many delicate adjustments. It can move a pin, or it can crush a boulder. Let me demonstrate. You see, Mr. Broderick, as if an invisible vice were crushing you.
What do you want?
The name of your client. We are interested in knowing who is so anxious to locate the Martian Embassy.
The names of my clients are confidential.
Well?
All right.
Turn it off, Mother. Mr. Broderick has seen the wisdom of speech.
His name is Graphius.
Graphius?
Yeah.
An unusual name for an Earthman.
Describe him.
Well, I don't know if I really can.
Mother. Describe him.
He's tall. Got a big forehead. And about 60. He wears thick glasses. He's bald.
Lauren, it sounds like one of them.
Yes, it does. Contact the planet. Tell them we suspect that our plans are known. Ask for an acceleration of invasion day.
At once.
What about me?
I am sorry, Mr. Broderick, but I am afraid you know too much now. In exactly 5 seconds, you will feel the full impact of the ray which faces you. I would suggest that you relax and meet your fate calmly.
Now, wait a minute.
You will feel no pain, just a wall of force engulfing you.
Listen,
5.
No, you can't do this.
4.
It isn't human.
I know, but we are not human. 3.
Yeah, but...
2.
No.
1.
Mother in heaven.
Now.
Lauren.
It didn't work.
Something's happened. The magnetic field is dead.
Get it working. We've got to get rid of this one.
Now, listen. Listen,
Be
you
quiet.
two.
I can't understand what's gone wrong with the ray. Why would it suddenly stop like that?
Perhaps I can explain.
What?
Graphius. It's you.
Yes.
Lauren.
Stand back from the pressure ray, please. It will not function anyway. I have decontrolled your field.
Lauren, it's one of them. They found us.
Did you think we wouldn't? I trust you have not harmed my friend, Mr. Broderick. He's been very useful to me.
Brother, am I very glad to see you. Talk about the Marines landing in the nick of time.
You're free to move now, Mr. Broderick.
I don't know how you got in here, Graphius, but stick around. These babies are really Martians, just like you said. They're planning to invade the Earth and take over.
There will be no Martian invasion.
You keep these characters covered. I'll get the police.
There will be no need for the police. I intend to handle them myself.
Yeah, but the police will
Do not call the police.
Why not?
You fool of an Earthling. Don't you realize with whom you are dealing? The invasion of Earth by Mars will be like child's play compared...
Lauren!
Holy mackerel. They just flattened out.
Like your friend, Mr. Doolan. I detest the use of violence where the intellect can rule. But unfortunately, the Martians are a threat to us. It must be destroyed.
I believe you now. Another 5 seconds, they'd have finished me. I'm glad you didn't waste any time.
There is little time to waste. The Martian invasion was to have taken place next week.
Yeah, Hey, they never said that. How do you know?
You would not comprehend.
Wait a minute. There are some things here I do understand. A second ago, that pressure ray didn't work. Now you're using it like it was a toy. How did you get in here, anyway? Who are you? Another one of those Martians?
No, Mr. Broderick. I happen to be a Venusian.
What?
A representative of the planet Venus.
Venus? That's impossible.
Not at all. The Martians are really an inferior race. We've Venusians are much farther advanced. As much as we are over you, Mr. Broderick. The Martians would simply have conquered and enslaved your people. We Venusians felt compelled to exterminate you completely.
That's impossible.
Oh, no. Now that we have disposed of the Martian threat, what is there to stop us? Our invasion begins tomorrow at noon. By nightfall, the Earth will be ours.
Brother in heaven. Either I'm completely cuckoo or... Oh, well, this is really on the level.
You needn't edge toward the door, Mr. Broderick. You're thinking of running for help, aren't you now? I can read your thoughts quite clearly.
Suppose you're going to knock me off like our Martian friends.
On the contrary. Go ahead.
Leave?
Why not? Why don't you try it, Mr. Broderick?
Because the minute I turn my back, you're going to let me have it.
Suppose you try it and see. I've no interest in stopping you. Go ahead.
All right, Buster, you asked for it.
It will do you no good. No good! You'll see!
You let me go.
Here, where do you think you're running to?
Hey, officer, listen to me.
Oh, it's you, the one with the marsh.
Yeah, that's right. Now, listen. That story is true. They're inside that house, inside number 108. He killed them.
Who killed them?
Rapheus. He's the leader of the Venusian invasion.
Venusian invasion?
That's right. Tomorrow at noon, they're going to take over the Earth. Now, listen. Go in that house.
Martians, now Venusians, eh? Okay, that's enough for me.
Come along. Good. We haven't got much time. Hey, wait. Where you taking me?
Bellevue Psychiatric Ward, my friend. Come on.
Bellevue, no!
Now, come along.
No! Why don't you listen to me? Why are you such a fool? Let go of me!
You're loony as a bedbug. Come on!
No! I tell you, there's going to be an invasion! The Venusians are going to invade us, don't you understand? You gotta believe me! You gotta believe me!
All right. I believe you.
Oh, why don't they listen? Why don't they believe me?
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future, the world of Dimension X.
Next week, the story of Riesling, the strange blind singer of the spaceways. He traveled the space lines from Mars to Venus to the moons of Jupiter. No captain could refuse to carry Riesling and his battered guitar. He sang of all the wonders of the galaxy, but his greatest song was of the sight he would never see, the green hills of Earth.
Tonight, Dimension X has presented The Embassy, a story by Donald A. Wollheim, as adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Joseph Julian was heard as Broderick, Barry Kroger as Grapheus. Your narrator was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman, engineer Don Abbott. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Tomorrow, hear High Adventure. Now it's Truth or Consequences on NBC.
How much is there?
Only half as much as the last crop.
That won't last us.
We've survived a war. We'll make do.
Not with so little.
I can make it last. There's enough on this parcel of land right over here for a few days' worth of meals. I can get us through it.
Well, you shouldn't have to. It's my place to provide, to feed us. Oh, if I could still hunt, we'd be better off. But if I can't see, I can't see to make a killing.
Fussing over it doesn't help. Besides, we knew this time was coming. You've been losing your sight for a long time. Let's stop arguing and start harvesting so we can have something to eat for supper.
Some harvest. It'll barely feed the two of us.
It'll be enough. Come on. You can help.
Boy, these leaves feel kind of dry. We could use some rain. What's the weather look like?
No chance of rain. It's a clear night. Light's just about out of the sky. Stars are out already. Oh, and just look at that.
What? What made that noise?
It's a shooting star.
Oh, well, shooting stars don't make noise.
It's just streaking across the sky. Except it doesn't move like one.
What do you mean?
It looked like it stopped for a spell, then kept going again, but in a different direction.
It doesn't sound like a shooting star to me.
And now it's...
It's what?
It's blinking. Blink, blink. Blink, blink, blink. Blink. Blink, blink, blink.
Blinking? Blinking? I think your eyesight's going to go next, Martha.
You hush.
Bad enough your hearing's been going.
I hear you complaining just fine.
Half-deaf old woman and her blind, broken-down husband. We make a fine couple. Well, we're not making any progress sitting here talking about shooting stars. Let's get this basket filled. I want to get inside, making it early night.
This is one of the out-of-the-way places, the unvisited places, bleak, wasted, dying. This is the outskirts of a farmhouse, handmade, crude, a house without electricity or gas, a house untouched by progress with no more than just a kitchen and a bedroom. We have just met the couple who lives in the house, strong, simple people whose problems up until now have consisted primarily of acquiring enough food to eat. A couple about to face terror, which is even now coming at them from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Invaders, starring Kathy Garver with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Just put the basket down on the kitchen table. Will, it's about 5 steps ahead of you. I'm going to start chopping up some of our harvest to make a stew. I wish we had some meat for a change.
Well, wishing won't make that happen. Hunting will.
Make yourself useful. Sharpen this knife.
It beats sitting here and doing nothing. And it's going to be the way I spend the rest of my days. Reckon I should get used to it.
Now you just stop your whining. I am not going to spend the rest of my days listening to you complain like a big baby.
A baby?
Yes, that's what you sound like. You could still make yourself useful around here. Now, when the knife is real sharp, fix that broken handle on the front door.
I already fixed that. Back when I could see what I was doing.
Doesn't fit right. There's a hole so big I can stick a couple of fingers through there.
I didn't have all the right parts. At least the door opens and closes.
Well, there are other things you could do around here.
Like what?
Like chopping wood.
Chopping wood? Martha, how can I chop something I can't see?
It takes hands to swing an axe, Will, not eyes.
I'll chop off a leg. Oh, forget it, Martha. I've swung my last axe.
Not if I can help you. Why, with some practice, you'd be doing it on your own and...
I said forget it.
Fine. But you're going to learn that being blind doesn't mean being helpless. You know, if you just...
Hush, shh, Martha.
Don't you tell me to hush.
Quiet. Listen. Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything. I'm that half-deaf old woman you live with, remember?
Shh. Can't place what that could be.
Wait. I do hear something.
Sounds like it's coming from over the house.
Will, do you think it could be that shooting star?
That was no shooting star. If it was something falling from the sky, it would have just dropped. It wouldn't have hovered above the house.
It's getting louder.
Sounds like it's getting closer.
Maybe we should run outside.
I think we're safer in here. Martha? Martha, are you okay? Martha?
Will?
Martha? Martha! Where are you?
I'm right here. Just a few feet away from you.
You all right?
My ankle hurts, but I don't think it's broken.
Can you get up?
I think so.
Put your arm out so I can find you. Yeah, there. That's it. Oh, keep your arm around me. How's the ankle feel to walk on?
Oh, it hurts. But it could be worse. I think I just twisted it a little. What was that?
I don't know. But I think it crashed on the roof.
Will!
What?
There's a red light outside the window. Must be from whatever crashed into the house. And the light, it's blinking. I'm going outside to see what it is.
Not without me or not. No, slow down, Martha. You're going to twist your ankle worse.
Oh, stop your fussing, Will. I just want to see what crashed into our house.
Darn reckless old woman.
What's that?
I said, what do you see?
Looks like there's something on the roof, all right. That blinking light is up there.
Can't you tell what it is?
No, it's too much smoke, and it's too far back. Looks like it's on the flat part of the roof. I'm gonna have to go up there, see if there's a way to get rid of it.
No.
Will, what are we supposed to do? Live the rest of our days with that blinking thingamajig on top of our house?
No. What if it's dangerous? How are you going to defend yourself? What if it's a remote bomb from our enemies?
I'll figure something out when the time comes. Come on.
Oh, damn. Headstrong old woman.
What's that?
I said, if you're set on doing this, you need to listen to me. You haven't been up on the roof that much. First, you have to climb up the ladder.
Next to the sink in the kitchen. I know, Will. I've watched you do it 100 times.
Do you remember how the door opens onto the roof?
Don't I just push up on it and let it swing back?
No. Don't just let it fall. It'll make too much noise and upset whatever is up there. Lower the door gently.
All right.
Your ankle.
A little tender to walk on, but it's all right.
Oh, take the lantern. Even with that red light blinking, it may be hard to see up there. I'll wait right down here by the ladder.
All right. I'm going up.
Martha, be careful. It's really high. I'll keep the ladder stable.
All right.
Oh, that's it, Martha. Easy. Careful. I can feel your legs as you're going up there. Don't rush. Be careful with the lantern. You don't want to start a fire up there.
Quiet.
Watch your ankle. Open the door carefully when you get up there.
All right. I'm at the top.
That's good. See anything?
Mostly that blinking red light. It's blinking something fierce.
Hold the lantern higher so you get more light.
There's something up here, all right. But I can only make out the edge of it. Will, I can't see it standing on this ladder. I gotta climb up on the roof.
No!
It's all right. That thing is just sitting there.
What? What is it?
If it's a bomb, it's huge, Will.
What does it look like?
It's round and flat. Only part that isn't flat is a big bump smack in the middle of it. I think it's made of metal. Let me touch it and see.
No, don't touch it.
It's okay, Will. It's not doing anything.
I don't care. It could still be dangerous.
I'll just touch it with my foot. Here, let me just get a little closer. Yep, it's definitely some kind of metal. You'd think it could be
What's that?
I don't know.
Martha, get back down here.
Wait. I think it's coming from underneath this thing. I gotta bend down to look.
Martha, what's going on?
It's some kind of door. It's lowering down from the underside of this thingamajig.
What's happening?
Nothing. The door came down, but now it's just... Wait. I think something's coming out.
Martha, get out of there.
Yeah. Maybe I will. Ow!
What's wrong?
My ankle. I think I twisted it worse.
Can you crawl to the door?
I'll try. Will, it's coming out.
Hurry, Martha. Go toward the ladder.
I'm trying.
Keep coming.
Wait, I need to swing my legs around. Oh, it's there. I see it.
Don't stop to look at it, Martha. Just get down here.
No, stay away.
Hurry, Martha.
I can't get my legs around that fast.
I'm coming up to help.
That thing! Oh, it's right by my leg!
Kick it, Martha! Kick it away!
Get away from me! You beast!
Kick it again! Keep kicking!
There. I kicked it well, but I don't know where it went.
You must have kicked it through the door. I heard it go past me and land on the kitchen floor. Can't be very big.
It isn't. Is it down there?
I don't hear it. Doesn't mean it's not there, though. If our enemy sent that thing on the roof, this thing that just came out of it might be a remote control device.
No, it seemed more animal-like. Maybe it's dead. I'd better come down and look.
Swing your legs around into the opening. I'll help you down. Martha!
I hear it.
Might be a second one. Come down, quickly.
I'm coming. Let me just...
Martha! What's going on?
Ow! My skin. It feels like it's burning, Will.
Oh, kick the thing out of here. Martha, kick it.
Can't. It's too far away. Ow!
You have to stop it. Is there anything up there you can throw at it?
I don't know.
Martha, think! You gotta find something to throw.
Oh, there's nothing up here. Ow! Will. Wait. You left a hammer on the roof.
Yes. Throw the hammer at it, Martha.
All right. I got it. Good. It fell off the roof.
Thank goodness. Come on, I'll help you down the ladder. Martha? Martha? What's wrong? Why don't you answer? Martha! Martha, wake up. Oh, thank goodness.
What happened?
Well, you passed out?
Will, was it a dream?
No, I wish it was. You need to lay down for a while. Come on. I'll help you down the ladder.
Oh, better yet. We'll help each other. Come on. How long was I passed out?
Too long. Oh, I don't know. You scared me. No more than a minute, probably.
Are those creatures down there?
No, I don't think so. I haven't heard them. Anyway, here. Put your arm around me. Now, put your weight on me. Ah, that's it. Okay. There we go. Good.
Oh, Will, it was terrible. It pointed something at me, and then there was this bright light. And then it felt like my skin was burning, and on my neck, on my arms. Oh, it still hurts.
Well, here, let me feel. Oh, feels like you got some blisters on you. Big ones.
Oh, I do. Oh, you should see them, Will. Oh, no wonder they hurt so much.
Okay, come on. I'll help you over to the bed.
Careful, Will. Those creatures may be hiding somewhere in here.
What do they look like?
I couldn't get a real good look at them, but they were about the size of my hand. Sort of silvery, like upright lizards. And they move pretty fast. At least, once we showed them, they weren't welcome here. We've reached the bed, Will.
All right. Now, you just lay down for a while. And forget about playing hero anymore. You can see where it gets you.
Oh, okay, Will. I'll just lay here while them creatures take over. It's been a while since we had house guests anyway.
You must be feeling better. Getting some of your old gumption back. Darn cantankerous old...
What's that?
I said if those creatures were the size of your hand, they should be pretty easy to... Oh!
What's wrong?
Oh, I stepped on something.
Oh, piece of ceiling, most likely.
I don't think so. Never felt anything like it.
Hold it closer so I can see it. Will, this is what that creature was pointing at me. This is what gave me the blisters.
Huh? Some kind of weapon? I wonder how it works.
Don't shake it. What if it... What's it doing?
I don't know.
Shut it off.
I don't know how.
Drop it. Will, drop it. Don't touch it again, Will.
You don't need to worry about that. In fact, let's make certain nobody touches it again. There. Martha.
What?
One of them creatures. I think I heard it running across the floor.
Where?
Sounded like it was heading toward the back of the house. What's going on? Where are you going?
To get us something to defend ourselves with.
I told you, you need to lay down.
Here, I got you the shovel.
I can't see the little buggers. How am I supposed to use this on them?
Just swing it at anything that makes that beeping sound. I'm going to use this hoe to try and flush those creatures out. The little beasts could be hiding anywhere. Under the bed, behind the furniture.
Martha! Martha!
What?
I thought I heard something again.
Where was it coming from?
The pantry. Stay over there with the hoe ready. I'll yank the pantry door open, and you can thrash the little pest. Guide my hand to the door handle.
Okay. Got it?
Yeah. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Did you get it? Martha, did you get it?
No! Nothing there! I beat the tar out of this sack of grain, though.
Would have sworn one of those things was in there.
We'd better throw this sack outside before it spills all over the floor. Put your shovel down and pick this thing up for me, will you? It's right over here.
Okay. Okay, open the door.
It's at the door. Throw the sack at it. You missed.
Well, what did you expect? I'm blind.
Close the door, quick. Oh, it's like it was waiting there for us right behind the door.
There. Did you hear that? The other one must be in here.
Where did it sound like it was heading?
The bedroom. Where are you going?
To flush out that little devil. Come out from under that bed, you little creep. Oh.
What's wrong?
Something's got the hole.
How could that be? I thought you said it was small.
Can't get it loose.
Here, let me help.
No, I've got it. Ow! Ow!
Martha, are you okay?
Oh, I banged my noggin. But I'm all right. I'm all right otherwise.
I told you to stop playing hero. Darn stubborn old...
What's that?
I said take my hand.
Getting too old for this.
Was it one of them things that grabbed the hole?
Nah, I don't think so. I hate to admit it. I just got it snagged on the bed frame.
You need something shorter. Can't keep swinging that big hole around in this little room.
What should I use?
Well, how about that knife I just sharpened to a razor's edge?
Yeah, I'll go get it.
Careful, Martha. Don't want your ankle giving out on you again.
My ankle's the least of our problems. If we can... Oh, Will! The knife! It's gone.
Did you put it back in the knife rack?
Of course I did. Don't you remember? We were standing here arguing about how you didn't want to use the axe. Ah! Will, behind you.
Behind me? The eyes in the back of my head never worked.
I'll get the hoe and knock it out the window.
Oh!
Ah!
Martha, are you all right?
It's not going to let me get near it. Ow! Will, get the axe.
Where is it?
Behind you. By your left leg.
Oh. Okay. I got it. Oh!
Listen to me, Will. Listen. You have to swing that axe when I tell you to.
Okay.
Come on, now. Swing right. Good. Now, left. Higher. Lower. Now, left. Oh, you missed. Try again.
I can't.
Will, I know it hurts, but it's going to keep hurting worse if you don't get that thing. Try this. Try. When it fires that weapon, swing your axe towards the sound.
I'll try.
Oh, you did it, Will, it went out the window.
It got me. It's that weapon.
Oh, I know. It burns real bad at first. It makes a blister and it swells and breaks and oozes, but then it just kind of aches. Stay there. I'll lead you to the bed. Ow!
What's wrong?
Oh, it stabbed me. The other creature, it has the knife. It stabbed me in the leg. Oh, Will. It's bleeding. It's bleeding something awful.
Can you get to the bed?
I think so.
Yeah, tear up part of the bed sheet to use as a bandage.
Oh, it's on me! Will!
Martha!
Get off, you little demon! Get off!
What happened? Where is it?
I threw it across the room. It ran off. It jumped on me, Will. It just came out of nowhere.
Are you all right?
No, I'm not all right. Oh, this is never going to end.
What are you doing?
Tearing up the bed sheet to bandage my leg. Then I'm going to get the axe myself. It's time to kill a couple of uninvited guests. All right, Will. I've got the axe.
Put it down, Martha. You'll hurt yourself.
I'm not putting it down until those little hellions are dead.
Martha, did you hear that?
What is it? One of them?
Yeah. It's coming from the outside. Sounds like it's right outside the door. Let's do like we did with the pantry. You have the axe ready, and I'll yank the door open.
All right.
Wait a second. Shh. It stopped.
Maybe it went somewhere else.
No, I didn't hear it moving.
It's still there, Will. I can just see it through this hole in the door handle. You know, the one you said you fixed?
Oh, save the nagging till after we've done away with that little terror. Just get the axe ready. I'll feel for the door handle.
I'm ready.
On 3. 1, 2.
Will!
What did I grab?
That little savage stuck the knife through the hole. You grabbed the blade instead of the door handle.
Oh, close the door before it gets in there.
Too late. It ran inside somewhere. Will, your hand is bleeding bad. Let me wrap it up for you.
Oh, that good-for-nothing little... Those monsters aim to kill us. They want us dead, Martha. We gotta get them first.
How, Will? How are we going to get them? They seem to know everything we're going to do before we do it.
We're bigger than them. There's got to be a way.
Will, under the bed sheet, something's moving right next to your left hand.
I feel the sheet moving. All right, you little devil. This time you got a little too cocky.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah, but it's not giving up a lot of fight.
Wrap it up in the bed sheet. You've almost got it, Will.
What's going on?
The other one is on the windowsill.
They're hitting me with that blasted weapon.
Don't give up, Will. I'll get the other creature. I got it. I got it, Will. I shoved it out the window.
I think I got this one trapped in the bed sheet.
Look out, Will. Look out. It's cutting through the sheet with a knife. I'll try and grab the blade.
No. Oh, you'll get sliced up.
It's all right. Just try and hold it steady. I'll grab the handle from the back of the knife. I got a hold of it.
Try and pull it away.
I think if I pull it... Oh, come on, you little monster. Let go. Got it.
Now, to finish off this little devil.
Look out, Will. It's trying to get out through the hole in the bedsheet. Whack it against the table. That's enough, Will. I think you got it.
You sure?
Yeah. Reckon it can't get any more dead.
What are you going to do with it?
Looks like we got meat for our stew.
We'll skin it later, along with its little friends.
Yeah, burying seems too good for them.
What'd you do with the other one?
Pushed it out the window.
With your bare hands?
Yep.
Oh, reckon you can see the things around here.
Reckon we both can.
How's your ankle?
Which one? The one that I twisted or the one that got stabbed?
Sorry I asked.
How's your hand feel?
About like it should, after losing a fight with the business end of a knife. Suppose we won't forget this night anytime soon.
If we survive it.
Oh, we'll survive. What was that?
Something blew a hole in the wall.
Must have been that other creature. How big is the hole?
Just big enough for the little terror to fit through.
It's out there all right, Martha. Are you near the axe?
Yes.
I'll grab it and get on the side of the hole so the creature can't see you. I'll try to lure the little menace in here. As soon as it steps inside, hack it up into little pieces.
All right. I'm ready.
Okay. Come and get me now, you little troublemaker. I'm right here waiting for you.
Why isn't he coming in?
I don't know. Wait. Maybe it's deaf.
What are you doing with that dead creature?
You'll see. Just get ready with that axe. I'll use it as bait. All right, you holy terror. You think we're playing games? Take a look at what we did to your pal. That gets your blood boiling? Now come in here and fight.
Will, it's not budging.
I don't understand. I think it ran off.
Let me look.
Careful. It might be a trick.
No, it's gone. I'm hearing something.
Me too. I think it's climbing up the trellis.
Come on, you can knock it off there with the shovel.
No, wait. Now it's on the roof.
Speedy little rascal. Think it's planning something? Maybe getting more weapons from that thing that came in?
I suppose we better not wait to find out. Grab the axe, Martha. We're going up on the roof to finish that thing off.
I better go up first so I can look around. Will, what if it's tricking us? What if this is some kind of trap?
Well, it's tricked us before, and we're still here. Careful. Careful opening the door, Martha. You see anything?
Just that contraption they crashed in.
Martha, what happened?
That little monster, he tied a wire around the chimney and tripped me.
Come on, I'll help you. Lean on me.
Oh, I sprained my other ankle. Oh, it hurts so much.
Hold my arm.
It won't support my weight.
All right, stay there. Where'd that little demon go?
Inside that contraption.
What's that noise?
It's the door on that thing. It's closing.
What's the creature doing?
Don't know. Reckon it's gonna kill us.
I don't aim to wait around and see. Give me the axe, Martha.
Here, I'll slide it over to you. Got it? You're getting it, Will. Will, you're getting it.
Got it. Don't worry, Martha. It takes hands to swing an axe, not eyes. Did I stop it?
Stop it! Oh, you should see what you did to that contraption. Oh, I wish all 8 of your blind eyes could still see. We won't have any more creatures bothering us.
Good.
I'm so glad you were here, Will.
Oh, it's all right, Martha. It's over. We did it. Here, let me help you up. You still have 4 good ankles to balance on.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a little dizzy. Must have hit both my heads when I fell.
Darn hard-headed old...
Oh, now don't say it. I thought I was, let's see if I can remember. Reckless, headstrong, cantankerous.
You forgot stubborn, truth be told. I'm glad you were all them things. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the gumption to go after them creatures. And I couldn't have handled it all by myself. I know you love me because you're wagging your tail. Come on. I'll help you down the ladder.
Will, where do you think they came from?
I don't know. Must be someplace where folks are used to hurting each other. Someplace where they'd rather fight than get to know folks who aren't like them.
I hope it's someplace far from here.
Is anyone there? We have encountered an incredible race of hideous giant creatures. This is the final transmission of the United States Air Force Space Probe 1.
Radio Television Hong Kong, BBC Radio Drama,
Australian Broadcasting Corporation, LA Theatre Works, Los Angeles, California.
Radio New Zealand, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC Radio Drama.
Radio Telefish Éireann,
BBC World Service Drama.
World Play.
Good evening and welcome to Monday Night Playhouse. I'm Kathleen Flaherty. Our World Play series of dramas from English-language broadcasters around the world continues tonight with science fiction from the British Broadcasting Corporation. Omega by Mike Walker explores the tensions between science and faith, between machine and man, and goes right to the heart of what it means to be human.
Omega by Mike Walker.
A man once said that architecture is frozen music. And like a vast orchestral chord, the Thames Tower reaches up, away from the traffic and crowds beneath. It seems for a moment as if our progress will be halted by the cloud cover. But we pass through, breathing in the cold, steamy smell, and burst out into the sun. A cloudscape of white stretching away on every side. Wind and silence. The icy blue bowl of the sky almost close enough to touch. For here, architecture has frozen our dreams into a reality of metasteel and glass, ceramics and carbon to create the world's tallest tower. A new community that hangs above the city it reflects and will make London the envy of the
world. The envy of the world?
I don't write this stuff, John. I just have to say it. Besides, look at it. I designed it, yes. I shouldn't boast, but my God, man, it is awesome. There's never been anything like it. It's not half built yet.
It dominates, that's for sure. I still can't believe we got planning permission.
Well, it wasn't easy, as you know.
The king hates it. He says a shadow falls across Buckingham Palace.
Well, the king rides a bike, John. Things change. It's a people's monarchy. And if enough people want to live among the stars, then we'll build them a ladder.
Well, this is all a bit melodramatic, isn't it?
Yeah, in a way. It's emotional, like music. Okay, it's all made up of mathematics, but it's not numbers that make us shiver when we listen to Bach. That's the miracle.
Well, I'm an engineer, Brandt. I'm a builder, not a dreamer. I'll stick with the numbers because it's my job to make sure that thing out there, your Tower of Babel, stands up.
You don't believe...
What?
In anything else?
I believe I should be on site. We're expecting the super-cooled glass for the upper stories. I'd like to be there to make sure it meets our specifications.
That's it?
Yes. Yeah, I believe what I test. Before my people use anything, we bend it, we hit it, we tie it in knots, we freeze and melt it, we test it to destruction, and then we do it all over again, and then we put it in our mouths and see what it tastes like, and then we use it. You might be one of the greatest architects around right now, but we are the finest structural engineers and builders.
And that's why you got the job, Joe. We work well together. We proved that in the past.
But I will say, when it's built, it's going to be one hell of a thing. Yeah, one hell of a thing.
Frozen music?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, you know, sometimes I think Brand isn't quite like other people. Normal people. Do you want a drink?
Yeah, why not?
White wine, we're having fish.
Yeah, that's fine.
Louise is here. She dropped by.
Time for the old folks. What's she doing in London?
Research at the British Library. Hi, Dad.
Well, you're looking good.
Too fat. Need to lose weight.
Rubbish. You're fine. Have a glass of wine.
Okay, but I still think I need to lose a few pounds.
How's work?
You admit that students work?
Work is play.
Oh, that is so disingenuous. Here you are.
Thanks. No, not really. I mean, I'd pay them to let me do what I do. I'd do it for nothing.
Building those urban monsters, as the Greens call them?
Well, they're wrong from any point of view. It's common sense, big city communities. Recycling all their products, hydroponic gardens. It saves the countryside. They don't like them because...
They're unnatural?
I think you're right, Louise. There's a sort of instinctive recoil in front of something that's too big for us. We can't respond in a human way. Louise?
Then we'll have to learn. It's a fact of life, urban living, anyway. People thought the first trains went too fast. Passengers would die. The same with planes and rockets. Inhuman, unhuman. They learned. We learned because we have to if we're going to survive.
Oh, very heavy, Dad, for a Friday night.
My point is
Dad,
this.
really? We keep it in bed.
Oh, okay. It's just that we should do what we enjoy. And that's great. It's all right. I'm just, go back to sleep.
Oh. What are you doing?
You can see the navigation lights on the tower.
You can if you want to get up at 3 in the morning. Did you see it enough?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh, that's not exactly an answer.
Well, no, I don't say it enough. I was thinking about it this afternoon. I'm there on site in the office, whatever. I see parts of it, or the frame, or the core, whatever. I don't often stand back and look at it.
If you live in London, it's pretty hard to miss.
It's breathtaking, isn't it? Sheer audacity.
What worries me is that when you stop breathing, you die.
Hey, that's over the top. Red flag in front of the train. We're human. We can do it and we must do it. And if ever we stop, then I think we stop being human.
What about the people who say, what about God? Where is he in all this, John?
Well, this afternoon, talking to Brandt, I called it a Tower of Babel. I also said I'd leave the dreams to him and stick with the numbers. And if God's anywhere, Kate, then he's in the numbers. And he's as bound by the rules as anyone else in this universe.
No miracles, then?
Absolutely not. God can't play the ace of spades.
John, listen to me.
What?
There's something...
Oh, no. What kind of time is it? Stone. What? Oh, for the love of... Can you come over straight away? Yes. In the look, Harry. Look, they want to leave What? Okay, no, don't let them leave. You check every strut. I'll be in as soon as I can. No, that's all right. No, you did right. Suppliers. Harry, I'm on floor 222.
Okay, boss.
Good work spotting that. Sharp work, thanks.
No problem, boss. Out.
John, they said there was trouble.
Oh, there's no trouble now. Ultrastone fascia and the fixings for 222 to 250.
That's Suburban 7 and 8.
Yeah.
We don't want problems. We're selling ahead well on those levels.
Well, like I said, no trouble. We sent the load back. Harry Jordan picked it up.
Good man.
Yeah, doing his job, doing it well. And I checked out the fixings for the hanging glass. No worries.
There better be no worries, John. The money people...
I hate it. Don't tell me, I know. Excuse me. Yeah, Johnstone.
What? What is it, John?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
John?
It's my kid, it's my daughter. Christ, she's at the hospital.
Where?
Where is she? Okay. Greenwich.
We'll get a car. No, a copter. It'll be quicker. Hello, friend. Get me a copter. Top deck, now. Now.
They said it's bad. They said she might not recover.
I think we better leave now. Mr. Stone? Mrs. Stone. We should leave now. There's nothing...
I want to stay with her.
John, come on. Come on, come with me.
God. She didn't even look like Louise.
It's all the... It's the things. It's not her.
It's her. What did they do to her? What happened?
The police... John, they took 2 hours to get her out of the wreckage.
When did it happen?
It was a trap, one of those... She got on the motorway, they said, and I don't know.
Think, I've got to know.
Oh, what the hell does it matter? What? She's in there. Oh, Louisa Fabian. 2 hours, John. She was lying there in the rain and...
I have to know. I want to know.
A truck, motorway, and it went out of control, brakes went. Nobody's fault, that's what they say. Driver did everything he could.
And he's...
Nothing. He walked away. And she didn't. Nobody's fault. What the insurance people call an act of God. Doctor?
Mrs. Stone.
How is she? Is there any change?
No, no change.
What are you going to do?
I think we have to talk.
Well, what do you think we're doing now? I'm sorry.
It's all right. What you need...
I want my daughter.
She's in a coma state right now. The injuries, her crush injuries...
But she could come round. People do.
I don't think the police told you, but at the site of the accident, when the paramedics got there, they had to revive your daughter, Louise.
What do you mean?
Her heart had stopped beating. There was no cerebral activity, nothing they could measure. They tried procedures and she started breathing.
But she's on a machine now.
She's lost ground.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that even if she emerges from the coma, starts breathing for herself again, there won't be any Louise there.
Oh.
No, that's...
You can't say that. You can't know that. There must be a chance. It's my daughter, don't you see? It's my Lulu. She can't die.
To all extents and purposes, Mrs. Stone, she is dead. I'm so sorry. I'm required by law to inform you that if you wish, you can ask for treatment to be withheld.
So she'll die?
So the body will stop functioning, Mrs. Stone.
No.
Mr. Stone, just take some time, both of you.
You know, what about you, Doctor? I don't mean what's required by law. What do you think?
I can only give you a medical opinion. If you require counselling, we have both really...
No, stop it. What do you say?
Your daughter is dead. What's left is... I'm sorry, excuse me. Brown? I'm with Mr. and Mrs. Stone.
I don't think I can say it.
What? Yes, of course.
Dad. Oh.
Mum, what is it? What happened? Just lie still, Louise. All these tubes and things. We need to monitor. Dad?
What happened? Oh, nothing much. Just an accident, that's all.
I remember driving and
Rest, please. Just a little...
Ow!
Oh, it's okay.
Ow! That's it, that's fine.
You don't remember? There was a truck.
How do you feel?
Like one big bruise.
That'll settle, don't worry.
I wanted to go so much, but I couldn't for some reason. There was someone saying I had to come back. Come back, but...
She should rest now. Louise.
It's all right. It's all right, really.
Well, we'll see you in a minute. Okay.
Louise.
It's really... okay.
It shouldn't. I mean, she shouldn't. You said you'd done the tests. Oh, my God. What if we'd said yes, turn the machine off?
The tests were correct, Mrs. Stone.
Well, how can you say that?
Nobody's going to pretend that we know everything. Even that we know half of what there is. But I've been a doctor for 12 years. I know my job, and my team know their job. Louise was brain dead.
And now she's alive.
Yes.
And pretty much herself.
Yes.
Well, can you explain that?
No.
But you don't know what happened?
I know exactly what happened, Mr. Stone. The bleeding in the brain area stopped, the tissue damage reversed, the patient started breathing on her own behalf, and consciousness returned, without, insofar as we can tell, any noticeable diminution of faculties. That's what happened. Why it happened. How it happened.
You're the doctor?
Yes.
So there has to be a reason.
Yes.
And?
Are you a believer, Mr. Stone?
I'm an engineer, and I've never seen a miracle, if that's what you're saying.
What I'm saying, Mr. Stone, is go back into your daughter's room, and you will.
Well, thank God, I guess. Whatever it was, whatever made it happen.
Chance? Luck? Well, doesn't it have to be something like that?
Well, you tell me, John. If it is luck, then you just won the lottery of the world. But we don't believe in luck anymore.
Well, things do happen. Sometimes they do just happen.
This has got you worried, hasn't it?
Because I can't explain it, Brandt.
Accept the gift. We don't have to explain everything.
Well, how can I say this? Louise is... I would have done anything. I would have died myself to save her 12 times.
Well, luckily for me, John, no one took you up on the offer. Because we've still got another 100-odd stories to build here.
Yes, you're right. Just do the job.
Just do the job.
Oh, which reminds me, I'm still not happy with the high-tensile ceramics for the cladding on 320.
Great. Do it. Retest. Retest 100 times. No chances. We need to be sure.
Lemonade, anyone?
No, not for me.
Well, what I'd really like is a cold beer.
Yes, but you know what Dr. Brown said? Until they can be sure, nothing alcoholic, nothing that
might upset the balance. Yeah, I know.
Well, they've got a point, because we just don't
fine,
know.
Though, really.
Yes.
It's just...
And we want to keep you fine.
If it really was that bad...
No. They make mistakes. On the spot, they can get things wrong. Now, drink your lemon juice.
I should be working.
Not be resting.
Really, I'm fine. I'm fine. Mr. Stone, sorry for keeping you waiting.
Oh, no, I'm just glad you had the time to see me.
We could talk in my office.
I thought maybe I could buy you lunch. If you... Well, it's the least I could do, really.
Yes, why not?
What do you think?
It's quite stunning. I didn't know the tower was actually...
It's only the first 100 floors.
Oh.
There's no reason to wait till everything's finished before we move in. Besides, it's a question of generating money.
How high are we here?
450 meters. They call it the world's highest restaurant without wings.
Can I get you a drink, Doctor? Mr. Stone?
Oh, fizzy water, please. I've got to go back to work this afternoon.
Same for me, Peter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, what can I do for you? Other than eat what I'm sure is going to be a very expensive and very good lunch.
Have you written the report on Louise? Oh, the scallops. They're famous for them here. And the rabbit, wild rabbit. If you don't mind eating meat, it's their signature dish.
I eat anything. Well, anything with a proven heredity. The report.
Yes.
I can let you have a copy, but
Dr. Brown, Mr. Stone. So, are you ready to order?
Yes, Peter. We both have the scallops and the rabbit.
Very good, sir.
How did he know your name and title?
Sloppy work, someone. Maybe I must have had my picture in one of the papers last year. There was a big story on... Well, Look, the thing is, Mr. Stone...
It's John.
Oh, right. John, the thing is, we still have no idea why or how Louise pulled through. That young woman should have died, or at the very least her life should be hanging by a thread.
Yet it isn't. Can't we learn from that? I mean, use it as a...
We can learn from what we can understand. Here we just have to be amazed.
But that doesn't mean we can't keep looking, does it?
Not at all, not at all. We should do. We have to.
Come on, Doc. Tell me where to start.
It's Mary.
So, Mary. The search for the miraculous? Is that it? What we're setting out on?
How would you define a miracle?
A marvellous event caused by some supernatural agency.
You've been doing your homework, then?
I don't like it. But I'm not sure that there's any other choice. But that's what you seem to be saying, isn't it?
But I don't have any trouble believing in miracles. I'm a doctor and I've seen them. The utterly inexplicable.
And you're content with that? God did it? Well, that's an answer. I had lunch with Dr. Brown today. We talked about miracles.
And?
And nothing, I thought. I suppose I thought we could come to some kind of answer.
And you didn't?
I don't know. I think we started out together, but where we ended up...
What is it, John? What are you frightened of?
Am I frightened?
Well, I know you. Come on. I can see it in your eyes. Well?
Losing Louise. Now. Again. I don't think I could bear that. Being helpless. That's what knowing things does. Isn't it? It gives us a handhold on life. Well, we figure we have a chance when we have at least a glimmering of understanding. And then something like this comes along and then there is no understanding. I don't know, Kate. I just don't know.
No. Go to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to know.
John.
So simple. So simple. I woke up. It was 3:30. For some reason, I noticed the time, and it was like some vast... No, it's not like anything. My mind keeps putting that in. Like this, like that. But it wasn't. It was absolutely, utterly itself. What it was.
And what was it?
God? Oh, I don't know. It was like... Mary, I was watching the uttermost tip, smallest part of his finger, even a cell of his flesh, and knowing that the rest of him, all that I couldn't see, was as big as the universe. Now, I deal in big things. I build very big buildings. I know about size, what it does to us, how it makes us feel small. And I tell you, I have been within 100 million miles of something so immense, so vast. It made the night sky look small. And yet... I was, for that moment, the focus of her attention.
And your wife?
Well, she was asleep. And I didn't tell her.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Because I can talk to you. Look, come on, let's sit down. You see, you and me, we're on the same journey. Well, since last night I realized you're ahead of me.
Because I believe in miracles.
Well, it has to be, doesn't it?
You didn't think so last week.
Grace. Grace is given to us. All I had to do was, well, let it go. All of it. Because, you see, it was in the way, all those questions. You open the door and you let in the fresh air. Everything is clear. All we need.
The flowers of the field.
Okay, well, not exactly. I mean, I don't think buildings build themselves, but a lot of things become clear.
And you couldn't tell Kate about all this?
Well, I had to tell you first.
Why, John? We hardly know each other.
I know what I feel about you.
Since when? Last night?
Yes. Afterwards, I knew I had to tell you. That you'd understand. I was going to call you at once, but...
Look, John, I don't want to play devil's advocate here, but you must see you've been through a pretty profound experience.
And I don't try and tell me it was something in my head. A result of the pressure, some kind of delusion. I know it wasn't.
How?
Because it was utterly real. Because if we mean anything as human beings, then at some level we must be able to recognize what is true. And this was true. It was real.
You're late.
Well, it's nothing unusual. Half an hour. What is it?
Well, nothing really. Tough day at the office, that's all.
Oh, no, it's something else.
Nothing.
But
Louise, I think she's worried.
She's all right.
She's just worried. About... Well, she wouldn't really say. All of this, what's happened.
But what happened, it was a gift. We just have to be thankful.
John, it isn't like that. There's something else.
Hello, Dad.
Oh,
Busy day?
hey, I'm always busy. You know that.
Dad, can we talk?
Yeah, of course, always. But, let me get a drink. Kate?
No, not for me. I've got to go out. Late meeting.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm going to have one.
What's wrong with you?
Nothing. It's just... somehow it doesn't feel right.
Feel right? It doesn't feel anything. Look, just leave it. Don't threaten the integrity of it.
We're moving too fast. It's all too slow.
Oh, now. Oh, that's better. There's something about that first taste of gin and tonic. And don't tell me I drink too much.
I just wish I could have one.
Okay, I'll catch you later.
Yeah. You take care.
Bye.
So, Louise. Come on now. Come and talk. Come on.
I keep waking up at night.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same time. 3:30.
3:30?
Yeah. I don't know why it should be the same, but it is. And I feel that something is wrong. So I get up and I walk to the window and I look out. And I am awake. I know I'm awake. It isn't a dream. So I look out the window and I see people. Hundreds, thousands of people going up and down. Up and down. And, well, these people, I know them. Well, at least, I know who they are. They're all the people who used to live around here. For always, all the way back. As long as people have been here, in this part of London. And, well, I know that they're all dead.
Oh, no.
And I can see them. Because there's been a glitch. Some kind of mistake.
Oh, Lou.
Like I shouldn't be here.
Oh, no.
Like I should have died. And because I haven't, there's a sort of a hole.
Oh.
Like a gap. I don't know, it's like I shouldn't be here. It's wrong and it's really bad. It's really horrible.
Lou, it's all right. It's all right. No, because you should. I mean, it's right that you should feel like this because, well, it's too hard for any of us to cope with these things. Maybe once. When I was the woodcutter and you were the woodcutter's daughter and there were wolves in the forest. And then we could say, this is God or magic, and of course I don't understand it. Only now we know it all, but we can't say that. It'll take a while, Lou, but believe me, it'll be fine.
But what if something decides to put the mistake right? What if they take it all back?
I won't let them. I won't. Remember those dreams you used to have, those bad dreams?
Yeah.
And Super Dad came flying in and biffed them away.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm still here, and you may be 25 years older, but I tell you, kid, Super Dad ain't gonna let nothing hurt you, okay?
She's young. She'll get over it.
Well, she's young, so she'll get over being dead. I mean, what happened to Lazarus afterwards? Nobody wrote about that.
Oh, calm down.
Well, I can't.
You're a professional engineer, John. You can.
Oh, I don't know. I just don't know.
Phone.
Excuse me. Yep. Okay. There's trouble on the south face.
What?
All the lifters are jamming. I better get over there.
Oh, finish your coffee. It'll keep.
Well, like you said, I'm an engineer. It's what I do. I'll see you.
John, relax. Take some time out. It'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what I told her.
Oh, you forget. Times like this. No work, no... Oh, I was going to say no worries. I suppose that's true. Walking in the park, feeding the ducks.
Oh, should have brought some stir bread.
Just getting away from things for a while.
But I do have to get back. They're delivering... No, you're right. I should forget about it until... Well, until I need to think about it.
Which will be?
52 minutes.
You are an engineer. Bred in the bones.
A habit of precision? Well, maybe. Now, that's the assumption I always worked on.
And then?
You laughed.
What?
You laughed. Your eyes crinkled up and your mouth sort of spread at the edges.
That makes me sound like the wide-mouthed frog.
Kate doesn't. But neither of us. We don't seem to laugh anymore.
Perhaps that isn't so surprising, John.
But it is. Louise got better. I mean, we ought to be grinning from ear to ear. Absurd good news. I mean, for God's sake. For God's sake. We should be laughing, and you are.
It's not part of any great plan. It's just me.
Yes, it's just you, Mary. Somehow all of this is you. Don't ask me how or what. I don't even quite know what I mean, but it's like you're wearing a perfume and everything smells of it. Not doing very well, am I?
I think you're doing just fine, John, but I don't...
I feel so natural being with you. I think about that, about you, just being with you, like I'm sort of incomplete. And
there's Kate and Louise. Of course you're not incomplete.
It's something to do with love. I can't work it out. There's so much love.
But you got swept away?
I can't help it, Mary.
Oh, come on, that old story again.
Now, you're so beautiful.
I'm an overworked doctor of nearly 40. I am not beautiful. Okay, I keep myself in condition. And you are not John Stone to fall in love with me.
Too late.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, John, really, but no, you have a wife. I will not be responsible for breaking up a marriage. I will not.
Stop. Move to the left a bit. There, through the trees. Can you see it?
See what?
The top of the tower. In another 9 months, you won't have to look through the trees. You'll see it above them.
And?
You just have to give it time, Mary. It'll grow. You'll see.
You can't know that.
I do know that not once this afternoon have you said that you didn't love me. Maybe I better go now. I'll see you again.
And sooner than you think.
Kate.
She does. This evening she sat down and said, I feel a bit tired, Mum.
Oh, Christ.
Oh.
We're monitoring. That's all we can do until we have something to go on.
But she was all right. She was well.
John, we don't know what she was.
Well, what are you saying?
Now we have to find out what she is so we can do something about it.
Like last time.
That's not fair.
Fair. I don't give a sod about fair.
Please, you must know something.
She's in a coma. The soft organs seem to... There's some kind of degenerative cell replication setting in.
Oh, the brain? Is there bleeding?
I don't... We can't be sure.
Why don't you say it, Mary?
She's going back, isn't she? To the way she was.
It's possible. Yes, that's how it looks. But this time...
No, this time what? What are we waiting for? Another miracle?
I don't know, John. Perhaps you can tell us that.
What?
And now? What do we do now?
Wait. That's all we can do. Go home. Try and rest. We'll call if there's any change.
Maybe it was some kind of gift that we were given, just some days. Days with Louise.
I told her I would not let anything happen to her.
There's nothing we can do.
She said, what if someone wants to put the mistake right?
What's she talking about?
That her life was owed. I mean, if God gave her life back, maybe he needs another life. Don't you see? Even for God, things have to balance. Even miracles have to balance out.
Where are you going, John?
To work. That's what I do. I build things. I take moments so that everything balances out, all the forces, and things don't fall down.
John, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same.
I often come up here at night. Top of the world. Top of my world. I love it here. Sometimes I just stand and shout. Childish, I know, but what the hell? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being crass. How is she, Louise?
They don't know.
Shouldn't you be at the hospital? Look, take whatever time you need.
She's in a coma. They don't know anything.
What about Kate?
She's at home.
Should you be with her, at least?
Something I have to do.
John, she needs you. They both need you.
The thing is, Brand, God needs a life. And she's my daughter. I'd do anything for her. And don't worry. You'll get it built.
Stone? Stop!
You'll get it built! I won't let anything happen to you.
Well, I didn't expect that. I don't know. That group of personality types is always the possibility. Rather than suicides. Kate, what do you feel?
Feel? What do I feel? What does it matter?
That isn't the question. Play that last bit again. With me.
With variables?
Fine. With variables. John, don't be a bloody fool. You can't bring her back. You have to go on. This isn't any answer. Don't you see? For God's sake, man.
For God's sake, Brandt. I'm tired of being played with. I've had enough of his games. I'm returning my ticket.
Well, just live without faith, John. Millions do.
Oh, no. He's there. I'm sure he's there.
This is real, John. The tower. Trust it. You can stand on it. You can live your whole life in it. It'll give you whatever you want.
I want my daughter back.
She's gone. There's nothing you could do about that except live.
No. There's always a choice. You'll get it built.
John!
You'll get it built! I won't let anything happen to you.
Would you say there was a predisposition here? Genetically, yes. But I wouldn't have thought it would come out so consistently.
Taking all the factors into account. Kate? Kate?
What the... Where? Oh, God, what's...
John!
What?
John!
Kate?
Come down, paddle. The water's lovely.
Come on. It's nice.
Kate, what's happening? I don't know what's happening.
Hold my hand.
Are we on holiday? Kate, I was on the tower. Louise, what's happening to me?
It's all right. It's all right. No, it's not all right. Nothing's all right.
Nothing. Louise.
Louise doesn't exist. She doesn't. It's not real. She's not real. None of it's real. The whole bloody sodding thing is a stupid, stupid, cruel trick.
But that's how I felt after Louise and after... about God and...
Nothing's real. Not this place, not you, not anything.
Kate, you're upset. I can understand.
Stop it, Brent! Just stop it now!
Brent. Louise!
John, come in. Sit down. Glad you could make it. I'm sorry it's all been a little confusing. It wasn't what we wanted, I can assure you.
Louise!
Now, please sit down. Over there by the window. You can see the tower. It's going well, isn't it? Visionary cities, eh?
Kate, Louise is alive. Well, someone please tell me what the hell is going on.
You know everybody. Well...
John. Hi, look, sorry. This wasn't meant to happen, right, Kate?
No, it should never have happened, ever. God forgive us.
I don't think the God equation applies here.
Louise, Mary, what are you doing here?
Well, you can thank Kate for that. Once she, as it were, appeared in the experiment, the integrity was compromised. There is no reason why we shouldn't, at her prompting, offer you an explanation.
It won't do any good. I say we terminate now.
Reprogram.
Yes, at once. Yes.
It would be kinder.
No.
You're outvoted.
You need me. At least you need my development of Paul Bayes. You owe it to him, for Christ's sake.
Very well, Kate.
Paul Bayes?
Thomas Bayes, 18th century churchman and amateur mathematician. He discovered an equation which was intended to quantify chance, the possibility of things happening. It was ignored by probability theorists for 250 years. They thought it was just a mathematical curiosity. It isn't. As developed by Paul and Lynch, it has become the basis for what we know as inference probability.
What does this mean?
When applied to superfast computing, it allows...
Oh, go on, Kate. It's your work, after all.
It allowed us to develop a program which, to all intents and purposes, duplicates... Oh, God.
Can the maker explain what she makes?
A program that thinks it's alive.
Sorry, I don't see how it applies.
An infinitely variable collection of zeros and ones that thinks it... I'm sorry, I can't...
Kate, what is this?
She's trying to tell you, John, that you are a highly sophisticated program, that you have no material existence outside the inside of a computer, outside of cyberspace, in fact. You're a construct. You're not a human being.
Bollocks! That's... Look, I don't know what you want, but I know what I want. Out.
Fine.
Goodbye.
Hello, John. Sit down.
No.
I know it's a bit of a shock, John. Try to understand.
No!
Relax. Relax. Think about it.
No!
Stop it, Brant.
What do you want me to do, Kate? Let him go? How? Go on then, John. Go.
You're right. I'll go. Brant! Brant! Kate! Please!
Chile, yes? Why not? Antarctica. Do you like penguins, John?
Stop it, please.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. I didn't want this to happen. Shall we walk? Help keep warm? Not that I'm cold. Not that you're cold. We only think we are. But you know, the program is so sophisticated that you, at least, could die of exposure.
I can't. This is all...
We can help you. Make it all right for you, so you'll be happy. Do you know, that's Captain Scott's old hut. Shall we go in? Get out of the wind? Sit down, John.
It was wrong. We shouldn't have done it.
Stop it. I'm here. How can you talk to me like this? I'm not... I'm me, for God's sake. I'm not something else. I'm me. I know I am. I feel. I am. Well, I got on the beach. I could taste the salt, feel the sun. I am me.
We programmed everything into the template that a real mind would feel. Every potential, every possibility. Every twist and turn that you could make. That circumstances could prompt.
But how could you?
It isn't so difficult. Once we had quantum engines, it was embarrassingly easy.
Your voice.
We aren't anything amazing as human beings. Not really. Just a comparatively few component parts. A few very sophisticated controllers, nature, chance, Paul Bayes, if you like. And once you put those together, why, it thinks it's alive. And because it thinks it's alive, it is alive. Self-aware.
But doesn't that make you like me?
Possibly. We believe we're real. But then so do you. Except we could change you with a few moments reprogramming. You could be anyone. It's a great gift.
No. Oh, no, please, leave me. Leave me what I am. Please don't. I want to be who I am.
This is horrible.
Isn't it what you wanted, Kate? That we should respect what we made? Allow Mr. Stone the dignity of knowing that...
That I'm nothing. Just that any second I could be wiped away. That everything I am everything I believe and remember and feel, that all this could go and be nothing.
We call it death. And you will never know it, John. You will always be something else. Eternal life, eternal recurrence, reincarnation. All of them are yours.
Except that each of them is under the control of...
A despotic god? Evolution? What's so different?
Why did you do it?
Because we could. To know.
To learn about ourselves. To add to our knowledge. To test things on something that wasn't an animal, that wasn't human, but acted in every way as a human. Maybe even to leave something behind us for others.
You can't play God, Brandt.
Why not? God did for 3,000 years.
But I believe...
We put it there, John. That belief. To see how it played.
Well, all of you are. I can see you. I can feel you. Are you real? How do you know?
In the end, John, we don't. Nobody does.
You are the only one of your kind. The rest of us are, as you experience us, copies of ourselves. It was cheaper to replicate from known personalities, but you are unique. Built from the very first zero and the very first one. You are very special.
You were, until you found out what you were. Once the experiment knows it's an experiment, everything changes.
No. My name is John Stone. I am an engineer. I build towers.
John, nobody builds towers anymore. Not after New York 2001. Not in the real world.
If I'm not utterly mad, then why are you telling me all this?
Because Kate asked me. She runs the system, so she has a certain leverage. And besides, you won't remember any of it, John. It won't even be a dream. Not an echo of a dream. You'll be John Stone, living his life. You're a program, that's all.
What have you done to me?
We made you.
Don't you see you don't know what you made? No. It's all too insane. I am here. My name is John Stone. I build things. I take bricks and steel and glass and ceramics and I make things that are here. You see? See, I'm bleeding. The skin is torn. I've got to see it. See it. Taste it, Brandt.
Look at it. Now. Where's the blood? Where's the pain? You really don't have a say in this.
I don't. Why, Brandt. Whoever or whatever you are.
You don't, John, I'm afraid.
I would rather be nothing. Nothing.
Death. The trouble with not being alive is that you really can't die. For you, John, there is no nothing.
Careful, Lou. Don't you get bitten on the nose by a crab.
Ice cream.
What flavour?
What did you ask for?
Cape flavour.
You're all sandy and salty.
Vanilla with chocolate.
Vanilla with chocolate.
Lulu, ice cream.
She'd turn into an ice cream if she eats any more.
Be careful, don't drop it.
She loves making sandcastles. Must be something genetic.
Maybe. I always did as a kid when we used to come here. And now I'm building municipal car parks and office blocks.
Hey, you and me, we built something really special.
She is beautiful, isn't she? Just so special, yeah. Oh, but I do want to make something in the world. Be part of a real project, something no one can miss.
What about this man, Brandt?
Well, he's young. Hasn't built anything spectacular yet. But I think he'll go places. He wants to make big towers. Big enough to hold a town, even a city. Visionary cities, he calls them.
And you're going to build them for him?
Well, could be. If I'm lucky. If everything goes the way it should.
So stop worrying, relax. You work too hard as it is. You need time off. Time just to look at Lulu playing.
Time to look at you and... Oh.
What is it?
Oh, no. Something. Oh. My arm, sort of. Hold on my arm and. Oh, it's a pain. Oh. Fingers.
A heart. It's your heart, John. You're having a heart attack. Just try and breathe slowly. Let me get you down.
Katie, hold on to me. Oh, Kate.
Do you mind telling me, Kate, just what the hell you've done?
I think it's clear.
You have put at risk a multi-million-pound project. What kind of funding are we likely to attract if it becomes known that our researchers are...
Having attacks of conscience.
We're scientists, for God's sake.
Oh, I won't even dignify that with that.
This is important research. I don't have to tell you.
Stone was alive. I never thought that would happen.
He was a program.
He was self-aware. He believed he was alive.
And that's it, is it? That forgives everything? Belief?
It explains something.
We are doing science the best way we can. We're learning more about the world and our place in it. That's what human beings do. And when we stop, then we stop being human.
Well, you won't be doing it with John Stone anymore.
Do you want to explain that?
We owed him a death. I gave him a quick and I hope a happy one. And then I wiped the system. And the backups.
You're throwing away your career.
What we did was wrong.
You don't know that.
Yes, actually, I do.
And what gives you the right to make these decisions for the rest of us?
Nothing.
You won't stop anything, Kate. We'll find someone else who can do your job. We'll write another construct. We'll write 100 if we need them.
Fine. All I care about is here and now.
Security will escort you from the building. The company may well decide to prosecute you over destruction of copyright materials, violation of contract. You're going to be in a world of trouble, Kate. All right, gentlemen, see her out.
Yes, sir.
She's to take nothing with her. Search her to make sure. And no contacts with other staff. Goodbye, Kate.
Goodbye, Brand. I won't tell you to go to hell. I have a feeling you're already there.
In Omega by Mike Walker, David Calder was John Stone, Penelope Wilton, Kate, Helen Longworth, Louise, and Philip Voss, Brant. Dr. Mary Brown was played by Sarah Jane Holm, and Harry and the Waiter by Carl Prekop. Original music was composed and performed by David Chilton, technical presentation was by Simon Moorcroft, and the broadcast assistant was Lucinda Mason-Brown. Omega was directed for the BBC World Service by Gordon House.
I'm Kathleen Flaherty. Stay with us for Ross Porter and After Hours on CBC Radio 2. Good night.
You're tuned to CBC Radio 2, Classics and Beyond, in Ottawa at 103.3 FM.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a surface car driving through the Venus Mountains toward the Space Patrol testing grounds. As Happy carefully guides the car over the dangerous road, they're unaware that a container of sleeping gas hidden in the car is expelling a dangerous vapor.
Wow, I've seen these cliffs from the air, but I never realized how high they really are.
Mm-hmm. From this road, it's a 1,000-foot drop to the bottom of the gorge.
I wonder why I'm so drowsy.
I'm a little drowsy, too.
Oh, hey, Commander, there's a patch of fog or something ahead of us. It's a turn up there.
Fog? Happy, look out. We're heading for the edge.
Huh? Hey, we're going over the cliff.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Immortal Brain. Gang, it kept coming closer and closer, faster and faster. And now it's here. Yes, the day is here, right smack on top of us. The last day we can offer you the Space Patrol Projectoscope. The Projectoscope, the 6-inch rocket that flashes on and off like a real signal light. The Projectoscope, that blue and yellow plastic rocket that throws a steady beam of light like a real flashlight. The projectoscope, the sleek, streamlined rocket that flashes 24 different pictures on the wall, one at a time. Pictures of Buzz, Corey, and Cadet Happy in 4 exciting Space Patrol adventures. Fun galore. But, gang, don't wait. This is the last time we can offer you the projectoscope. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Immortal Brain. Long before the era of space travel, electronic computers proved their worth. With lightning speed, they foretold the path of rockets and predicted the weather. In the 30th century, these amazing electronic brains supply information and guidance for government leaders and all major industries. The giant government computer on Terra helps keep the economy of the United Planets in balance. Although most privately owned electronic brains proceed in an honest manner to supply special information to business firms, one famous computer in Venus City, known as Future Incorporated, is operated mostly for the benefit of unethical investors by Anton McDermott. Right now, McDermott is in his office talking to a new client, Brandon Fergus.
So you finally come around to subscribing to our service, Mr. Fergus.
Well, I don't see how I can afford not to, Mr. McDermott. My competitors have been beating me at every turn. And at this rate, I'll be broke in 6 months.
5 months.
What's that?
Our computer gives you 5 months. Of course, now that you're using the information given you by Future Incorporated, that prediction will be revised. More optimistically, I'm certain.
Well, I certainly hope so. You charge enough for your predictions.
You'll find it pays, Mr. Fergus. Your competitors have.
Yes, I know. I thought I was getting all the information I needed from this government computer.
Well, that gives you the overall trends in industry and business. But we give you specific predictions for your own particular interests. However, the government computer is excellent for the overall operations of the Space Patrol, for example.
Space Patrol?
You've had an unpleasant experience with the Space Patrol, Mr. Fergus.
Well, I had a nice, profitable arrangement on Jupiter last year. Commander Corey broke it up. He said it was illegal.
Was it?
Perhaps. But Corey just better not cross me again, that's all. You're not interested in my trouble. Well, let me give you a check for the first 3 months.
Fine, Mr. Fergus. What's that you've got there? One of those new check projectors?
Yes. It's shaped like a regular pen. See?
You set the figures by turning those small rings on the shaft. I see.
Then when you press the button on the end, the numbers and my signature are projected onto this specially sensitized check paper. Like this.
Say, that's quite a gadget. May I look at it?
Of course. Here's your check.
Well, thank you. I'm sure this will be a profitable association for both of us.
Oh, I hope so. You must have inherited your father's brains.
Mr. Fergus, I consider that a very high compliment.
Well, I mean it. Well, I'll be running along now, Mr. McDermott.
All right, Mr. Fergus. You'll be getting your first report on Future Incorporated in about 3 days.
Mr. McDermott, you understand now that I don't want to get mixed up in anything illegal.
Of course not, Mr. Fergus. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mr. McDermott, are you free now?
Oh, yes, Gilson. Fergus just left, and he signed up.
Good.
I was amused at something he said. He told me I must have inherited my father's brain. If he only knew how close he came to the literal truth.
You mean your father's brainograph records?
Yes, all his ideas on economics, all his vast knowledge scanned by brainograph and recorded on tape. No wonder we've got the best computer service in the solar system. Our computer can draw upon my father's memories and intelligence, just as though he were alive.
Now, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. McDermott. Something's gone wrong.
What do you mean?
You know that problem you asked me to feed into the computer regarding the probable government plans for a new city on Saturn?
Yes, I've already bought most of the land in that area. Well, what's the trouble?
I fed in some new data from the government, and our computer keeps teletyping nonsense. The same meaningless phrase over and over.
What is it?
Well, here's the tape from the computer, sir. Cancel GOC.
Cancel government operations computer?
Machine sort of hesitates and makes a few false starts. Then out come these letters every time. It doesn't make sense. Why would the computer tell us to cancel out a whole source of information? Its main source, the government operations computer.
Wait. The machine only has a vocabulary that we built into it. Maybe it's trying to tell us something it hasn't words for and is using the nearest substitute. Cancel. Cancel might mean more than just eliminate data. It might mean destroy. Literally destroy.
Oh, but that's fantastic.
Yes, of course. That's it. The machine is trying to tell us that the government computer is recommending a change of plans about the location of the new city on Saturn.
But that would ruin us.
Of course. Our computer's answer is to destroy the government computer.
Well, that's out of the question, of course. What's this thing on the desk?
Well, that's Fergus's gadget, a check projector. He must have left it. Gilson, you've got to go to Terra and destroy that computer. Immediately.
But, Mr. McDermott...
There's no other way out. And I know how it can be done. Straight down this aisle, Happy, behind relay panel number 68B. That's where the trouble started.
Yes, sir. Gee, this computer's a complicated thing.
It'll take weeks to repair the damage, even if we put every available technician on the job. Here. See that small black metal case?
This one? What does it do?
It's not a part of the computer, Happy. It was put here deep inside the control unit wiring to sabotage the computer.
That little box blew out this whole big machine?
Yes.
Well, who would want to do a thing like that? What would they gain?
It's hard to see how anyone could profit from it. This is the work of an extremely irrational and vicious mind.
Oh, you mean somebody really blew his rockets?
Mm-hmm. And paralyzed the largest, most important electronic brain in the solar system. Not only paralyzed it, but burned out memory banks, relays, and indicating instruments.
Somebody must have a grudge against everybody.
He succeeded in slowing down a lot of important projects. The economy of the whole United Planets will be thrown out of balance. We've got to find another computer. There's only one big enough to handle the job.
Which one is that, sir?
Future Incorporated in Venus City. It's not time to investigate the company, but they have an amazing record for correct predictions. It's run by Anton McDermott.
McDermott? That name sounds familiar.
Anton is the son of the late Samuel McDermott, the famous economist and historian.
Oh, were you a friend of his?
Yes. Never knew his son, Anton, very well. But Samuel McDermott and I were working on an idea together.
What was the idea, sir?
Well, you know it's possible to make a brainograph recording of a person's thoughts and memories.
Yes, sir.
I persuaded Mr. McDermott that he should leave such a record behind. It'd be much quicker than writing books. In the case of a genius like McDermott, it would preserve thousands of ideas that would otherwise be lost.
Mm-hmm.
Our plan was to devise some way to transfer these ideas and facts to the memory bank of a computer. In that way, we could benefit from a brilliant man's thinking ability, even after he passed away. At least we thought we could preserve part of it.
Gee.
McDermott told me he'd found a solution, but I was called away on a mission about then. When I returned, it was too late.
Hadn't he written it down?
No. At least no mention of it was ever discovered in his papers after his death. His son, Anton, turned all of his father's notes over to the government.
It's sure too bad he couldn't have lived a little while longer.
Eventually, someone will solve the problem. But right now, we've got one of our own. We'll blast off for Venus City and see if young McDermott will let the government use it.
Commander, anything I can do for a friend of my father will be a pleasure.
I appreciate that, Mr. McDermott. But you're doing a public service, not just a personal favor for me.
Do you have any idea what motive was behind this sabotage of the government?
Not the slightest. We haven't any clue as to who wrecked the Terra machine, except that he obviously knows quite a bit about computers.
I certainly hope you catch the vandal, Commander.
We will. McDermott, you'll receive some tape-recorded data for your computer's memory banks in a few hours. Then you can go to work on our Saturn problem.
Excellent. Will you be going back to Terra right away?
First, I've got to visit the Space Patrol testing grounds outside Venus City. Cadet Happy and I will drive over in the morning.
I don't envy you the trip. I understand it's a nerve-wracking ride over that winding mountain road.
Yeah, it would be easier to take an atmosphere ship, but as long as we have to be here on Venus another day, I thought I'd go the slow way and enjoy the scenery.
Well, then I'll see you again before you blast off for Terra.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Mr. McDermott.
Don't venture it.
Mr. McDermott.
Yes, Gilson, what is it?
Something really is wrong with the computer this time. I think we overloaded it.
What?
You'll pardon my saying so. I don't think we should circuit in your father's memory banks. I think they're confusing the other circuits.
How could they?
Well, by introducing irrelevant data. 4 times it came through. Canceled CICSP. There's no significance to those letters as far as the machine's concerned. It's gibberish.
It's very improbable they would have produced the same letters 4 times in a row unless it did have some meaning.
C-I-C-S-P. What meaning could it possibly have, sir?
Wait a minute. Let's try grouping the letters differently instead of running them all together. C-I-C-S-P. S-P. Space Patrol, perhaps.
Oh, but what about the other letters? C-I-C.
C-I-C. Commander-in-Chief.
Cancel, Commander-in-Chief, Space Patrol?
Remember? Cancel is also the computer's word for destroy. It means we're to destroy Commander Corey.
It's uncanny. How does the machine know Corey?
It doesn't. It deals with relationships of ideas. And remember, my father knew Corey. The idea of Corey is in my father's memory bank.
But they were friends. Why would your father want Corey destroyed?
Gilson, think a minute. That computer doesn't want anything. It's solving a problem. The problem's a cold, logical, mathematical problem. My father wouldn't have hesitated to wipe out Corey's chessmen in a friendly game of chess. Now the problem is how to preserve Future Incorporated.
And the answer is destroy Corey.
Right.
But, Mr. McDermott, we can't get rid of Corey.
Yes, we can. Tomorrow morning, Corey and that cadet are going to drive a surface car over the mountains to the Space Patrol testing grounds. Won't be hard to find out what car they're taking. We can conceal a cylinder of sleeping gas under the seat.
Sleep gas?
Yes. Imagine what will happen on that mountain road if they get drowsy at the wheel.
But the Space Patrol's sure to find the wrecked car. And even if it's smashed to pieces, the sleep gas cylinder's likely to be found.
Yes, you're right. And they'd know it wasn't an accident. Then we've got to make the Space Patrol suspect somebody else. Wait, I've got it.
What?
This gadget Fergus left here, his check projector. And Fergus has a grudge against Corey. That's our answer, Gilson. If they find Corey, they'll blame Fergus. Come on.
Gee, Commander, this is sure terrific scenery. I didn't realize these mountains near Venus City were so big.
And we've always flown over them before. It takes a view from a surface car to make you really appreciate them.
Well, the engineers who built this road sure did a great job.
Yeah, they certainly did.
Wow. And that would be some drop, especially along here.
Mm-hmm. Over 1,000 feet.
Oh, excuse me, sir. That sleep I had last night, I wonder why I'm so drowsy.
You want to stop and let me drive a while, huh?
Oh, no, sir. It's only a few more miles to testing grounds. I can make it all right.
Well, I'm a little drowsy myself.
Commander, there's a patch of fog on the highway up at the next turn.
Fog? I don't see. Oh, yes, I do.
It's even foggy inside the car.
Happy, look out. We're heading for the edge.
Huh? We're going over the cliff!
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, talk about a putt-putt. Just listen to this jet cycle. Yes, it's just a putt-putt, because all it has in it is ordinary fuel. But pour in some super fuel, and you get a super start, like this. Wow, that jet cycle is supercharged now. Yep, supercharging takes just one thing, super fuel. Now, to really get going, you have to get supercharged, too. And, gang, here's Buzz Corey's way of doing it. He eats the super cereals, Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Good? Why, man, they're so good, you grab the biggest bowl you can find, you shake in Chex, pour on milk, sprinkle on sugar, and that's it. You've got a bowl of the swellest tasting cereal in the universe. So try Rice Chex or Wheat Chex today. And remember, inside of every package, there's a mysterious magic space picture. The super cereals that help to supercharge you, Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, back to today's Space Patrol adventure, The Immortal Brain. Anson McDermott has secretly perfected a means of using the brainograph tape recordings of his late father's vast knowledge in his electronic calculating machine. When the machine revealed Commander Corey was an obstacle to the success of McDermott's dishonest schemes, the inventor determined to destroy the commander and throw suspicion on one of McDermott's own clients, Brandon Fergus. Knowing Buzz and Happy were to travel from Venus City to the Space Patrol testing grounds in a surface car, McDermott concealed a sleeping gas cylinder in the car, together with a check projector belonging to Fergus. Now, on a dangerous curve in the Venus Mountains, Happy has drowsed at the wheel and is heading for a 1,000-foot drop into the gorge below.
I can't stop, sir. We're going over. Let go of the wheel, Hap. I'll take it.
We didn't go over. The rear wheel's caught on a boulder, hanging right over the edge. How are we going to get out of the car? Climb into the back and out the rear doors. All right, sir. Wow, look down there. We had a close call, all right. Move carefully now. I don't know how long this car's going to hold. Okay, sir. Hey. What's the matter? Look what's in the back part of the car. A cylinder. Sleeping gas. What? Oh, here it is, sir. It must have been hidden back there and got bounced out when we hit the boulder. It's got a time release on it. That's why we were getting drowsy. I shut off the valve. And what's this? What? On the floor back here, sir. It looks like a pin of some kind. No, it's a tiny atomo light. Let's see. Oh, it's a check projector. Who does it belong to? It's something the Venus City Space Patrol lab can tell us when they take it apart. Then we'll know who put the sleep gas cylinder back here. Our trip to testing grounds is off, Happy. We're going back to Venus City. I'll space a phone for a car. Mr. McDermott, here's an extract from that data we got from the government computer memory tape.
Let's see it. Good, Gilson. It's printed up in government regulation form, just as I ordered.
You want me to take it to Fergus?
No, he's coming here to the office in a few minutes. I'll give it to him then.
Oh, very good. Mr. McDermott, will it be absolutely necessary to go ahead with the rest of our plan?
You mean doing away with Fergus?
Yes.
Of course, Gilson. We know that Corey and the cadet left Venus City for the testing grounds on schedule. That means that by now the sleeping gas has worked, and they've lost control of the surface car.
Isn't the check projector enough evidence against Fergus?
It might be. But if Fergus is later found with information that he could have stolen from Corey, he'll provide a motive. However, if Fergus is given a brainograph test, he could prove his innocence. So, the only alternative is to give Fergus top-secret data, and then do away with him.
How do we do that?
When Fergus sees this information, he'll blast off for Saturn to take advantage of it. When he's out in space, his air supply will fail. We'll see to that.
And the Space Patrol will have an open and shut case.
Exactly. If they find his ship, they'll find the secret data on him. Their only possible conclusion is that Fergus stole it from Corey. Oh, that's probably Fergus now. Let him in.
Yes, sir. The Venus lab came up with something very interesting, Happy. On the check projector? Yes, they cut it apart and projected the signature cell under ultraviolet light. Whose is it? Belongs to Brandon Fergus. Brandon Fergus? Yes, I had some trouble with him several months ago on Jupiter. He was involved in an illegal transaction. I stepped in and broke it up. Well, then it must have been Fergus that planted the sleep gas cylinder in the surface car. Ah, it looks that way. I can't figure out a motive. As far as I know, Fergus has been sticking close to the law lately. Either he holds a grudge a long time, or he's planning something new and wanted me out of the way. Well, he sure came close to succeeding. We'll make sure he doesn't come any closer. I've assigned some men to trace Fergus. When they locate him, they'll let me know. Then you and I will find out.
Are you sure about this, Gilson?
Positive. Commander Corey was seen coming out of the Venus City Space Patrol headquarters.
Could we have missed? We did take the surface car that you put the sleeping gas cylinder in.
Yes, but the car didn't go over the cliff. It was brought back to Venus City. Damaged, but not badly smashed up.
This puts us in a spot. Now, we've got to get rid of Fergus before Corey questions him.
But what about Corey?
We'll have to get rid of him later. The important thing now is to get rid of Fergus. Let's get to his spaceship right now.
I just checked with Spaceport Operations Commander. Fergus' ship is on blast-off ramp 27. Good, Hap. According to one of our agents, Fergus has left his apartment, so he should be here at the spaceport soon. I wonder where he's going. I don't know, Happy. He must have decided to leave Venus City within the last few hours. He'd made an appointment with the doctor for a day after tomorrow and then canceled it. Well, then something must have come up. There he is, making his way through the crowd. Where is he? He's heading toward Gate 6. Let's follow him. But keep well behind him. He may be planning to... that ought to do it, Mr. McDermott. The air supply should fail about 2 hours after blastoff.
Fine, Gilson. By then, Fergus ought to be so far from Venus that no help could reach him.
Well, let's get out of the ship and get back to the office, sir. I'd hate to be caught here.
All right. And now we've got to figure out a way... Oh, wait.
What is it?
Look, the starboard viewport. Somebody's coming toward the ship.
It's Fergus. What'll we do?
Now, don't get excited, Gilson. I'll tell him I learned some new information.
Yeah, but what are you going to tell him?
It won't matter. He'll never have a chance to check the truth. Gilson.
What's the matter?
Who's following Fergus?
The Space Patrol.
Yes, Corey and his cadet.
We've got to get out of here.
Wait. This is a chance to simplify our whole problem. Come on, Gilson. Get into one of the aft compartments.
He's going up the ladder into his ship, sir. Hadn't we better hurry?
All right, Ham. But he can't blast off until he checks with Venus Space Patrol.
It doesn't look as though we were going to meet anybody here.
No. Evidently, Fergus has been working alone. All right, Hap, up the ladder into the ship.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, Fergus. Don't close that hatch.
What's that?
We're coming in. We want to talk to you.
Why, Commander Corey, I haven't seen you for almost a year.
Yes, but I've got something here that belongs to you.
Oh, it's my check projector.
I thought you might explain how it happened to be in a surface car. I was driving to the testing grounds outside of Venus City.
Surface car? Why, really, Commander, I don't know what you're talking about. I lost a check gadget recently, but I haven't the slightest idea how it got into your surface car.
Then I'll have to ask you to come along with me for a brainograph test.
Now, see here, Commander, I've important business to attend to.
Search him, Happy.
Yes, sir.
But this is outrageous. I assure you I've done nothing against the law since our last dispute. And you have no right to hold me here.
He doesn't have any weapons, sir. Just this identification folder and some documents.
I'll take them, Happy. Thanks.
Now, see here, Commander. I resent this. And believe me...
Hold it, Fergus. How did you get this?
Why?
This is government information, top secret. And it's an official document form. So you were going to Saturn, were you? Where did you get this information?
Perhaps I can explain, Commander. Get your hands up to that. You too, Commander.
McDermott.
I warn all of you. Any movement, I'll use this ray gun on you. Gilson, watch him closely. Especially Corey.
Yes, Mr. McDermott. I don't get this, McDermott. What's the idea?
I'll tell you, Commander. This greedy fool Fergus had nothing to do with the attempt on your life in the Venus Mountains. I planned it.
You did? Why?
Because my electronic computer informed me that you were the most dangerous obstacle to my success.
You can't be serious.
Furthermore, it informed me that the government computer on Terra should be put out of commission.
Then you sabotaged the Terra calculator.
That's right. My calculator also determined that if you remained alive, the Space Patrol would probably discover that I destroyed the Terra machine.
So you put the sleeping gas in my surface car.
Yes, but that plan failed. So I'll have to be sure that this time I succeed. I'm going to do away with Fergus and also you and your cadet right here in Fergus's spaceship.
McDermott, I can't understand this. Your father and I were friends. He was a great man, a brilliant man. The kindest man I've ever met.
That's rich, Corey. Do you realize that it was my father's decision that you should be eliminated?
That's impossible.
Do you remember those brainograph tapes? The idea you and he were working on to transfer those tapes to the memory banks of calculating machines?
Yes, but he passed away before we could...
Not quite, Corey. He told me the process. I'm the first man in history to add the contents of a human brain to an electronic thinking machine. And it's ironic, isn't it, that my father, your friend, should decide that you should be destroyed.
That's very interesting, McDermott. But tell me, did you transfer all of your father's brainograph tapes to your electronic calculator?
Of course not, just the important parts. The facts, his reasoning processes.
That's all I wanted to know, McDermott. Get Gilson happy.
Yes, sir. Give me that gun, Gilson.
Good work, Captain. Keep them covered.
Yes, sir.
All right, McDermott, on your feet. Let's take him to headquarters, Happy.
Yes, sir.
McDermott, when you put your father's electronic calculator together, you forgot one thing.
What was that?
Your father's brain wasn't merely a collection of facts. That's all you preserved. You threw away the important qualities. Sympathy, kindness, and love for humanity.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't. McDermott, you can build a substitute for the human brain, but you'll never build a substitute for the human heart.
In just a moment, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, Commander?
Oh, yes. Come in, Captain Tupel. Captain, you understand, don't you, that today is the last time we can offer the gang on Earth a Space Patrol projectoscope?
Yes, sir, I do.
Then be sure to mention that when you talk to them on the radio today. I don't want anybody to get left without one. Now, look at this projectoscope I have here. You ever see a better model of my rocket?
Never, sir.
Take a look at how easy it flashes signals.
perfect. Look at the steady beam of light it throws. A real flashlight in the shape of a rocket. And, of course, it's also a film projector. It flashes pictures on the wall. Pictures of Hap and me and 4 of our greatest Space Patrol adventures.
Say, what's that, Commander?
Oh, my radio beam relayer is on. The boys and girls have been listening to us all the time. Hi, gang. Glad you're listening in because now you already know that I want you to send in right away for a projectoscope. Remember, this is the last time we can make this offer.
That's right, gang. To get a projectoscope, do this. Buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 35 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in the basement of a museum near some prehistoric fossil pits on the Martian desert, searching for valuable gems.
These gems look real to me, Commander.
They are, Happy. I think we've found the man who smuggled them in.
Hey, Commander, what's that?
Stay where you are, both of you. Now, Commander, you may have found me, but this machine will keep you from capturing me.
Well, what kind of a machine is it, Commander?
It's a disintegrator for removing rock from fossils.
That's right, and it will destroy anything to that. Do you understand anything? That means no one will ever find a trace of either of you.
Join us again next week for the mystery of the Martian fossils, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present another exciting adventure on Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Cincinnati, Ohio, Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford, Connecticut, and Providence, Rhode Island. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston. Produced and directed by Larry Robertson. Executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol has come to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
WROW Radio 59. Next.
And now, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
What will man's first flight into space be like? Will he be able to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere? And how will he feel? Well, we don't know for sure, so this is only imagination as we bring you George Bamber's Flight of Fancy, Re-Entry.
Oh, brother, this miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan reaches all congested areas. In one fast-acting, uncoated 3-layer tablet, Dristan, for the first time, combines a decongestant to shrink all swollen membranes, relieve pressure and pain, an exclusive anti-allergen to help keep breathing passages dry and clear, pain relievers to ease body aches, reduce fever, vitamin C to help build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. For real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion, there's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
I don't think I'll ever get used to getting up and fixing your breakfast at 4:30 in the morning.
Well, a lot of men get up and go to work at 4:30 in the morning.
Want some more eggs? Howard, would you like some more eggs?
Oh, no. This is fine.
Today's the day, isn't it?
What day?
Today's the day you take it up, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so. If everything checks out all right, there's no reason why not.
It's silly, but I keep wanting to ask you if the ship's all right. If it can really go up that high and withstand the heat and shock of the plunge back to Earth. Oh, I know it is, or else you wouldn't take it up, but I just want to hear you say everything's going to be all right.
Aaron, mechanically, the X-15 has been engineered to perfection. It's passed every test. Metallurgical, wind tunnel, powerless flight. In theory, we've flown it 1,000,000 times. On the ground, we've taken it as far as we can go, and now we have to take it up.
And see once and for all if it's possible for a man to ride a skyrocket. And if he can he steer it back to Earth without it falling apart from heat and shock?
Aaron.
Oh, Pappy, I'm sorry. I could bite my tongue. I promised myself 1,000,000 times that when the day came, I wouldn't say a word. Here I am. Oh, please forgive me. I know as well as you do that everything will be all right. More coffee?
No, I better be going. You want the station wagon today?
Yes, I've got to get groceries.
All right.
Let me walk you to the door.
Mm-hmm.
You got everything? Briefcase, notes?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose on this day of days I should be able to think of something witty and brave to say, but all I can think of is, be careful.
Well, don't worry, I will. Bye now.
Bye. Poppy?
Yeah?
You want to look in on the kids before you go?
What for? I'll see them when I get home tonight.
Oh, yes, of course. Bye, dear.
Well, that's it, Pappy. Everything has been checked and double-checked. The X-15's locked in and ready to go. At 0730 hours, Ed here will take off and carry you and your craft to 36,500 feet. Ground control will wait 2 seconds and then ignite your rockets. From then on, you're on your own.
There's no change in aircraft test?
No. Just don't take it more than 100 miles up. All we're interested in this trip is re-entry. And I don't think we'll have any problems there. Any questions?
No, sir.
Very well, then. I've got to get over to operations or I'll miss the whole show. Good luck to you both.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Well, let's take the Jeep over, right?
Well, how does it feel to be a white-collar hero?
What do you mean by that?
Is there any doubt in your mind, Pappy, that she'll make it?
There's always doubt, Ed. That's why I fly. To eliminate doubt.
Tell me something, Pappy. Are you scared?
What do you think?
Well, if you're like me, I know. I wonder what it will feel like to fly into the edge of space, to be out there all alone, the first man up.
Ed, I know that at first I'll be heavy from the thrust of the rocket, 7 times my own weight. And then I know I'll be weightless when they cut out. And then during re-entry, as the atmosphere starts to drag against the hull of the ship, I'll slowly gain weight again. More than that, I don't know what I'll feel. I'll find out when I get there.
Pappy, when we're 7 miles up, I might be so busy getting ready to drop your plane, I might forget to wish you luck. Let me do it now.
Thanks, Ed. I might need it. Well, you drive or shall I?
I'll drive.
X-15, this is ground control. You are now 0 minus 1 minute from drop-off.
Roger, ground control.
X-15, this is aircraft commander. X-15, this is aircraft commander. Your LOXY and ammonia have been topped off and disconnected. You are free to fall.
Thanks, Ed.
Our altitude is 36,500 feet and our airspeed is 50 constant. The flight plan is now yours.
Okay, Ed. Everything checks out across the board.
Just for kicks, do you have your rocket throttle set on prime?
I've been through this maneuver so many times I can do it in my sleep. Everything here is straight stick.
Good. Well, you are now 7 miles above the face of the Earth. Would you like to try for 100?
I have a lady in the balcony, Doctor.
This is ground control. Please clear the air. You are now 0 minus 30 seconds from drop-off. Please clear the air.
Will you listen to them up there talking just like it was any other day?
What do you want them to do? Get out on the wing and pray?
Well, do something. Well, they've never fired those engines in the air before. I'll bet they blow right up in his face if they fire at all.
Oh, knock it off, Sarge. When they were making the free fall test, you swore that ship would fall like a stone. Well, it didn't. He flew it down better than a glider.
The free fall was different. This time I'm right. She doesn't blow to smithereens when he cuts in them rockets, and she'll heat up and fall apart on re-entry. One way or the other, he's not coming back.
You wouldn't like to make a little wager on that, would you?
And bet you a month's pay.
You're on.
Make it 2 months of your pay. You E3s don't make enough for a man to live on.
Okay, my 2 against your 1 says he makes it back.
And I say he don't.
All right, men, knock it off. Tend to your equipment.
Yes, sir.
You are now 0 minus 13 seconds from drop-off. Ready for countdown.
Roger, ground control. Stable table. On. Primer. On. All controls operational. I'm ready to roll.
Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, drop off.
Dr. May, why doesn't he say something? His orders were to talk as much as he can.
Minus 30 seconds to burn out.
Give him time. As soon as the rocket motor's cut out, he'll be able to talk. Right now, he's plastered back against his seat with 7 Gs. He feels that if he opens his mouth right now, his jaw will tear off.
Aircraft commander to ground control. He's out of sight now. Both engines fired perfectly, and he climbed upstairs faster than anything I've seen in a lifetime of flying.
Tell Ed a good job. Well done.
Sir, radar reports X-15 on course and climbing steadily. How about telemetrics?
Respiration twice normal. Heartbeat up from normal, 65 points. Body temperature normal.
90 seconds. 90 seconds is all it takes him to burn 7 tons of fuel and climb 25 miles. Well, that sounds fast enough, but down here it seems like forever.
Take it easy, General. He'll make it.
Yes, I know.
Flame out.
Well, why doesn't he say something? As soon as the rocket's cut out, he's weightless and coasting. He should be able to talk. Ground control. Make sure we have radio contact.
X-15, this is ground control. X-15, this is ground control. Do you read me? Over. X-15, this is ground control. Do you read me? Over.
Ground control. This is your old pappy, and I read you just fine. Just fine.
What's the matter with him? He doesn't sound right.
He's completely weightless now. I think he's experiencing a side effect of exuberance and exhilaration. It's to be expected.
Hello, Pappy. This is General Brighton. Can you read me?
Yes, General. Us chickens hear you loud and clear.
Try to keep us informed as much as possible on your observations and operations. How does the ship handle?
Like a dream baby. Like an effortless dream. Everything is pinpoint control. It seems like I'm just sitting still, but the stable table says we're still climbing at 45 degrees. And if I'm to believe the airspeed indicator hanging on the wall, I'm traveling at 3,900 miles an hour.
Pappy, describe the effects of weightlessness. Do you feel nauseated, dizzy?
No, I feel fine. I feel like I'm home for the first time in my life. And like this is where I belong and I want to stay. It's so easy to move. If I want to lift my arm, it jumps up. If I stick it straight out in the air and relax, it stays where I leave it so I can rest it anywhere I want it. But that isn't the best, Dr. May. Not the best. Oh, you should be up here, Doctor. It's beautiful. Just beautiful.
What's beautiful?
Space. The threshold of the universe. It's the beginning, Dr. May, and it's the end.
Describe it, Pappy.
Well, it's black. The universe is black. But for a long while, it was misty blue-gray, but now it's just black velvet. And the stars are brilliant. They crawl through the universe like huge Christmas tree bulbs. Steady, blue, green, yellow. And they don't twinkle. They just hang there. And if I keep going, I can reach one. Just a little bit farther.
X-15, this is ground control. You have now reached an altitude of 95 miles. Begin re-entry maneuver.
Well, if it's all the same to you, ground control, I've got enough gas, I just think I'll just go a little bit farther.
X-15, you have passed the apex of your flight. Your orders are to level off for re-entry.
But I have to keep going. I'll be back.
What's the matter with him? Evidently, the aura of well-being that weightlessness produces has given him a dangerous false sense of security.
Please, just let me climb another 10 minutes.
Another 10 minutes? By that time, he won't be able to re-enter. He'll shoot out into space.
Try giving him a direct order. In this childlike state, he might respond to the first positive suggestion.
X-15, this is General Brighton. I order you to level off that aircraft and commence the classic re-entry maneuver. Do you read me?
Sir?
That ship is property of the United States government. I order you to level off and return it to this field in accordance with your contract.
But, sir...
Don't argue with me. Bring it down.
Yes, sir.
What's he doing, Radar?
He's leveling off, sir. Now he's beginning the 45-degree angle of re-entry.
Telemetrics, what do you read?
Temperature normal. Pulse normal. Respiration normal.
Radar reports the aircraft has definitely begun the correct angle of re-entry.
Happy. Dr. May again. If it doesn't interfere too much, we would appreciate it if you'd keep giving your sensations and reactions whenever you can during re-entry.
What for? I don't see any point in it.
Please, Pappy. It may be important.
All right. When I pushed the nose down, the edge of the earth broke above my instrument panel like the rim of a great sea. A sea that has turned to blue-green mud, covered with a cataract film of clouds. The rivers of lead are beginning to pour through my veins, weighting down my arms. It's getting harder to breathe. Sound is beginning to come back, and I feel like I'm turning my back on a new world and re-entering a dead one. Sound is beginning to come back. Sounds like the plane is falling apart, and there are people standing on my wings outside. She's getting difficult to handle. The ship is pitching and yawing as she hits each shock wave of atmosphere. And I can feel it start to heat up. In spite of the air conditioning and insulation, the heat is almost unbearable in here. No!
What's happened?
No! No! I can't! I can't!
Happy, do you read me? What's going on out there?
I can't! I can't come back to that crumbling world of gravity and death! I can't!
He's
I
entering
won't!
the thermal thicket.
What's going on out there?
This is where he'll melt apart in midair.
I don't belong down there. Nobody does. I'm going back while there's still time.
Okay, Cox, I'll raise you another month's pay. Money in the bank.
Happy, what's wrong?
I've got to get back before it's too late. My arms are getting so heavy, my fingers hardly move. The ship's so hard to fly. I've got to get out of this safety harness.
The ship must be too hot to fly. He's trying to bail out.
I think he's losing his mind. Pappy, listen to me. What do you think you're doing?
Man was never meant to live on Earth, Dr. May. We were meant to live free. Free from the oppressive weight of flesh. Man was made to live in space, and I'm getting out of this safety harness and going back out there.
Mad, he's mad. Happy, I order you to fasten your safety harness and bring that ship in.
You can't order me, General. It's getting hotter in here. I can see the skin on the nose change from black to dull cherry red. It looks like a hot piece of steel. Hot and dirty like the coal of a cigarette on the cement. I have to disconnect this umbilical cord.
Pappy, do not disconnect the umbilical cord. You cannot live without it. Right now you think you can, but you cannot. You need the oxygen to breathe.
Happy, that ship is property of the United States government.
The ship is yours. My mind is my own, General. I have to go back while there's still time. While there's still time to disconnect this.
Pappy, listen to me. You cannot live without the cord. You need oxygen to live. Pappy, for the sake of Aaron and the children, leave the cord alone. Pappy, do you hear me? What's the telemetric readings?
They've dropped to normal, sir. Right across the board.
Normal?
Normal, sir.
Radar, what's your reading?
Aircraft adhering to the proper 45-degree angle of descent. Losing altitude. At the proper speed.
In just a moment, we will return for the concluding act of Suspense.
Welcome, recording star Mel Torme.
It's terrible trying to sing with a bad cold. So I always take 4-way cold tablets to relieve cold miseries fast.
Good idea. Tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets. Fast way to relieve cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents.
Our program will continue in a moment after a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. To get rid of embarrassing dandruff in 3 minutes, change to Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute, then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch and embarrassing dandruff's gone. At the same time, Fitch can brighten hair up to 35%. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your news reporter, Dave Miller. At the moment, I'm standing at the edge of Rogers Dry Lake in the Mojave Desert at Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California. In just a few seconds, if all goes well, a sleek, black, ferrous alloy, rocket-propelled aircraft will come hurtling out of the sky from the east, slide across this flat desert at speeds up to 200 miles an hour, and stop just a few yards away from where I'm standing. And then Mr. Howard Pappy Winfield will step from the cockpit and become the first man to have flown into outer space and returned. It is a beautiful day at Edwards Air Force Base. The sun is hot and bright, but there is a prevailing westerly wind. Oh, right now, out of the ground control complex, I see officers and men coming out, climbing into vehicles. It won't be long now. There's General Brighton. Perhaps I can get him to say a few words on today's test. General Brighton? Yes, General Brighton, would you care to comment on the success of this afternoon's test?
It won't be counted a success until the plane is safely at a stop on that runway.
Well, is there any reason to believe it won't be a success?
No comment.
Several men are pointing off to the east, but as yet... Yes, now I see it too. It looks to be hardly bigger than a speck, just a few feet above the horizon. But it's growing bigger all the time. Now we can see it quite clearly. The pilot has jettisoned his ventral stabilizer. This strange dart-like aircraft has no wheels. It lands on steel skids on its underside. There, she's touching down. You can see a cloud of smoke from the floor where she hit. She bounced up. Now she's trying again. This is the ship the newspaper men call the missile with the man in it. And that's exactly what she looks like. A huge black missile with stubby wings. A plume of dust is following her. It decreases as the ship slows down, and it is slowing. In a moment, it will be almost abreast of it. There it is. It has almost stopped. Listen to the cheering of the technicians as they run toward the ship. I'm trying to keep up with them. It sounds like Cape Canaveral on a good day.
Hey, you owe me a
I'm getting closer to the ship. The dust is settling over her dull black surface. Her sharp needle nose looks deadly. Now they're moving an aluminum ladder into place next to the ship. Mechanics in asbestos gloves are working to get the canopy raised. The latch is released. Slowly, the canopy is being raised. In just a moment, we catch our first sight of the first man from outer space. If I can just get closer. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. There is no one there. The cockpit is empty.
Suspense.
You've been listening to Re-Entry, written for Suspense by George Bamber. In a moment, the names of our players and a word about next week's story of Suspense. In this day and atomic age, another place to find suspense is in the news. And one reporter who never loses an opportunity to make the most of a colorful, suspenseful news story is Lowell Thomas. Heard weekday evenings on CBS Radio. Get into the habit. Get your news from Lowell Thomas. Heard in tonight's story were Lyle Sudrow as Pappy, with Margaret Draper, Les Damon, Bob Reddick, Frank Thomas Jr., Robert Donnelly, Mason Adams, Jim Bold, Frank Butler, and Whitfield Connor. Listen again next week when we return with The Last Trip, written especially for Suspense by Ralph Bell and Eugene Francis. The story of a man's last ride. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense on CBS Radio.
And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds.
This is Lee Hansen. The next two episodes of Alien Worlds will not involve Starlab or our friends in the ISA. This week, Alien Worlds pursues a new horizon. We're going to take you on a mystical journey through a science fiction fantasy adventure that explores the intergalactic origins of spiritual evil, and how the inhabitants of the ancient planet of Alithia set out to neutralize that evil over 2,000 years ago. Here then are Olin Soule, Lorene Tuttle, Russi Taylor, and Roger Dressler in Part 1 of our special presentation, Earthlight.
Something silent fractures the Elythian midnight clouds, and they slowly puzzle apart, releasing the ghostly radiances of 3 white moons. Brilliant lunar light shimmers down onto Elythia's night side. Darkness dissolves as far north as the ion refineries at Lahilia, as far south as the Aviara Sun Tower complex, as far east as the Lusa Canal intersect, as far west as the domed wingship port at Darmus. Huge cloud fragments break away and drift past the moons. There is a sudden eclipse of light. Then the cloud fragments narrow to smoky splinters, curl up into the fluorescent winds of the aurora sphere and vanish. The moonlight returns, intensifies, expands. It sweeps across the Starflight complex at Kalava, illuminates the celestial laboratories at Somari, seeps down to the Penumbrian shadow forest, and brightens the pyramid of Deus, which rests at the forest's perimeter. A canal of dark water flows between the pyramid and the forest. Iridescent nova blossoms on the canal bottom sense the moonlight and rise to the surface, their translucent petals shimmering with color. Docked at the edge of the canal is a slender Elythian wind ship, its triangular sails folded, its 30-foot-long transparent metal hull low in the water. The huge main chamber inside the pyramid is illuminated by the pale yellow flames of 100 thick white candles. Moonlight streams in through the stained glass sky windows at the chamber's peak. Delicately woven tapestries and intricate mosaics decorate the angled walls. Beneath the sky windows sits Deus, the Father, Ilithia's most highly evolved divine scientist. On the carved wooden table in front of him is an ancient voice book, its pages embossed with complex hieroglyphs. As he moves his fingertips over the hieroglyphs, the book voice tells him the future, reaffirming his dream about another expedition to the planet of Terralu.
A beautiful woman is blinded by visions of immortality and falls to sleep in a flower field. A star machine floats down into the scented voids of summer. A child is born. A healer of spirits walks across the deep currents of the faraway sea. The suffering are comforted. The dying are healed. The dead are reborn. The healer of spirits ascends to the stars. Terralu sinks below the fiery horizons of an alien sun. Faces look up. The sky stands still.
Terralu. So many expeditions. So little progress. So many of our sons and daughters lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
Deus?
Ah, come in and sit with me, Sibella.
Have you seen the sky, Deus? The clouds are gone and the moons are out. It's a perfect night for star flying.
The book said it would be.
Has the book reaffirmed that we're returning to the Veda sector of Terralu?
Yes, and it told me about the woman. Her name is Aram. She's young and strong and beautiful. And she's never known the Darkbringer virus.
Elishaba had never known the virus either. Do they share the same blood?
Yes. And because they do, the embryon child implanted in Elishaba during the last expedition and the embryon child of this expedition will share the times to come. The times to come. How are things progressing at Kalava?
The ship was moved to Dome 3 at sunset for fueling and ancillary pre-flight maintenance.
Has Aram's embryon child been taken aboard?
Yes. Lyria took him into the ship's nucleus chamber at moonrise. She's holding him in the secondary Genesis tank while Karmas finishes refocusing the convection lenses on the primary.
And what about Zuriel? Has he installed the new Paratron refractor?
He's still working on it. He would have finished by now, but there was a technical setback.
Oh?
When Zuriel examined the new refractor, he found that 2 of the waveform links were flawed. There wasn't time to send it back to Soma Ray, so he's correcting the flaw with a series of Nimbus filters.
Nimbus filters? I wasn't aware that such things existed.
They didn't until now. Zuriel synthesized them in the Spectrum Laboratory in Dome 6.
Is this the beginning of a new era in Alithian technology?
Well, Zuriel seems to think so. You know how he is when he does something especially inventive.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Deus, when Aram's embryon child evolves to his final form and begins his work, will he be alone?
He will at first. But eventually there will be a multitude.
How will it end?
Tears, blood, a heart pierced with metal.
And what will become of us? Will we return to Elithia?
The book didn't know, Sibella. Where the journey back should have been, there was only silence.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight will continue.
This woman's sorry for keeping you guessing. You never know what I'll do. That's why I'm here confessing. It's because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'll enjoy that nut, mounds don't. I'll enjoy that chocolate, coconut and munchy next to. Mounds got chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'll enjoy that nut, mounds don't. Because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight continues.
Deus, was the book able to calculate the time lapse between our departure from Elithia tonight and our penetration of Terra Lu's gravity veil?
Yes, 11 solar days, 9 phenomeners.
When will we make contact with Aram?
3 phenomeners past sunrise on the morning of the 12th day. She'll be alone in a field near her village, gathering red and white flowers.
Red and white. Blood and purity.
Yes. The 2 elements that will haunt Aram to the end of her days. Well, it's getting late, Sibella. We'd better start for Calaba.
As Deus and Sibella walk down the luminescent gemstone path leading to the canal, a swarm of fluorescent blue spider moths stream out of the shadow forest, circle the canal's reflection of Elithia's 3 moons, and streak away into the flower-scented night. Sibella and Deus board Sibella's wing ship, move to the deep circular cockpit just behind the bow, and settle into thickly cushioned contour seats. Between the 2 seats is a narrow, transparent black systems console, its surface glittering with multiple rows of brightly colored control prisms. Sibella touches 3 of them, interfacing the windship's guidance system with the central canal link encoder at Darmus, the huge domed windship port which lies 75 demivectors south of the pyramid.
Your request for automatic guidance parameters has been received, Sibella. Your vessel will proceed from the Avatar Pyramid tributary through the Lusaw Canal intersect to the Daniel Imbria tributary arch. Automatic guidance will be terminated and manual control returned as you pass beneath the arch and approach the Calaba subcanal.
Tiny levers fold open the windship's thin metal masts, releasing a quiet, magnetically generated wind which swells the translucent yellow sails. The small, graceful ship drifts out into the center of the canal, turns 45 degrees, and moves forward through the clean, clear water, nova blossom particles flaring in its wake.
Deus, what is calorescent spectrosite? I overheard Zuriel mention it to Carmel.
Spectrosite was the liquid-like fuel that powered our first starships. We terminated its use long before you were born.
Why? Wasn't it efficient?
Yes, it was the perfect experimental fuel, Sabella. Efficient, highly unstable, and extremely dangerous. During the third expedition, we killed 9,000 inhabitants of Terralu with it.
9,000? Deus, what happened?
An accident. A circuit malfunction caused a fuel bay hatch to open, and an armed spectrosite fuel pod was ejected. The pod exploded on impact between two wilderness cities that stood near the shore of a dying inland sea. When Carmus and Lyria went down in a lander to look for survivors, all they found was a young female in the nearby hills.
Was she alive?
No. Spectrosite radiation had transformed her into a pillar of white ionic stone. She stood like a statue, looking back at where the two cities had been.
The perimeter of the shadow forest slowly fades into the night as the wing ship leaves the Avatar Pyramid tributary and sails out into the Lusar Canal intersect. The vast artificial lagoon where all of Ilithia's equatorial waterways converge. Deus settles back in his seat, looks up at the three moons through half-closed eyes, and slowly wills himself into a memory trance. A chill surges through his body. The nuclei of his secondary blood cells divide, releasing the organically stored experiences of another time. Then a bright rushing sound only he can hear takes his mind 1,000 years into the past. Sunlight and warm winds touch his face. He glides over the sea of echoes in a small windship. In the bright, pale green distance is Reliva Island. On it stands the great white dome of Ilithia's Exobionic Observatory. The observatory has been receiving and analyzing scan tracings from 2 drone flyers, which are exploring the void of the 9 worlds in the far galaxy of Siricius. Both flyers have discovered something unexpected and ominous. Diabus, the observatory matriarch, is concerned.
Have you confirmed it, Diabus?
Yes. Sit here beside me, Deus. I'll transfer the visual data to the wall screen.
An abstract 3-dimensional scan pattern fluoresces onto the large triangular wall monitor and slowly becomes a geological image of multi-layered earth and volcanic rock. Embedded in one of the layers are the mummified bodies of 3 nude humanoid women. Next to them are 5 black skeletons whose grotesque skulls resemble the heads of ebony gargoyles. Each skeleton lies against a secondary pattern of thin black bones, the bones of what were once large, bat-like wings.
Another world contaminated by Darkbringers. Is it a planet in this star system?
No, it's in the Siricius galaxy. Terralu, the only inhabited planet in the void of the 9 worlds. Drone flyer Septus began transmitting these substrata images 7 days ago.
Was it a full-scale invasion?
No, it was confined to a relatively small area near Terralu's equatorial meridian.
When did it happen?
19 light eons ago, just as Terralu was entering its 3rd neuroevolution. They lived in caves then, Deus, and ate the flesh of things that crawled and flew.
How large was the attack force?
1 Darkbringer Legion, probably an inquest unit. They invaded the cave settlement, killed the males and children, and then attacked the females. The same assault method they used here. and on Anianis and Telluria.
Why didn't the assault extend beyond that one area?
The region was destroyed during the attack by a first-magnitude stratoconvulsion and volcanic eruptions. An enormous chasm breached open, and the entire settlement collapsed into it. The Darkbringer Armada was probably in an observation orbit during the assault, but when they saw the instantaneous destruction of an entire legion, I think they became frightened and moved out into deep space.
Yes, you're probably right. They always did become blind with confusion in the presence of unexpected planetary convulsions. Have the reproductive organs of the dead females been analyzed?
Drone flyer Erebus transmitted its scanner analysis last night. The bodies of all 3 females contain traces of calcified Darkbringer insemination fluid.
Have you received a retrospective survival projection?
Yes. According to the residual biotime scan from drone Erebus, there were over 800 female survivors. All of them inseminated during the assault. None of their newborns had any physical Darkbringer characteristics, but they all emerged from their parent mothers, saturated with the Darkbringer anti-light virus.
Has the virus evolved with them?
This morning, from an orbital distance of 300 nemavectors, drone Septus hemoscanned the entire population of Terralu. It saw the virus in the blood and bone marrow of every male and female, regardless of tribe or age.
And has the virus affected them in the same way it affected us?
There are variations, even some resistance at first. But in time, the virus flourishes, and the inner light grows dark.
Without any evolutionary interference from us, how much longer will the virus control Terralu?
A minimum of 500 centuries.
But by the end of that time, the entire Sirius galaxy would be contaminated.
There's only one choice, isn't there?
Yes, an expedition. We know the inner light can be resurrected through induced evolution meditations. We proved that here. We proved it on Anianis and Telluria. Diavus, do you see any reason why our spirit magicians couldn't teach the meditations on Terralu?
I see 2 reasons. The anti-light disease wasn't as advanced on those planets. And where Anianis and Telluria were both entering an age of radiance when the invasions came, Terralu is still hyper-primitive and superstitious. It would be impossible to land ships there without terrifying. Our teachers will have to come to Terralu from within, not from without.
Embryons?
Yes. Created from your blood and implanted in their females. It would take time. It would be difficult. It would be dangerous. But in the end, the virus would be neutralized. The light would be resurrected. And Terralu would no longer be divided against itself.
So many expeditions.
It will take time.
So little progress.
It will be difficult.
So many of our sons and daughters lost.
It will be dangerous.
1,000 years.
But in the end, the virus will be neutralized. The light will be resurrected. And Terralu would no longer be divided against itself.
I was just remembering an old friend, and 100 other nights like this, and 100 other expeditions. So much time has passed. So many of Alithia's sons and daughters have been lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you
took my bar. I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with the big-size Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury. Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight continues.
What did you do after the Darkbringers killed your parent, mother, and father?
I escaped into the wilderness of Bas with a group of scientists and technical magicians from the city of Tialin. We thought we'd be safe there, but 3 days after the initial attack, Darkbringer annihilation squads began saturating the atmosphere and waterways with the virus. Eventually, we all became infected to some degree.
The effects of the anti-light disease have never been described to me, Davis. What actually happens?
It begins with an underlying discontent with the ceremonies and celebrations of life. Intelligence is corrupted. Emotion displaces logic. Imagination ceases to evolve. The ability to separate the symbols of existence from existence itself disappears. And so does the belief that all life is sacred. The effects are irresistible and inescapable, even in the unconscious sanctuaries of sleep.
How long were you in the wilderness?
25 years. Do you know the story of Vershila?
Oh, some, but not all of it.
Vershila was a mantric high priest who came to us in the wilderness during our 25th year of exile. He told us he had cured himself of the anti-light disease through a series of induced evolution meditations. He had discovered the meditations in the Persana ut Valiat Jewel, the ancient Alithian poem of creation. He taught us the meditations, and we healed ourselves. Then we went out from the wilderness and secretly taught the meditations throughout Alithia.
And the revolution against the Darkbringers began 50 years after that?
Yes. Our technical magicians built secret subterranean laboratories where they created ships armed with powerful liquid light injectors. 1 year after our ships rose up against them, the Darkbringers abandoned Alithia, and the Age of Radiance began.
As the winged ship approaches the Tamil Imbria tributary arch, it passes a sun tower complex construction site on the lagoon's northern shore. Polished metal, saucer-shaped hover drones lower huge white sun tower obelisks onto thick pads of fluorescent synergite. Giant constructor tripods stand in front of the huge synergite blocks, their long, flexible arms coiled around the 400-foot-tall sun towers, guiding them into place. The complex is surrounded by multifaceted solar energy domes and power dispersion pyramids made of thick white crystal.
Did you see Shiva today?
Yes, we walked in the forest this morning.
How does she feel about the new sun tower complex? It looks as though it's nearly finished.
She's delighted with its progress. The iron refineries at Lahilia and the floral hatcheries at Vianatet are already drawing power from it. She estimates it'll be fully operational in another 6 days.
We'll be halfway to Terralu in 6 days.
Sabella, are you concerned that the book didn't know if we'd be coming back?
What will become of us, Deus, if the ship should fall into a star?
The prospect of death doesn't disturb you, does it?
No.
No, I thought not. Then what does?
Rebirth. Have you ever imagined what it would be like to be reborn on some other planet, one that wouldn't care about our secrets or understand our ecstasies or forgive our failures?
There's no such planet, Sibylla. Not in this universe.
Part 1 of Earthlight was written by Ron Thompson and starred Olin Soule as Deus, Russi Taylor as Sibylla, and Lorene Tuttle as Diabas. Associate producer Ron Thompson. Engineer Stu Jacobs. Music director Tom Rollins. Assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of Earthlight from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds. And now, Peter Paul Mounds, Almond Joy, and Cadbury Chocolate Bars presents Alien Worlds.
This is Lee Hansen. Again this week, we continue on our mystical journey through a science fiction fantasy adventure that explores the intergalactic origins of spiritual evil, and how the inhabitants of the ancient planet of Alithia set out to neutralize that evil over 2,000 years ago. Here then are Olin Soule, Lorene Tuttle, Russi Taylor, Mel Wells, Byron Kane, Susan Silo, and Roger Dressler in Part 2 of our special presentation, Earthlight.
Inside his pyramid on the ancient planet of Alithia, Deus, Alithia's patriarch, listens as the voice of a sacred dream book reaffirms his sleep visions of another expedition to the planet of Terralu.
A beautiful woman is blinded by visions of immortality and falls to sleep in a flower field. A star machine floats down into the scented voids of summer. A child is born. A healer of spirits walks across the deep currents of a faraway sea. The suffering are comforted. The dying are healed. The dead are reborn. The healer of spirits ascends to the stars. Terralu sinks below the fiery horizons of an alien sun. Faces look up. The sky stands still.
Terralu. So many expeditions. So little progress. So many of our sons and daughters lost. 1,000 years, and it's just beginning.
Deus?
Ah, come in and sit with me, Sibylla.
Has the book reaffirmed that we're returning to the Veda sector of Terralu?
Yes, and it told me about the woman. Her name is Aram. She's young and strong and beautiful, and she's never known the Darkbringer virus.
Elishaba had never known the virus either. Do they share the same blood?
Yes, and because they do, the embryon child implanted in Elishaba during the last expedition and the embryon child of this expedition will share the times to come. How are things progressing at Kalava?
The ship was moved to Dome 3 at sunset for fueling and ancillary pre-flight maintenance.
Has Aram's embryon child been taken aboard?
Yes. Lyria took him into the ship's nucleus chamber at moonrise. How will it end?
Tears, blood, a heart pierced with metal.
And what will become of us? Will we return to Ilithia?
The book didn't know, Sibella. Where the journey back should have been, there was only silence. Well, it's getting late, Sibella. We'd better start for Kalava.
At the edge of the wide canal that flows past the pyramid, Deus and Sibella board a slender, transparent metal wing ship and settle into the deep cockpit behind the bow. Touching 3 small fluorescent prisms on the control console, Sibella interfaces the wing ship's guidance system with Ilithia's central canal link encoder.
Your request for automatic guidance parameters has been received, Sibella. Your vessel will proceed from the Avatar Pyramid tributary through the Luzon Canal intersect to the Tanil Imbria tributary arch. Automatic guidance will be terminated and manual control returned as you pass beneath the arch and approach the Kalava subcanal.
Half an hour later, the wing ship sails out into the Lusaw Canal intersect, the vast artificial lagoon where all of Ilithia's equatorial waterways converge. Deus settles back in his seat, looks up at Ilithia's 3 moons, and slowly wills himself into a memory trance that takes his mind 1,000 years into the past. 2 Ilithian drone flyers have been orbiting Terralu, the only inhabited planet in the void of the 9 worlds. During their 13th orbit, the 2 laboratory drones have discovered something unexpected and ominous. Deus is called to Ilithia's exobionic observatory, where scanner data from the 2 flyers is being decoded and analyzed.
Have you confirmed it, Diavas?
Yes. Sit here beside me, Deus. I'll transfer the visual data to the wall screen.
A geological image of multi-layered earth and volcanic rock fluoresces onto the large triangular wall monitor. Embedded in one of the layers are the mummified bodies of 3 nude humanoid women and the remains of 5 long black skeletons. Each skeleton lies against a secondary pattern of thin black bones, the bones of what were once large, bat-like wings. The skulls resembled the heads of ebony gargoyles.
Another world contaminated by Darkbringers. When did it happen?
19 light eons ago, just as Terralu was entering its 3rd neuroevolution. They lived in caves then, Deus, and ate the flesh of things that crawled and flew.
How large was the attack force?
1 Darkbringer legion, probably an inquest unit. They invaded the cave settlement, killed the males and children, and then attacked the females.
Why didn't the assault extend beyond that one area?
The region was destroyed during the attack by a first-magnitude stratoconvulsion and volcanic eruptions.
Have the reproductive organs of the dead females been analyzed?
Drone flyer Erebus transmitted its scanner analysis last night. The bodies of all 3 females contain traces of calcified Darkbringer insemination fluid.
Have you received a retrospective survival projection?
There were over 800 female survivors. All of them inseminated during the assault. None of their newborns had any physical Darkbringer characteristics, but they all emerged from their parent mothers, saturated with the Darkbringer anti-light virus.
Has the virus evolved with them?
This morning, from an orbital distance of 300 nemavectors, Drone Septus hemoscanned the entire population of Terralu. It saw the virus in the blood and bone marrow of every male and female, regardless of tribe or age.
And has the virus affected them in the same way it affected us?
There are variations, even some resistance at first. But in time, the virus flourishes, and the inner light grows dark. There's only one choice, isn't there?
Yes, an expedition. We know the inner light can be resurrected through induced evolution meditations. We proved that here. We proved it on Henianus and Telluria. Diavus, do you see any reason why our spirit magicians couldn't teach the meditations on Terralu?
I see two reasons. The Annulite disease wasn't as advanced on those planets. And where Anianus and Telluria were both entering an age of radiance when the invasions came, Terralu is still hyper-primitive and superstitious. It would be impossible to land ships there without terrifying. Our teachers will have to come to Terralu from within, not from without.
Embryons?
Yes. Created from your blood and implanted in their females. It would take time. It would be difficult. It would be dangerous. But in the end, the virus would be neutralized. The light would be resurrected. And Terralu would no longer be divided against itself.
Diavus.
Deus? Deus?
Ah, Sibella. I was just remembering an old friend, and 100 other nights like this, and 100 other expeditions. 1,000 years. And it's just beginning.
Alien World special presentation of Earthlight will continue.
Pardon me. Isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Do you mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, you took my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
It was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. See, this is great. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, come on. It's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
When people get a taste of a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury. And with the big-size Cadbury chocolate bar, you get a big choice. Cadbury Fruit and Nut, Cadbury Almond, Cadbury Caramello, and of course the big favorite, Cadbury Milk Chocolate. So remember, when you get your Cadbury, be careful. Because with Cadbury, people can get very carried away.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, well, I guess I got carried away.
You'll get carried away with Cadbury. Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight continues.
Deus, was the book able to calculate the time lapse between our departure from Elithia tonight and our penetration of Terralu's gravity veil?
Yes. 11 solar days, 9 phenometers.
When will we make contact with Aram?
3 phenometers past sunrise on the morning of the 12th day. She'll be alone in a field near a village, gathering red and white flowers.
Red and white. Blood and purity.
Yes. The 2 elements that will haunt Aram to the end of her days.
Deus, Sibella, you are now approaching the Taniel Imbria tributary arch. As you pass beneath it, automatic guidance will be terminated, and manual control of your wingship will be returned. May the spirits of the 12 Lords of Light be with you on your journey to Terralu.
As the Canal Link override terminates, Sibella touches a control prism, which activates a triple row of bright rectangular lights in the bow. Then she steers the wingship through the wide Tennille Imbria tributary and enters the narrow Calava subcanal. A few moments later, the slim, transparent vessel glides across a small lagoon and docks at the edge of the Calava Starflight Complex. The complex is a vast, circular plain, flawlessly paved with interlocking triangles of white gemstone and red fire crystal. Hundreds of hexagon-shaped lamps free float around the perimeter, focusing brilliant light on 6 enormous copper-colored domes, a triple row of sun towers, and the primary launch arena. At the Calava dock, Deus and Sabella secure their wind ship and board a small hover drone which takes them across the gemstone and fire crystal plain to Dome 3. Inside the dome's airlock, Deus and Sabella remove their long, dark cloaks and fold them into a small compartment in the wall. A moment later, they enter the dome's asepsis chamber and close their eyes and stand motionless as antiseptic light and sound sterilize their hair, skin, and outer garments. Then, a large circular hatch irises open in front of them, and they step through into the dazzling light of the dome's interior. In the center of the dome is Alithia's most powerful and complex starship, a huge ovaloid spacecraft created from organically grown metals. It rests heavily on 3 massive pneumatic parking spheres and dwarfs the 50 technicians who move over its seamless, polished metal surface. Parked in front of the starship are 3 teardrop-shaped tug crawlers, the transparent canopies slid open. 6 technicians string thin metal cables between the rear of the crawlers and towing rings on the ship.
What do the inhabitants of Terra think happens to them after death?
They believe that if they live lives of kindness and affection, their dream selves transmigrate to the serenities of Empiria.
And if they live negative lives?
Then their dream selves transmigrate to the fires of Stygia.
But those regions were destroyed during the subvoid annihilations.
The Darkbringer archipelago had its genesis in the fires of Stygia long before the annihilations. But as life was evolving on its surface, the archipelago left its orbit and passed through Empiria. And in this passing, Empiria's light began to destroy the Darkbringer primitives. But they survived and continued to evolve under the delusion that physical and spiritual light were their deadliest enemies.
In the center of the starship's nucleus chamber, the primary Genesis tank floats 1 meter above the floor. Inside the transparent egg-shaped tank, suspended in a shimmering mist of chill vapor, is the tiny embryon child. He floats on his side, delicate fingers curled against his face, eyes closed, dreaming of the warmly scented summer voices that lie ahead, and the beautiful woman who will end the chemical winter in which he sleeps.
Just look at him, Sabella. He's beautiful.
He takes after his father, Deus.
Lyria, is 12 solar days still the maximum span he'll be safe in cryosleep?
I was able to extend it to 15 days by altering the inversion factor of the chill vapor crystals. But 15 is the zero-time maximum. Any longer, and the altered crystals will begin to neutralize his cellular divinity.
Zuriel, have you calculated our time to Terralu's gravity veil?
11 solar days, 9 phenometers.
Is that an absolute calculation?
Absolutely.
Why are you so amused, Deus?
11 solar days, 9 phenometers is precisely what the book said.
It also said we're returning to the Vita sector for an encounter with a beautiful young woman named Aram.
Zuriel, have you synthesized a copy of the book?
I don't synthesize books, Sabella. I only synthesize nimbus filters.
So I've heard.
Zuriel, how did you know about Aram in the Vita sector?
Aram's neuropulse is the only one in the bioindex terminal free of viral contamination. When I scanned the pulse, I found a first magnitude Vita sector imprint.
It seems you've finally become as wise as the book, Zuriel.
Zuriel, are we coming back from this expedition?
I don't know.
You're right, Lyria. He has become as wise as the book. It didn't know either.
Deus, may I see you for a moment?
Yes, Carlos. Where are you?
I'm in the systems index chamber.
Zuriel, you and Sabella go into the guidance chamber and begin the pre-launch procedures. Lyria, we'll have our usual talk after void entry. Is there a technical problem, Carlos?
No. Problem isn't technical, although technology was involved.
I don't understand.
I know we're returning to the Vita sector of Terralu, and I know the woman's name is Aram.
Zuriel?
No, I knew before Zuriel did. I was so curious to know where we were going that I got carried away and synthesized a copy of the book last night.
Carlos.
Yes, Deus.
Is nothing sacred?
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight will continue.
Get the sensation, a cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
Ooh, the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool minty breeze.
Get a York peppermint patty and get the sensation. Get the sensation, a cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Your peppermint patty.
Ooh, the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Sends a shiver of cool right down to your knees. After one taste, you just gotta say, please, I want a York
Peppermint patty to get the sensation. Get the sensation.
Your peppermint patty.
Get the sensation.
Alien World's special presentation of Earthlight continues. Inside the dome, the three tug crawlers inch forward, tightening the thin towing cables that connect them to the ship. A huge section of the dome wall slides open. The tug crawlers move through the opening toward the brightly lit launch arena. Behind them, the giant starship rolls forward on its massive parking spheres. In the guidance chamber, Deus, Sabella, and Zuriel sit in cushioned pod chairs, facing a massive instrument console. Its dark metal surface, alive with control prisms, regulator diodes, sequencer jewels, interface crystals, and iridescent decoder keys.
Start the pre-emanation cycle on the artificial gravity radiator, Sabella.
Interior gravity is stable at E.3. Grav factor links are sequenced to convert to E.9 during corridor penetration and E.12.1 at void entry.
Deus, an ion storm is forming in the penetration corridor over Illyria.
Carlos, we need a revised launch velocity.
Just a moment. A launch velocity of KPS .660 will take us through the storm before its primary spectrum collision phase.
KPS .660.
Sabella, engage the exterior hyperlight coils when we launch. Ion storms are too unpredictable not to take precautions.
Yes, Deus.
The ship is in position, Deus, and the towing vehicles have cleared the launch arena.
Engage the ancillary pulse drive reactor, Sabella.
Reactor engagement confirmed. Solar power matrix is stable at multiple sublinks 8, 18, and 80.
All ship register encoders, guidance optics, and inverter grids are hyperlinked and scanning.
Release the parking spheres, Sabella.
A hexagon-shaped hatch irises open in the bottom of the ship, and a huge gleaming tripod slowly telescopes down. Thick, metal-flecked shock pads unfold from the tip of each tripod leg and press against the launch arena's white gemstone floor. The ship raises slightly, releasing the parking spheres which slowly roll away into the anchoring depressions at the arena's perimeter.
Podshare emergency ejection hatches are armed. Podshare floater cone nozzles are in phase.
Rem scale time to launch is Tricon 0.3.1.
Retract the tripods, Zuriel.
The bright metal tripod withdraws into the ultraviolet glow of its storage bay, leaving the huge lithium starship suspended 25 meters above the arena. 9 round ports iris open around the concealed tripod hatch, releasing thin beams of dazzling white light. Lurid exhaust fans blast raw magnetic waste against the arena floor, raising a translucent wave of fine white dust which rolls out over the anchored parking spheres.
Rem scale time is terminated. Primary reactor interlock at binary 2.3.1.
Crimson hyperlight blink on around the edge of the ship. Then the huge spacecraft slowly rotates 90 degrees and begins its majestic ascent. At an altitude of 30 demivectors, the ship is a tiny ovaloid shadow and 9 pinpoints of light. At 120 demivectors, the starship backs 18 degrees, angles up, and races toward the penetration corridor over Illyria. Suddenly, a section of the corridor ceiling tears away, and a sucking vacuum of ionized winds lash out, trying desperately to draw the ship up into its crushing vortex. Then, as suddenly as it began, the crisis is over, and the ship accelerates out through Ilithia's shimmering aurora sphere into the starlit serenity of deep space.
Is our embryon child safe, Lyria?
Yes, dears. Safe and sleeping.
Have you decided what his name will be?
His name is the word the ancient thought magicians used to describe the power of the inner self. The word is Jesus, and it means I am become the healer of worlds.
Written by Ron Thompson and starred Olin Soule as Deus, Lucy Taylor as Sibella, Mel Wells as Karmas, Byron Kane as Zuriel, Susan Silo as Lyria, and Lorene Tuttle as Diabas. Associate producer Ron Thompson, engineer Stu Jacobs, music director Tom Rounds, assistant to the producer Jim Cook, technical consultant Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, The Seeds of Time, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds.
A Dominion battlecruiser hides in the blackness of space. Its orbit is circular, miles above the planet Earth. In General Derrick's personal quarters, Major Connors displays a small, furry animal inside a special cage.
Ugly. Incredibly ugly.
Yes, I know. Look closely. Don't worry. The plasmacine cage is very safe.
Oh, the little red eyes are hideous.
They shine in the dark, General.
What is this creature called, Connors?
Rattus spatium. A mutated form of rat, able to survive in almost any environment. Space rat is the common name.
It looks too small to be so dangerous.
10 centimeters of carnivorous fury. It lives to eat, General. Notice the enlarged head and the teeth, little daggers of ivory. I'll drop a bit of food into the cage.
Oh, vicious little animal, isn't it?
Imagine an army of these creatures loose on Cygnus 3, eating their fill.
I am imagining it. I like it.
If I were to place a pair of space rats on the rebel planet, within 6 hours their reproductive cycles would result in thousands of these creatures.
Precisely what do they eat, Major?
Anything, General. It's the key to their survival.
Fascinating. Let me know when you are ready to begin the operation. Oh, you have pleased me, Connors.
Thank you, General. These little creatures will perform perfectly, and the rebels will vanish from Cygnus 3.
Deep in a hole carved out of the rocky, windswept rebel planet Cartone, General Zane explains the installation of a large metal tank.
And so, we install these insulated water tanks in underground locations. Then we cover the hole with plastone, formed in camouflage to blend with the surroundings.
Great idea, General. We gain water without the enemy even being aware of it.
Not only water, Steve. We're building complete military structures down here, too.
Watch out, General. The tank. They're lowering it in.
A water source here will open up the entire southern polar hemisphere of Cartone for strategic operations.
And since this is the dark side of the planet, it'll be completely hidden from Dominion reconnaissance.
And that's going to be very important, Steve, because someday we hope Cartone will be the launch site for an all-out attack against the Dominion.
Christina, we'd better get back to Cygnus 3. You and the commander have planetary defense duty tomorrow morning.
All right, Beta. Are you ready to go, Steve?
Ready, Christina. Well, thanks for the inspection tour, General.
See you both back on Cygnus 3.
The Shire receives a visitor on board Dominion's command ship.
Major Connors reporting as ordered, sir.
Ah, yes. I just wanted to inform you, Connors, that I know about your matched pair of rataspatium, carefully separated in plasmacine cages. I also know that you intend to set them free on Cygnus 3.
But I told no one except...
I've never trusted you, Connors. So last week I had a small transmitter planted in your arm socket while you were in humanoid sleep mode.
Transmitter? Arm socket? You had no right...
I overheard your conversations with the General. No matter. I want you to go ahead with your plan.
You do?
Of course. With one difference. If it's successful, you'll share the glory with me, Connors, if you value your ability to function. Do we understand each other, humanoid?
Perfectly, Messiah.
Good. Now get moving. I want those space rats on Cygnus 3 immediately.
All launch personnel, clear the area. Prepare for launch.
Launch control, this is Major Connors. Hold for final clearance.
Launch of Protojet 13 in hold condition. Hold condition.
Major Connors calling General Derek.
Derek here.
A final check on arrangements, General. My descent to Cygnus 3 will begin at 1600 hours, just after dark on the rebel planet.
The diversion is planned to coincide with your descent, as you requested.
There should be no problem planting the animals near a base outpost. The confusion of the attack will provide cover for my landing.
I will be supervising the attack myself. The rest is up to you. Derek out.
Launch control. This is Major Connors. Proceed with launch.
All alert for launch of Protojet 13. 5 seconds to launch. 3, 2, 1, launch.
Quiet, my friends. Quiet. I know you're hungry, but you won't be hungry for long.
Cygnus 3, minutes away from 1600 hours. Richards, Christina, and Beta enter mission control. Taking Christina by the arm, they lead her to a door marked Command Personnel Only.
This way, Christina. There's something you need to see before we go on duty.
Affirmative. The commander is right. You must see.
Beta, you're giggling.
Affirmative. I can't wait.
You're behaving very strangely, both of you.
Right through this door.
Surprise!
Happy birthday, Christina.
But how did you know
Never mind. Beta has something special for you. Now, go ahead, Beta.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Christina. Happy birthday to you.
What's happening?
We're under attack.
Take cover. Take cover, everyone.
Beta, where are you going?
Christina, this way. This way.
As the diversionary attack begins on Cygnus 3, Major Connors moves in to carry out his devious plan.
There are the explosions. Time to begin my descent. 4,000 meters. 3. All lights off. Must find a place to land. Here, I think. The trees will shield me from prying eyes, and there's an outpost a short distance away. Couldn't be better. 50 meters. Soft landing. Come, my friends. Food is waiting. I'll use the trees and the darkness to reach the outpost building. Set the auto releases on the cages. Soon you will be free, my pretties, and I will be on my way. Now, back to the protojet. Carefully, I must not be observed.
Halt! Who goes there? Keep your hands where I can see them. Well, a Dominion Major. Quite a surprise.
Yes, I'm as surprised as you are.
Turn around. Move it. Welcome to Outpost 19, Major. Inside. And don't try anything funny. I'm going to do a weapon search. Don't even twitch. Into the cell. Go on. You're a strange one. No weapons, no papers, just the name Connors on your jacket patch. This is Sergeant Benton at Outpost 19, calling Command Control.
Command Control, what have you got, Benton?
I'm holding a prisoner here, Lieutenant. A Dominion Major named Connors.
Good work, Sergeant. I'll be there in 5 minutes. And keep a watch. There could be more. Out.
Gonna leave you here in the cell, Connors. But I'll be right outside that door with a laser pistol in my hand. Got it?
Yes. You fool, thinking I would be unprepared for capture. Inside my thumb cavity, a vial of powerful acid poured into the lock. Now I can get out of this cell. Inside this flap on my body cavity, a small but effective phaser. Activate thermal sensors and aim for maximum body heat. No need to even open the door. The laser burst will go right through it. Goodbye, Sergeant.
At Rebel headquarters, Richards and Christina watch as Dominion protojets break off the attack.
Their attack didn't do a great deal of damage. My Dominion background makes me suspect an ulterior motive.
But what could it be?
I'm sure this was a diversion of some kind. Beta.
Yes, Commander.
Plug into the Master Communications Console. I want you to sift through all communications within the last hour to locate anything unusual.
Rapid scanning of data always gives me severe sensor strain, but my personal health is of little concern when I can be of service.
Beta, just do it. Immediately.
Of course, Christina. Connecting.
If there's anything unusual, Beta will find it.
I've got it.
What is it, Beta?
Transmissions from Outpost 19. The first at 1800 hours, 23 minutes, involves the capture of a Dominion officer, a Major Connors.
Interesting.
And what's the second transmission, Beta?
A short time later, the lieutenant dispatched to Outpost 19 to pick up the prisoner found him gone, and the sergeant who called in the capture was dead.
Connors was here and gone. He had a reason.
Wait, there's more. The sergeant had been killed by a laser shot, but the body had been half eaten by something unknown.
That's it. Whatever mutilated the body is the reason Major Connors was here. He's planted something on Cygnus 3. Something that could kill us all.
Beta has located the Henderson reports, reports of unusual events.
1900 hours, Outpost 19. Lieutenant Henderson reporting. When I got here, what was left of the sergeant was directly in front of the door. There were what looked like small rats chewing on the body, but they scattered when I arrived. I took the body inside. Henderson out. 100 hours, Outpost 19. Something funny out here. You know those rats I mentioned last time? Well, they've brought a whole lot of their friends to the area. I can see hundreds of them out there, staring at me with those little red eyes. What's taking you guys so long? Henderson out. 0300 hours, Outpost 19. We got rats completely surrounding the outpost. There's tons of them. Maybe it's my imagination, but they look real hungry. Don't leave me here. Somebody help me!
Using a terrafoil, the rebels speed across Cygnus 3, heading for Outpost 19.
Get us there as quickly as possible, Beta.
Dr. Close, your scientific expertise as a biologist and pathologist will be invaluable to us.
I'm anxious to help in any way I can.
We'll need an immediate analysis of the sergeant's wounds, Doctor.
Commander Richards, you said that the man found at the outpost was severely bitten by something?
Yes, and we thought you might be able to shed some light on what kind of animal might do that. We've got to know what we're up against here. Well, there's Outpost 19 up ahead. That must be Lieutenant Henderson waiting for us. I don't see any signs of anything unusual around now.
Over here. Over here, Commander Richards. Hurry. It's dangerous to remain outside. Those creatures left a few minutes ago, but they might return at any second.
Where's the body, Henderson?
I moved it inside the post, sir.
I'll stay with the terrafoil, Christina. There may be a need for quick departure.
Good idea, Beta.
Well, there he is. Not a very pretty sight.
What do you make of it, Doctor?
Hundreds of tiny bites. And look at this. A bite that goes completely through a bone. Christina, hand me that book on animal taxonomy in my medical bag. That's the one. Thank you. I can't believe it. I certainly never thought I'd see it. But it must be.
What is it, Dr. Close?
A rare animal, a mutation, but one that fascinated me as a student.
What kind of monster caused this, Doctor?
Far from a monster, Commander, at least in size. This is a tiny creature, no more than 10 centimeters in length, with very sharp teeth and strong jaws. Rattus spatium.
That's what they look like, all right.
Why would Connors deliver such an animal to Cygnus 3?
He must have set 2 of them loose. They reproduce very rapidly. I'm sure he intends to have them overrun the planet. And they will. They'll eat everything in their path. We've got to get out of here immediately and warn the others. Space rats, they're coming back.
Christina, we're being surrounded. There are tiny red eyes all around the terrafoil.
Beta, move next to the outpost door. We're coming out.
Roger, out.
Christina, Henderson, put your phasers on kill. We'll blast a path to the terrafoil. Ready? Go! On, Christina! Look out! The door, Beta! Quickly now, everybody inside.
Ah, my foot! One of them got me!
Everybody's in, Commander.
There's one on the door!
Beta, get us out of here! Quickly!
On the command ship, General Derrick lifts her glass in a toast.
To Major Connors, may the planet Cygnus 3 be overrun with space rats, eating their fill.
Let us not celebrate too soon. Richards is no fool. If he can stop them, he will.
Time is on our side. Already the creatures have begun to mate, and they will multiply endlessly.
Relax, Vashaya. Richards is a clever, determined young man, but he has no special powers when it comes to the laws of nature.
Of course, General. Perhaps I worry too much.
Come, lift a glass. Let us savor the moment.
Dr. Close and Colonel Zane are above Cygnus 3 in a hovercraft, collecting data and viewing the destruction caused by the exploding population of space rats.
Dr. Close, look at that. The space rats have already eaten their way through half the forested area beyond outposts 18 and 19.
Luckily, it's an area of low human population, but the plant and animal destruction is devastating.
Reports from Mission Control, Christina. Nothing seems to work against the space rats so far. They've tried force fields, poisons, explosives.
Do the reports indicate human death? We broadcast an emergency all-points bulletin to remain inside.
Some humans were caught between destinations, Dr. Close. The death toll stands at 63.
Based on the way the space rats are multiplying, I'm afraid Cygnus 3 will be a desert in less than 4 days. And then we'll starve to death behind locked doors.
Is there a solution, Dr. Close?
There may be. Let's get back to Commander Richards at Outpost 19. There's something I want to try. It may be our last hope.
Back on Cygnus 3, there is a flurry of activity above Outpost 19.
Okay, out there. Lower the tank.
Dr. Close, the system we installed in this hovercraft baffles me.
What can a receiver and 4 loudspeakers do to rid the planet of space rats?
Those speakers will broadcast 4 tones played by the synchronator here on board the hovercraft.
The space rats should be irresistibly drawn toward the sound. Slow the winch, men.
The water tank is in position, Christina.
Thank you, Beta.
Bringing the hovercraft down to within a foot of the tank.
Hold it steady, Beta. I'm going out on top of the tank.
Careful, Commander Richards. The rats are beginning to gather.
I'm going to open the tank and slide the ramp to the ground. When I do, some of these rats will come up after me. Christina, give me laser cover.
Ready, Steve.
There goes the door to the tank. He's sliding the ramp down. The rats are going crazy.
They're coming up the ramp.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire! I'm coming aboard. There. Beta, get that hatch shut. Okay, Doctor. It's all yours.
Hope I guessed correctly.
Look, the rats are pouring out of the woods, hundreds of them.
Turn up the gain. I think we've got them.
They appear almost mesmerized by the tones.
The rats are moving up the ramp.
One just fell into the tank.
And more and more. They're tumbling in by the ton.
Wait! What's that sound?
The rats are imitating the tones.
That's the last of them. Christina, use your phaser to cut the cable that holds the door of the tank open.
The rats are still repeating the tones, Dr. Close, even though you stopped the synchrodator.
Yes, hearing it is eerie. It's a ritual, a death ritual. They've stopped. Soon they'll go into a frenzy. Then, their final act of life.
What do you mean, Doctor?
Space rats refuse to wait patiently for death, Commander. When there is no alternative food source available, they become cannibals. Space rats live to eat, and they die the same way.
Once again, the Dominion's plan has failed. The rebels of Cygnus 3 have survived to continue their fight for freedom in the galaxy.
The secret of Dominion. Have you discovered it? And what is Emerald Tree? More clues follow in Episode 8. Double Trouble.
This is Walter O'Keefe, inviting you to listen in on the Nightline. Tonight, live the incredible life of ages yet to come, in a time that might be 1,000,000 years from now, on X-1.
Countdown for blast-off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X-1. Tonight, Point of Departure by Vaughn Shelton. But first, hear this. A garden party for a queen, and you're invited. A trip to Tokyo, and you'll go along. The Army football game at West Point, and you have a seat on the 50-yard line. These are just a few highlights of the weekend Monitor has planned for you. Tomorrow night, Jinx Falkenberg is your personal guide at the party being given for England's Queen Elizabeth in the garden of the British Embassy in Washington, D.C. Saturday, you'll be off to historic West Point for the great Army-Pittsburgh football game. And that excursion will be followed later in the Monitor day by a trip to Tokyo, where you'll visit the famed Japanese Kabuki Theater and the exotic Ginza nightclub district. Eleanor Roosevelt, Helen Hayes, Pat Boone, and Tony Perkins will be among the celebrities visiting Monitor this weekend. There'll be music, comedy by Fibber McGee and Molly, Bob and Ray, features, news, and sports. So start your weekend right with Monitor on Friday night And stay with Monitor all weekend long over most of these same NBC radio stations. Now, X-1 and Point of Departure by Von Shelton.
Before I make this statement, I am well aware that you, gentlemen, are the board of directors and not likely to believe me. The overwhelming concrete fact that we face is that the Utah Flats atomic plant is short $300,000. You've asked for an explanation before the district attorney's office is called. I shall explain, but I know I will not be believed. It started with a letter I received from Dr. Winston Reed, the archaeologist. He is the top man in his field. You may have heard of the Yucatan discoveries and, of course, the Poseidon tablets found in the vault under the Sphinx. His letter introduced me to a Simon Kane, who flew in from Salt Lake City and made an appointment for the following afternoon.
Mr. Donner, I'm sorry that Dr. Reed has left again for the field. I should like to have him with me at this meeting.
Well, Mr. Kane, I don't quite understand why you've come to me. I'm merely a plant manager for Allied Electronics, and I have no interest in archaeology, nor have I access to any funds.
I'm not here on a begging expedition, Mr. Donner. I'll come right to the point. Do you know anything of the Poseidon tablets?
Well, I've read newspaper accounts.
The preliminary translations of the protolithic seals that surrounded the tablets indicate a civilization that flourished on the equatorial continent until it was destroyed by a natural catastrophe, identified as the biblical flood at about 10,000 B.C.
Oh, really? I'm afraid I had it confused with the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Oh, well, the lay public has not been informed that the tablets have been opened.
Opened?
Why, yes. The original inscriptions surrounded them. They were in wedge-shaped characters on baked clay. They had been removed from the tablets.
Well, it's all very interesting, but really I think...
Mr. Donner, 14 tablets were never registered with the Egyptian Museum. They remain at large. 6 of them have been translated so far. They indicate a scientifically advanced culture, and particularly they concern themselves with a solar energy converter.
You mean that literally? A power source from the sun?
Yes. According to the preliminary translations, this solar converter delivers such fantastic power that it makes our nuclear source look as primitive as a windmill.
And I suppose that's why you've come to me.
Yes. We wanted to check the inscriptions against actual tests in the laboratory in the field.
Well, I'm quite willing to have my engineering staff look over the plans and give you an opinion if it will help you in your research.
Why, that seems quite fair. I'll bring them to your office in the morning.
I suppose I half believed him at the time. I had heard of the Poseidon tablets, and I knew that the frontier of archaeology had been pushed back far beyond current thought by them. You gentlemen of the board of directors will have to believe me that I suspected no fraud. I had no reason to doubt Kane. I called in Rowell and Henniger, 2 of our engineers, and left them alone with Kane. About 5 o'clock, I got Rowell back in my office.
Mr. Donner, it's remarkable. Quite remarkable. Of course, I don't quite understand the field mathematics involved.
Rowell, I want a simple answer from you because I'm a simple executive type. Will that thing work or not?
Well, of course, it'll need a field test, but theoretically, I see no reason why it shouldn't.
Should we build it?
Well, there isn't any question, is there? It's revolutionary. Quite revolutionary.
All right. You and Henniger are assigned to it. I'll give it a project name in the morning and allocate a research budget. You'll be working with Mr. Kane. I took great care to protect the corporation's interests. I shall submit in evidence the contracts I drew up with Mr. Kane. I set Rowell and Henniger up in an isolated shop in the west corner of the plant area, and they had a device functioning within 3 weeks. A week later, I checked in at the shop again and found Rowell still working with the power unit. Naturally, I asked what he was doing.
You see, I'm getting ready to mount the solar energy converter on the projectile now, Mr. Donner.
What projectile?
Oh, Mr. Kane leased a surplus one-man rocket from the White Sands project. We're going to rig the solar unit in it.
You mean power a rocket with the solar unit?
Post-tap? You see, it's a question of field mathematics and the quantum...
Raoul, I'm an administrator, not a scientist. I ask you your engineering opinion. Is this a feasible research project?
Yes. Yes, it most certainly is. Using the solar converter, you could develop thrust up to escape velocity at only 10% of potential. This solar converter is creating more power than any atomic pile we have. Mr. Donner, this is it. Spaceflight.
You are listening to Point of Departure, tonight's attraction on X-1. This is... Now back to X-1 and Point of Departure.
Of course, whereas the purchase of the projectile was not authorized, I should like to point out to the board that I acted most conservatively. I checked the cost sheets and discovered that the rocket purchase was actually within the allowable debt limitations for my department, and so I okayed the project. However, I was concerned with the irregularity of an expenditure before authorization, so I drove out to Simon Kane's place to speak to him about it.
Oh, Mr. Donner, I'd like you to meet Porter Hayes.
Hi. How do you do? No, look here,
Mr. Hayes has agreed to fly the ship.
Look, that's what I want to talk to you about.
He's with the Pan-Columbian project, and he's flown all the other types that have been flown so far.
This is the one that'll make history, Mr. Donner. This ship will fly anywhere in the solar system. Probably clear out to most other planets without even carrying a fuel supply. Best thing about it is the actual guarantee of a return trip. You know, those geniuses down at Pan-Columbia have plenty of ideas for getting you out there, but very few for getting you back.
I've been showing Mr. Hayes the photographs of the original tablets and translations. You see, Mr. Donner, aren't they beautiful work?
Kane, I want to talk to you in private. The cost sheets.
Hey, Kane, where's the last tablet? There are only pictures of 13 here.
That's right. The first 13 tablets take us through the construction of the unit and the ship and the inventor's 6 successful trial flights. The 14th hasn't been translated yet. It takes about a month to decipher each tablet.
You do it yourself?
Oh, no. That's a special study. My wife does it. She's an Egyptian scholar in her own right. Her father was Egypt's foremost antiquarian. I believe she's about to honor us with her... Nalja. I should like you to meet Mr. Hayes and Mr. Donner.
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do?
How do you do?
My dear, we thought you could give us a hint about the text of the 14th tablet. Are you far enough along?
No, I am sorry. I have only just started. The language symbols are a little different from the others, and it is a bit difficult to read.
Well, all I want to know is, when's the ship going to be ready?
In good time. It's waited 12,000 years. A week or two more won't matter.
During the next 2 weeks, I was too busy with other things to worry much about the project, but I would like to call the board's attention to the fact that I submitted multiple progress reports at 5-day intervals as required by plant operating procedure. I am at a loss to understand why those reports are now missing from the files. One evening, on a visit to Salt Lake, I was dining at the Pioneer Arms when I spotted Porter Hayes at the table across the room. He was with a young lady who looked familiar to me, even from the back, and, of course, I realized it was Nalja Kane. I felt it was discretionary on my part not to inform Mr. Kane of his wife's continuing acquaintance with Porter Hayes. On July 19th, Kane telephoned and said the airship was rigged and ready to go. I had assigned him an area in our desert test space, and we scheduled the test for the next morning. I got to the test site a little late. Everything was ready, and they were waiting for me. The gantry train moved back, and without the usual roar of chemical rockets or the scream of jets, The ship rose gradually to about 10 feet, and then shot up to a couple of hundred, and then stopped again. Kane was on the intercom.
Hayes! Hayes! Is it powering right?
What does he say?
He's satisfied the craft works perfectly. He's going to take it straight out for 4 or 5 hours and then come back.
Well, he can't do that. There's too much he doesn't know about that ship. Tell him to come back.
Oh, let him alone. He's making history.
But the first time...
There he goes. Well, I think I'll go down the road a few miles to get some breakfast. I'll be back shortly.
That was 4 days ago. I want it clear to the members of the board that I have not notified the authorities. The ship carried the standard survival kit with 7 days' ration and water, and if he had no operational trouble, Hayes could stay out at least a week. Other than filing the original flight plan with the Joint Astronautics Board, I had no other official obligation. When Kane did not return to the test site by noon, I went to look for him. Meeting with no success, I attempted to question Mrs. Kane at her hotel room.
I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you anything.
Mrs. Kane, this is a matter of vital necessity to our corporation. I have exceeded my research budget on my own responsibility. I must find your husband. If something happens to the rocket, there'll be an investigation. An official investigation.
It will all come out then, won't it?
What?
About my father.
Mrs. Kane, I don't understand. What is your father to do with this?
He stole the tablets. At least I thought he did.
You mean the tablets that you've been translating?
Yes, I thought he had stolen them. Simon Kane told me that. He brought me the cases soon after we were married. I helped him smuggle them out of Egypt to protect my father. He swore if I didn't help him to translate the inscriptions, he'd expose my father and disgrace him. But now it's too late. He's dead.
You mean your father?
Yes, he is. Porter Hayes told me. He called me this morning.
Well, that must have been before the test.
My father's been dead for 6 months. Murdered. Simon Kane murdered my father. He killed him and stole the tablets from him. Porter Hayes told me he has the proof.
Well, that's... I'm really sorry, but if Mr. Kane did come into possession of those tablets illegally, there will be a great deal of litigation. Patent rights, you know. That's our primary concern. Now, of course, we'll have to have whatever proof we can. The original tablets, any photostats, notes...
They are all gone.
You mean Kane took them?
He destroyed them. He burned them. He laughed at me this morning. He told me I could never prove they'd ever existed.
However, we do have the corroborative evidence of the solar converter, its plans at the plant, the prototype model, and, of course, the rocket.
Porter Hayes flew it, didn't he? He flew away.
Oh, Hayes, yes, but he's on the test flight. Now, as soon as he comes back, we'll have to get his affidavit. I'll admit I am at a loss to understand the absence from the plant files of all plans and prototype models of the solar converter. However, I am awaiting a report momentarily from our proving ground near Salt Lake on the return of Porter Hayes and the rocket. In the meantime, I am in receipt of a communication from Mrs. Kane, who had discovered a sketch of the 14th tablet, which remained unburned. She includes a translation, and I open this now in the presence of you gentlemen, and I include it in my report. I am convinced that the translation, which I have never seen before, will prove to you gentlemen my probity and my good faith in the corporation's behalf. And now I open the envelope. The translation, 14th tablet, and I quote, "The foregoing record is accurate, and we acknowledge a superlative contribution to science of the inventor." And there is a name here I cannot pronounce. I continue. "But we must admit his greatest contribution is in the proving of an axiom Where ultimate force is involved, it is better to know none of the laws than to know most of them. On the fourth day, the aircraft returned from far space to the point of its departure. The aircraft was in excellent condition, but the solar converter was completely fused into a shapeless mass of metal. Of the inventor, the pilot of the craft, nothing remained but his clothing and a handful of white dust. I must conclude my report by proffering my resignation. I will be at the district attorney's disposal when you gentlemen of the board choose to call me in.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Willie Lay's factual account of the fascinating disappearance of the dodo. On with the dodo hunt. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. X-1 has brought you Point of Departure, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Vaughn Shelton and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in our cast were Dean Lyman Almquist as Mr. Donner and Ilya Braca as Mrs. Kane. This is Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by George Voutsas and is an NBC Radio Network production.
There's excitement in the air at night, and Nightline brings it to you. Hear Nightline with Walter O'Keefe, next on most of these NBC stations.
Captain.
What?
Look in the viewer.
Switch lenses.
Yes, sir. It was at 255-417.
I don't see anything.
Maybe not now, but something glittered down there.
We went over a lake, you know.
I know, it wasn't that.
Well, we'll take a closer look, but it's probably the lake. Wasting our time again.
What are we turning for? I saw something. What? Something metallic, Carter.
Yeah? He thinks so.
We're almost there, then we'll know. Will you look at that? Trees, rivers, a regular incubation lab on this planet.
I know what you're thinking. Don't.
It's gotta happen sometime.
Yeah? Who says?
Only the astrophysicist, the biologist, and...
Mason, you've got aliens on the brain. You're contact happy.
Maybe we've been out too long. Do you really think man is the only intelligent...
All right. So we're going to meet another race. Great.
It would be great. It's going to happen sooner or later. Why not to us?
Man, that would be something. Another...
Here it is, in the viewer. Looks like it might be a ship.
Don't count on it.
Well, let me see that. We're passing over. Aren't we going to...
Will you please...
We should at least stop and take some specimens. Mason's right, Captain. But it's your call.
In your flight chairs, we'll set down.
Captain Ross, Lieutenant Mason, Lieutenant Carter, aboard spaceship X-89, cruising above the 13th planet of Star System 51. In a little while, supposedly, the ship will be landed and specimens taken. Vegetable, mineral, and, if any, animal. These will be brought back to overpopulated Earth, where technicians will evaluate them. And if everything is satisfactory, stamp their findings with the word inhabitable and open yet another planet for colonization. These are the things that are supposed to happen. In actuality, they will not happen at all, but will instead be superseded by events far more unusual, because the 13th planet of Star System 51 just happens to be located in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Death Ship, starring John Schneider with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
You heard the man. Strap in. We're going down.
What's the matter with the captain?
Beats me. I can hardly talk to him anymore.
He has been acting pretty strangely.
You said it.
As if he's fighting something.
Yeah, us.
You really think it's a ship?
If it is, I don't see how it could be from Earth. We've got this run all to ourselves.
They might have gotten off course.
Not this far.
Setting down.
Right, Captain.
Retros.
Look out the porthole.
Mother of God.
It's a ship, all right. Or was. Now it's a bunch of metal, twisted and...
Easy. Don't open the hatch till we check the atmosphere.
I'll take a reading.
Put your suits on.
We won't need helmets. Air's good. Let's go, Mike.
Can't get out there fast enough, can you?
What does that mean?
It means I don't like impulsive behavior.
Impulsive? Have I made any mistakes?
You're on the verge.
Well, then you let me know when I cross the line, won't you?
Oh, I will. Don't you worry. We stay together, nobody takes any risks. That's an order.
I understand, Captain.
Carter?
Yeah?
All right, then. Let's go.
Looks like one of our ships.
Don't jump to conclusions.
Well, doesn't it?
From what I can see of the markings, it does.
Construction could be standard everywhere.
Sounds like you're arguing both sides. You don't mean it could be from another species, do you?
I don't mean anything yet.
It is one of ours.
How could it get so far off course?
Go aboard, Captain?
I don't like it.
We have to find out who they are, don't we? How will we know if we don't...
All right, but stay together.
Let's put our gloves on.
Sure thing.
Pretty familiar, isn't it? Even all bent up like this.
It's from Earth, no doubt about it.
We don't know that.
But Captain, look at the shape, the styling.
We don't know it, Carter.
Hatch is jammed.
Maybe the cabin's still pressurized.
Not likely. Door frame's probably twisted. We'll try it together.
If it doesn't open, forget about it.
Forget about it?
There isn't time. We have a schedule to keep.
It's moving. Let's go.
Well, this must be the main cabin. Looks like our ship.
Use your flashlights.
Over here. What? It's a body. Turn him over.
Don't.
Give me a hand. Dear God. Wait a minute. Do you see what I think I see? There's another one against the wall. Hey, help me lift him.
Don't, I said.
What is going on here? That one has a face like...
Nothing's going on.
And the third one, he...
Carter, try the auxiliary lights.
But Captain, is it just me, or are we standing here looking at three bodies with three faces that look exactly like our faces?
Auxiliary lights.
I don't understand.
It's not what it seems.
Not what it's...
Just hang on. Here come the lights.
All right, then. First things first. Here's an ID wallet in this one's breast pocket. And here's his government card, picture and all. It says, Lieutenant Robert Mason. See it? That's my name, isn't it? That's my face, just like the one in my pocket right here. Well, isn't it?
Put it back.
Everybody see it? The same as mine, identical.
Put it back.
I don't get it. The same with the second one. What is this?
You're letting it get to you.
Get to me? This is my picture. Me.
Hang on, lay them out and get something to cover them with, both of you.
Captain, look at the third one and tell me it's not...
I see it. Cover them now.
No, I'm not touching them again.
Carter.
Nobody else touched them. I don't know about you fellas, but I need an explanation for this.
We're leaving this wreck now. I said now. Everybody out.
That's us in there. We're dead.
Our ship is where we left it, just as we left it. Look ahead of you, 50 yards. What do you see? That's our ship over there, the same place we left it a few minutes ago. Not this one. And those bodies aren't ours.
But they are.
No.
You saw them.
I don't know what I saw, and neither do you.
You agree with him, Mason? What?
We're going back to our ship and radio the base. They'll tell us what to do.
Will they? Shouldn't we...
What?
Bury our... dead?
They're not ours. Get that through your head. Now let's go. You too, Mason.
Right.
Move. We're alive, I tell you. Alive.
Nothing.
Try again.
I've been trying it for...
Again.
Captain, there's no point if it won't...
What is this? It was working before.
Maybe it's this planet.
What are you talking about?
Maybe there's an interfering field of...
That's ridiculous. Try the radionic signal.
Captain, it's not going to. It's...
Will you do as I say?
Yes, sir.
Again. Again.
If it doesn't work the first time...
They didn't hear us.
The return signal is automatic. Do I have to tell you that?
All right, let's go over this again. There's an answer here somewhere. Those bodies in the other ship aren't ours. That much we're sure of. Well, use your heads. These are our bodies. These, right here. Agreed?
I don't know anymore. Neither do I.
Listen. You both remember what they told us in training? About the theory of circumnavigating time. They said it might be possible for us to leave Earth in 1 year, and when we got back, even though we thought it was the same year, it might be the year before. Or the year after. Remember that?
It was only a theory, Captain.
It's more than a theory. It's what happened to us. We went through some kind of a time warp right into the future.
And that ship over there is in the future. Is that what you're saying?
Only the probable future.
And what does that mean?
It means that we're not dead.
It also means that we're going to be dead.
Not if we don't take off. If we don't go up, we can't crash.
But our orders...
They don't say to kill ourselves. We're alive now, and the only way to be certain we stay alive is not to go up. Then we can't possibly crash. We avoid it, prevent it. I've made up my mind. We stay.
It's easy enough for you to decide.
Meaning?
You have no one waiting for you back on Earth.
So I have no reason to go back, and I'll be just as happy here as I would be on Earth? Is that it?
I think we should vote on it.
Oh, you do?
You're not the only one, Captain.
I'm the only one who gives the orders.
Even when our lives are concerned, huh?
Especially where your lives are concerned. We stay.
For how long?
I'm not setting any time limit, Carter.
A month? 2 months?
I'm not setting any limit.
We have enough food left for 3 weeks, Captain.
I've no doubt there's edible food outside. You saw the landscape, trees, vegetation.
How will we know what's edible and what isn't? We haven't got the equipment to test it.
We'll watch the animals.
I saw no animals, Captain. Did you?
There will be.
Well, if there are, there'll be a different form of life. What they eat might be deadly poisonous to us.
We'll worry about that when the time comes. Right now, there's only one thing to worry about: preserving our lives. It may not even be necessary to stay here permanently. We may figure something out, but for now, the decision is to stay.
Not our decision, Captain.
Have you a better solution, then?
Working at minimum capacity, the ship's electrical reserve can hold out for months.
It won't be working at minimum capacity.
Why?
We're going to need heat. Lots of it. But it's only twilight, and already the temperature outside is minus 13 degrees.
Would you rather lift off? Take the risk of duplicating that ship over there?
How can we duplicate it, Captain? How can there be 2 crash ships? 2 of me dead, 2 of Mason, two of you.
We'll go over it again until we find an answer, because we have to.
I think I'll lie down.
Me too.
It's been quite a day, and it's getting dark out fast. Very, very dark.
Mike? That's you, boy?
Mr. Kramer? How did I...
When did you get home?
Home?
On leave, are you? You're looking fit. I expect Mary's mighty pleased to have you back.
Wait, did you say Mary?
She don't know?
I have to go.
Oh, wait up. I'll walk you.
I don't understand.
How long you been home?
I just got here.
Oh, you rocket boys sure travel informal these days. Mary know you're coming?
I don't think so.
Gonna surprise her, huh?
Yes. Surprise her.
How long you got?
I'm not sure.
You all right, Mike?
Hello, Mike.
Mrs. Nolan?
Home on furlough?
I don't know.
Old Mrs. Nolan still makes that long walk to town every day. She'll go on forever.
Forever.
Hey, maybe we can do some hunting while you're home, huh, Mike? Got my shotgun with me. Always carry it now in case I see something. Not that I ever hit anything, but... Hey, where you going? Oh, I get it. In a hurry, huh?
The house. Mary! There's a car still parked in front. Mary! Mary, I'm home. In the living room, the kitchen. Mary! Where are you? Mary! Mary! Are you upstairs? Mary! Why are you lying there on the bed like that? Is something... I'm here. Can't you hear me? What's this? Telegram. To Mrs. Michael Carter. We regret to inform...
Carter.
Regret to inform...
Carter.
What is this?
I'm talking to you.
What are you...
What's the matter?
Captain?
What's the matter with you?
I was home.
Where?
Home. My home.
You were here. You are here.
No, I swear it. I saw Mary. She was there with a telegram. It said that I'd been killed.
You're alive.
Those people I know. Kramer, Mrs. Nolan. I just remembered they're dead.
Stop it, Carter.
Kramer was killed in a hunting accident. Mrs. Nolan was...
It never happened. There's an explanation for this.
What explanation?
I don't know what, but we'll find it. We'll find it, Carter. We'll go over it again and again until we do. You, me, Mason. Where's Mason?
He was in his bunk.
Well, he's not there now, is he? I've been here the whole time. The hatch is still locked. Mason! Mason!
Where is he? Well, where'd he go?
You tell me. There's nothing but his blanket.
My blanket. My blanket. What's it doing on the grass? Fishing pole? Can't be.
Oh, there you are. I thought I'd never find you.
Jeannie.
I looked and looked. I found him.
Can't be.
Lunch is ready, Daddy. And am I hungry? It's all your fault.
Jeannie, is it really you?
What's the matter, Daddy?
Come here. Oh, come here. Oh, Jeannie.
What is it, Daddy?
Oh, it is you.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing. I'm just glad to see you, that's all.
Oh.
That wasn't your mother you were just calling just now, was it?
You're acting weird.
Jeannie, was it?
Yes, Daddy. You know that.
Where is she?
Over by the table.
Where? Where?
Bob? Oh, you scared me, honey. Bursting out of the bushes like that. I was just setting out the fried chicken.
Oh, God, Ruth. Oh, God.
Bob, what is it? Sweetheart, what's wrong?
Nothing now.
Are you sure?
Yes, yeah, oh, yes.
All this for lunch?
Yes.
My goodness, so emotional over a little potato salad and chicken. Where's Jeannie?
Back there, by the pond.
Were you asleep? Are you still asleep?
This is a dream. I hope I never wake up. I just hope I go on dreaming and...
Mason!
Bob?
Ruth?
Bob, who's...
Let's go, Mason.
Why is he here?
Stand behind me.
But...
Just do it. Get out of here, Ross.
I said, let's go.
Get away from us.
You're coming back with me.
Back?
Where you belong, on the ship.
No, Bob.
You're having a hallucination, Lieutenant.
No, it's real.
It isn't, and you're leaving with me.
No! Oh, you think you can take me?
Stop it!
Oh, you take me back!
You're coming back!
I'm staying here.
You can't! I won't let you!
No!
Yes! Back! Back! Back!
I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here.
Take it easy.
Ruth. Ruth.
There was no Ruth, no Jeannie.
You lie.
Let go of me.
Oh.
Look in your billfold. Look. What does the clipping say? Read it.
Leave me alone.
I'll read it for you. Space pilot's family dies in car crash. The wife and 7-year-old daughter of astronaut Robert Mason died early this morning when the car they were in...
It's not true.
Now do you still insist you were with them? You alive? They dead?
I was with them. I was, and you took me away.
It's not true, Mason.
You took me away from my wife, my home,
You were here all the time. You and Carter.
He was gone.
No. We just couldn't see him, that's all.
What are you talking about?
I know what it is now. That's what I'm talking about.
Give me that clipping.
I was wrong. It had nothing to do with circumnavigating time. Nothing at all. Mason, remember what you thought when you saw that ship over there? Alien contact. That's what you thought. And that's exactly what's happened to us.
But, Captain, there are no such things as...
Listen to me. Neither of you was where you thought you were, at home. That ship over there isn't ours, and those bodies aren't ours. We've been tricked.
By who?
Well, by whoever it is that lives on this planet and doesn't want anyone else to live here.
Now who's crazy?
Don't you understand? We haven't seen them, but there are aliens here. But aliens who aren't strong enough to chase us away by force or kill us. So what can they do? How can they keep their planet from being colonized? By mind control, that's how. By picking at our brains and finding the death fear, and making use of it by showing us our ship crashed and us dead inside of it, scaring us so much that we didn't dare take off again, and therefore haven't been able to make our report about this planet. They even know that we can't radio or report to Earth because there's too much interference.
You didn't believe there was interference before.
I believe it now. Everything that's happened to us since we landed on this planet has been a delusion.
No, it happened. I was home.
It was a delusion.
Even Mason's disappearance?
Well, why not? If they can make us believe we saw a crashed ship, saw our own bodies inside that ship, they can make us believe anything.
That ship over there, that pile of twisted metal, it's not real. Is that your theory?
You may see it, even think you touch it. That doesn't prove it exists.
What's going to prove it doesn't exist, Captain? What's going to prove that everything you've said is true?
I'll tell you what's going to prove it, Lieutenant Mason. Us. Going up, taking off, and going all the way back to Earth. Proving that there's nothing holding us back but fear and delusions. Now take your positions and let me at the controls.
Wait a minute.
In your seats, shoulder straps.
What if you're wrong?
I'm right.
You thought you were right before. You were ready to keep us here indefinitely. You were so sure.
Then in a few minutes, we really will be dead. Flight seats, now.
No.
What do you think you're...
I'm with Mason on this.
Get your hands off those switches. That's an order.
Are you so arrogant that you'll take a chance on killing us just to prove your point?
I'm still the captain of this ship, and you'll do what I say.
You're not the captain of our lives.
Put your sidearm away.
You're not taking us up.
You want to stay here then? Starve, freeze, never see Earth again?
Put it away, Mike. That's no answer.
Then what is?
I suppose he's right.
You agree with him now?
He's got a point. It's a big one. We can't just stay here. We do that and we know what'll happen. That's a given. It's a matter of food and the power supply and the temperature at night. We don't have a choice.
I guess we don't.
There's only one place left to go, and that's up. God have mercy on our souls.
pressure.
Rising.
Drive reactor.
Check.
Coordinates.
Check.
Gyro stabilizer.
Active.
Vertical thrust.
Energized.
Then prepare for liftoff.
Check.
$200, $300, $500. Here we go.
1,000, 1,250, 1,500, Captain.
Look at that.
2,250, 2,750,
3,000, 4, 5, 6,000.
We're out.
Release shoulder straps. We did it, boys. Check the viewer.
Checking.
Well, see anything down there now?
You were right. If I ever see anything glitter in that viewer again, I'll keep my mouth shut.
I was right.
Captain?
What are you doing now?
Taking her down. We're landing.
What? Say that again.
Now that we know what it is, there's no reason we shouldn't go back, is there?
No reason? Are you out of your mind? Captain, for God's sake!
Think. The other ship, the bodies that looked like ours, all an illusion. That's what we were afraid of, but none of it was real.
Maybe. That's still a hypothetical.
Yeah, we have to get out of here while we have the chance. Now stand aside.
Get your hands off the controls. We have orders, Carter. Pick up specimens for analysis. We are going to pick them up.
No, we're not. You're not going to. Now you've done it. Now you've done it.
Let me at the main controls.
You were right the first time. That was us down there. We're gonna crash. Now.
No.
We're going to die.
We're not going to die. I'm not going to let us die. Auxiliary thrusters.
It's no use.
The stabilizer. The stabilizer!
Heck! I don't understand.
Shut up. You're a coward, Carter. You don't even have the guts to fight for your own life.
We're still going to land?
You bet we're going to land. And when we do, you're going to see that the other ship is gone. Vanished. Because it was never there in the first place. Retros. Slow airspeed.
I've got it.
Now get in your places.
We're not gonna crash. He's been right all along, hasn't he?
I don't know.
Prepare for touchdown. Now, take a look out the port.
It's too dark to see anything.
Use the spotlight.
Looking.
Well?
Landscape looks the same.
Clear?
Clear, but how do we know we're facing in the right direction?
Give me that. Go on, take a good look. Hills, trees, and...
What is it?
Let me see.
Oh, no. No, no.
Gone, Captain? Vanished? Is that what you said?
All right. It's still there.
I'll say it is. The same wreck.
That doesn't mean...
I'll tell you what it means. It means you're wrong. Dead wrong.
Hang on. There's an explanation for this.
And that would be?
I don't know yet, but...
You'll never know. And neither will we. Now we'll have to go up again, and this time we'll really crash and be killed and end up looking just like those four...
No.
What did you say?
We're not going to crash.
How do you know?
We're not going to crash because we already have crashed.
Explain that.
Stop fighting it, Captain. You're all out of explanations.
What are you...
There's only one explanation left, and you know what it is.
Mason?
I know nothing of the kind.
Yes, you do. Carter was home, and that telegram was really there. I was with my wife and daughter, because I'm like them now.
No.
Accept it, Captain.
Accept what?
Stop trying to prove that we're alive.
We are alive. I don't know what it is that's happening here, but there's an answer somewhere. Somewhere.
I've given you the answer.
I don't accept it. We're going over this again. We're going to find the real answer.
Maybe you should listen to him.
Can't you see that's what we've been doing? Going over it again and again?
Then we'll just have to keep going on until... What happened to the lights? Mason,
Let us die, Captain.
I can barely see you. It's like I can see through you.
Let go of us.
Let us die.
No. No! We're alive. Alive. We're going over it one more time from the beginning. You hear me? One more time.
Captain.
What?
Look in the viewer.
Switch lenses.
Yes, sir. It was at 255-417.
I don't see anything.
Maybe not now, but something glittered down there.
We went over a lake, you know.
I know, it wasn't that.
Well, we'll take a closer look, but it's probably the lake. Wasting our time again.
What are we turning for?
I saw something.
What?
Something metallic, Carter.
Yeah?
He thinks so.
We're almost there, then we'll know. You look at that. Trees, rivers, a regular incubation lab on this planet.
I know what you're thinking. Don't.
It's gotta happen sometime.
Yeah? Who says?
Only the astrophysicist, the biologist, and...
Mason, you've got aliens on the brain. You're contact happy.
Maybe we've been out too long.
Do you really think man is the only intelligent...
All right. So we're going to meet another race. Great.
It would be great. It's going to happen sooner or later. Why not to us?
Man, that would be something. Another...
There it is, in the viewer. Looks like it might be a ship.
Don't count on it.
Well, let me see that.
We're passing over. Aren't we going to...
Will you please...
We should at least stop and take some specimens.
Mason's right, Captain. But it's your call.
In your flight chairs, we'll set down.
Captain Ross, Lieutenant Mason, Lieutenant Carter, aboard spaceship X-89, cruising above the 13th planet of star system 51. In a little while, supposedly, the ship will be landed. Picture of a man who will not see anything he does not choose to see, including his own death. A man of such indomitable will that even the two men under his command are not allowed by him to see the truth. Which truth is that they are no longer among the living, that the movements they are now about to make, the words they are now about to speak, have all been made and spoken countless times before, and will be made and spoken countless times again perhaps even unto eternity.
Turned and started to walk across the room, and as he turned, Martel moved. His face stayed dead, expressionless, but he moved. He picked up a heavy wrench, followed him, and then as Roy reached for the switch, he hit him. No! I heard his skull go like a rotten pumpkin shell, and he went down. Then Martel picked up a hacksaw and... No, I don't want to remember the rest. It was too awful, too horrible.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Terror Out of Space. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story, which we prophesy will be long remembered as a classic, is by Robert Newman. A tale out of the news and out of man's deepest fears called Terror Out of Space.
Larkin! John! Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You've got to hear me. I haven't got much time. They'll be coming back in a few minutes, and John, try and get this. Try and remember.
I sat up in bed, straining my ears, listening. The surf was rolling and pounding on the beach at the foot of the cliff. One of the dynamos was purring away next door in the experimentation shack. And that was all. Had I really heard anything, or had I just imagined it, dreamed it? I didn't know. All I knew was that I was in a cold sweat, shivering even though it was a hot summer's night. But that wasn't surprising after what had happened. Just what had happened. Maybe I could get it all straight, fill in the gaps that had been bothering me if I went back over it again from the beginning. I hadn't wanted to before this. I'd fought against even thinking about it. But now it was as if something was making me think about it.
That's right, John. Start way back, in the beginning. Then maybe you will remember. You've got to. You've got to.
When was the beginning? When they assigned me here, I guess, miles from anywhere on the Jersey coast. I knew it was some kind of hush-hush project, and I'd been in the Army long enough not to ask questions. I had some ideas, though, and when I walked into administration and found Professor Martel there, I was pretty sure they were right. Lieutenant Larkin reporting for duty, sir.
Hello, John. How are you?
Fine, Professor. Major.
Well, let's forget the Major. I've been trying to. I think the Army's a little sorry about the whole thing also.
Oh, that's not the way I heard it. Some of the things you've worked out in the last few years was something. Quite a break, my getting assigned here.
You think it was an accident?
You mean you requested me?
Of course. What did I take you away from, by the way?
Oh, nothing very much. Straight communications, a little radar.
No chance to continue any of the research you started when you were at the university, huh?
No. Afraid I've gotten rusty?
Not really. But there are just going to be the three of us to do the bulk of the work. You, myself, and a chap named Roy Shields. He worked with Ramsey at Tech.
And what's the project? Something big?
I think so. We're going to try and establish radio contact with the moon.
What?
Theoretically, it shouldn't be too difficult, you know.
Of course. And with the progress we've made during the war... Professor, it's terrific. One of the most exciting things I've ever heard of.
Think so?
Well, don't you? Don't you remember when we used to talk about it in the lab? What it would mean to the astronomers, the astrophysicists, measurements that they've never even been able to take before.
Yes, John, I remember.
Well, then,
I don't know. Somehow it worries me.
How we're going to do it?
No, that's all cut and dried. What's going to happen when we do it?
What do you mean?
We're reaching out, John. Reaching out into places where man has never been before. We're pretty close to the secret of matter, to the origin of life, and to the mystery of the universe. Sometimes I become a little afraid. Afraid that we may stumble on something that's too much for us, too big and... That's silly. Go pick out a bunk and get some rest, John. Tomorrow, we'll go to work.
The work? I remember that all right, weeks of it. And finally, the big night, the night we were ready for our first test. It was clear and cool, the ocean still, not thundering but whispering at the base of the cliffs, as if it were waiting. Every star separate and distinct, like signposts on the road to the infinite. Martel at the table in the center of the laboratory with the charts and diagrams doing the computing. Roy at the power controls, and I at the director.
Time?
23:02.
15 seconds. Power, 10.12.
Check.
You reading, John?
93 degrees.
Make it plus 0.2.
Check.
Time, 23:02:10.
Power on. 3 seconds. 4. Now.
How long to wait?
We should get it almost immediately. Lag of not more than... There, listen.
Huh? That's it! That's it! We've done it! We're in contact with the moon!
Yes, we'd done it. Reached out into space and done it. For the first time since man had walked erect, we had established contact with another heavenly body, bridged the infinite with man-made electrical impulses. There was no work done during the next 2 days, just excitement. Public relations broke the story the next morning, and we were swamped. Newspaper reporters, photographers, interviews, commentaries, prophecies. Finally, we got back to normal. And a couple of nights later... Yes, it's starting to come back to me now. I remember. It was the sound of the generators that woke me. I looked at my watch, almost midnight. Roy was asleep in his bunk, and I didn't wake him. I padded out along the duckboards to the laboratory. The lights were on. I went in, and there was Professor Martel. He was sitting at the control table, and he was funny. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem to see me. I said, "Hello, Professor." He didn't move. He didn't answer. I took a quick look at the control board, and the frequency had been changed. A little uneasy, I tried again. "Professor, what are you doing?" And then something very strange happened. Half of him came alive. His right side first. His right eye lighting up, while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitched, while his left one remained stiff. It was just for a fraction of a second. Then...
What? Oh. Hello, John.
Hello, Professor. Anything the matter?
Matter? What am I doing in here?
I don't know, sir. I heard the generators go on. I came in and found you here.
Strange. Very strange. I went to bed about 10:30.
Ever walked in your sleep before?
No, not that I know of. Of course, I haven't been sleeping too well lately. Very disturbing dream. Did you change the transmitter frequency that way?
No, sir. You must have done it yourself in your sleep.
Funny. That would make it more of a carrier instead of a transmitter wave.
Shall I shift it back?
No, leave it. I'd like to take a look again in the morning. Do some thinking about it.
The next morning, somehow, neither of us mentioned it. I can't be sure now whether we didn't remember or just didn't think it was important. But that night... Yes, it was that night that we discovered what it meant. That we knew. It was the sound of the generators that woke me again. I looked at my watch a few minutes before midnight. And it was then that I noticed that Roy wasn't in his bunk. I lay there. And for some reason I was terrified, trembling, There was something in the air, a feeling of menace that... I made myself get up. Slipped on a pair of sneakers and went out along the ductwalk to the laboratory. The lights were on again. I didn't go in this time, but I looked in the window. There was Roy, and there was Professor Martell again. He was sitting at the control table with that sane, dead look on his face. And Roy was standing in front of him, talking to him. I could hear him through the window.
What is it, sir? What's going on? Is anything the matter? Sleep. Walking in his sleep. I better get Larkin and... I can't leave the generator on, though. Gotta shut that out first.
He turned and started to walk across the room toward the master switch. And as he turned, Martell moved. His face stayed dead, expressionless, but he moved. He got up without a sound, took a heavy wrench from the work table, and followed Roy. And then, just as Roy put out his hand to throw the switch, he hit him.
Oh!
I heard his skull go like the shell of a rotten pumpkin, and he went down, dead. I couldn't move. I couldn't make a sound. I just stood there, frozen with horror. Martell looked down at him without batting an eye. And then, like a zombie, he walked over to the bench, picked up a hacksaw and went back. And then, bending over Roy's body, he started cutting off the top of his head.
A voice from the void, and the midnight waking. Memories, things best forgotten, coming back again. Memories of the terror that came out of space and of murder at midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Terror Out of Space.
That's all I remember then. When Professor Martell bent over Roy's body with a hacksaw in his hand, I must have fainted. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the sand outside the shack, and there was Martell bending over me. No, Professor, no, don't!
Why,
Don't!
John, what's the matter?
Leave me alone. Don't come near me. Don't touch me. I saw what you did in there.
And where? When?
Just now in the shack to Roy.
Aren't you well either, John?
What do you mean?
I just came up here from the cottage. I had a bad dream. I've been having quite a few of them lately, and I woke up with a very annoying headache. I came out to take a walk, get some air. I found you lying there.
But I'm telling you, I saw you. I saw you in there with Roy and...
And what?
Well, I don't even want to think about it. But you killed him.
Killed him? Huh. Let's go back to the bunkhouse, John. Take a look.
The bunkhouse?
Yes, when you see that Roy is where we should be, in bed, maybe it'll convince you that you either dreamed or imagined the whole thing.
He led the way to the bunkhouse, and I followed. Still shaken, but starting to feel a little foolish. This was the Professor Martell I had studied under, known for years, the man who wouldn't hurt a fly. We went into the bunkhouse, and Roy's bed was empty. He wasn't there. Martell gave me a funny look and started calling.
Roy! Roy, where are you? Roy!
Without a word, we hurried back to the laboratory, and there was no sign of him there either. Nothing. Wait, he must have gone out for a walk too, Professor, or maybe jeeped into town. If it was true, there'd be something here. His body, blood...
There, John.
Well, right there, in front of the switch. But there's nothing.
No. Except that it looks as if this floor was just scrubbed.
The floor... What? You're right.
John.
Huh?
Did you change the transmitter frequency this way?
But no, sir. You must have done it. Just the way you did last night.
Last night? You mean something happened last night, too?
You don't remember?
No. Tell me what you saw happen tonight. Everything you remember, whether you believe it now or not.
Well, it was pretty terrible, Professor. He was sitting there. And then, as quiet as if he were a laboratory specimen, You took a hacksaw and started to cut off the top of his head.
Merciful heaven.
Talking to you now, I know the whole thing's mad, impossible, but...
Yes, mad, impossible, but...
You mean it could have happened some way without your knowing it?
Sit down, John. Relax. Tell me what you know about the moon.
Well, the moon is a satellite, stellar body, probably formed by our sun in an encounter with some other stellar body.
Yes, probably formed at the same time as the Earth. But it may very well have supported life long before there was life here.
Life? But we know what its atmosphere
yes,
is.
We know what it is now. But how do we know what it was several million years ago? Just suppose, that there was life there millions of years ago. Life that reached a level of development we cannot even imagine. Suppose it died out as a form of life that we could recognize, but remained in a form that is eternal.
What do you mean?
In the form of electrical energy. We know that thought is an electrical process. An electrocephalograph will give a definite reading when a man is thinking.
Yes.
Suppose intelligences continue to exist on the moon in the form of complex electric charges. And suppose a channel is suddenly opened between the moon and some other planet.
The beams we sent out are radar beams. You mean they could come down the beam, take hold of someone, you, and make you...
I'm supposing, John, hypothesizing. But the fact is that the transmitter was set at carrier frequency, and none of us did it consciously. Of course, even if it's true, we have no way of knowing whether these entities are dangerous, malevolent, or not.
No way of knowing, but they killed. They made you kill Roy.
Because he was going to shut off the transmitter, cut off contact with the place they came from. As for the rest, well, they would be intensely curious about the human body, particularly the brain. They would want to examine it. Analyze.
Good Lord, Professor, do you realize what you're saying? The taking over of a person's body?
Yes, John, I do realize what I'm saying. Well, I don't believe it myself. Have you a gun?
Well, yes. Yes, I never carry it.
Well, start carrying it. And if you notice me doing anything strange, incomprehensible, don't hesitate. Shoot.
I didn't sleep that night. I remember that now. And I was convinced that I would never sleep again. Because it was there then, the moon. It was there all the time, of course, day and night. But it was during the night, when I was asleep, that it would be easiest for them, that they might try and... No, I can't think about it. I won't even now. With the daylight, I felt a little better. Roy hadn't come back, but, well, there were a dozen possible explanations for that. I went to have another talk with Professor Martell. And he was gone, too. His bed was empty, as if it had never been slept in. I waited until about noon. Then I called headquarters. I had decided that I was going to tell them only facts, things I could believe myself.
Hello?
Hello, Colonel. This is Larkin over at Radar Experimental.
Oh, yes, Larkin. How are you?
Pretty good, sir. I'd like to report that both Sergeant Shields and Major Martell are missing.
Huh? Missing? What do you mean?
I don't know, sir. They were both gone when I got up this morning.
AWOL, eh? Well, that's my fault. You men have been working awfully hard. I meant to suggest that you take leaves. Why don't you go missing, too?
Oh, no, sir, I couldn't. Not right now.
Okay. Then you carry on until they get back, and then I'll arrange for you to do it officially.
So I stayed. Stayed there in the lonely shack on top of the cliff, alone. And that was the most awful, terrible week of my life. Only the wind, the pounding of the surf, and my fears that were with me constantly. There was work I had to do, but I had to force myself to go into the laboratory. Then, on Friday, they found Roy's body. A phone call took me to town to the local funeral parlor. When I got there, the colonel was waiting.
You knew Sergeant Shields pretty well, didn't you, Larkin?
Yes, sir.
Some fishermen found a body in their nets this morning. I wish you'd look at it.
Of course, sir.
Right here.
Oh, good Lord.
Evidently, the fish were pretty hungry.
Well, no one could be sure, sir, but I think that is Shields.
All right, Larkin. Thank you.
Yes, they found Roy's body. And that night, Martell came back. I'd taken something to make me sleep. It was the only way I could sleep. But the sound of the generators woke me again. I lay there listening, unbelieving but terrified because there was no one at the station but me. Then, picking up my gun, I went down the duck walk to the laboratory. I opened the door, and there he was, Professor Martell. His face was thin and haggard. His eyes were dead, lackluster, the way they'd been those other 2 nights. And when he spoke, his voice was hardly human, as if someone was using him, speaking through him.
Too bad that you woke up, Larkin. You should not have come in here.
What do you mean, Professor? Where have you been?
We have been looking over your planet, studying it. Very interesting. And now we are ready to go.
Go? Go where? What are you talking about? What You said we. Professor Martell, have they...
Just a few preparations to make. And then...
The voice, that horrible voice stopped, and Martell swayed as if he were going to fall.
John.
I grabbed him, and he opened his eyes. He was himself again. And when he spoke, it was with his own voice.
John, for heaven's sake, help me. Help me.
How, Professor, how?
Your gun. What I told you, don't you remember? Don't you understand? They've got me. They took me that night. Took me all over the country. Looking, examining, studying. They picked my brain. They sucked me dry. And now they're going to take me back with them.
Back with them?
Back to where they came from. Not my body, they're not interested in that. But the essential me, in heaven's name, shoot, John. Shoot and... And now we are ready.
They had him again.
As your friend told you, we are taking him with us. But you will not remember. You will remember nothing, do you understand? Because someday we may come back.
I stood there, frozen, still holding on to Martell. Like a sleepwalker with superhuman strength, he pushed me away. I staggered back against the wall. Stiffly and mechanically, he walked to the door, opened it, and went out. The surf was thundering, the wind blowing. Straight to the edge of the cliff he walked, and then went over. But before he fell, he seemed almost to hover for a moment, as if something in him was going not down, but up.
Now, do you remember, John? Now, do you remember? You've got to remember. You've got to. I tricked them, fooled them. That's how I was able to get through to you. But they'll be coming for me any minute, and... John, you've got to do something. You've got to. It's true, they do exist. And they've got me here. They may be coming back again for others. John, they're coming! They're coming! Do something! Do...
When I woke up about a half hour ago, I found this all written out on the pad I keep next to my bed. Written out in my own handwriting, but a little scrawled and jerky as if my hand wasn't quite steady. Some of it I remember. Other parts, like Roy's murder, Professor Martell's suicide, I don't recall at all. Either I'm mad, completely mad, or... No, I can't think about it. I mustn't. Anyway, if I showed this to anyone, the world would think I'm mad. So now I'm going to burn it. Burn it up completely.
White and shaking, John Larkin tears the scrawled pages from his notebook, crumples them into an ashtray, and puts a match to them. And thus there disappears into ashes the only remaining evidence of the terror from out of space and of murder at midnight.
remember to be with us again when death comes in some unknown form. And the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. The part of John Larkin was played by George Petrie, and Peter Capell was Professor Martell. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Tommy, don't kick the ball so far. Now I had to go across the street to get it. Where did it go?
Is this your ball?
Who said that?
Me.
Why are you in the bushes? Are you hiding?
No. Your ball went back here. I was just getting it for you. Here, I'll kick it to you.
Thanks. Hey, you kick pretty good. What's your name?
Janet.
Mine's Rebecca. You can call me Becky. Why don't you come out of there?
That's all right. I'm okay here.
Don't be silly. Come on out and play kickball with us.
Oh, I would love to, but I'd better not.
Come on.
Do you really think I'm a good kicker?
You can play on my team.
Well, all right. Maybe I can. Maybe it'll be all right.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
Okay, I'm coming out now.
You better hurry. Tommy doesn't like to wait. You're a monster!
No, I'm not.
Stay away from me!
It's just my face. I'm really just like you.
You're not! You're a monster! Get away from me!
Wait! Come back! I kick really good. You said I do. Don't leave. I want to play kickball. I could help you win. You should see. Don't run away. Come back.
You don't have to look at me while we play.
Miss Tyler.
What?
Are you all right?
Where am I? Where did that girl go? Oh, the hospital. I'm in the hospital.
Yes, you're in the recovery room. Must have been having quite a dream.
Yes. Yes, it was the same dream I have every night. Something that happened when I was a child.
Well, you're coming out of the anesthetic now.
So the procedure is over?
It sure is.
Did the doctor say the treatment was successful?
If it was, he didn't tell me. I'm afraid we humble orderlies aren't privy to important information. But all your vital signs are good. I'll be wheeling you out of recovery and over to your room soon.
Do you know when the doctor will be taking the bandages off?
I'm afraid I don't know that either. I'm sure it's frustrating to have those bandages all over your face. Not being able to see and all.
Strangely enough, I'm getting used to it.
You've had this treatment before?
Yes.
How many times?
10.
10? So this was your 11th treatment?
Yes.
I see.
If it didn't work, I'll have to...
Now, don't get yourself upset, Miss Tyler. Right now, the important thing is that you get your rest. You know, Dr. Bernardi is an excellent physician. One of our best.
Yes. He's worked on me a few times before. Oh, will he be in soon? I'd like to talk to him.
Well, I can leave a message for him at the nurse's station if you'd like.
I'd appreciate that.
You just rest now, Miss Tyler, and don't worry about anything.
Thank you.
Hey, nurse, patient 307 wants to see Dr. Bernardi when he's available. She's anxious to find out if the doctor thinks her treatment was successful. It was her 11th.
I know. No wonder she's chomping at the bit.
You didn't get a look at her when she was admitted, did you?
I sure did. I had to turn away. I'm afraid I've got an overactive gag reflex when it comes to those face cases.
I know what you mean.
I'll tell you something. If that were my face, I'd bury myself in a grave someplace. Some people want to live no matter what.
Year, place, circumstances, all indeterminate because this is a story about beauty and ugliness, and it is not dependent on a clock or a calendar. You have been introduced to Miss Janet Tyler, who lives in a very private world of darkness, a universe whose dimensions are the size, thickness, length of a swath of bandages that cover her face. In a moment, we'll join Miss Tyler after she's been moved to her hospital room, and also in a moment, we'll look under the bandages, keeping in mind, of course, that we're not to be surprised by what we see, because this isn't just a hospital, and this patient is not just a woman. Miss Janet Tyler, patient number 307, is recovering from a medical procedure that is only performed in the Twilight Zone.
Nurse, is that you?
Yes. Brought you your sleeping medicine, honey.
Oh. Is it really night already?
It's 9:30.
What about the day?
What about it?
Well, was it a beautiful day? Was the sun out? Was it warm?
Kind of warm.
Clouds? Were there clouds in the sky?
I suppose there were. I never was much for staring up at the sky all the time.
I used to look at clouds a lot when I was little. We had a hill by our house, and I liked to go up there and lay alone in the tall grass and stare up at the clouds. Did you ever do that?
Can't say I ever did.
I used to love the sun on my face, the wind in my hair, and the solitude. I loved being by myself, all alone at the top of the world.
Time to take your temperature now.
Oh, just one other thing.
Well?
When will they take the bandages off? How long do I have to wait?
Until they decide whether they can fix up your face or not.
Oh. I guess it's pretty bad, isn't it?
I've seen worse.
But it's pretty bad, isn't it? I mean, I know it's pretty bad. Ever since I can remember, ever since I was a little girl, people have turned away from me. One of my earliest memories is of a girl screaming when she looked at me. It's something I still dream about. I never wanted to be beautiful. I just wanted people not to scream when they looked at me. When, nurse, when will they take the bandages off my face this time?
You've been waiting so long now, it really doesn't make much difference whether it's 2 days or 2 weeks, does it?
I suppose not.
Now let me take your temperature.
Good evening, nurse.
Hello, Dr. Bernardi.
How's patient 307?
Resting comfortably.
How would you describe her emotional state?
Apprehensive. A bit agitated.
Can't blame her. This is what, her 9th visit?
I've lost count. You have to give her credit. She keeps trying, doesn't she?
Yes. A shame. All her previous treatments were unsuccessful.
Doctor, what would cause such deformity?
I wish I knew. I'm going to check in on her, come back about 11, nurse. Give her the usual sedative then.
All right, Doctor.
Warm this evening, Miss Tyler?
Hello, Doctor. I thought it was warm. I couldn't be sure, though.
I expect you're uncomfortable under all those bandages.
Oh, I'm used to bandages on my face. Sometimes I think I've lived my whole life inside a dark cave. The walls are gauze, and the wind that blows in from the mouth of the cave always smells of disinfectant. There's kind of a comfort, though, Doctor, to living in this cave. It's so wonderfully private. No one can ever see me. It's hopeless, isn't it, Doctor? I'll never look any different.
That's hard to say. Up to now, you haven't responded to the medication or to the shots or any of the proven techniques. Frankly, you've stumped us, Miss Tyler. Nothing we've done so far has made any difference at all, but we are hopeful of what this last treatment may have accomplished. Unfortunately, your case is one that can't be handled with plastic surgery. Bone structure, flesh type, many factors prohibit this kind of approach, and... This is your 11th visit.
No more after this, are there? No more tries?
11 is the maximum number of experiments. No more are permitted after 11.
Now what?
Well, you're kind of jumping the gun, Miss Tyler. You may very well have responded to these last injections. There's no way of telling till we get those bandages off.
But if I haven't responded, then what?
There are alternatives.
Like?
Don't you know?
I know.
You realize, of course, Miss Tyler, why these rules are in effect? Each of us is afforded as much opportunity as possible to fit in with society.
Doctor, may I walk outdoors? May I sit out on the lawn just for a while, just to smell the flowers, just to feel the air, just to make believe, Doctor, to make believe that I am normal. If I sit outside in the darkness, then I know that the whole world is dark. I'm more a part of it that way, not just one grotesque, ugly, deformed woman with a bandage around her face, with a special darkness that belongs just to her. I want to belong. I want to be like other people. Please help me, Doctor.
You're not alone, Miss Tyler. You realize that, don't you? There are many others who share your misfortune. One of the alternatives, should this last treatment prove unsuccessful, well, it would be to simply allow you to move into a special area in which people of your own kind have been congregated.
People of my own kind? Congregated, Doctor? You don't mean congregated, you mean segregated. You mean imprisoned. You're talking about a ghetto now. A ghetto designed for freaks. You know what everyone calls them, Doctor? Ugly camps. They're camps for ugly, deformed freaks like me.
Miss Tyler, the state is not unsympathetic. Your presence here in this hospital attests to this. But you're not being rational. You can't expect to live any kind of life amongst normal people.
I could try. I could wear a mask or this bandage. I wouldn't bother anyone. I'd just go on my own way. I'd take a job, any job. Ugh, who are you people anyway? What is this state? Who makes up all the rules and the statutes and the traditions?
The people who are different have to stay away from the people who are normal. Well, the state isn't God, Doctor.
Miss Tyler, please!
The state is not God! It hasn't the right to penalize people for an accident of birth. It hasn't the right to make ugliness a crime. Doctor, look. If I walk over here by this window...
Careful, Miss Tyler.
No, I can feel the night out there. I feel the air. I can smell the flowers. Please. Please take this bandage off me. Please take this off me. Take this off me!
No, Miss Tyler, don't tear at the bandages. You could do serious damage to the work we've done. Nurse, I could use help here. Get this patient a sedative now.
Excuse me, nurse?
May I help you?
Yes, we're looking for Dr. Bernardi.
If you don't mind, Mr. Smith, I can speak for myself.
Of course, Minister. My apologies.
I believe Dr. Bernardi is with a patient. May I ask who wants to see him?
Just tell him it's the Minister of Relocation.
Of course, Minister. You can wait right over there. I'll just find the doctor for you.
Thank you.
Hey, who's that? He looks like he's from the state.
It's the Minister of Relocation.
Probably here to find out about patient 307, but who's that with him? He's so
grotesque. Isn't it obvious? He's from one of those ugly camps. If patient 307 hasn't changed when they take off the bandages, he'll be here ready to cart her off to Gruesome Gulch.
Miss Tyler.
Oh, Doctor? What time is it?
It's morning.
I've lost track of time.
Easy to do. Those bandages keep you from seeing the daylight. Plus, we've kept you mildly sedated since your outburst a couple of days ago. You slept much of the time.
Oh, is today the day?
Yes.
When?
You're scheduled for 12 noon. Miss Tyler.
Yes?
After I remove your bandages, regardless of the outcome, I must insist that you promise to remain rational. No tantrums, no temperament. You understand?
Yes.
Now, having said that, I want to tell you that you have every reason to be optimistic. You've been fortunate enough to take advantage of some pharmaceuticals that were just recently developed in state laboratories. They've done quite well under testing conditions. Your chances for a successful treatment are very promising. So, let's just keep a hopeful outlook. All right?
I'll try, Doctor.
Dr. Bernardi, I'm sorry to interrupt. May I speak with you a moment?
Of course. I'll see you later, Miss Tyler.
All right, Doctor.
What is it, nurse?
The Minister of Relocation is here to see you.
The Minister of... What does he want?
He didn't say.
I'd better not keep him waiting. You can show him to my office, nurse.
I'll let him know.
Come in.
Dr. Bernardi?
Yes, Minister. So sorry to keep you waiting. How can I help you?
I understand you have a patient here. Patient 307, I believe?
Yes. Janet Tyler is her name.
I know her name, Doctor. I understand that 3 days ago she completed her 11th treatment for facial reformation.
That's correct, sir.
And she is scheduled to have her bandages removed today?
Yes.
Since this was patient 307's 11th treatment, there's a strong possibility that her appearance will not have changed.
Well, I'd like to think that we were successful this time.
But we know the statistics, don't we, Doctor?
The statistics?
The data on those who've had 11 treatments. Only 18 people have ever undergone that many. And of that number, only 2 are successful. That's why I brought Mr. Smith along with me today.
How do you do, Doctor?
Mr. Smith?
Are you familiar with the ugly camp in the north, Doctor?
We prefer to call it a relocation village, Minister.
I'm sure you do.
I'm familiar with it.
Mr. Smith here is to escort patient 307 there, should her appearance remain unchanged.
Shouldn't we wait until the bandages have been removed before making a decision like that?
Experience has shown us, Doctor, that immediate exclusion is best for the patient. If 307's condition remains unchanged, Mr. Smith will ensure that her removal is swift and peaceful.
So the only option for her is segregation?
We prefer to think of it as a repositioning, a transfer, if you will, to a place with others of her disability. But to answer your question, the only other alternative for undesirables is extermination. But you should know, Doctor, that extermination is not an option if she is in good physical condition. In that case, she would simply be relocated.
Has the state considered any other alternatives? Especially for a patient who's tried so hard to conform. It doesn't seem fair that...
Fair? One could infer that you are questioning the judgment of the state, Dr. Bernardi.
Oh, no, of course not, Minister. I'm simply trying to consider what's best for my patient. I wouldn't be much of a physician if I didn't.
An admirable trait, Doctor. Assuming it doesn't take priority over the principles established by our leader.
Of course, Minister. No disrespect was intended.
I'm sure. Well, my business here is complete. Here is the necessary paperwork to fill out if patient 307's condition remains unchanged, and I will leave Mr. Smith here to accompany her to his village. Doctor, I would highly recommend sequestering Mr. Smith someplace where he won't, alarm the patients.
Of course. We have a room down the hall where he can wait undisturbed.
Excellent. Just one more thing, Dr. Bernardi. I assume the hospital knows that every video monitor in every room and every hallway must be tuned to the leader's message today. I understand it will be especially inspiring.
I'm sure it's been taken care of, but I'll confirm that the audio-visual staff knows about it.
Most kind of you. Thank you for your time, Doctor. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Goodbye, Minister.
Goodbye.
I'll show you to a room where you can wait, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hey, it's almost time for 307's bandages to come off. The doctor said to be sure and have the anesthetist standing by.
Oh, that's right. I'll set it up now. Of course, it's not for me to say, but I think they spend an awful lot of time and trouble on these face cases, these throwbacks. Why not ship them out in the beginning?
Is that what you'd want? If it were you?
I mean, if it were me, I'd want to follow the rules of the state no matter what I look like. Oh, anesthesia? We need you for patient 307. I should warn you, she may get violent. Thanks. I'm not saying 307's case isn't tragic, but the rules the leader established are for the good of society. We can't make exceptions for one person, no matter how hard she's tried to conform. Oh, that reminds me. The leader is speaking today. I should turn on the radio.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our leader.
Just in time.
You're not going to have time to hear it. We have to be in 307's room.
Yeah, I know. For the great unveiling. I just want to hear the beginning.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight I shall talk to you about glorious conformity, about the delight and the ultimate pleasure of our unified society. You recall, of course, that period of time when there was a strange, over-sentimentalized perception that it mattered not if people were different, with foreign elements glued together in a crazy quilt.
Looks like the leader's speech is on every video monitor, just like the minister requested. I guess my meeting with him could have gone better. Hope you didn't think I was questioning the laws of the state. But I've got to remain positive, regardless of what the statistics say. I have to let Miss Tyler see a glimmer of hope through all those bandages. After all, we use the latest medicine, the most up-to-date procedures.
Dr. Bernardi?
Huh? Oh, yes, nurse?
You look deep in thought.
I guess I am. There's a lot to think about today.
Well, the anesthesiologist is on his way. Should we all meet you outside patient 307's room?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll see you there.
Okay, doctor, let's find out if the 11th time is the charm. Hello, Miss Tyler.
Hello, Doctor. There are others with you. It's time, isn't it?
It's time. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm frightened. This is my last chance, Doctor. My last chance.
I understand, but let's stay positive, all right? Now, I'll tell you precisely what I'm going to do. I'll start to unwind the bandage very gradually. See, the process has to be slow so that you can become accustomed to the light. As you know, the injections may have had an effect on your vision. Now, as I unwrap, I want you to keep your eyes open. And I want you to describe to me the different shadings of light as you perceive it as each layer of bandage comes off.
All right.
Now, if you make any sudden movements or start getting emotional on us, Miss Tyler, I'm going to have the nurses hold you down and have the anesthesiologist put you under sedation. Is that understood?
I promise I won't.
All right, then. Nurse, may I have the scissors?
Here you are, Doctor.
All right, Miss Tyler. I'm going to remove the first layer of bandages now. There.
Oh, it looks gray.
All right, now. Just be very quiet. Now, Miss Tyler?
Oh, much brighter. Very bright.
A bit more now. How about now?
Oh, it's bright. It's very bright.
Good. Just a little more. I'm at the last layer now, Miss Tyler.
Oh, I can just distinguish your outline, just vaguely, but I can see you.
Do you want a mirror?
No, thank you, no mirror.
All right. I'm going to remove the last bandage now. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Miss Tyler. I'm going to remove the last bandage. I want you to remember something, please. Miss Tyler, we have done all we could. If we were successful, all well and good. There are no problems. If, however, this final treatment has not achieved the desired results, keep in mind that you can still live a long and fruitful life among people of your own kind. All right, Miss Tyler, remain very quiet, please. Keep your eyes open. I'm about to remove the last of it. I wish you every good luck. There. That's the final... Oh, no change! Her face has not changed at all!
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Look at her. Radiant, supple skin, high, delicate cheekbones, a petite, dainty nose, full, soft lips, and those blue eyes. They seem to offset her features so that her face has a luminous quality. Why, she looks hideous.
Oh, God. I really haven't changed. Not at all.
I'm afraid not. You look exactly the way you did before the treatment.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Now, Miss Tyler, you need to calm down. Let me get you something.
I don't get it.
I just want to look normal.
After 11 treatments, she still doesn't look even remotely like the rest of us. There's no bony mass protruding over the left eye, no swollen, distended upper lip.
Is that really so much?
Where's the sack of spongy, discolored flesh hanging from the right ear or the peeling, blotchy skin?
Why don't I look like everybody?
And a nose?
Can't
Is it
answer that,
gnawed
Miss
and
Tyler.
pushed to the side like it should
Sometimes
be?
we can't explain why things like this happen to certain people.
No! No! It's not fair!
Miss Tyler, I warned you.
But I've tried, Doctor. You understand. You know how hard I've tried. Can't they make an exception? I've had 11 procedures. The maximum number. Can't they see that I've tried to conform, to be a part of normal society? Doesn't that count for anything?
I don't make the rules, Miss Tyler. Now please, sit down. We've arranged for you to stay in a place with your own kind.
No! No! I won't go! Let me out of here! Oh! Ah! Oh!
I say to you now,
come on.
There is no
We have to stop her.
I'll call security.
She's running toward the elevator. Stop her. Stop that woman. Don't let her get away.
The door's closed inside. She didn't make it.
Let me out! Let me out of here! I've got to get out of here! Oh! Come back!
Now we know that there must be a single.
She's getting away again.
How if I can help it? I'll go through this storage room and cut her off. There's a door on the other side.
Entity of people.
Come on, nurse. We'll stop her from backtracking this way.
Philosophy of government.
There. I think he's got a corner.
Come on now, Miss Tyler. You need to stop running.
But don't you see? Everywhere I run, everyone looks the same. The doctors, the nurses, the leader on all these video monitors. They're all just reminders. Reminders that I'm different. That I'm a freak.
No, wait!
We cannot permit. We must not permit.
She's gonna throw that clipboard at him.
The sentimentality of a past age to weaken our resolve. We must cut
I'm
out
tired
all
of
that is
hearing
different,
your rules.
like a cancerous
I
growth.
am not a cancer.
Because such a
Is everybody okay?
Yes.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
She's getting away again.
Come on.
I'll find a place to hide. No one ever has to look at me again. I'll find some place out in the country where I can be alone and lay in the tall grass and look up at the clouds. But first, I have to find a way out of here. Oh, this is just some kind of waiting room.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, get away!
I won't hurt you, I promise.
Miss Tyler, here you are. Now, don't be afraid. This is a representative of the group you're going to live with. Oddly enough, you've come right to him.
He looks like a monster.
I'm sorry if my appearance has alarmed you, Miss Tyler, but it's just my face. I'm really just like you.
This is Mr. Smith, Walter Smith. He's in charge of the village group in the north. He'll take you there tonight. You can live among your own kind now.
Miss Tyler?
Yes.
We have a lovely village and wonderful people. I think you'll like it where I'm going to take you. You'll be with your own kind, and after a little while, you'd be amazed how quickly you'll feel a sense of great belonging. You'll feel a sense of being loved, and you will be loved, Miss Tyler. Doctor, would you excuse us?
Of course. Good luck, Miss Tyler.
Miss Tyler?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at me.
I can't.
Please, Miss Tyler. I'm looking at you right now, without turning away. Won't you do me the same courtesy?
All right.
Thank you. Now, what do you see?
I see clear brown eyes, smooth, tanned skin, a trim, straight nose, a firm, square jaw. I see someone who looks different.
That's right. You see someone who understands how you feel. Miss Tyler, I can take you to a place where it doesn't matter if you look different.
Mr. Smith, why are some of us born so ugly?
I don't know, Miss Tyler. I really don't know. But do you know something? It doesn't really matter. There's an old saying, a very, very old saying. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. When we leave here, when we go back to the village, keep that in mind. Try, Miss Tyler. Say it over and over in your mind.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Come on now. We'll get your things and we'll leave.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits, examining the wreckage of a long-lost spaceship that crashed under strange circumstances.
From the looks of the wreckage, the ship didn't hit head-on. It came in at an angle right over those pinnacles of rock. How old would you say the ship was, sir? Judging by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. 100 years old? Smoking rockets, what a story this old ship could tell. Hey, Commander, somebody or something shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. This time they won't miss. Come on, get out of here before they fire again. Yeah, but Commander, why would they fire on us? If we don't get under that ledge of rock, we'll never find out.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Treasure of Planetoid 60. Say, gang, did you ever try a cereal that tasted so good you felt like bouncing right up to the ceiling like a spring? Well, if you haven't, try Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. So good you just can't seem to get them out of the package fast enough. And when you see that bowl full of bite-sized biscuits looking up at you, why, man, oh, man, you can hardly wait until you pour on the milk and sprinkle on the sugar. And, wow, when you dive into Chex... Well, sir, that was you bouncing right up to the ceiling because you like your Chex so much. So try 'em, Space Patrollers. Rice Chex. Delicious, nutritious, bite-sized, shredded rice biscuits. Hollow inside so they can fill up with milk. And Wheat Chex. A bite-sized treat made of energy-rich whole wheat. The super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. The only cereals in the universe that bring you a magic space picture inside of every package. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Treasure of Planetoid 60. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have just finished inspecting Space Patrol units on the planet Neptune. Now, in the Neptune City headquarters, Buzz is showing Happy a fragment of bluish rock streaked with bands of violet.
It's an odd-looking rock, sir. What is it?
It's called transplutite, Happy. It was brought here by a gem expert named Hollister. He wanted it examined by the Space Patrol scientists.
Transplutite? I don't think I ever heard of it.
Oh, very few people have. Outside of a few specimens in museums, no transplutite has been seen in nearly 100 years. Hollister says that yesterday 2 men came into his shop with several chunks of this rock. He couldn't believe his eyes. The men refused to say where they got it.
Well, why did Hollister bring it here? Does he think it was stolen from a museum?
Yes. We're checking by Spaceophone now with museums all over the solar system.
Oh, then this transplutite must be pretty valuable.
Extremely. Not because of the rock itself. It's the arcturium in it that makes it valuable.
That's another new one, Commander.
And then you've never heard of Captain Hartog?
No, sir.
Well, Captain Hartog was a scientist and space explorer who lived about a century ago. After a long space trip, he showed up on the planet Earth with samples of this blue rock and some strange new gems that he'd ground into microscopic cutting tools.
Uh-huh.
The amazing thing about these gems was that they emitted radiation when a small current was sent through them. They provided their own light for the most delicate analysis under a microscope.
Oh, I see.
Instantly, there was a tremendous demand for the gems, and Captain Hartog was the only one who could supply them. When he was asked where he got them, he just laughed and said from Arcturus.
Arcturus? Well, that's impossible.
Of course. Arcturus is a star 32 light years away, but the gem was called Arcturium just the same. And the rock itself was named transplutite, indicating that it came from beyond Pluto.
Well, didn't Captain Hartog ever know where he got it?
No. No, he blasted off on a space flight, and nothing was ever heard from him again. No trace of his ship was ever found. Naturally, that cut off the supply of Arcturium. No substitute has ever been discovered.
Well, is there Arcturium in this piece of rock, Commander?
Yes. Well, here's a chance to use your new Space Patrol microscope. Have you got it with you?
Oh, yes, sir. Right here in my pocket.
All right. Focus it on one of those violet streaks in the rock.
Oh, this sure is a terrific little microscope, sir. I've been making fingerprint tests with it just for fun.
Well, you'll find it comes in handy in hundreds of ways, Happy. For a long time, we've needed a small, compact, powerful microscope. I'll bet I turned down a dozen models till the security lab came up with this one.
That's a beauty, sir. It's light and still plenty rugged. I've got the microscope focused, sir.
Now, just watch that violet streak.
It looks like tiny sparks of light are shooting through the rock.
That's the action of the Arcturium, Happy. You could see it better if the rock were polished. If electric current were applied, the Arcturium would really glow.
Should I hook it up to a current, sir?
Now, let's wait till we get over to Hollister's shop. I want to return this sample to him before Corbo and Rupp get there.
Corbo and Rupp?
Oh, they're the 2 men who brought in the transplutite. If one of their samples is missing, they're going to get suspicious. That is, if they're up to something crooked. Let's get over there right away.
All right, Hollister, where is it? Quit stalling. We left 4 rock samples here, and we've only got 3. Where's the other one? Come on, Hollister. What are you up to?
Rupp, what are you doing?
Trying to make him talk.
Now, leave him alone. Take your hands off him.
Might as well, I guess. Must have hit him a little too hard. He's unconscious.
That was a stupid thing to do.
But, Corbo, what business has he got holding out on one of our samples?
Maybe he wasn't sure what it was and turned it over to another mineral expert.
Why didn't he say so?
Professional pride, maybe. Anyway, we'd better shut this door to his back office and get out of here.
You got the other samples?
Yeah. Here in this case. Come on, let's go.
You, sure you searched every place here in the outer office?
Yeah, even the safe. It was unlocked. We'll blast off for Saturn and have the samples tested there. And next time, Rupp, no strong-arm stuff.
All right, Corvo, let up, will you? Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi.
Where's Mr. Hollister?
Oh, he stepped out for a few minutes. Just wait, he'll be right back. We're in sort of a hurry, if you'll excuse us.
Oh, just a minute. Are you Frank Rupp and Kent Corbo?
Us?
Why...
What if we are?
You fit the description Mr. Hollister gave me. Then this must be one of your samples.
Why, this, that's right.
It's transplutite, all right, with Arcturium in it.
Oh, fine. May I have it, please?
Oh, wait till Mr. Hollister returns. Where did you get these samples?
We don't actually know where they came from. We got them from a space prospector we met on Jupiter. We're acting as his agent, so to speak.
You came directly here to Neptune from Jupiter?
That's right, Commander.
Well, if this prospector friend of yours has discovered a source of Arcturium and wants to keep it a secret, that's his affair and yours.
Fine, then we'll be going along.
Commander, what's that?
It came from the back room. Check on it, Happy.
Yes, sir.
You two stay where you are.
Sorry, Commander. We've got other plans.
Hey, what are you doing?
And this'll take care of you, Cadet.
That satchel of rocks makes a nice weapon, Corbo.
Come on, Rep. Let's get out of here, quick.
Happy. Happy, are you all right?
Commander, we get away?
Yeah. We've only been out a couple of minutes. I'll call spaceport and have a guard put on the ship. Check the back room, Happy. They've probably done something to Hollister.
Yes, sir.
You take care of him, then we'll head for the spaceport. Here's Corbo's ship, Happy.
It looks like we got here ahead of him.
They may have seen the guards and got scared off. We'll get them. First, we'll examine the ship. Up the ladder, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Leave the hatch open after we get in the airlock.
Right, Commander.
Oh, wait, Hap. Look at this white dust on the floor of the airlock.
Hmm?
I wonder where they picked that up.
Certainly not at any regular spaceport.
We'll gather up a sample of it later and examine it under the microscope. Now, let's go to their spacesuit locker. Open the inner hatch.
Boy, they sure tracked in a lot of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. By the marks on the floor, they were wearing spacesuits. That's why I want to check the locker.
Spacesuits? That means they've recently been on one of the moons. And this white stuff is probably powdered pumice.
That alone isn't much of a clue. There are a lot of moons, partly covered with pumice. Now, here's the locker. Now, let's examine the boots on these suits.
Hey, they must have been wading in pumice halfway up to their knees.
Get your microscope out, Happy. I'll scrape off a sample.
Yes, sir.
Mere magnification may not tell us too much, but it might tell us if it's worthwhile making a more thorough test at the Neptune City lab.
The microscope's all ready, sir.
All right, I'll smear a little of this powder on the slide. Slip it into the stage clamp. Now I'll look through the lens.
It's in focus now, Commander. There's some dark flakes of something mixed with the powder. You want to see?
Oh, thanks. Mm-hmm. It'll take a spectrographic analysis at the lab to tell us exactly what those flakes are.
Yeah, then we'll have a line on where Rupp and Corbo have been.
We'll also disconnect their vector computer and take it with us.
The vector computer?
Yes, if they didn't clear the settings after they landed, it may show us exactly where they were before landing on Neptune. Let's take these spacesuits.
Corbo, look at our ship. They got guards around it.
Corey must have come to and alerted the spaceport.
We'd better get away from here quick.
Yeah, we'll get out of the city.
How?
In a surface car. We'll drive out through the surface locks at the north side of the atmosphere shell. The space phone route to pick us up in a spaceship the other side of the hills.
We'll have to have spacesuits to transfer to the ship.
They're already in the surface car. Come on, Rep. We've got to get out of Neptune City before they put a guard at the surface locks.
I just checked with the infirmary, sir. Mr. Hollister's okay, and he's on his way back to his shop.
Good. Reports have come in from the museums, Happy. No transplutite exhibits are missing.
Well, I don't get it, sir. If Rupp and Corbo didn't steal the transplutite, why would they beat up Hollister and attack us? What have they got to be afraid of?
I think I've got part of the answer, Happy. Rupp and Corbo apparently have stumbled onto something more than Arcturium-bearing rock. I think they've found out what happened to Captain Hartog.
Wow.
The lab has carefully analyzed those spacesuits we took from the ship. Remember those dark flakes in the powdered pumice?
Yes, sir.
They're bits of enamel, apparently scraped off of metal when Rupp and Corbo walked over it in their suits. Enamel that was once used to coat the interior of spaceships.
But how does that connect up with Captain Hartog, sir?
Because enamel of this type hasn't been used in 90 years. Of course, Rupp and Corbo might have been tramping around the wreck of another old hulk, but when they also show up with transplutite, there's only one conclusion.
Then Hartog's ship was wrecked here inside the solar system. And if we only knew where.
The vector computer from Corbo's ship gave us a clue. Corbo didn't come to Neptune directly from Jupiter. The formula for the vector curve indicates that they came from the direction of planetoid 60.
Planetoid 60?
Yes. It's one of the thousands of planetoids that have never been officially observed at close range. Its orbit is so freakish that old 60 has been out of the regular space lanes for 50 years.
That's where Hartog's ship crashed?
And that's what we're going to find out. Let's get out to the spaceport. We're blasting off right away. Cut our velocity, Happy. Even at this distance, it won't take us long to completely circle the planetoid.
Yes, sir. Sure is small. Not more than 10 miles in diameter. Oh, I think I see something in the view scope, sir. Sort of a dark area on the white surface.
You're right. Increase the sensitivity. More. Hold it.
It's a wrecked ship, Commander. What a crash that must have been. Chunks of the hull are scattered all over.
We'll put on our spacesuits and set the ship down. I want to get a close look at that wreckage.
Give me the controls, Rupp. I'll take her in for the landing.
Corvo, look. There's a spaceship on the planetoid right near the wreck.
That's Corey's ship, Terra 5.
How did he know this is where Hartog crashed?
I don't know, but this is a good chance to get rid of him.
You mean blast his ship and leave him stranded here?
No. Look, they're in spacesuits poking around the wreckage. We'll blast them with a space cannon and land. You blast off in Corey's ship.
What for?
We don't want anyone to find a trace of Corey's ship on that planetoid. When you're out in space, I'll join airlocks with Terra 5 and you come aboard. Then we'll cut Corey's ship loose.
I get it. They'll find Corey's ship maybe, but they'll never know what happened to Corey.
Right. We'll be able to keep searching Planetoid 60 for the rest of Hartog's treasure. All right. Train your gun sights on Corey.
From the looks of the wreckage, the ship didn't hit head-on. It came in at an angle right over those pinnacles of rock. Yes, sir. Is it Hartog's ship, sir? I don't know, but by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. Hey, look at this. A blue rock. A chunk of transplutite. Yes, and there are more chunks scattered around. There must have been tons of it in the cargo hold. Commander, somebody's shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. Corvo, quick, get under that overhanging ledge. Yes, sir.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hey, Space Patrollers, how would you like to go along with me into a hidden world? A world your eyes alone cannot see. What am I talking about? How can you do it? Well, I wish I could tell you this very moment. But until the end of today's Space Patrol program, this great, wonderful trip is a deep, dark secret. This much, however, I can tell you. To get into this hidden world, you need a magical scientific instrument, an official piece of Space Patrol equipment. It's a surprise for you from Commander Corey, a new and different surprise you'll really go for. So stand by, have pencil and paper ready, and be all set to hear this exciting, wonderful news at the end of today's Space Patrol adventure. And now back to the treasure of Planetoid 60. Through some tiny fragments of enamel found clinging to the boots of a spacesuit, Commander Corey, with the help of the new Space Patrol microscope and other laboratory equipment, has partly solved a mystery. He has discovered that Captain Hartog, a space explorer of a century before, crashed his ship on Planetoid 60. While examining the wreckage, Buzz and Happy were attacked by Rupp and Corbo, who fired blasts at them from their space cruiser. Now the two criminals are hovering above the scene, looking for a trace of Buzz and Happy.
Looks like we got him, Rupp. Not a trace of him.
Yeah, that last blast not only finished him, it buried him.
On the rock ledge, collapsed right on top of him.
Nice, neat job. Nothing to tidy up.
Except to get rid of Corey's ship. Get into a spacesuit, and I'll set our ship down.
Okay. After I blast off in Terra 5, where do I head?
Point it out toward the Pluto orbit. Then I'll join airlocks and bring you back aboard. Before you leave Corey's ship, cut on the automatic emergency signal on the space phone. That'll bring the Space Patrol after the ship. And no one will bother about Planetoid 60.
Happy, can you hear me? Yes, sir, but very faintly. Are you all right? I think so, sir, but I can't move. I'm buried under a pile of rock. So am I, but I think I can work loose. There. My head and shoulders are out now. Lucky these helmets and suits are built to take a lot of punishment. I'll be free in a few seconds, Happy. Once you're able to move, these rocks aren't heavy. There isn't much gravity on this little planetoid. There. Now, Happy, we're... Oh, I see the top of your helmet. They sure came close with that space cannon. I was sure that last blast was our finish. Evidently, Rupp and Corbo thought it was, too. Here, I'll roll these rocks away from around your helmet so I can grab you under the shoulders. There. Now, here we go. Thanks, Commander. Better turn up the power on your suit transmitter, Happy. I can barely hear you. All right, sir. Is that any better? A little. It's all the way up. And you're pretty faint yourself. That fall of rock must have damaged our transmitters. Hey, Commander, our ship is gone. Rupp and Corbo are smarter than I thought. What do you mean, sir? It won't take the Space Patrol long to find the ship. There won't be anything to make anyone look for us here in Planetoid 60. And with our transmitters damaged, gee, Commander, we're stranded. Yes, until Rupp and Corbo come back. If they do. Well, they probably will. If they didn't intend to, there wouldn't have been any point in taking our ship instead of blasting it right here. Well, suppose they do come back. They'll finish us off if they see us. We'll take care of that when the time comes. Commander, look, one of the shots that Corbo and Rupp fired us hit the wreckage. Uh-huh. Churned it up worse than it was. Uh-oh. What's this? What's what, sir? This transparent plastic case. There's writing inside and a small lump of metal with a chain on it. It looks like some sort of a bracelet. It's engraved. Captain Jules Hartog. What's the writing about, sir? It's dated January 15th, 2853. 100 years ago. Hartog wrote this, Happy. Listen. This is written just before what may be my last voyage in space. When found, we were able to control our ship.
And that a crash was inevitable, we bailed out in our spacesuits. We drifted here 4 hours later. Now, the three of us, Mowbray, Clayton, and myself, are about to blast off on an emergency space raft. Our hope of rescue is slight, but it is better to be out in space, headed for the unknown, than to wait on this planetoid for the inevitable end. We leave behind a treasure. With luck, we shall return to claim it ourselves. You who read this perhaps are here by chance. Forgive us, then, if we selfishly decline to make it easy for you to obtain what we have discovered.
By years of sacrifice and the risk of our lives. And assigned Captain Jules Hartog. 3 men in a tiny space raft. No wonder they were never found. And all this happened 100 years ago, but, well, I feel like it just happened. I can understand why they took the space raft rather than stay here. We're in the same fix, and we haven't got a space raft. At least Captain Hartog left us with something to do to pass the time. What's that, sir? Look for the treasure. I wonder how long it would take us to search this whole planetoid. Several days, probably. You know, Happy, I've been wondering why Captain Hartog left this lump of metal here with his letter. Well, what kind of metal is it, sir? It looks like platinum. Happy, do you have your Space Patrol microscope where you can get at it? Yes, sir. It's in the belt pouch of my spacesuit. Well, let me have it. I want to take a look at these scratches. Yes, sir. Here it is. Thanks. You know, from the shape of this platinum lump, it just might be a model of this planetoid. Oh? Now, if I can get these scratch marks into focus. There. That was right, Happy. Captain Hartog left us a map of Planetoid 60. What? There are letters here, letters so small they can't be seen without the microscope. Planetoid 60. There's a cross marked in the face of this tiny lump. Under it's the word cave. Cave? Then that must be where the treasure is. If we can pick out the spot where we are now, we ought to be able to locate the cave. See, over there to our left is a sort of knife-edged ridge of rock. To the right, 3 small pinnacles in a sort of triangle. Now, if there's something like that on the metal lump. Can you find it, sir? Yeah. Now, here it is. The cave is about a third of the way around the other side of the planetoid. Let's get going, Happy.
Okay, Corbo. Before I left Corey's ship, I turned on the automatic emergency signal on the spaceophone. You can cut the Terra 5 loose now.
All right, Rupp. By the time the Space Patrol picks up the signal and comes to investigate, we'll be thousands of DUs away.
You sure it's safe to go back to Planetoid 60 right away?
Sure. With Corey's ship out near the Pluto orbit, Planetoid 60 would be the last place they'd look for Corey.
Then let's go back and load up all the transplutite we can find.
Must be getting close to the cave, sir. We're on the rim of that saucer-shaped depression that shows on the metal lump. If I've read the map right, the cave should be right behind that rock. Commander, it's Hartog's cave. Yes. Dug back into the bluff. Flash your atomo light in there, Happy. Yes, sir. Say, look at that. It's full of boxes, packed clear up to the top of the cave. See if we can make out the labels. Transplutite, Transplutite? Most of these on the left side seems to be transplutite, sir. Mm-hmm. Millions of credits worth. Wow. Cast your light up there on the wall of the cave, Happy. It's an astrogation chart. Yes, the solar system, with one orbit marked in red. It must be a comet orbit, sir. It loops clear outside of Pluto and then comes in fairly close to Sun. Once every 100 years. Happy, that isn't a comet orbit. It's a planetoid. Look what the chart says. Hartog planetoid. He named it after himself, I guess. That must be the original source of the transplutite, the rock that contains arcturium. And he used planetoid 60, a sort of way station and storage place. Right. If we can only get this news to the... Hey, Commander, look. A spaceship. Corbo and Ruff are back. Oh, they'll probably land back at the wreck, and here we are 10 miles away. Let's hurry, Happy. Maybe we can get back there before they blast off. Yeah, on this low-gravity planetoid, we can make pretty good time.
We got a pretty good pile of transplutite here, Corbo. Should we carry it into the ship now?
There's a lot more scattered around. We might as well get all we can while we're here.
Okay. There are a few chunks over there by the rock where we blasted Corey.
Well, go get them.
Corbo, would those rocks be like that if Corey and the cadet were under them?
They've been moved. Corey and the cadet got out.
Where are they? Suppose they've been picked up?
Maybe, but I doubt it. There hasn't been enough time. If they were, there'd probably be Space Patrol ships around waiting for us to come back.
Let's get in the ship and blast off.
Hey, don't get panicky. Let's see if we can locate Corey and the cadet. If they're still here, we'd better finish them off. Come on. Let's try this direction first. They're walking away from the ship now, sir. Keep down, Happy. Don't let them see you. Yes, sir. They're looking for us. When they go a few more yards, we'll run for their ship and keep low. All right, Commander. Better not talk anymore. I don't think their suit spacephones are on our frequency, but we don't want to take any chances.
I hear them in the airlock, sir.
Yeah, then they finished loading the transplutite in the cargo hold. Now stand back on the other side of the hatch, Happy. Wait till they get clear inside the ship before we rush them.
Yes, sir.
Now we'll blast off and make a careful search of the planetoid at low altitude.
Yeah, it won't take long to find them on this dinky hunk of rock.
You're right, Rupp. It won't take long at all.
Rupp, go for your ray gun.
Oh, no, you don't.
Now, Corbo, does that convince you, or do you want some more?
You got us, Corey.
All right, Rupp. On your feet. Yeah,
sure.
Corbo, what did you do with my ship?
It's heading out toward the Pluto orbit. The automatic distress signal on the space phone.
I'll check on that with the receiver after I lock you men up. Incidentally, Corbo, I thought you might like to know that there's more arcturium here than you ever dreamed of.
What do you mean?
We found a cave full of it.
Yeah, and an astrogation chart of the planetoid where Hartog got it originally.
You would have had a share of it, Corbo, if you'd played straight.
Rupp and I figured Hartog used planetoid 60 as a storage base.
But how'd you find the cave? We've been over this whole planetoid a dozen times with a fine-tooth comb.
A fine-tooth comb? Well, that's where you made your mistake. You should have used a microscope.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, here it is. The announcement you've been waiting for. The big new surprise Buzz Corey has for everybody. The surprise that'll give you a glimpse into a mysterious hidden world you've never seen before. Get pencil and paper set. Here's Buzz Corey with the entire story.
Space Patrollers, this is your lucky day, because now you can own an official Space Patrol microscope kit. Just think of all the important work the Space Patrol microscope did for us today. It showed us that there were enamel flakes mixed in that innocent-looking white powder. And it showed us that Captain Hartog had scratched a secret map on the top of a small lump of metal. Now you'll be able to examine all kinds of tiny particles and objects with your Space Patrol microscope, too. Wait till you get it. You'll agree the Space Patrol microscope is a mighty important instrument to have.
Think of the fun. Think of all you can learn. An honest-to-goodness scientific instrument with the power to magnify objects 15 times. Gang, you can see the wing of a butterfly 15 times actual size. The feelers of an insect 15 times actual size. The texture of paper, the petals of flowers, human hair, grains of sand, all 15 times actual size. And imagine seeing the living creatures in a drop of water. You can do it with a Space Patrol microscope.
It's made of sturdy green plastic, and it's so compact you can carry it in your pocket.
Small but powerful, just 5 inches high, yet it magnifies objects 15 times actual size.
But remember, we're offering you an entire kit, the Space Patrol microscope, plus 4 clear acetate slides for mounting specimens.
Plus a 5th slide containing a fiery atomic particle.
Gang, the lens tube is not cheap cardboard. It's real plastic. It will not wear out or slip out.
Don't wait. Send for this exciting new Space Patrol microscope kit today.
Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are on a space platform off the Mars orbit, investigating the theft of supplies from the emergency space station. Right now, they're walking down a corridor toward the control compartment.
The automatic camera in the control compartment should have a film of all ships that docked at the platform, Happy.
Commander, what's that?
A meteor warning system. A meteor's on a collision course.
Well, can't we cut on the power and move the platform?
It's too late. We're hit.
Join us again next week for the exciting story, The Winged Spies of Venus, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Louisville, Kentucky, Huntington, West Virginia, Boston, Massachusetts, and Heartland, Vermont. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Ed Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Bela Kolbach. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. William Holden in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite dramatizes an astounding experience. A man and a machine flung at a barrier of sound. It's called The Outer Limit. Our star, Mr. William Holden.
$100,000.
Oh, that's a lot of cabbage, Harlow.
That's a lot of cash, Hap. And it's all being given away in the great Autolite family charity drawing. You see, if you're one of 25 persons selected, you will name your favorite church, hospital, or other local or national recognized charity for a big share of this huge sum.
What's the hitch, Harlow?
No hitch, Hap. Nothing to buy or try, nothing to solve or write except your name and address. And it's a privilege to hear what Judge J. Raymond Tiffany, president of the National Society for Crippled Children and Adults, says about this Autolite family charity drawing.
Autolite is giving everyone a chance to be good to himself by helping others. I hope that you will register in this drawing, and whether you are selected or not, I hope you will remember that America's crippled children need your help.
So, friends, visit any of the following Autolite family car dealers: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Print your name and address on a registration form at any of these showrooms, and your favorite recognized charity may share in $100,000. Thanks to you.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Outer Limit, starring Mr. William Holden, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
minus 25.
All right, men, settle down. All right, let's settle down. Now, you too, Bill. That book you're reading, put it away.
Anything you say, Colonel.
Well, all of you probably want to know why we took you out of whatever warm beds you were in. Well, we've got a reason. The RJX-1. Yep, that's right. The RJX-1, the top secret experimental rocket jet aircraft. Now, this morning, Bill is going to take her up and beat her to death. Now, I can't impress upon you men how extraordinary this flight is. An 8-rocket ship. That's what I said. 8 rockets. 8 rockets designed to take men into areas of space that have never been explored before, and at a rate of speed to which no pilot has as yet been subjected. Chuck Yeager has already flown twice the speed of sound. Today, we hope... Well, Joe?
Yes, Colonel?
You lead the F-86s. You and the other 3 jet boys will be Bill's chase planes. We want observation at 35,000 feet.
Yes, sir.
0 hour is 0900. Joe, you and your jets will take off at 0 minus 15. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Your F-86s will make conventional climbs to 30,000 feet. Rendezvous and call in to me at control at 35,000 feet. Right, Joe?
That cuts it, Colonel.
Okay, you and your boys go unwrap your F-86s and have a nice time. Oh, Bill, stick around. I want to talk. How you feeling, Bill?
Real good. How you feeling?
What about Molly, the kids?
You worried, Hank? Don't worry.
Well, I just want to know. Just how are they, that's all.
Well, an hour ago, Molly wiped her hands on her apron and kissed me, and the twins want to be firemen.
0 minus 20. 0 minus 20.
What do you got to worry about?
Okay.
Hank, look, I've been flying for a long time.
I know. But never for this speed. Never for this altitude. I've been eavesdropping, Bill. The engineers are whispering that you could break out of the stratosphere in this plane.
Look, Hank, I've studied the engineering drawings. I know them like a prayer. My brain is crammed with detailed specifications and estimated performances, and I know all the safety devices to keep me alive. Now, you happy?
Come on, let's go. Let's get out of here.
Sure.
0 minus 17.
Come on outside.
0 minus 17.
Let's get to the hangar. Bill?
Yeah.
You've got 10 minutes of rocket fuel. Get rid of those jets before you fire the rockets. Fire only one rocket at a time.
Uh-huh. Hank, look. I'm going to fly that baby higher and faster than anybody ever did before, just like you said. I'm going to take it up and bring it back. Then you come home to dinner with me, huh?
There she is, Bill.
Pretty, huh? Real pretty.
Look, kid. It's okay for dinner tonight.
Great, Hank.
I'll be listening in on the public address at control. I won't bother you until you're airborne. It'll be between you and the tower until then.
0 minus 15. 0 minus 15.
Okay. It's you in the plane now. Tractor will take you both out to the runway.
Uh-huh.
Close the canopy, kid. I'll see you later. Good luck.
Minus 3. 0 minus 3.
Morning, Colonel.
Oh, Mr. Hargrove. You'll be here at control with me?
Yes, sir. Major Westfall's been assigned a special radio channel frequency of 397.
Hargrove, I've got a thing on my mind. Huh? That boy in the plane you geniuses designed. He's my best boy.
It's our best plane, Colonel.
It better be. Now it's your turn. What have you got on your mind?
Everything's in proper order, Colonel. The recording equipment, the television cameras, and the cockpit, everything. Every known scientific device.
We're talking about a man, Hargrove. That's all I really want to get back out of this. What about the man?
There may be one difficulty.
Tell me about it. I'd like to know.
The takeoff. With all that load, the jets, the rockets, all at maximum fuel capacity. It's never been tested that way before.
Go on, Mr. Hargrove.
It's just that Major Westfall has only 6,000 feet to get his ship airborne. If he accelerates from 0 to 160 miles per hour in 6,000 feet, he should be airborne in 7 seconds.
7 seconds? That makes it 0 plus G.
Yes, Colonel. Beyond 0 plus G, well, beyond that, we don't know. We just don't know.
Thanks. Thanks for everything, Mr. Hargrove. Want to try the switch now?
Okay.
To tower. Any change in weather?
Tower to RJX1, barometer reading 29.7. Set your altimeter accordingly.
RJX1 to tower, roger.
Tower to RJX1, wind 15 miles from south, take off runway to 7. Runway to 7.
RJX to tower, got it.
0 minus 130. 0 minus 130.
RJX to control, over.
Control to RJX1. Go ahead.
This is just for you, Hank. Cabin pressure okay? Oxygen pressure okay? Hydraulic pressure for landing gear okay? Fuel pressure safety lock?
0 minus 1. 0 minus 1.
RJX to crew chief, over.
Crew chief to RJX1, go ahead.
I'm ready to fire.
Hold it. Okay, all set to fire.
Clear?
Clear.
Starting right jet. Starting left jet.
Minus 30 seconds.
Tower to RJX1, over.
RJX to tower, go ahead.
Western Airlines Convair reported over Ventura.
Got it.
0 minus 15. 14. 13. 12. 11.
RJX
10,
to tower, ready for takeoff.
9.
Tower to RJX1.
7.
Clear for takeoff.
6.
Good luck, Bill.
5. 4. 3. 2, 1, 0.
He's rolling.
Still lifting. Lifted high. He made it.
He made it, Mr. Hargrove.
Yeah.
Control to RJX1. Go ahead.
Everything's great, Hank. It's a doll baby.
How fast are you climbing, kid?
1,700 a minute. Airspeed 550.
Call me 20,000.
Heading is 87. Everything real good. Come in, Hank.
How do you feel?
I like it here.
Pressure okay?
Pressure okay.
F-86 leader to control. F-86 to control. Come in.
Control to F-86 leader. Go ahead.
F-86 observing RJX-1. He's really towering, Colonel. Over point X at 35,000.
On schedule, Joe?
On schedule.
RJX to control. RJX to control. Come in.
Control to RJX1. Go ahead.
40,000 feet, Hank.
Still a doll, baby?
Still is. Ready to pressurize. Can you hear me okay?
Coming in fine.
Pressurized. Ready to prime rocket system in 5 seconds. Primed. Dropping right jet. Dropping left jet. All clear.
Good luck, Bill.
Firing number 1 rocket.
Fired. Ow, my aching back. Firing number 2 rocket. Fired. Hey, Hank.
Okay, what is it? Bill? Bill, are you receiving me? Control to RJX1. Come in. Come in, RJX1. Hello, Bill. Come in. Control to F-86 leader. Control to F-86 leader. Come in.
F-86 leader to control. Go ahead.
What about it, Joe?
F-86 observing RJX-1. RJX-1 at approximately 60,000 feet. Maintaining a heading of north-northwest. Can barely make him, Colonel.
Try calling.
Okay. F-86 leader to RJX-1. Come in. Come in, RJX-1. Come in. F-86 to RJX-1. F-86 to RJX-1.
Mr. Hargrove?
Yes, Colonel?
F-86
Share it
to
with me, Mr.
RJX-1.
Hargrove.
Come in. Come in.
Sit here and run your fingers through your hair and wait. And think about it.
F-86
And
to
share it with me.
RJX-1. Come in. F-86 to RJX-1. F-86 to RJX-1. F-86 leader to control. Come in.
Go ahead, F-86 leader.
We've lost him, Colonel.
Stay up there, Joe, for as long as you can.
What do we do now, Colonel?
I just told you, Mr. Hargrove. We wait.
RJX-1 to Hank and all you people anywhere. Hope you can hear me. This is Bill Westfall approaching 210,000 feet. That's 40 miles straight up in the air. And that's where I am. You never saw anything like it. No clouds and a color no one's ever named before. Otherwise, nothing. Nothing except... No, nothing at all. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there is something all right at 2 o'clock high. Really something, brother. Maybe a flying disc. This one's huge. It's spinning around like a top, and it's coming toward me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Listen. Listen. Something just happened. Something, a missile or shot maybe, through the canopy. My pressure's going down. Something's happening to me. That disc thing, I'm being pulled toward it. I've lost control of my ship. I've got no control. Going through decompression. On the verge of unconsciousness. Blacking out. Black. Can you hear?
Autolite is bringing you Mr. William Holden in The Outer Limit. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Excuse me, sir. Aren't you Harlow Wilcox?
Yes, sir.
And aren't you honoring Dodge on Suspense tonight?
We sure are. We're privileged to salute Dodge as a distinguished member of the Autolite family. But who are you?
Why, I'm your friendly Dodge dealer. Thought you might like to know more about the dependable Dodge for 54.
Well, I sure would.
Well, this latest Dodge is also the greatest Dodge. It's powered by the famous Red Ram V8 engine. And it has established no less than 196 official 3A records. More records than any other car has ever held. In the latest mobile game, Dodge topped all other eights entered. And now the dependable Dodge has been selected as official pace car for the famed Indianapolis race. And that, Mr. Wilcox, is the Autolite-equipped Dodge for 54.
Well, thanks, Mr. Dealer. Autolite is proud of its long association with Dodge and Dodge dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. William Holden in Elliot Lewis's production of The Outer Limit, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
May I make a suggestion, Colonel?
What?
Give it up. No use waiting anymore. Make your report to Washington.
What about you, Hargrove?
And to be frank with you, Colonel, in another 16 months there'll be another plane, the RJX-2. And the Army will give us another man to fly it.
Not until we're certain about this man. And we're not certain.
What do you propose to do?
Things that are in the manual. We'll organize search parties. Put spotter planes up in the air. Maybe Bill came down in the ocean. We'll call in the Navy.
Colonel, if the RJX-1 came down in the ocean, it'd sink in 5 seconds. It had no life preserver equipment on it. The added
We'll
weight...
call in the Navy, Mr. Hargrove.
All right, whatever you say, Colonel, but my guess...
What's your guess, Mr. Hargrove?
My guess is that sometime, somewhere on some beach or in some field, someone will pick up a piece of torn metal. And that someone will be holding what's left of the RJX-1.
Space Patrol ship S2J3. Am I in communication with you? Can you understand me? Are we in contact? Can you understand now what I am saying to you?
Yes. Yes, I understand you. I understand.
Earthman, your brain is in turmoil, is it not? It has great difficulty in accepting what you see.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Accept it. What you see here exists.
All this? This exists?
It exists, Earthman. The spaceship you are on exists. Those jet dynamos you see before you exist. Jet dynamos driven by the harnessed power of 1,000 suns. Listen, Earthman. Listen to them. Do you know what happened as you listened, Earthman? We have flung ourselves 10,000 miles into space. What do you say to that, Earthman?
I don't know what to say.
You are aboard Space Patrol ship S2J3, and I am a guardian of the galaxy, the guardian of the universes. What puzzles you, Earthman?
I can't see you. I can feel that you're here, but I can't see you.
There is no necessity for you to see us. It is sufficient that we communicate with each other.
But talking to you is like... Well, it's not like talking. It's as if it was all happening inside my brain.
It is. That is how I am reaching you, by telepathy. Do you remember what happened to you before you blacked out?
Yeah, I think so. There was a sharp sound like a bullet hitting the canopy.
It was not a bullet, it was a ray. It was necessary to stop your flight. We have so much to tell you.
First tell me about my ship. Is it lost?
No. It is such a crude little ship, easy for us to repair. It will be returned to you. And you will return to Earth because you are the Earth's only hope of survival.
Hope of survival? What do you mean?
I will show you.
My gosh.
What you see before you is a panorama of your own universe, far greater in scope than an Earthman has ever seen before. Observe. Observe where the line is pointing. Planet 3, Star 5, Galaxy C, Sector K.
Is that the Earth?
That dot, that speck you see revolving in the vastness, is your sun. A star whose surface is 12,000 times that of your Earth. Your Earth is not even visible here.
How did you know we even existed?
We first became aware of your planet when we found atomic dust in the upper atmosphere. We traced it to your Earth. We determined that you were setting off atomic bombs. That is why the Galactic Council has quarantined you.
Quarantine? I don't understand. How? How are we quarantined?
We have sealed off your planet from the rest of space. We have surrounded it with a force screen. When that screen has accumulated enough particles of atomic dust, your Earth will explode. Your civilization, you, all life, will disappear forever. Listen to me, Earthman. Listen. We have had on it almost destroyed our civilization. But we have finally outlawed war throughout space, including Earth. Now listen carefully, Earthman. If you continue to make atomic bombs, each many times more powerful than the last, and if you start making war with them, exploding them, it would upset the balance of the entire universe, throw all space into chaos. This, of course, we cannot allow. And the force screen with which we have surrounded the Earth will prevent it by exploding the Earth itself. Remember then, Earthman, if you start an atomic war, the Earth will at once be completely destroyed.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
Warn them, Earthman. Earthman, you will rise from your seat and open that door. Descend those stairs, Earthman. You will now enter the chamber to your left. There is your ship. Get into it, Earthman. Are you ready, Earthman?
Yes, I'm ready.
While we were communicating, the patrol ship has returned to where we picked you up, and now you will be propelled toward Earth. Close your canopy.
on them.
Fire! RJX-1 to tower. RJX-1 to tower. Come in. RJX-1 to tower. Come in, tower. Tower to Funny Man. Are you loaded, kid? How did you get in on this frequency?
Listen, this is RJX-1. RJX-1 coming in for landing. Give me landing instructions, over.
Tower to Funny Man. Impossible that you're RJX-1. Get away from the area. Area cleared for Air Force practice approaches.
Bill Westfall and RJX-1. Come on, kid. Give me landing instructions. I have no fuel. I'm gliding.
Hey. Yeah, I see you. Wait a minute. I'll restrict the area. Okay, Bill. Go ahead.
RJX-1, approximate 6 miles north of field. Clear area for 10 miles.
Being cleared.
Roger. Coming down. Hi, Hank.
Bill!
Now,
Bill,
listen.
what?
Joe.
Yeah.
Have this ship checked thoroughly with a Geiger counter for radioactivity. Then seal it and mount a 24-hour guard over it, and then report to me.
You sure? All right, Bill. What happened?
Hank. Now, listen, you won't believe it. You've got to. I know you won't believe it, and it's going to knock you over.
Well, now, just take it easy, Bill. We better have Major Donaldson look you over.
No. Now, listen, I'm all right. Listen to me, Hank. Hank, they said the Earth would explode. They said it was the end for us.
They said... Bill, come on. Let's get over to Major Donaldson's.
You don't believe it, do you?
Read it like an order, Bill. Major Donaldson's.
Well, that's the story, Major Donaldson.
Bill, these men from Mars...
I didn't say they were from Mars. Did you hear me say anything about men from Mars?
No, you didn't.
All I'm trying to tell you is this. Whoever those people were, they know all about us. Everything. About our wars, about our atomic bombs. They've got us quarantined.
Quarantined?
Yeah, quarantined. They've sealed us off from the rest of space. I told you, our atomic bombs are a danger to the universe, so they've seen to it that we'll be destroyed, blown up. How do you like it?
All right, Bill, roll up your sleeves.
No, forget it, Major. I'm going over to the club and tie one on.
I'm sorry, Bill. Not tonight. Let the Major give you a hypo.
Look, Hank, I've got a drink coming. Lots of drinks.
Later. Right now, sleep. Go ahead, Major.
Come on, Bill. To sleep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You'll be okay in the morning.
I'm okay now.
Yeah, sure. We'll leave you here, Bill. It's all right if Bill sleeps here tonight, isn't it, Colonel?
Oh, sure. See you in the morning, Bill?
Uh-huh. Maybe you'll believe me then. You'd better.
Come on, Major. He'll be okay by himself, Major?
Well, he's been under a strain, but he'll sleep. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Tough. But don't worry, Colonel. He's a strong boy. Best nerves I've seen. I'd say things will be all right. Delusions like Bill's latched on to...
Delusions?
Well, certainly.
Major, when you make your charts for Bill and diagnose him and treat him and do all the things you have to, when you do that, Major, consider this.
Yes?
How did he keep that plane in the air for 10 hours? For 10 hours, Major. When he had fuel to last him only 10 minutes.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. William Holden.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you of the $100,000 Autolite Family Charity Drawing. If you're one of 25 persons selected, you will name any charity you wish for a big share of $100,000. So if you'd like to help your church, school, or other recognized charity, such as the National Society for Crippled Children, sign up tomorrow at any of the Autolite family car dealers. There's no obligation. If you're 18 years or over, fill out a registration form and have the dealer sign it. You may help the recognized charity of your choice to share in the $100,000 total. You can enter the Autolite family charity drawing at any of these car dealers: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler.
Next week, the story of a man who had a dream, and in the dream he killed a snake. When he awoke, he found he had murdered his wife. It's called Murder by Jury. Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Outer Limit was written by Graham Dorr and adapted for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, William Johnstone, Jack Crucian, Hy Averback, Joseph Kearns, Jerry Hausner, and Charles Calvert.
William Holden can currently be seen co-starring with Ginger Rogers in Paramount's Forever Female.
And remember, next week, Mr. Herbert Marshall in Murder by Jury.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, The Scapegoat by Richard Maples. But first, hear this.
When the ice is smooth and the sky is blue and the skater's waltz is played for two.
You make it Pabst, 'cause Pabst makes it perfect.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect. Just as we always have ever since 1844. So next time, you make it Pabst, because Pabst makes it perfect. America's Blue Ribbon beer from the Pabst Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect.
Now, X minus 1 and The Scapegoat.
The old guy didn't have a chance. All he could do was shield his head with his limp arms and moan, while this other fellow, a husky young 6-footer, gave him a vicious, cold-blooded beating. Hey, cut it out! You, cut it out beating up an old man like that! I said cut it out! Now, let go of him. Well, what have you got to say for yourself before I belt you as hard as you hit the old man here? Well, hey, you, wait! Wait, you no-good hoodlum! Hey, you all right, Pop? Are you okay? What happened? Was he trying to rob you or something? Look, you'll be all right now. You'll be okay. You're lucky I came along then. No cops anywhere. Okay, come on, old-timer. Up on your feet. You're going home with me. I suppose it seems callous to think of it, but this old man was just what I'd been looking for. A brutal assault and a helpless old man, and I was the hero, just what I needed. You see, I'd just come from a meeting with the city fathers and the commissioner of the police department. And old man Jones, my publisher, had promptly yanked the rug out from under me and chickened. I'd written the articles panning the city's handling of the juvenile delinquency problem, because Jones had to be in his bonnet to be the mayor. Now, when the heat was on, he weaseled out. We had a few words, Jones and I quit. But now I had him, an eyewitness story, no cops anywhere, and a young bruiser beating up a defenseless old man. I figured I'd take him home, let my wife fix him up, keep him around the house until the story broke.
Ed, what's the idea? Ed!
All right, take it easy, honey. It's all right. This old guy just needs some patching up, that's all. Come on, old-timer.
Oh, but he looks awful. Who is he? Well, there's blood and...
Now, come on. Help me get him inside.
He's cold. His wrist is cold.
Yeah, shock, I think. Come on, in with him. All right, now, let him down on the chair. There you are, Pop.
Were you in an accident?
No, some hoodlum was beating him up. I chased him off.
Oh, that's awful. Did you call the police?
There weren't any police there. I'm going to crack this whole situation wide open with this story.
Hey, Mom! Hey! Wow! Never mind. Go into the bathroom and bring out some towels. Ed, we'll need some bandages and...
Yeah, we'd better get a blanket around him.
A blanket? It's 90 degrees.
It's for shock, son.
Go ahead, Tommy.
Okay, Mom.
Ed, I think he's coming to now. He's opening his eyes.
No, you're all right, old-timer. You're all right.
Well, isn't this cozy?
What's your name?
Ash.
Ash. And first name?
That's it.
Oh, then what's your last name?
I don't know.
All right. Take it easy. What happened? Who was that hoodlum? Did you ever see him before?
I don't remember.
Well, why was he hitting you?
I don't know. I don't remember.
You missing any money?
I'm not sure.
Well, I suppose I scared him off before he could rob you.
Yes. Oh, yes, you rescued me, didn't you? I'm really very grateful.
Don't try to talk too much now. You'll feel better after you've had something to eat.
Ed, we have nothing in the house. We were just going to have a salad.
Well, salad's all right.
Well, Ed, I think maybe we'd better get Mr. Ash to a hospital or to his house or something.
Oh, look, Nana, I told you I want him
Ed,
here.
Please, come inside.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Come inside.
Okay. You just sit right here, Mr. Ash. I'll be right back. I just want
Yes, I'll be all right now.
Nan, what's the matter with you?
Get rid of him.
What?
Get him out of here.
Well, why?
He gives me the willies.
Oh, no, it's just the heat.
Well, if you must know, he leered at me.
Oh, Nan, he's an old man. He's just been beat up and in shock.
Ed, please.
Oh, no. I've got to keep him here. He's my proof. I'll write a story that'll rip the administration wide open, and Jones can't pull it out because I've got the proof right here, and I was the eyewitness.
But, Ed...
No.
Please.
He stays here, and that's all there is to it.
You're listening to The Scapegoat, tonight's attraction on X-1. Once, a tall and beautiful tree stood in the forest. It had been there for 200 or 300 years. In the course of that time, wind shook it and lightning struck near it. A hurricane bent it once until its top was nearly at the ground. But none of the ferocious assaults could fell that tall, proud tree. But then one day, the most spindly-legged, pot-bellied, adenoidal, open-mouthed creature that the forest had ever seen sat down in the cool shade of that tree. This was what was called a man, and he wanted to smoke what is called a cigar. He did. And he threw his match among the pine needles, and when he had smoked the cigar, he threw that away, too, and went off, because somewhere down by the lake there was waiting for him what is called a woman.
And he had the hope that maybe she didn't feel like nagging anymore. Before nightfall, that tree that had withstood all those assaults was ashes, and thousands of other trees in that forest were too. The man is still living. If you know any of his species, you might tell him that trees don't have Adam's apples and shrill voices. Trees are beautiful, and men ought to be careful with matches. Now back to X-1 and the scapegoat.
The old man seemed to recover pretty quickly. I suppose mostly because I'd gotten there in time. As a matter of fact, he began to talk, and he kept it up through the whole meal. And it was the craziest story you ever heard. He insisted he'd come from another world outside our solar system, where people existed in a kind of liquid state, bouncing about for the most part like large water-filled bladders. They were, however, capable of taking almost any shape their superior minds willed. They could flatten and drift about on the water, or they could inflate and rise in the air.
As a matter of fact, they can even become facsimiles of other living things, taking on the shape and texture and coloration, a capability which adds greatly in their main function of traveling as missionaries of goodness among the peoples of the galaxy.
Goodness, huh?
Oh, yes. They're perfect. As perfect as angels.
All right. I've had enough. I asked for it.
Nan, where are you going? Don't rush off.
Well, I guess I know when I'm being kidded. Very funny, Mr. Ash.
But I'm not kidding.
Don't tell me that you're a missionary to Earth.
Oh, no, I'm here because I was banished.
Oh, sort of a fallen angel.
Exactly.
Look, Ash, it's too hot for games. If you don't want to explain what happened this afternoon, that's your privilege. But as you know, this story means a lot to me. And I did stick my neck out for you.
One moment, my boy. Let me finish. You see, I'm a throwback.
A what?
A throwback, an atavism. They tried to reform me, but there was something rather fundamental about me, something rather evil. Then, of course, as a last resort, they put me into one of the machines, and they threw the switch.
Oh, sure. They killed you. Look, I'm not in the mood for shaggy dog stories.
They didn't kill me, exactly. It was sort of like water being scraped over the edge of a sharp rock. When I came to, I was drifting through space. And then, of course, much later, I landed on Earth. Oh, I've had many shapes through the years. Mainly people who've died. I find that's much more convenient.
Yeah. Well, look, if you'll excuse me, I have to make a telephone call. I'll just go into the other room.
I dare say you want to call the hospital. I'm not psychotic, really.
I've got iced coffee.
Ah, yes, you're just in time, Mrs. Potter. I think perhaps I'd better prove my story if you'll wait just a moment. You see, it's done by the generation of a high electrostatic field. Something like this. If you'll notice, my face begins to lose definition. It moves as if it had a life of its own. Now what?
Ash, stop it! Ash!
Well, that looks considerably younger, doesn't it?
30 years younger. 30 years just dropped away like... Listen, this story will set the whole country on its ear, with my byline on it.
Oh, Ed, don't let him take you in. It's a trick. It's mass hypnotism or something.
I saw it right here. So did you. I'll have an exclusive. Life will have to come to me for the story. I've got to admit that I could share something of Anne's point of view. He wasn't really very pleasant. As a matter of fact, he had what you'd call colossal gall. After supper, he came right down to cases.
Naturally, if I'm to stay here and keep my identity secret until you can arrange for an exclusive story, I will need a little pocket money.
How much?
How much you got?
Well, I don't know. I got about $22, and payday isn't until Thursday.
Well, how about your bank account?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Well, we'll see what we can arrange later. I am a little tired, though. I think it's about time to go to bed. I noticed a rather comfortable bed in here. Well, I'll see you all in the morning. Good night. And thank you again for rescuing me.
Ed, that's our bedroom.
I know.
Well, you go right in there and tell him that he can't
Listen.
sleep.
He locked the door.
Oh, Ed, do something.
All right. You get some sheets from the linen closet, and I'll make up the couch. next day, I made careful inquiries, started to feel around for contacts on Live at the AP, someplace to really break the story big. About 5 p.m, Jones, the publisher, called me into his office.
Sit down, Ed. I've got some good news.
Now, look, Mr. Jones, ever since you left me out on a limb at the mayor's conference...
Oh, now, let's not worry about that, Ed. We've got something very interesting going for us now that changes everything. They've arrested a gang of kids for shoplifting. Well, one of them is Tommy, your son.
What? Arrested Tommy?
Wait, Ed, don't go off half-cocked. It's a break, don't you see? You can cover delinquency with the lid off now. You'll be riding as a parent in the same boat with other parents. Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
At the police station, I had the distinct feeling they'd been waiting for me.
Well, Mr. Potter, we meet under unfortunate circumstances.
Can the phony sympathy, Thompson. Just let me see my boy.
We'd better have a little talk first about all those articles you're writing about the police force.
I've got no talking to do. This is a lousy frame-up against me and the paper. Now, you get my son out here and do it fast.
You don't understand, Mr. Potter. Your son is in trouble. He's been identified as leading a gang of kids who spent most of the morning shoplifting in the stores all over town.
That's nonsense. How could my boy do anything like that? He's only 12. Who identified him anyway?
The shopkeepers and the other members of the gang. You can see him, Mr. Potter, but I still think we'll want to have our little talk.
Son, what's this all about?
It was Ash.
Ash?
Yes, I told him about the gang.
What the heck are you talking about?
Some of the fellas got together and built a hut for a clubhouse.
What does the gang do?
Oh, different things. One of the fellas is a 22, and we hunt rats, and...
Well, go ahead. What is it?
we smoke.
Oh. And what else?
That's all honest.
What about shoplifting?
No, that was Ash. He wanted me to talk the gang into shoplifting, but I wouldn't. Then he changed himself to look like me and talked the fellas into it when I wasn't around. I only knew about it because I ran into them after they'd robbed their store.
Who is this Ash he keeps talking about?
Why, he's a man... Oh, never mind. Listen, the boy's beside himself because of all he's been through. Will you let me take him home with me?
Of course, Mr. Potter, but the charges still hold. Don't forget to stop in and have our little talk before you report back to juvenile court.
I called the house, and Ash answered the phone.
I'm glad you called, Ed. I'm out of cash, you know. I need a small loan.
Now, listen, you. The police have picked up Tommy. He's been charged with the shoplifting you did today.
Oh, now I'm sorry about that. You see, there's a certain cultural difference between you and me. I didn't understand.
You're going to help me get him out, you hear? You're going to tell everybody the truth.
Well, of course. Of course I will.
Now, listen. I'm coming home. Nan will be back from her mother's any minute. Don't you tell her about this, you hear?
Well, of course I won't. I'll be waiting right here.
I suppose I was a fool, but I still wanted that story. I wanted it so bad I could taste it. The exclusive account of an extraterrestrial being. Driving home, I had it all figured out. I'd bring Ash down to the police station. He'd tell the story, go through his changing act to convince him, and spring Tommy. I'd have my story already filed and beat everybody. In the meantime, I just hoped Nan wouldn't spoil everything alone with it. Alone with him. And then suddenly I let my foot come down on the accelerator like it was made out of lead. I pulled the car to a stop and sprinted up the driveway. Nan! Nan, where are you? They were both in bed. Nan stood in the far corner with her back against the wall. Her shoulders were scratched and her lip cut. She held a heavy bookend, poised to strike at Ash, who was in front of her, moving stealthily forward. He turned as I came in, and I froze in amazement. I couldn't recognize him. And then, all at once, I realized I was looking at the spitting image of myself.
Ed, I knew it wasn't you. I knew it wasn't you.
Well, if you'll both excuse me,
come back here. I'll get you. I'll get you. I bolted through the window and circled the house. I spotted him rushing down the street, and I caught him around the corner at the same spot where I'd first seen him.
Let go of me!
You've got this coming to you! You've got this coming to you! I slugged him, yet I knew it was useless the instant the blow landed. He felt just like sponge rubber, yet I kept hitting him. I didn't bother listening to his cries, even after he'd changed himself back to an old man. And then suddenly I felt a hand grab my shoulder and whirl me around, and a fist exploded in my eye.
What's the matter with you? What do you think you're doing, beating up an old man like that? You no good hoodlum.
I searched desperately for an explanation. And then, abruptly, without having said a word, I reeled and stumbled down the street. Home to Nan.
Fred Collins again, and I'll have another word for you about X-1 in a moment.
Hi, this is Walter O'Keefe. You know, they say there's nothing new under the sun, and maybe that's true. But there is something new under the moon, and that's Nightline. In Nightline, we think we found the way to use the intimacy as well as the lightning-fast maneuverability of radio in an hour-and-a-half package of high-voltage, different entertainment. We found the way to make the airwaves your magic carpet to wherever big things are happening. Anywhere in the country, for that matter, anywhere in the world. Now, let's say that your favorite comedian is performing at a Las Vegas nightclub. He's packing them in, and you've really got to have connections to get a table. Well, Nightline is that connection, and your radio is your ringside table. More things than you'd believe are happening in the so-called still of the night, and Nightline is your line to exciting entertainment after dark. My feeling is Nightline marks a new era in nighttime entertainment. Tune us in every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and you'll hear what I mean.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Shadow World by Clifford D. Simak. Of all the upsetting phenomena, the most alarming was this. I had a little shadow that went in and out with me. It's in Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, X-1 has brought you The Scapegoat, written by Richard Maples and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in our cast were Carl Weber as Ed, Wendell Holmes as the changeable Mr. Ash, Jane Amar as Nan, Bobby Alford as Tommy, Guy Repp as Mr. Jones, and Roger DeKoven as Thompson. This is Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Kenneth McGregor and is an NBC Radio Network production.
There's excitement in the air at night, and Nightline brings it to you. Hear Nightline with Walter O'Keefe, next on most of these NBC stations.
Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from alien worlds. So have a paper and pencil ready, and I'll tell you about it in a few minutes. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. This week, Captain Buddy Griff and Starlab librarian Ingrid Tassel discover the ultimate sideshow attraction in the circus of their minds when they encounter the Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha on Alien Worlds.
This is Star Lab. Go ahead, Lunar Base 14.
Jerry, it's Frank Patterson. Is our shuttle still there?
Yes, it is.
When is it due to launch?
In about 20 minutes. It's still being loaded.
Okay, can you pass me through to the pilot? We need some hydroponic nutrient tubing, and I forgot to put it on its supply list.
No problem, Frank. I'll switch you over.
Good, thanks, Jerry.
Serendipity 1, the Starlab control.
This is Star Lab. Go ahead, Serendipity 1.
This is the amazing Daphne, full-time tattooed lady and part-time shuttle pilot for Otto Starshine's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders. Currently presenting 6 shows a day on the circus planet of Barnum 5. Admission $6 platinum, life on for the 12 free.
Sounds like a barrel of fun, Daphne. What can I do for you?
I have a package for SCT Captain Buddy Griff. Personal, from Otto himself.
What's your Starlab ETA?
7 minutes and 22 seconds.
7 plus 22, roger. Okay, Serendipity 1, I have you on the screen. That's some paint job you've got there, Daphne. I've never seen a day-glow rainbow shuttle before.
Part of the image, kid. Part of the image.
And a thrilling wonder it is, too. Your docking orbit insertion coordinates are 503 at 20 Alpha, docking bay 7.
Thanks, pal. Oh, remind me to give you a couple of free tickets. Serendipity 1, out.
Starlab, clear.
Well, it seems to me that in order to project the astral body, the person first has to visualize being outside himself. He has to actually see his etheric body while he's still in his physical body.
Oh, I don't know, John. What is there about the real or imagined presence of the, what's that German word for etheric double, Maura?
Doppelganger.
Yeah, doppelganger. Great word. Why is it necessary to visualize the doppelganger first? I mean, if that's essential, how do you explain the fact that people have out-of-body experiences while they're asleep?
Maybe it's because when you sleep, you dream. And I'm oversimplifying this now, but aren't dreams unconscious visualizations of places you've been or places you want to be?
I never thought of that.
I guess that's a possibility.
So maybe you're both right.
Excuse me, Dr. Cassidy.
What is it, Patrick?
There's someone here from Barnum 5 to see Captain Griff.
Daphne?
Hello, buddy, you old roustabout.
Hiya, Daph.
My gosh.
Maura.
I'm sorry, I think nothing of it, dollface. Tattooed ladies are supposed to give you the shivers and make your eyes pop. That's what we get paid for.
Daphne, this is Maura Cassidy, Starlab's research director.
Glad to know you, Maura. Hello?
And this is my good friend John Graydon.
Put her there, Johnny. Any friend of Buddy's is a pal of mine.
I've heard a lot about you, Daphne.
Well, anything this beanpole told you about me, you gotta take with a grain of salt. Or maybe with a grain of pepper if you like your story spicy. Buddy, I didn't know that you knew any tattooed ladies. Well, hell's bells, Maura. Me and the kid have known each other for years. Well, when he was just a squirt, he used to spend half the summer following Otto's carnival around.
How is Otto, anyway?
Buddy, he couldn't be better. Going interplanetary was the smartest thing he ever did. Why, we got more attractions and menageries than you can shake a stick at. And Otto's got one whole shuttle stuffed with mattresses. Just so he can store his money.
Daphne, could I ask you a personal question?
Far away, Johnny.
Well, are you, tattooed all over?
Oh, well, heck yes, sugar. I even got tattoos on the bottom of my feet. Want to see?
Well, no. I mean, if you don't want to.
Oh, no trouble at all, Johnny. Happy to oblige. Here, buddy. Help me off with these clodhoppers.
Okay, here. Give me your foot.
Oh, there. What do you think of that?
Oh, fantastic.
What's that there, Daphne? A white rabbit? A white rabbit? A Mad Hatter? A Queen of Hearts? Twiddly-dee, twiddly-dum. Oh, heck, Maura. I got the whole story of Alice in Wonderland tattooed on the bottom of these babies. Daphne, did you have all these tattoos when you joined the circus? Nope. It was just my arms at first. Buddy here gave me the idea of getting tattooed from face to feet. He did? Yeah. The first summer he came around, he was reading this Ray Bradbury novel, The Illustrated Man. Well, I took a gander at the cover and decided then and there that anything an illustrated man had to say, an illustrated woman could say 10 times better.
Alien Worlds will continue. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien Worlds souvenir booklet.
Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoying that nuts, mounds don't. I'm enjoying that chocolate, coconut and munchy next to. Mounds got chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoying that nut, mounds don't. Because sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien Worlds continues. Arriving at Star Lab from the circus planet of Barnum 5, the amazing Daphne, a tattooed lady from Otto Starshine's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders, is reunited with her old friend, Buddy Griff.
Buddy, I didn't know that you knew any tattooed ladies. Well, hell's bells, Mama. Me and the kid have known each other for years. Well, when he was just a squirt, he used to spend half the summer following Otto's carnival around.
How is Otto, anyway?
Buddy, he couldn't be better. Going interplanetary was the smartest thing he ever did. Why, we got more attractions and menageries than you can shake a stick at. And Otto's got one whole shuttle stuffed with mattresses, just so he can store his money.
Half an hour later, Maura, John, Buddy, and the amazing Daphne enter Starlab's Visual Media Theater to view a videotape cassette Daphne has brought from Barnum 5.
Sorry, Mom. Didn't quite catch that. What dear's going punky on me?
I was wondering about the cassette.
Oh, that. Well, when Otto got Buddy's message about coming to Barnum 5, he rounded up a bunch of our ballyhoo boys and had them put together this little video tour of the grounds. Sort of a preview of coming attractions.
Well, that was nice of him.
Otto's always doing stuff like that, Mara. Figured Buddy'd get a kick out of it.
I love it.
Well, I guess we should sit down, huh?
Yeah. Maura, where would you like to sit?
Well, I'd like a seat on the aisle.
Well, I don't know. I like sitting in the middle up close. John?
Why don't we sit over there next to the console?
I think Johnny's got a good point there. If we sit by the console, we can change focus and resolution and color correct if we have to.
Okay, right you are. Hand me the cassette, buddy.
Here you go.
Okay, Johnny, let her rip.
Presenting Otto Starshine Interplanetary Carnival of Thrilling Wonders. Otto Starshine, a name synonymous with alien acrobats, zero-gravity clowns, intergalactic aerialists, interstellar menageries, and interplanetary sideshow attractions, assembled from the far corners of the universe to amaze, amuse, delight, and astound you.
I've never seen anything like that.
Here from the planet Earth is glamorous Wanda, the Cossack woman. Watch her now as she puts her mammoth Cossacks through their paces.
Can't you believe that?
She was pretty mean to me.
Good Lord.
And now, from planet Earth, the fabulous flying balloonies, an aggregation of death-defying aerialists, so clever and accomplished, their safety net is 58 feet above them.
He's gotta be kidding. They fall up?
And here from Otto Starshine's interstellar menagerie, a Lavinian confusion creature. Notice the tail at both ends, hence the name Confusion Creature. Entering the strongest life form this side of Callisto, from the planet of Bicep 9, the one, the only, Giacomo the Magnificent. Watch now as Giacomo attempts to lift a fully loaded lunar shuttle.
Great.
Here is one of our animal attractions from planet Earth. A quartet of tap-dancing kangaroos. Kidding boys.
Gotta dance. Look at those guys go.
And now, for your delight and satisfaction, Glean, the fire-breathing fish person of Ditmo's 8. Glean, who has extinguished himself in over 7,000 performances.
I've never seen anything like it, I'll admit that.
How about one?
That was terrific. Well, I'd like to hang around and shoot the breeze, but I got a show this afternoon, and I don't believe in keeping the customers waiting.
Daphne, before you go, would you mind coming down to the infirmary with me?
The infirmary? How come?
Well, you mentioned that your left ear was going a little punky. I think Dr. Rossiter should examine it. There might be something she can do.
Gee, that's really swell of you, Maura. But I'll be all right.
Hey, Maura's right, Daphne. It wouldn't hurt to have it checked out. Besides, I think you and Dr. Rossiter would really hit it off.
Well, okay.
Good. I'll talk to you before you go. If anybody wants me, I'll be in the library.
Checking out a book?
Nope. Checking out a librarian. See you later.
So long, buddy. Come on, I'll go down to the infirmary with you. Maybe I can get Daphne to tell me some of her spicier stories.
Glad to oblige, Johnny. A man who listens is a good man indeed. And these days, a good man is hard to find.
Hi, Ingrid.
Hi, buddy.
What do you mean?
I mean, shh, because this is a library, and people can't concentrate if there's noise.
Noise? Ingrid.
Yes, buddy?
There's nobody here.
What? Oh!
How long have you had your nose in that book?
Well, let me see. I came on duty at 0800, and it's nearly... My goodness, I've been reading for almost 4 hours.
What are you reading?
A history of circuses and carnivals?
Oh, let me see that. Hey, this is great.
Well, since we are going to Barnum 5 tomorrow, and because Daphne and Otto are such good friends to you, I thought it would be nice if I could talk circus talk with them. Well, people like it very much when you take an interest in their profession, don't you think?
Yes, they like it very much.
I hope the weather is nice tomorrow on Barnum 5. It would be too bad if there was Jonah's luck.
Jonah's luck?
It's circus talk for rainy weather.
I know. How did you know?
Oh, there's a glossary of circus language here in the back of the book. I've memorized it.
Oh, you have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, close the book. Now, let's see. There's a heavy clem coming down behind the midship, involving a razorback, a joey, and a spindleman. The clem is happening because they all have eyes for the same Sally Tinker.
Oh, that's easy. A man who loads the animals, a clown, and a gambler are having a fight behind the fortune teller's tent because they all want the same lady acrobat.
Kiss me, you fool.
Okay.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Pardon me, isn't that a Cadbury chocolate bar? I've never tried one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Mind if I have a teensy piece?
Hey, that's my bar.
I'll just take a little bit.
Oh, it was for my wife and me.
Oh, she'll love it. You know you can get carried away with this stuff?
I've noticed. Give it back.
Oh, come on, it's a big bar.
It's getting smaller.
Once people taste a big, thick Cadbury chocolate bar, they get very carried away. Because only a Cadbury bar is so rich, so creamy, so Cadbury.
Can I have my Cadbury back now?
Your Cadbury? Oh, I guess I got carried away.
Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien Worlds souvenir booklet. Continues. 2 hours after her arrival at Starlab from the circus planet of Barnum 5, the amazing Daphne complains of a hearing loss in her left ear and is taken to the infirmary by Maura and John.
Hello, Dr. Cassidy, Captain Graydon.
Hi, Maddie.
Hi there, Maddie.
Hello, Daphne.
Well, how about that? Kid knows me.
News travels pretty fast around here, Daphne. Do you want to see Dr. Rossiter?
Mm-hmm. She's not too busy.
She's in her office. Come on.
An hour later, Daphne and Maura leave the infirmary, take a lift to Starlab's 3rd level, and enter the giant space station's main dining room.
Hi, buddy.
Hi, Maura. Daphne.
Hi, honey.
How'd it go?
Well, it looks like I'm not going deaf after all. I got a cracked eardrum, but Diana gave me some medicine for it. Says if I use it twice a day for 2 weeks, the crack will heal up, and, hey, I'll be as good as new.
Oh, good. Great. Oh, Daphne, this is Ingrid. She'll be coming to Barnum 5 with me tomorrow.
Glad to know you, Ingrid.
Hello, Daphne. Buddy's told me so much about you that it's nice to finally see you, in the flesh.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to say there's a lot of flesh to see.
Hey, where's John?
He's still down in the infirmary.
There's something wrong with him?
Nothing a Sunday afternoon with Maddie won't cure. Yeah, well, I guess my spicy story has finally got to him.
Will you have lunch with us, Daphne?
I'd really love to, honey, but I gotta be getting back. Here's a couple of Annie Oakley's, Bunny. I'll flash them at the gate tomorrow, and one of the boys will take you right to Otto.
Annie Oakley's?
That circus talk for free tickets.
Oh, well, excuse me.
Come on, Daphne. We'll walk you down to your docking bay.
At 0800 the next morning, Buddy and Ingrid enter Launch Bay 12 and board the bright yellow Marathon Alpha. one of Starlab's Magnum-class long-range shuttles. 15 minutes later, the Marathon Alpha rockets out of its launch bay, banks 40 degrees, and jets away toward Barnum 5. Meanwhile, on the morning side of the small circus planet, Otto Starshine and the amazing Daphne stand on the midway of Otto's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders, watching the gaffers, roustabouts, kinkers, and razorbacks prepare for another day-long performance.
Well, there will be no Jonas luck today, Daphne. The sky is beautiful.
Yeah, it's gonna be a swell day, all right. Say, are we going ahead with what we talked about last night?
The fourth ring? Yes, it's a wonderful idea, but it requires a good deal of preparation. So we had better take Buddy and Ingrid to Madame Disha the moment they arrive.
Gotcha.
No, Disha.
Gotcha.
Oh, by the way, what was all that commotion last night?
One of Glamorous Wanda's mammoth tool sacks got loose and had all three of its trunks draped over the counter of Devo's Starflower stand. For a minute there, Devo thought it was going to sniff them right out of business.
Did you speak to Wanda about it?
I mentioned it to her this morning, but she was so busy making herself glamorous, I don't think she heard me.
She never changes, does she?
You know something, Otto? I hope she never does. She's tough, bro, just the way she is.
Come, let's go see Madame Disha.
Gotcha.
No, Disha.
Marathon Alpha to Barnum 5 traffic control.
Yo, we're tracking you, Marathon Alpha.
I need landing vector coordinates for Otto Starshine's Carnival of Thrilling Wonders.
Coming right up. All right, is your ship outfitted with a GC-10 interface module?
Affirmative.
All right, terminate your onboard guidance system and open interface channel 105. We'll launch you from here.
Roger.
Okay, Marathon Alpha, we have you on ground control interlock. Have a good time.
Thanks. Marathon Alpha out.
Well, how do I look? Buddy, close your mouth.
I didn't know you were changing your clothes back there.
Oh, the way I look doesn't make you uncomfortable, does it?
No. Little tiny skirts and little tiny tops don't make me uncomfortable. No. Yes, they do make me uncomfortable.
Do you want me to change?
No. I like being uncomfortable. Really, I do. I love it.
Good. I think it's a perfect costume for a day at the circus.
Circus? Oh, yeah, the circus. Oh, sure, it's perfect for a day at the circus. Or a night at the opera. Or a day at the races.
2 hours after leaving Starlab, the Marathon Alpha lands at the small spaceport near Otto Starshine's Carnival of Thrilling Wonders. 15 minutes later, Buddy and Ingrid flash their Annie Oakleys at the main gate of the carnival grounds and are escorted down the midway to Otto's office. A large red and gold circus wagon surrounded by long neon flagpoles that fly the multicolored banners and pennants of 20 alien worlds.
Hello, buddy. You look great, Otto. Just great.
Well, it's been a long time, buddy. Too long. My advice is that you begin coming to my circus at least once a year, rather than once every decade. Will you promise me that?
You got it, Otto. That's a promise.
And who is your charming companion?
Oh, this is Ingrid Tassel. She's the librarian aboard Starlab.
Well, I must say that the image of the librarian has changed considerably since I was a boy. It's a pleasure to meet you, my dear.
Thank you, Otto.
Well, what do you two think of the place so far?
Oh, it's terrific. I can't get over it. Excellent.
Glad to hear it, kids. Glad to hear it. But if you think what you've seen so far is terrific, prepare yourselves for lots more. 'Cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
The Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha was written by Ron Thompson and starred Linda Gary as Maura Cassidy and the Amazing Daphne, Chuck Olson as Buddy Griff, Bruce Philip Miller as John Graydon, and Corey Burton as Jerry, with special guest stars Marilyn Schreffler as Ingrid and Byron Kane as Otto Starshine. Associate producer Ron Thompson, music director Tom Rounds, engineer Stu Jacobs, assistant to the producer Jim Cook. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for the conclusion of the Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you've enjoyed Alien Worlds. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds, so have a paper and pencil ready and I'll tell you about it in a few minutes. Slowly rotating at the edge of deep space, 1,000 kilometers beyond the atmosphere of 21st century Earth, is the Arthur C. Clarke Astronomical Observatory, Starlab. Here, Starlab Research Director Maura Cassidy and scientists and technicians of the International Space Authority watch over the countless stars and planets that fill the silent distances beyond the giant space station. Last week's episode began when the Serendipity 1, an incoming shuttle from the circus planet of Barnum 5, radioed Starlab Control.
This is Starlab. Go ahead, Serendipity 1.
This is the Amazing Daphne, full-time tattooed lady and part-time shuttle pilot for Otto Starshine's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders. I have a package for SCG Captain Buddy Griff. Personal, from Otto himself.
Okay, Serendipity 1, I have you on the screen. Your docking orbit insertion coordinates are 503 at 20 Alpha, docking bay 7.
Half an hour later, the Amazing Daphne is reunited with her old friend Buddy Griff, who introduces her to Maura and John Graydon.
Glad to know you, Maura. Put her there, Johnny. Any friend of Buddy's is a pal of mine.
I've heard a lot about you, Daphne.
Buddy, I didn't know that you knew any tattooed ladies. Me and the kid have known each other for years. Well, when he was just a squirt, he used to spend half the summer following Otto's carnival around.
How is Otto, anyway?
Buddy, he couldn't be better. Going interplanetary was the smartest thing he ever did. Why, we got more attractions and menageries than you can shake a stick at.
3 hours later, in the giant space station's main dining room, Buddy introduces the Amazing Daphne to Starlab's librarian, Ingrid Tassel.
Oh, Daphne, this is Ingrid. She'll be coming to Barnum 5 with me tomorrow.
Glad to know you, Ingrid.
Hello, Daphne. Buddy's told me so much about you that it's nice to finally see you, in the flesh.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to say there's a lot of flesh to see.
Will you have lunch with us, Daphne?
I'd really love to, honey, but I gotta be getting back.
The next morning, as Buddy and Ingrid jump toward Barnum 5 aboard the Marathon Alpha, Otto Starshine and Daphne stand on the midway of Otto's interplanetary carnival, watching the gaffers, roustabouts, and kinkers prepare for another day-long performance.
Say, are we going ahead with what we talked about last night?
The fourth ring? Yes, it's a wonderful idea, but it requires a good deal of preparation. So we had better take Buddy and Ingrid to Madame Disha the moment they arrive.
Gotcha.
No, Disha.
Gotcha.
2 hours after leaving Starlab, Buddy lands the Marathon Alpha at a small spaceport near Otto's carnival. 15 minutes later, Buddy and Ingrid are escorted down the midway to Otto's office. A large red and gold circus wagon surrounded by neon flagpoles that fly the multicolored banners and pennants of 20 alien worlds.
Hi, Otto.
Hello, buddy.
You look great, Otto. Just great.
Well, it's been a long time, buddy. Too long.
Well, what do you two think of the place so far?
Oh, it's terrific. I can't get over it. Excellent.
Glad to hear it, kids. Glad to hear it. But if you think what you've seen so far is terrific, prepare yourselves for lots more. 'Cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
And now, the conclusion of the Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha on Alien Worlds.
Well, listen, Dap, if we ain't seen nothing yet, what do you say we get out there on the old Midway and have at it?
Oh, yes. There's so much going on out there. I can't imagine how we'll be able to see even half of it in only one day.
Don't worry about having enough time, Ingrid. Why, between now and midnight, you're both going to see such mind-boggling sights that we'll probably have to ship you back to Starlab in an ambulance. Oh.
Ingrid?
Yes, Otto?
Sind Sie ein Deutscher?
Oh, nein, Otto. Ich bin ein Holländer.
Ah, geboren in der Stadt oder der Land?
In der Stadt. Sanden. 20 Kilometer unter Amsterdam.
Du sprachst vorzüglich Deutsch.
Oh, danke schön, Otto.
Do you have any idea what they're talking about, Dad?
I sure do. Otto asked Ingrid if she was German, and she said no, she was Dutch. Then he asked if she was from the country or the city, and she said she was born in Zaandam, a city north of Amsterdam. And when he complimented her on her German, Ingrid said, "Thanks, Otto."
Gee, Daphne, I didn't know you understood German.
Otto taught me.
Buddy, Ingrid, I think it's time for you to meet Madame Disha.
Who?
Madame Disha, our resident mystic, a fortune teller from the planet of Heterodyne 4. She knows all, she sees all.
You mean...
Yes, buddy. She sees all.
Yeah, that could be a little embarrassing, couldn't it?
Oh, it all depends on where she looks.
Alien Worlds will continue.
Get the sensation, the cool combination, chocolatey and mint.
Or peppermint patty.
Oh, the sensation, a perfect relation, chocolatey and mint.
From Peter Paul.
Cool as the snow falling light on the trees. Just take a bite for a cool mini breeze.
Get a York peppermint patty and get the sensation. York peppermint patty to get the sensation.
Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien World souvenir booklet. Alien Worlds continues. Arriving at the circus planet of Barnum 5, Buddy and Ingrid are escorted through the main gate of Otto Starshine's interplanetary carnival of thrilling wonders and taken to Otto's office, a large red and gold circus wagon. 10 minutes later, Buddy, Ingrid, Otto, and the amazing Daphne leave Otto's wagon and walk down the midway toward the mysterious Madame Disha's tent.
Meet the mysterious Madame Disha.
Come, let us go inside.
Heterodyne 4, educated in the mystic arts.
Good
morning, Madame Disha.
Hi, madam.
Good morning, Otto. Daphne.
Madame Disha, I would like to present...
Ingrid Tassel and Buddy Griff.
Daphne told you we were coming?
Did she?
Have a good time, kids. Come on, Otto.
Madame Disha will escort you back to my wagon when you are finished, Buddy. Enjoy yourself.
Okay, see you later.
Please, sit here at the table. Buddy on this side, Ingrid on this side.
Okay.
Now, put your minds at ease. In a moment, the crystal ball will fill with light. When it does, join hands, look into the light, and concentrate.
Oh, Buddy, look, it's beautiful.
What do you see, my dear?
A sky, a lovely red sky, filled with clouds, white and blue clouds.
And beneath the clouds?
Birds. Hundreds of golden birds drifting on the wind.
And beneath the birds?
A valley, filled with all the colors of autumn.
And in the center of the valley?
A river. A singing silver river.
And does not the river remind you of a poem you once wrote, Buddy?
Yes. A poem about birth and being alive in the fragile body of a newborn child.
And does not the second verse of the poem mention a singing river?
Yes. Touched by silver waters, wrapped in velvet clothes, we sleep in ivory cradles where the singing river flows.
And did not Buddy read this poem to you 3 months ago, Ingrid?
Yes.
And did not the verse that mentions winter cause you to weep?
Yes. We aged in golden afternoons, were old when winter came, and when we died as ancient children, we knew no one was to blame.
What do you see near the river?
A meadow. A huge meadow filled with strange blue flowers. And when the sunlight touches the flowers, their petals shed tears.
And in the center of the meadow?
Statues. Enormous crystal statues of beautiful young women on their knees, praying. They are Madonnas. Sad Madonnas.
And why are they sad?
I don't know.
Ingrid?
They are sad because there is no one they can tell their secrets to.
What secrets, Ingrid?
The Madonnas watch over an alien library that lies beneath the ground they kneel on.
How is it that you sense their sadness?
Because when no one comes to learn the secrets of the knowledge I watch over in the library on Starlab, I am sad.
And where do the Madonnas wait, Ingrid?
Zanzibar Alpha. The lost world of Zanzibar Alpha.
Another performance of Otto Starshine's Interplanetary Carnival comes to a close. And the next time your friends ask you where they can have the time of their lives, say this: from the sands of Mars to the distant stars, there's no greater show in the universe or anywhere else than Otto Starshine's Interplanetary Carnival of Thrilling Wonders. Thank you, and good night.
I don't know, Daphne. I think it's a toss-up between Madame Disha's hallucinatory crystal ball and glamorous Wanda's mammoth torsax.
And what about you, Ingrid? What did you enjoy most?
Oh, the artificial comet that went zooming around inside the big top. I thought it was wonderful when it exploded and all the clowns came floating down inside a fire roof.
Well, here's the good old Marathon Alpha. Hey, wait a minute. Who put that poster on the tail fin?
It was probably one of our ballyhoo boys, Buddy. I don't know how they do it, but they always manage to get one of our posters on anything that'll stand still.
It looks nice.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, we'd better get aboard, Ingrid. Hey, thanks again, Otto. We had a terrific time.
Oh, yes, it was just wonderful.
Oh, good.
Bye, Buddy.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Bye, dear.
Ingrid, wake up.
What? Oh, Buddy. Are we home?
No, Ingrid, we're not home. I don't know where we are.
What? Doesn't the onboard computer know where we are?
It does, but I don't. The computer's feeding a star matrix to the navigational display. But I don't recognize any of the proximity coordinates.
Buddy, there's a planet out there.
I know. We drifted into its gravitational field just before you woke up. We're lost, Ingrid.
Buddy, what's happening?
The planet's pulling us down. We're out of control.
Sky. A lovely red sky. Filled with clouds. White and blue clouds. Buddy!
Ingrid. A singing silver river. Ingrid!
Buddy, please don't let go of my hand.
Alien Worlds will continue. Peter Paul Cadbury wants to send you a collection of commemorative scenes from Alien Worlds. 9 full-color illustrations from fantastic adventures like Earthlight and the Kilohertz War, and characters like Elon of Death Song and the Madonnas of Zanzibar. Just send 2 Peter Paul or Cadbury wrappers and 50 cents for postage and handling to Alien Worlds, Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590. That's Box 888, Westbury, New York, 11590 for your Alien World souvenir booklet.
Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoyed that nuts, mounds don't. I'm enjoyed that chocolate, coconut and munchy next to. Mounds that chocolate and chewy coconut. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. I'm enjoyed that nuts, mounds don't.
Because?
Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't.
Alien Worlds continues. 2 hours after leaving Barnum 5, the Marathon Alpha mysteriously drifts off course and becomes trapped in the gravitational field of an alien planet whose surface is obscured by white and blue clouds. Suddenly, an energy force lashes out from the clouds and pulls the Marathon Alpha down through the planet's misty red atmosphere. A moment later, the shuttle crashes on the edge of a peaceful meadow filled with strange blue flowers. Flowers that weep golden tears as the sunlight touches them.
Oh, Buddy, it smells wonderful, like jasmine and lilac.
Yeah. Not a scratch anywhere. There aren't even any skid marks on the ground. It's like some giant invisible hand just...
Buddy, look! On the other side of the river. The Madonnas. Buddy, what's happening to us? Everything we saw in the crystal ball is coming true.
It can't be. Or maybe it can. Come on, let's get a closer look. Hey, Ingrid, look at this outline in the knee of the statue. There's some kind of door here.
Buddy, Madame Vich's crystal ball, the underground library. This must be the entrance. Let's go in.
Oh, I don't know, Ingrid. It looks pretty dark down there. For all we know, there might be a giant spider or something lurking around.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of adventure?
Well, all right. But you stay here until I make sure it's safe.
Okay. Be careful.
Don't worry about a thing, Ingrid. I've got something that makes me invincible.
Your dauntless courage?
No, my trusty blaster. I'll be right back. With hairy legs. I don't get it. You mention a big hairy spider, and there it is.
Is it dead?
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Ingrid.
I want to see it, buddy.
All right.
Oh, buddy, it's horrible. How could such a thing... What happened?
Where did it go?
The spider has returned to your imaginations.
Who's there?
Each Madonna represents a various aspect of knowledge. The one who kneels above us symbolizes knowledge through imagination. I am Yana, her soul.
Why can't we see you?
True knowledge has no form. Imagination has neither shape nor physical substance. But you know that, don't you?
Yes, I suppose I do. But if I already knew the answer, why did I ask the question?
Because those of us who devote our lives to knowledge are always aware of how little we know. And because of this awareness, we never stop learning. We never stop asking questions.
What did you mean when you said the spider returned to our imaginations?
The most negative aspect of imagination is its ability to invent irrational fear. When you suggested that a great spider might be present, you formed its image in your mind and reacted with apprehension. When you descended the stairs into this corridor, the spider appeared, but only as a projection of your anxiety.
But I saw the spider too.
What you saw was based on the sounds you heard, Ingrid. You heard Buddy cry out. You heard him fire his weapon and describe what had happened. Sounds. Only sounds. But then, sound has always been imagination's greatest stimulant.
Yana, how did we get here?
You arrive at a place by sincerely wanting to be in that place. A metal ship can transport you, or your imagination can transport you. In transporting yourself with your mind, you discover that true knowledge is in the journey, not the destination.
But what about the door that opened up there? We couldn't have imagined that, because here we are.
Are you? Where are you, Ingrid?
A place of knowledge through imagination, you said. A metaphysical library.
That door has existed since the beginning of time, Ingrid. And it will always be there for anyone who wishes to pass through it.
Oh, Buddy.
Ingrid, what's wrong?
Oh, they don't know. So many of them don't know. The door, it leads to eternal summer.
Yana?
I have to leave you now, because this part of the journey is ending. Love each other as much as you love me.
Yana? A river. A singing silver river.
A valley filled with all the colors of autumn.
Birds. Hundreds of golden birds drifting on the wind.
Sky, a lovely old sky, filled with clouds, white and blue clouds.
We sleep in ivory cradles where the singing river flows.
Zanzibar Alpha.
Yana?
The lost world of Zanzibar Alpha.
Yana?
Buddy, please don't let go of my hand.
Buddy? Ingrid? Can you hear me?
Where are
Otto. Daphne.
How you doing, kiddo?
Ingrid, are you all right?
we? What happened? How can we still be here? We crashed on Zanzibar Alpha.
We saw the Madonnas. We talked to Yana.
It happened in your minds, all of it. You and Ingrid have just experienced the fourth ring of my circus.
The fourth ring?
Yes, the magic light of Madame Disha's crystal ball. It gave you what no three-ring circus ever can. An unprecedented journey through your imagination with someone you care about very much.
But the Madonnas, Zanzibar Alpha, where did those ideas come from?
I invented them at the beginning of the light trance and passed them from my mind to yours.
And what about Yana? Was she an invention too?
Yana?
The Madonna spirit we met after Buddy shot the giant spider that wasn't there.
Yana was someone or something you created between yourselves.
Buddy, you can let go of our hands now if you want to. The journey's over, honey.
I don't know, Daphne. After what we've been through together, I think the journey's just begun.
He's right, Daphne. We ain't seen nothing yet.
The Madonnas of Zanzibar Alpha was written by Ron Thompson and starred Chuck Olson, Marilyn Schreffler, Linda Gary, Byron Kane, Christina Holland, and Ron Feinberg. Associate producer, Ron Thompson. Engineer, Stu Jacobs. Music director, Tom Rounds. Assistant to the producer, Jim Cook. Technical consultant, Peter Sky. Alien Worlds was created, produced, and directed by Lee Hansen and is distributed by Watermark Incorporated. And so, until next week, this is Roger Dressler inviting you to join us for our next adventure, the Himalayan Parallel, from the elsewhere and elsewhen of Alien Worlds. Peter Paul and Cadbury Chocolate Bars hope you have enjoyed Alien Worlds.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension X. Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Or in 10? or in the next minute. Can you see beyond the known dimensions of time and space into the unknown, Dimension X? It was in the year of 1982 that spacemen first discovered the Great Galactic Barrier. In the past 10 years, rocket travel to the moon and the nearer planets had become commonplace. And then men fixed their sights on a more distant star, the remote planet known as Volta. 5 exploratory ships went out, and none came back, each in turn disappearing mysteriously at the same vanishing point, an invisible wall somewhere in the vast outer reaches that became known as the wrecker of spaceships, the Galactic Reef. And yet, the explorers refused to admit defeat. It was on June the 2nd, 1987, that the rocket Star Cloud made ready for takeoff, the 6th to attempt to crack the barrier and win through to Volta.
Now hear this. Condition blue. 1 minute to blast off. Now hear this. Condition blue. 1 minute to blast off.
Bridge to nav control.
Navigation, Collier.
This is Captain Thorson. Ready, Lieutenant?
We're ready, Captain. The course is in the integrator for takeoff at 1200 hours.
All right, stand by for acceleration. Bridge to engine room. Fire up your rocket chambers. Take off at exactly 1200 hours. I'll read you off. 30 seconds. 29. 28. 27. 26.
Ignition red.
Hold it. Revoke all orders. Who turned in that alarm?
We've uncovered a stowaway, sir.
Stowaway where?
Hiding at sick bay. Dr. Spitzlin found him.
Have him brought up to the bridge. Engine room. Kill your rockets. Stand by.
Thorson, this is Colonel Harrison at ground control. What's holding you up?
Trouble.
What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you? There's stowaway aboard.
Stowaway?
Yes, I thought your men were supposed to police this base. What's the matter
All
with
right,
you?
Captain, take it easy.
You know what this delay can do to us, don't you? 1 minute late at takeoff can throw us 1,000,000 miles off course. We'll have to reintegrate the whole works.
Well, look, how long do you think it'll take?
Don't bother me for a while. I'm busy here. Stupid idiot. Come in.
Here's your stowaway, sir.
Now, court martial. Charlie.
Can you use a good radio man, Skipper? Oh, I see you two have met. Met? The skipper and me made 50 trips to the moon together. Didn't we, Captain?
Charlie, if you wanted to come along, why didn't you volunteer?
I did, Skipper. They turned me down.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, acceleration bends. They said my arteries wouldn't stand another trip.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
But they're wrong, sir. I got one more good trip in me. Now, listen, Captain. You know these green kids don't know the first thing about space radio operation. You put a man like me on, and I'll be getting you bedtime stories from Mars.
Well, you know the regulations as well as I do, Charlie. I can't take you much as I'd like to.
Colonel Harrison will murder me for this.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I've put you aground. Tell you what, Charlie. I'll ask Harrison to put you on his ground radio contact. It'll seem as if you're right here with us.
He won't do it, sir.
He better. I'll have him busted to corporal for letting you sneak aboard. You'll be better off, Charlie. Paulison.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending a man down from the bridge. Put him aground. Give him time to clear the launching platform.
Yes, sir.
So long, Charlie. Sorry.
Well, good luck, Skipper. I thought you were going to have him drawn and quartered.
Been anybody else, I would have, Smitty. But Charlie, well, Charlie's kind of special. He's been with me since my first command. We began the regular run to the moon. If he wanted to come along this time, well, it's only through loyalty to me.
You know, Lewis, I didn't realize it before, but you're almost human.
Navigation. Lieutenant Collier.
Nav control, Collier.
Lieutenant, how badly we fouled up. Can you recalculate the course, or shall I cancel the takeoff?
I've already plotted a new course on the integrator, sir.
Oh, that's quick work. Are you sure?
Positive, sir.
All right, Collier. Putting it in your hands. We'll blast off from your signal.
Lewis, isn't that a lot of responsibility for a young green officer?
Yeah, but if he can't do his job, I'd rather find out now than at the galactic barrier. Bridge to engine room. Ready your rockets. Prepare to blast off on navigator's signal. How are we doing, Collier?
Coming on the bearing, sir. 4, 3, 2, 0.
We've intersected the course vector.
That's good work, Collier.
Course corrected, sir. Ready to go into atomic overdrive anytime you say.
All right, stand by. Now hear this. Prepare for maximum acceleration. Bridge to engine room. Kill your rockets.
Rockets out.
Fire up number 1 cyclotron.
Number 1 ready.
Fire up number 2.
Number 2 ready.
Engineering, withdraw your dampening rods.
Fission chamber ready. Blast tubes are clear.
Ready. Take it on overdrive. How are we doing, Collier?
On course, sir. She's running hot and true.
Well, my compliments, Lieutenant. This job would have done your father credit. He was the best navigation officer I ever saw.
Thank you, sir.
Start your gyros, put her on robot control. All right, ship is yours, Mr. Collier. If you need me, I'll be in Dr. Smithson's office.
Yes, sir.
Thank young Collier for that. Chip off the old block.
Oh, you knew his father, huh?
Matter of fact, I knew him very well. First-rate spaceman.
Is he the one who...
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he was lost in the galactic barrier on the second ship we sent out to Volta.
Louis, just what do you think this galactic barrier is?
Your guess is as good as mine, Doc. All I know is that 5 ships have gone into it, and none of them have come back out.
You think it's an it. How about Mestrovic's theory that it's a time warp in space, but that the ships reach it and slip into another dimension?
I think that's rubbish. My theory is that the galactic barrier is nothing more than a radioactive layer of some kind.
What makes you say that?
Well, we know that radar signals bounce off it like they were hitting an invisible glass wall. And we know it destroys our ships and our crews in some way. There's no other logical explanation.
What makes you think we can get through it?
Because we're ready for it. The others weren't. Tire hull is completely shielded with lead. We can crack through any radioactive cloud ever detected. Besides, we're equipped with some new UHF radio devices that should enable us to maintain radio contact with Earth. Nothing can happen. Absolutely nothing.
Who are you trying to convince, Louis?
Myself, I suppose. Smitty, 5 ships are missing. And men like Prentice and Margetson and young Collier's father. I'm tired of seeing good men fed into that meat chopper.
Then why are we going?
We haven't any choice, Smitty. We're in a race. Kind of race where men and ships are expendable.
Well, at least it won't be boring. I'll have to play physician morale builder and mother substitute for 112 slightly nervous men.
Your morale doesn't sound too good, Doctor.
As morale officer, I can state without fear of contradiction. It's terrible. And something tells me that as we approach that galactic barrier, I'm not going to be alone.
Hello, Earth. Hello, Earth. Captain Thorson of the Star Cloud calling Earth. Star Cloud to Earthbound. Can you read me?
Hello, Star Cloud. Hi, Captain.
Charlie. Well, I see they haven't court-martialed you yet.
No, sir. Thanks to you.
Well, Charlie, it's good to hear you. You can read us the funny papers on Sunday morning.
Right.
How's the signal?
Strong. Clear as a bell.
All right, here's our log report for Colonel Harrison. Ready?
Shoot.
June 2nd, 1987. 4 weeks out from Earth, running true, no radiation, operation normal, still making our approach to the galactic barrier. That's all, Charlie. See you later.
Good luck, Captain. I sure wish I was with you.
How's the morale, Smitty?
Well, the men know we're getting closer to the barrier. They're beginning to show a little tension, Louis.
How's their physical condition? Any sickness?
About half the crew has come down with space blues.
Badly?
Oh, same as usual. Lips and hands with a bluish cast. Eyes sensitive to infrared.
I don't know. When I first started flying these tin cans, nobody ever heard of space blue.
Well, there's a new theory that is caused by the terrific acceleration of these atomic overdrive ships. The change in gravity affects the circulation.
What do you think?
Oh, I think it's psychosomatic. I've noticed that the same men who get space blues under tension on a ship tend to get blue coloration back on Earth when they're upset. I guess it's an occupational disease of space navigators.
You think it's just nerves, then?
I don't know.
But young Collier has a bad case. I think it's tension from overwork.
Maybe he needs some vitamins.
Lewis, when will you realize that vitamins are not the panacea for all the troubles of mankind?
Come in. Oh, Lieutenant Carter.
Sir, I understand you've relieved me from duty.
Dr. Smithson says that you aren't looking very well. I'm giving you a rest.
I feel perfectly able to continue, sir.
Your lips are as blue as Minnetonka.
I'd like to remain at my post, Captain.
Don't be foolhardy, Lieutenant.
I'm not being foolhardy, sir. I have a special personal reason for wanting this expedition to reach Volta.
Your father?
Yes, sir.
You think he might still be alive?
I have to find out what happened, sir.
I think I understand. Very well, Collier. Report back to duty. What's the reading, Paulson?
We're getting a +5 radar bounce now. It's coming off the barrier almost as fast as we send it out.
What's the interval?
0.3 of a second. Shortening steadily. At this rate, we'll hit the wall in the next few minutes.
All right, alert the crew. Sound general quarters.
Now hear this. Condition red. We are now approaching the galactic barrier. All hands to stations. All radiation detectors to be fully manned. Full security will prevail until further notice. That is all.
Paulson.
Aye, sir.
Radar bounces up to +6. We better try to make final contact with Earth. Spark's still trying to raise the base?
Yes, sir, but he's not having much luck. There seems to be some interference. That's the radio room now. Yes? You've got him? Cut in the bridge speaker. The captain will take it from here.
Hello. Star Cloud to Earthbound. Can you hear me, Earth?
Hello, Skipper. I can barely read you. We're getting heavy static from sunspots.
That's not sunspots. We're right on top of the galactic barrier. Stick with us, Charlie. We're switching to the automatic sender now, so you can track us in.
Okay.
If we crack the barrier and come through still in one piece, I'll try to get back to you on the high-frequency band.
Gotcha, Skipper. Don't worry. I'll be waiting.
So long, Charlie.
So long, Star Cloud.
We must be getting awfully close now, Captain. The echo's bouncing back so fast it's almost beating the signal.
When they coincide, hold onto your hat. That's when we run into the wall.
Any second.
Hold on.
Well, here goes nothing.
Here it comes.
Captain?
Why, nothing happened.
We made it. We made it, Captain. No radiation, no time warp, no nothing. The crew's gone crazy, sir.
Let them. They earned it. Say, Doc, can you break out a few bottles of snake bite serum for medicinal purposes?
I sure can, Lewis.
This calls for a celebration. How's your morale now?
Couldn't be better. How's yours?
Condition
Hey, what?
red. Radiation detected. Condition red. Radiation detected.
Good. Holy mackerel. Look at the needle on that indicator.
Paulson.
I see it, Captain. We're picking radiation like crazy.
What's it like?
It's a strong wave.
What kind is it?
I don't know. It's too long for a cosmic ray and too short for UHF.
All right, track it down. Triangulate it. Make it fast. I want a directional fix.
Yes, sir.
Engine room.
Yes, sir.
We're picking up radioactivity. Is it the fission chambers?
No leaks, sir.
Check your gauges.
Nothing here, Captain. Must be coming from outside.
Damage control.
Yes, sir.
Is our lead shield leaking radiation?
Haven't found anything yet, sir.
All right, keep at it. Paulson, how you doing?
I've got a fix, Captain.
Well, what is it?
I have to recheck my figures.
Well, hurry up.
The angle is correct, but I don't...
Come on, man, for Pete's sake.
It's right, sir.
What's right? Speak up. Where's the radiation coming from?
It's coming from inside this ship.
That's impossible.
No, sir. I've checked it twice.
Well, then, there's only one thing left to do. Paulson, get a Geiger counter. We're going to start combing the ship inch by inch.
Ready, sir.
All right, turn it on now.
Yes, sir.
We'll check the atomic guns first. Cut through the officers' quarters to ordnance. Come on.
Wait a minute, sir.
What is it?
The signal's weaker now.
Let's go back. Hold it. Seems strongest right about here.
It doesn't make sense.
Whose cabin is it?
Lieutenant Collier's.
Collier?
It's probably down in nav control, sir.
Try the door.
It's not locked, sir. It's in here, all right. Listen to that counter. Strongest over here.
Open that wall cabinet.
It's locked.
Smash it. All right, shut off the Geiger counter. What do you make of this, Paulinson?
It looks like some sort of portable transmitter, sir. Must be foreign manufacture. I don't recognize the calibration symbols at all. Never seen anything like it.
Which raises a small question. What is Lieutenant Collier doing with a transmitter in his cabin?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I intend to find out, Paulson. Get down to nav control. Bring Collier up to the bridge. On the double.
Well, hadn't we better find some way to shut this thing off first?
I know a way. Lieutenant Collier, I'm going to ask a few simple questions, and I want a few simple answers.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing with the transmitter in your cabin?
Transmitter, Captain?
You know nothing about it?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you recognize these calibration symbols?
No, sir.
Can you think of how it might have been placed in your cabin without your knowing it?
No, sir. Unless someone came in while I was on duty.
Would that have been possible?
Why, I suppose if someone had a key...
I found your cabin door unlocked.
Well, I meant a key to the wall cabinet.
I didn't say the wall cabinet.
Well, sir, I...
You what, Lieutenant? How could you have known it was in the wall cabinet?
I just assumed.
Lieutenant Collier, I find it hard to believe you would lie. Having known and respected your father and having observed the way you handled your job. However, I intend to get to the root of this thing. May I have your wristwatch, Lieutenant?
Sir?
Your wristwatch.
Here, sir.
Paulson, turn on that Geiger counter.
Yes, sir.
Hold this watch next to it.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Lieutenant, if you hadn't any close contact with that transmitter, how do you explain the radioactivity of this watch?
I don't, sir.
I think you'd better. To whom were you sending those signals?
Condition red. Condition red.
There's your answer, Captain.
What is this, Collier?
Alien spaceship approaching. Alien spaceship approaching.
Sound battle stations. Collier, who's aboard that ship? All right, now talk, man.
Very well, Captain. My mission seems complete.
Your mission? Are you admitting that you're an agent of a foreign power?
I am stating it.
What nation?
No nation, Captain.
What?
I am an agent of the Voltan government.
The what?
The government of the planet of Volta.
You're crazy.
Are you so stupid that you think your people are the only ones who can invade another planet?
What do you mean?
We've had agents operating on Earth since 1945.
I don't believe you.
What do you think happened to those 5 ships, Captain? Where do you suppose we got our information, your language, your culture, family background?
But your appearance, you look...
Like Commander Collier? Is that so surprising, Captain? We had a living model.
I ought to kill you.
That would be very foolish. I would advise you to surrender without delay.
Alien ship now coming in ordnance range.
I'll deal with you later, Collier. Paulson.
Sir?
Put this man in irons. Take him away.
Don't worry, sir. We'll take good care of him. Carpenter! Robinson!
Gunnery.
Gunnery, Richardson.
What's the range?
10,000 meters. They're closing fast.
Put your guns on radar tracking.
Tracking. Coming on a burn.
Fire. Fire. Richardson, you hear me? Fire. What's the matter down there? Did you hear me? Richardson, answer me.
It's no use to shout, Captain.
Collier.
Yes, Captain.
How'd you get loose? Where's Paulson?
Lieutenant Paulson is dead.
All stations. Lieutenant Collier has escaped. Seize him, man.
Don't waste your breath. Your men can't hear you, Captain.
What?
Those still alive are my men.
You're lying.
No, Captain. Every ship that has ever left Earth was controlled by a Voltan crew.
That's impossible. Those were hand-picked men.
Hand-picked by us.
I don't believe you.
Then why not call for help?
Carpenter, Robinson, Haley, report. Carpenter, Robinson.
You see, Captain, it is quite useless. I would advise you to sit very quietly and do nothing.
It isn't possible. They can't all be dead. Smitty! Dr. Smithson! Smitty, what have they done to you?
Lewis,
Oh, those dirty... Don't talk, Smitty.
Closer. Not much time. Lewis, space blues.
Space blues. What is it, Smitty? What are you trying to tell me?
All men with space blues. Voltans.
Here, let me help you, Smitty.
No, Lewis. Get message back to Earth. Voltan. 5th column. Watch out for space blues.
Smitty. Hello? Star Cloud calling Earthbound. Please, God. God, let me get through before it's too late. Hello, star cloud to earthbound. Come in, please. Come in, please.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me, Charlie?
Skipper, is that you?
Are you getting my signal?
It's coming in a little louder now, Skip. Keep sending.
Thank God, Charlie. Now listen to me. Not much time. Get word to Colonel Harrison. Crew mutinied. Most of crew members, Voltons.
What?
Voltons.
Spell that.
V-O-L.
Voltons?
That's right. They're from the planet Volta.
Skipper, are you all right?
Charlie, this is serious. They'll be here any second now. Listen, they have a fifth column on Earth. They're planning to invade you.
You don't mean it.
Of course I mean it. Tell Harrison that they're posing as humans. You can detect them by space blues. You got that? Only Voltons get space blue. Charlie, do you hear me?
Space Blue. I get you.
Step back in, Charlie. I'm depending on you now. Warn everybody.
Captain!
They've opened the door. Come on, Charlie. Tell Harrison that...
Captain! Captain Thorson! Hello! Hello, Star Cloud. Come in.
What's the trouble, Sergeant?
We're just trying to raise the Star Cloud, Colonel.
Had any luck?
No, sir. No contact.
No contact?
No, sir.
Nearly an hour since they hit the galactic barrier. I don't understand why they haven't tried to get back a message.
No, sir. Neither do I.
All right. I'll take over for a while.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead, sir.
You'd better go out and get yourself some coffee. Charlie, you look a little blue around the gills.
You have just heard No Contact, an adventure in time, space, and the unknown. Dimension X.
Next week, we have a nice, blood-curdling little story that starts with these two sentences. The last man alive on Earth sat alone in a room. And then there was a knock on the door, which raises the question, what knocked on the door? Left to its own devices, the human mind supplies a vaguely horrible answer. But it wasn't so horrible. Really. You'll see next week when we present Knock.
Tonight, Dimension X has presented No Contact, an original story written by George Lefferts, from the storyline by Lefferts and Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Wendell Holmes as Captain Thorson, Lawson Zerby as Lieutenant Collier, and John McGovern as Dr. Smithson. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Tomorrow, hear Sam Spade. Now, it's Truth or Consequences on NBC.
One minute to air.
Finally, a room with quiet. There's never time for actors to rehearse a script, but plenty of time to change the script. Ugh, it's not fair. They gave Howard Koch a whole 6 days to write it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I have ever... Oh, let's try that again.
50 seconds to air.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying
Do you
thing
believe all the changes in this script?
They switched the Billmore Hotel to the Park Plaza, the Jersey State Guard to the Jersey Militia.
Quiet, I'm learning my script changes.
40 seconds.
Do they think a Mercury Theater radio audience is dumb enough to fall for this? Hey, give me a bite of your sandwich.
Nah, they believe Hitler annexed Austria, but they're not going to believe a bunch of phony news bulletins about a war of the worlds. This is 1938. Get your own sandwich.
30 seconds.
All right, Benny, all right. Just deal with the orchestra and calm down.
Jeepers, quiet, I'm learning my script
All
changes.
right. Can you believe it? Right before airtime, and Benny Herman's fighting with Orson. Orson's yelling treachery.
20 seconds.
So what? Orson yells treachery every broadcast. Is that a donut?
Hey, pipe down. I'm trying to rehearse my script changes.
Treachery! Wherever I turn, I'm surrounded by ignorance, sloth, and indifference.
Aye, Orson.
Enough melodrama. Everyone ready?
10 seconds to air.
For this evening's little broadcast, Carl will hand out my new script changes.
I've already learned my changes, Orson.
Oh, yes, and I'm switching your part with his.
But I just learned...
Actors, places, please. Let me hear the Martian heat ray. Excellent.
5, 4, 3.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
1.
let's destroy the world.
Broadcasting System and affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theater and star of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen.
The Sci-Fi Channel Seeing Ear Theater at www.sci-fi.com presents Orson the Alien, the untold story behind the War of the Worlds, starring Walter Koenig and written by Terry Bisson, Brian Smith, and George Czar. Live from the Museum of Television and Radio in New York City, Orson the Alien.
Serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf...
Catch this, Commander.
Minds that are to our minds as ours are to the beasts in the jungle. Intellects vast, cool, and...
Oh, damn, I lost it.
Oh, this better be good, Cadet. Because that was one hell of a great dream you woke me from.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
I was back home. I was sailing on Sunset Lake.
Yes, sir. I had some kind of radio signal, a broadcast, but I lost it.
Out here? I doubt that. Your imagination's running a little strong, don't you think?
Sir? I don't know what you mean.
Oh, I understand. It's normal at your age wanting to believe that every little bit of static, squeak, and squawk is a call to arms, to glory, medals, if you're lucky, and women.
I don't think that's what it was, sir. Wait, here it is again.
Good Lord, what is that noise?
I think it's supposed to be music.
Music? Primitive. Turn it up.
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I lost it again. It's a very weak signal, sir.
Where's it coming from?
Can't tell, sir, but it seems local. I'm checking.
Couldn't be local, Cadet. There are no spacefaring races in this quadrant. Must be a ghost signal. You're picking up a ghost.
A ghost?
A bounce from some other quadrant. The universe is a chaos of molecules, with billions of fragments of decaying sound waves bouncing around. And once in a great while, by chance, you'll catch a string of them together. A stray signal from something that happened far away and long ago.
Picking it up again, sir.
Hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, unquote. We now return you to the
See, it's a different signal this time. They're just fragments.
Sir, it's the same frequency as before, the same broadcast. Listen.
The music again. You're right. But that's impossible. Or an amazing coincidence for a ghost.
I'm running it through the extrapolator in case I made a mistake, sir, but I think it's local.
I told you there are no spacefaring races in this quadrant. That means the signal can't be local.
But, sir, what about a civilization that has radio but hasn't yet developed space travel? Isn't that possible?
I'm impressed, Cadet. Your imagination knows no bounds. But the odds against our making first contact in that tiny window of time between a Civ's development of radio and space travel is astronomical.
As astronomical as picking up 3 disparate pieces of the same ghost signal, sir? It checks out. It's definitely local.
I'm standing in a large semicircular room, pitch black except for an oblong split in the ceiling. Through this opening, I can see a sprinkling of stars that cast a kind of frosty glow.
The signal's local.
Yes, sir, it's local. We're not alone. Isn't that great? Commander, isn't it?
Oh, Jiminy Crickets. I just wanted to chip the glass a little. Oh, wow. I broke the whole window. I hope nobody heard me. Who's there?
Ladies and gentlemen, during any delay that may arise...
Oh, just the radio. They shouldn't play it when no one's in the diner. It wastes electricity. You, cash register, where are you? I know you're around here somewhere. I just gotta find it. Let's see what... Too dark. I bet it's over. What are they putting chairs in the middle of diners for? I gotta get up. My head. Okay, that's the corner of the lunch counter. Where'd they hide that cash register? Jiminy, I can't see nothing. It's too dark. Wish I smoked. I'd have matches. Let's see what we got here. Oh, no! Oh, that stupid radio again. Oh, what a doodah day. Hey, I got an idea. I know. The light from the radio dial. Oh, yeah, that's swell. Now, just lift this radio up off the floor and point the little light around the dark diner and... ta-da! Come to Papa, you great big cash register. Jiminy, somebody's trying to break down the front door.
Put them both up and turn around insect before I comb your hair with lead.
I can't, officer. I'm holding up a radio.
So put down the radio, then put up your hands, then turn around.
Oh, yeah, right.
You sure own a crummy diner, pal. You got broken glass all over the place.
Well, you see, officer, I don't own
this.
this.
Stop calling me officer. I ain't no lousy copper.
I'm trying to tell you, I don't own this diner. I broke in to rob it.
So did I.
Really? Hey, put it there, brother.
Turn around. Keep your hands up.
Don't shoot.
You don't look like a robber.
Well, times are kind of hard. I was hungry. I figured I'd pick a place to rob where I could make myself a sandwich.
You know, since the Depression, amateurs like you make it real tough for professionals like me to earn an honest buck. Why,
Don't shoot. I'll show you where the cash register is. Are you smoking? Can you please put out your cigar? It gives me a rash.
Cigar? I ain't smoking. Now quit clowning and show me what... Oh, wait. I smell it, too.
Yeah.
Like something's burning. Behind that door back there.
Oh, Jiminy, I hear a dame coughing.
I don't care if it's Mae West coughing.
Well, maybe she needs help. There's smoke coming out. Somebody's in there. Let's break down the door.
I ain't breaking down no doors for nobody. All right. You never know. Maybe it is Mae West. Fire! I'll grab the dame!
Then you're quite convinced, as a scientist, that living intelligence...
Commander,
as we know it
the signal's
does
coming
not
back in.
exist on Mars.
I'd say the chances against it are 1,000 to 1.
And yet, how do you account for these gas eruptions occurring on the surface of the planet at regular intervals?
Phillips, I cannot account for it.
Commander, did you hear that? Gas eruptions at regular intervals? That means another planet with a sieve, perhaps.
I heard it. Where is this planet Mars?
Unidentified. A local name, sir. Scanning for the source.
And these eruptions, do they pose a danger to us?
Unclear, Commander. That's strange. All readings are tranquil. I'm not picking up any signs of atmospheric disturbance on any of the planetary bodies in this system.
Very well, then. Something to explore on your next tour, Cadet.
What about the radio signal? Aren't we going to check it out?
You did. You identified the source and cataloged it, didn't you?
Yes, the third planet in solar system 23827.4, but
that's all we can do. Regulation 17-4C. We're not authorized to instigate first contact situations. And besides, we have a limited amount of time before our jump window vanishes.
With all due respect, sir...
Wrap it up, Cadet, and prepare the coordinates for our leap home.
But, sir, perhaps we could at least move a little closer in order to establish a visual? Wouldn't it be nice to go back with something new to report, like images of an unrecorded civilization in an unexpected quadrant of the universe?
No, Cadet. In fact, it's best to have nothing to report. The universe is filled with unrecorded civs. Unrecorded because they are profoundly uninteresting. An uneventful universe. That'll be your goal when you've been in the service as long as I have.
Wait a moment. Here it is again.
Cadet, set the coordinates for our jump home. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Look around, Jet. I guess that's it. Yes, I guess that's the thing directly in front of me. half buried in a vast pit. Must have struck with terrific force. The ground is covered with splinters of a tree. It must have struck on its way down. But I can see the object itself doesn't...
I lost it again. Are you listening to this, Commander? I think there might have been a protocol violation. Category 2.
An unauthorized intervention from a falling meteor.
What if it's not a meteor? What if it's a ship from this other planet, the one they call Mars? Shouldn't we investigate, sir?
If we miss this jump window, we'll be here for another 6 tours, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let that happen. I'm not going to jeopardize the safety of this ship with some wild and haphazard chase of a primitive civ. And besides, I have a record of 39 tours without incident. Without incident. Nothing.
And that's what you want. You want to retire without incident.
Cadet, our job is to monitor the galactic outlands and to keep the peace. Nothing is success. We're not explorers. We're not a first contact battalion. Now, take us home.
Have you decided on a location yet, sir? For your, retirement, sir?
Ah, yes. My wife and I, my beautiful wife and I have bought this small floating house, this glass house that floats out over the banks of Sunset Lake, self-propelled, and at night it steers out and hovers over the waterfall and beyond, and the iridescent light of the glow bugs sparkles up from the foaming, crashing water below, casting enough light to read by all night long.
Oh, brother.
What was that, Cadet?
Oh, bravo, sir. You're very good to your wife. That sounds beautiful, really. Your wife is very unlucky indeed. That sounds nice, sir.
It is nice, Cadet.
Metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. Friction with the Earth's atmosphere usually tears holes in a meteorite. This thing is smooth, and you can see its cylindrical
Just a minute.
shape.
Nothing's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrific. This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and the thing must be hollow.
It isn't a meteor, Commander. It's a spaceship.
An unrecorded spacefaring race.
And they broke an intergalactic protocol, an unauthorized intervention. We can't let this violation go unpenalized. We have to respond. We have to null the offending species and keep order.
I see. Cadet, prepare to fire the rocket tubes.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
And set the coordinates for home.
What?
Here, honey. Drink some more.
I wish I could convey the atmosphere.
Hey, pal, turn off the radio. I can't hear what the little lady's trying to say.
I just figured you wanted to hear the news.
This don't look like heaven. And you two birds don't look like no angels, neither.
We ain't angels. Angels don't need a shave.
Quit squawking and let her talk. No, sister, you're still alive, and this is still Brooklyn. Name's Bud. And this mug's name is, what is your moniker, pal?
Lester. Who are you, lady?
Rosie. Like the name on the outside, Rosie's Diner? That's me. I was trying to cook my last 2 meals. Rosie and her diner.
You started the fire?
Till you gents broke up the party.
Hey, it's a good thing me and Bud was trying to rob you.
Hey, stop down, will you? Yeah, Rosie, we happened to be passing by your diner and smelled smoke. We broke through your window, knocked down your back room door, and carried you to the front.
Yeah, and I put out the fire just in time with this.
That was my new coat.
Oh, can I hang it up for you somewhere?
What am I going to do? I just want to die, and I can't even seem to do that right.
Yeah, open up the floodgates, sister. Get it out of your system.
Hey, I'll turn on the radio. That ought to cheer you up, Rosie.
Nothing's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rick.
I told you to turn it down, Lester. It's just a news bulletin. It ain't so important right now.
Okie dokie.
Now, go behind the counter and fix something for the little lady.
A sure thing, Bud.
So, why'd you do it, Rosie?
You know the old story. All alone, just me and my dog. I owned this diner, lived upstairs, and was getting by okay. I met a man and we got hitched. He packed up my heart, my savings account, and some floozy, and he 2-timed me. Then I find out he's pocketing the money I gave him for the monthly mortgage payments. And here's the super-duper finish. The bank just foreclosed on the diner. No man, no money, no home, no job. The end.
Is this ham fresh, Rosie?
Yeah.
I hope your dog didn't die.
My husband took the dog. I bought a canary and a cat. The cat ate the canary, then the cat died.
How's the roast turkey, Rosie?
Will you shut up with the roast turkey?
Say, don't I know you from somewhere?
Not a chance. Lester and me, we were just walking by and we smelled smoke.
No, not Lester. You. I seen your face somewhere. I never forget a face.
These pickles, are they fresh, Rosie?
Hey, Lester, can the talk. What about that food?
That's pretty good, bud. I'm stuffed. So can I make you something, Rosie?
That profile, now I know. I seen your kiss in the papers. Yeah, last week, page 2. The cops are looking for you and there's a reward. I told you I don't forget a face. Uh-oh.
Oh, there's a reward for Bud? How much?
That's very good, sister. Real good. Lester, turn on the radio. Loud.
Now you want it on? Sure, Bud.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Someone's calling someone or something. I can see peering out of that black hole through luminous discs. The eyes, it might be a face, might be almost good heavens. Something wriggling out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another one and another
Commander,
one.
are you listening to this?
They look like tentacles to me.
I'm going to attempt to contact the offending spacecraft.
Negative, Cadet. Maintain radio silence and shut that thing off. I don't want to hear it.
Wait. Incoming transmission, sir.
From the offending species?
Processing information. Negative. It appears to be a request for dialogue from your wife, sir.
Oh, well, I'll take it in my quarters. Remain on our course home.
Consider your actions, sir. It is against the code to fail to respond to known protocol violations.
I'm the commander of this ship. I know the code.
They've committed 3 protocol violations. A hostile landing, destruction of local environment, and contact with a primitive Civ.
Minor infractions. We will remain on course, and you will not question my authority again. Do you understand, Cadet? Your insolence will be reported to Central Command. I'll be in my quarters. You have the bridge. See that you don't disrupt anything. I'm glad you called back. It's good to see you.
You look a little green, more than usual.
I got worked up. You wouldn't believe the cadet they assigned me this tour. My last tour of service, and I'm stuck alone on this ship with Sergeant Dogood.
Last tour. I've heard that one before.
Oh, this is it. All this constantly facing death and danger. It's getting to me.
Danger? You've been permanently assigned to the safest quadrant in the galaxy. You're safer than I am at home.
Well, it's retirement after this last tour, I promise.
Are you sure we can afford it right now?
You look delicious, love. Are those new scales?
Yes.
Lean a little closer to the screen so I can smell them. Right here. Oh, yes. That's it, right there. Oh. It's been so long. You smell so... Hey, what are you... Where are you going?
You're sick. I'm getting something to drink. You're really going to retire after this tour?
Yes. Oh, and when I get back home, oh boy, just you wait.
Just wait what? I want to hear this.
When I get back home, just wait. We'll move into the house, the floating house. That's what, on Sunset Lake above the falls.
That's what I thought. You're still dreaming about that house?
It's not a dream. It's a plan, a course of action. This beautiful spot right over the falls, this floating house in the light of the glow bugs. Wait till you see it. It's so strong at night.
I know. You've told me. Remember, we'll be able to read in bed. By the light of the water, it all sounds wonderful. But you've never been there, have you? You've never even seen this place, Sunset Falls.
Yes, I have. On my 19th tour, around the edge of the 6th system. Past the asteroid belt. On the 3rd moon of Endymion.
Commander, the Martians are nulling members of the primitive Civ with a heat ray of some sort, setting them on fire.
Cadet, I am on the communicator. Maintain our course and continue to monitor the situation on the planet if it pleases you. I'll be up to the bridge in a moment.
I'm turning us around, Commander. We have to save what's left of those people there.
Cadet, cease your action and stand aside. Love, I have to go. I love... Love? Love? She hung up. Door open. Door open. Computer, release order manual.
Unable to comply. Controls in override.
Override? What? What's going on here?
I've laid in a course for the third planet.
You've done what?
You will remain in your quarters for the remainder of the flight. I have things under control up here, Cadet.
Cadet? You're the... Who the hell are you talking to?
You, of course. I'm the commander on this ship now.
You... Unlock this door.
I captured this transmission just moments ago. I'm transferring it to your quarters.
Open this door. Cadet! Cadet! Do you hear me? Open this door. Cadet!
It strikes him head on. Lord, they're turning into flames.
That's awful.
He is caught by the woods of barns. There's gas tanks for the automobiles spreading everywhere. Coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
What have I done?
This is going to work fine,
I need a little more light, Bud.
Well, you'll just have to see with that street light shining through the front window, Lester.
Just like that, huh?
Just like what, Rosie?
Quit monkeying around, Lester. Keep tying her up. Yeah, Rosie. Just like that. Sorry. You know how it is. I'll make it so it don't hurt.
I don't get it. You saved my life. Now you're just going to take it away again? Just like that.
Goes to show having a good memory ain't always good for a person's health. Listen, there are coppers combing New York who are just itching to give me my own pair of metal bracelets. So I broke into your diner to grab a little dough and blow this state. My plans changed a little, that's all. I can't leave you behind knowing who I am, can I? It's nothing personal, really.
I'm almost done tying her up, Bud.
Swell.
But you risked your life, Bud. In the fire. You did it to save me.
I got a soft spot, sister. We all make mistakes.
The papers said you was wanted for armed robbery. There wasn't nothing about murder.
Murder? You? It don't look that way to me, Rosie. It's like this. You were ready to check out before I got here, right? We just had a little chat, and now I'm helping you start back on your little trip again.
What if I don't want to go traveling no more?
Sorry. This ticket's non-refundable.
All done, Bud. She'll never get out of that. Oh, well, it's getting late. I gotta be going. A nice meeting, everybody. Night, Rosie. Night, Bud.
Nighty-night, Lester.
Oh!
You shouldn't ought to done that.
Sorry, Lester. You know who I am, too. When the coppers show up, they're going to think you tied up Rosie, shot her, then blew your own brains out. And what happened? Well, maybe it was money. Maybe it was love. Who knows?
Gonna let me answer that, Bud?
You're not home, sweetheart.
It's my friend Millie. She calls me every night to see if I lock up the diner okay. If I don't answer, she'll walk the half block with her husband to see if I'm okay.
Darn. It's my soft spot again. You should talk to your friend one more time. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to press the phone against your right ear, and I'm going to press the gun against your left ear. Understand?
Thanks. Hi, Millie. Millie? Millie, I can't understand you when you talk so fast. What? Calm down. Say that again. Martians? Like from Mars? What Martians? In Jersey? Millie, I told you to lay off the gin. It's no good. Radio? What radio? Bulletins on the radio? Yeah, I had it on before, but I wasn't listening. Hold on. Put down the phone and turn on the radio fast.
Oh, all right.
I have been requested by the governor of New Jersey to place the counties of Mercer and Middlesex as far west as Princeton and east to Jamesburg under martial law. No one will be permitted to enter this area.
But Millie's right for
by
once.
Special pass issued
If it's on the
by
news,
state
it's
or
got to be
military
true.
authorities.
Hey, Millie.
More companies of state
Millie?
militia are
Hello,
proceeding
Millie?
from
What's
Trenton
going
to
on?
Grover's
We
Mill,
got cut off. You can hang up the
and,
phone.
will aid in
And
the
hang up your gun,
evacuation of
too.
homes within the range of
What's going
military
on?
operations.
What are they talking about on the radio?
Listen for yourself.
You have just been listening to General Montgomery Smith, commanding the state militia at Trenton. In the meantime, further details of the catastrophe at Grover's Mill are coming in.
Go on. What's this baloney? It can't be anything.
Yes, again. Millie heard it, and all of her neighbors, too.
Nah. Somebody's pulling your leg on the radio.
I started out tonight wanting to croak. Now I got 3 choices of how to cash in. Fire, or bullets, or Martians. Goes to show you, when your number's up, your number's up.
Hey, keep quiet, will you? There ain't no Martians.
The message that came in from Grover's Mill by telephone. Just one moment, please. At least 40 people, including 6 state troopers, lie dead in a field east of the village of Grover's Mill. Their bodies burned and distorted beyond all possible recognition.
Cadet, let me out of here.
Not a chance. And you can call me Commander now. I'm in control of this ship.
Whatever you want. Doesn't matter what I call you, Commander, Cadet, Captain, Fool. Your life will be nulled as soon as we return home. What's important now is that we attempt to save as many of these primitive civ beings as we can.
Then you agree. At last, we have to null the Martians.
Yes, I agree.
You see that? I told you. You see that we have to act?
Yes, I do. We've just established that.
Is this a trick? Are you trying to trick me?
No, let me out of here. I can help. We have to act, remember?
I have a null gun up here. You'll come unarmed or I'll shoot.
I understand.
I won't hesitate to shoot. Do you understand, Cadet?
I understand.
Return to the bridge then. But remember, I'm in command.
Yes, I think I can remember that, sir. You're not really fit to command. You know that, don't you?
Quiet! I'm a little nervous, that's all. It's normal. It's normal, right, to be nervous before battle. Try the radio again!
Of the creatures in the rocket cylinder at Grover's Mill, I can give you no authoritative information. Of their destructive instrument, I might venture some conjectural explanation. For want of a better term, I shall refer to the mysterious weapon as a heat ray. It's all too evident that these creatures have scientific knowledge far in advance of our own.
Damn, what are we gonna do? Damn!
Calm down. Do you have a plan, Cadet?
Commander!
Right, I forgot. Commander. Do you have a plan, sir?
No. What do you suggest, Cadet?
We can't just go in there blind with weapons blazing. 1, we have no idea if our shields can withstand this heat ray of theirs. And 2, you know that any members of this primitive civ that we come into direct contact with will have to be nulled as well. It's protocol. And order, remember, has to be preserved. We can't alter the primitive civ's predetermined time path with the philosophical bombshell of an alien landing.
But aliens have already landed there.
Yes, well, perhaps. I suppose we'll see about that.
I know. There's a farm, the Wilmoth Farm in Grover's Mill, New Jersey, on the planet Earth, where the ship landed. We'll go there and monitor the situation from above until we ascertain the enemy's weakness.
Very good, Commander, but...
Stop interrupting! I'm laying in the coordinates now.
Okay.
Powering up the superstring vibrational sequencer. Strap yourself in. Firing rocket tubes on 3, 2, 1!
We're in 4-dimensional space. We can monitor the site and not be detected.
I know. There it is. The 3rd planet. The blue one right there.
It's beautiful. There's something about it.
It's covered in water. This must be the wrong place.
No, mostly water, not all. It's beautiful. Like my water home. It looks familiar. Yes, I thought so. I was here once before. I remember it now on my 3rd tour. I was a young cadet once, like yourself.
Commander! Call me Commander.
Yes, sir. I was young, like yourself. Well, not as eager as yourself, sir, but we passed by here and found only routine life forms. No civs here then, primitive or otherwise. No, actually, I do remember something else. A large green lizard-like species. Not too distant in appearance from some of our own ancestors.
We're entering the planet's atmosphere, Cadet.
You're coming in too fast. Slow down. Straighten up. 45 degrees.
I have it under control. Can you get us a surface fix?
There, under the clouds, along the coastline. Our sensors indicate that the land there is New York Island, the source of the radio broadcast. That means the piece there to the left is New Jersey.
Try to get the signal back. Hurry, we need to monitor the situation.
Aye, sir. Here it is. I think it's coming back in.
And the evidence of our eyes that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars. The battle which took place tonight at Grover Mills has ended in one of the most startling defeats ever suffered by an army in modern times. 7,000 men...
We're too late. It's a massacre.
Against a single fighting machine.
It's your fault. If we responded earlier, we could have prevented this. You know that, don't you? Don't you?
Over the battle area
you scared of marring your pathetic record. Without incident. Without incident, you said. This is one hell of an incident. A hell of an incident.
It is, isn't it?
Keep your head down. Let the people go by.
Get out of my way! Martians! They're coming this way! Run! Run for your lives! Martians!
Can I lift my head up now?
Yeah, they're moving on. Don't want nobody to look in the diner and see the three of us back here.
Oh, Jiminy Crickets, my head. That's the last time I eat ham and...
Pipe down, Lester. Be quiet.
Oh, I guess I fell asleep. What's all the hubbub about, Rosie?
It's curtains, Lester. For everybody in the world.
Stop with that bunk. I don't believe it.
But look at all those people running around out there.
If you got the heebie-jeebies, why don't you turn on the radio, bud? I would, but I'm kind of all tied up here.
However, I wish to impress upon you, private citizens and public officials, all of you, the urgent need of calm and resourceful action. Fortunately, this formidable enemy is still confined to a comparatively small area, and we may place our faith in the military forces to keep them there.
Jiminy, it's Roosevelt. They're blowing everything to smithereens. What are we going to do, Bud? Bud? What are we going to do?
I know what I'm going to do.
What the? Bud, after all my work, you're untying her?
It was different before, see? She could have squealed about me to the coppers. I'd be a block from this diner, and John Law would have been all over me. But now, now the whole world's heading for a fall. I told you it was nothing personal, Rosie. Just survival, that's all. And with all these goons from outer space, I guess none of us has a chance. And so, well, I don't want to leave you tied to a chair when the Martians come, that's all. There, you're free. So sue me.
I can't tell if you're the looniest bird I ever ran into, or you really do have a soft spot, Bud.
How about we Scray? Now, let's hightail it to the Bronx or something.
Bronx, Brooklyn, China. The Martians are taking over the world. Don't you understand, Lester? If they're in Jersey, we only got a few minutes.
Listen, why didn't you boys stay here with me? I got nothing to lose, and neither do you.
Get her. We tried to kill her, and she's making with the hospitality. You're some swell dame, Rosie.
Well, it's the end, you know. I could make us comfortable. A couple of pillows from upstairs. I got some food here. Hit some good scotch from before Prohibition. I'll break it out. We can wet our whistles, talk about old times, wait for the end. What do you say, Lester?
Jiminy, 1 minute I'm hungry and I ain't got a roof over my head. The next minute I got soft pillows and free scotch. Only in America.
Bud?
I got a couple of things more I ought to do. Hand me the phone, Lester.
Here. Who you calling, Bud?
Hello, 5th Precinct? This is Bud Elroy. No, this ain't a gag. It's Bud Elroy. Figured you'd like to know I'm at Rosie's Diner. Yeah, Rosie's Diner. Right, yeah. This is Bud Elroy, and no, I ain't screwy. Yeah, thanks. Bye, copper. Get me my satchel, Lester. The one I left up front when I broke in.
Sure, Bud.
What gives?
My ma was a really good lady, see? I drove her crazy when I was growing up. I went bad real young. Her whole life, she was sure I'd end up in a chair or something.
Here's your satchel, Bud.
and put it in the oven over there. Turn it up all the way.
Huh? Suit yourself.
So?
When Ma was dying, she told me she wanted to go to hell. Imagine, my Ma's got a sofa waiting for her in front of the pearly gates, and she wants to go to hell. I says, why, Ma? She tells me, because I don't want to be lonely in heaven without you.
Your satchel's going up fast, bud. What's in it?
20 G's. The dough from the heist.
So you called the cops and burned the dough?
Yeah. We're all dying in a few minutes. I figured I'd try and meet Ma halfway.
Damn, where are they? Where did they go?
They're not on board, that's for sure. Careful, please. Put the null gun down.
Where are the damn Martians? I'm gonna null some Martians.
I've scanned the surface. There are no signs of meteoric impact. Perhaps there was some mistake.
Arm the outer guns. Arm the Raptor device. We'll see if their tinny little craft can withstand our firepower. And keep scanning. They have to be here. Oh, drop us down so we have a visual of this New Jersey farmland they keep talking about.
Dropping down. Under cloak. There.
There? That there? That land there? That's a farm? Oh, well. Wait! What about that being there? The one walking across the field. One of the primitive Civ, I'll bet. We'll ask him where the Martians are.
You can't do that. It's against every protocol.
Shut up with the rules. I'm the commander. I'm getting a fix. I'm sucking him up. Where are the Martians? Do you understand me? Are you Mr. Wilmoth? Is this Wilmoth Farm? Check the language extrapolator.
Checking. It's functioning properly. This being must not speak a language.
Oh, get him out of here. How about there? Look, see there? Inside that house, there's another creature sitting at a table next to the window. Perhaps he can at least speak.
I really must protest these abductions. We have no...
I'm getting a fix. I'm sucking him up. Are you Mr. Wilmoth? Is this the Wilmoth Farm? Are you Mr. Wilmoth? Is this the Wilmoth Farm? Where are the Martians? Have you seen them? Which way do they go? Where can we find them?
Martians from the planet Mars, the fourth planet in your system.
Then you've seen them. Do you know where they are?
Don't hurt me! Don't hurt me!
Here, the signal's coming back in. Listen to this.
Don't hurt me, mister! Don't hurt me, mister! Don't hurt me.
Small island of daylight
Mister?
cut off by the black smoke from the rest of the world.
Hurt me?
All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life.
Well? Well, what? That's the damned radio. Orson Welles in the Mercury Theater. I was just listening to it downstairs with my wife.
Are you saying that this broadcast is a false report?
Well, yeah, you could say that. It's a radio show, a story, a make-believe.
Where are the Martians? Have you seen them? Which way did they go? Where can we find them? I'm here to save the Earth. Where the hell are they?
Wait a second. You mean you ain't Martians?
No, I'm here to know the Martians.
Boy, that's pretty sorry. You came a long way for nothing then. You sure ain't the smartest aliens anyways.
Then there are no Martians.
What are you laughing at?
No one's been killed. There are no Martians.
Of course not. What's that blue smoke coming out of your friend's ears? Are those what is that, smoke? No use getting steamed. Everybody makes bonehead mistakes sometimes.
Time for you to go, Earth being. The steam will make you forget and send you back to your home. Well, time to go home, cadet. Look on the bright side. That signal fooled us both. Orson Welles. I forgot my duty. I thought a little too much about retirement. Thank goodness no innocent beings died. On the other hand, mutiny is a grave offense, cadet. Of course, the tribunal might be lenient, so please give me back the null gun and...
Oh! Sleep well, Commander. I may be facing galactic justice when I return home, but I need to repay a debt first. I'm going to null Orson Welles.
Hey, Bud, don't be a piker with the scotch. Oh, swell.
Slow down, Lester. I wanted to save a little for the coppers when they come here to get me.
If the Martians don't get here first. A toast.
Sure, Rosie, it's your scotch.
To better times.
To better times.
Hey, these are the best times I ever had.
This scotch is a real McCoy. I could kiss that bootlegger.
Ooh, Jiminy, that burning money sure smells bad. Phooey.
The dough was stolen, Lester. The stolen dough's got evil inside of it. That's what you're smelling. Imagine, I was walking around with all that evil stuffed in my satchel. But, brother, my soul is lighter now.
To a lighter soul.
To a lighter soul. Amen. Oh, I wonder if that's the coppers.
Hey, Rosie, tell them we got enough eats for the whole police force. We don't want the boys in blue to face the end hungry.
Rosie's Diner. Millie, I can't understand you when you... Now? Okay, don't bust the tonsil. Lester, turn on the radio, the same station.
Hey, that's a good idea. I forgot about music.
Look down at my blackened hand. And I try to connect them with a professor who lives at Princeton and who on the night of October 20th...
That's not music.
glimpsed through his telescope.
Sounds like a highfalutin play or something.
Millie says it's not the end of the world. Orson Welles was playing a Halloween joke. It's just a radio show. Thanks, Millie. Give my best to Max. Bye.
If it's not the end of the world,
Where are they?
I guess the party's over.
Do they ever exist?
I'll bring back the empty scotch glass tomorrow,
Emily
Rosie.
Richard Pierce. What day is it?
This has
2
been
days
some night,
exist
boy.
without calendars.
Phew. I guess
Time passed when
I
don't
learned a
use
little
hands
lesson
for
tonight, boy.
clocks.
Phew.
Writing down my daily life,
If things
I tell
get really
myself
bad,
to preserve human
well, they
history
can get
between the
more
dark
bad,
covers
see?
of this
And even then,
meant to record the
you know,
movement.
you can still find some swell people.
Right,
And you can
live.
still find a few laughs.
Find molded bread in the kitchen.
What I'm trying to say is, well, hope. There's always hope.
Watch at the window.
Me too, Rosie.
Time to time, I
I've
get
seen
sight of
things
the
tonight I've never seen
Martian
before,
above the
neither.
black smoke.
If your life ain't worth a plug nickel, there's always some dame will give you a free drink and some good eats. You're a peach, Rosie.
You're a good pal, too, Lester. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
Jet of steam as if to dissipate
What
the
about
sun.
you, Bud? Don't you feel swell?
This huge metal layer.
Bud? You burned all your money and turned yourself into the coppers, and your soul's lighter. Don't you feel swell, Bud? You okay, Bud? You look all red and puffed up, Bud. Bud, why are you picking up that chair? You're not going to throw it at the... Oh. I could have turned off the radio for you, Bud.
I'm gonna kill him.
What was that? I didn't hear what
I'm going to the radio station, and I'm gonna kill Orson Welles!
This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen. Out of character, to assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet and jumping out of a bush and saying boo. Starting now, we couldn't soap all...
Hello, studio guard, post 2. Who?
By tomorrow
For
night,
Mr. Wells.
the best next
Can't you hear the studio monitor behind me? He's inside the studio. He's on the air.
destroyed the CBS.
A message. Sure, shoot.
Relieved, I hope, to learn that
CBS switchboard lit up like a Christmas tree. Your broadcast is panicking the nation.
So goodbye,
Uh-huh.
everybody, and remember,
I got
please,
it.
for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight.
Who are you? How'd you get in here? This studio is off.
Where is he? I'm looking for Orson Welles.
You and half the country. Gee Willikers, that's some scary Halloween get-up, kid. And that's a pretty funny-looking space gun. But you picked the wrong party to crash. I'm calling security. Come on, let's go out. Through the blue hallway door. Out. Hey, kid, did you... The hallway door. It disappeared or melted or... Who? What are you?
A suggestion from an advanced race to a primitive one. Run. Now. I feel Orson Welles approaching. From where?
And how about almost missing that sound effects cue? But I enjoy how you covered. Very creative. Actors, please stay in the studio. I'll be back in a moment with the single page we actually have written for next week's broadcast. Charlie, if anybody's looking for me or any of the Mercury Theater, we'll be back in the... Oh, my, Charlie, are they finally repairing the hallway door? Charlie? You're not Charlie. I presume he wasn't also scared by our broadcast. We can't have studio guards leaving their posts and running around the building screaming like banshees, can we? And you must be the costume designer from RKO. A little strange. You look like a cross between a dinosaur and a fish without the water. You're early. I'm Orson Welles.
Put your arm down. I've got a weapon. See? I've got a null gun. Don't move.
Oops, easy. I understand, I think. My wallet's in the studio. And for your own good, this isn't the safest place for a stick-up. No easy way out of this portion of the building, I'm afraid. Why don't you put down that...
Null gun. It's a null gun?
Yes. Put it down. We can talk. Maybe I can help you with whatever is bothering you.
You said there was an invasion. I believed you. I came to Earth to null the invaders.
Oh, I'm really dumb. John Houseman got you up to do this, didn't he? You're dressed as a Martian.
No, I came to Earth to null the Martians.
Oh, thank God I didn't see you in that outfit before the broadcast. I would have laughed and ruined the whole... Oh.
Cadet, put down the null gun.
Commander, call me Commander. And what are you doing here? I disabled you. Go back to the ship. That's an order. I have things under control here.
I believe you're mistaken on 2 points, Cadet. First, we're sworn to uphold the anti-intervention protocols, not to violate them. And secondly, I am the commander of our ship. I give the orders. And that order is to hand me your weapon and return with me to our craft. Immediately.
That's not possible, sir. I have to even a score first.
Oh, my. I don't think either of you is from RKO.
Stand aside, Commander. I'm here to null Orson Welles.
I can't let you do that. Orson Welles, sir.
Yes?
You taught me a great lesson tonight. I was about to abandon the lives of helpless people for my own selfish needs, for my retirement. You made me see that beneath the commands, the rules, the regulations, there was nothing there in me.
Shut up! Everybody shut up! I need to think.
Excuse me, gentlemen. How do I suddenly find myself between two denizens from outer space?
Mr. Orson Welles, young as you are, you've produced radio signals that were mistaken by my young crew member and myself as a great cosmic battle on your planet. Unhappily, it unmasked the deeply concealed hunger in my cadet here for power.
Commander, I will not.
And it triggered a brash decision on his part to overthrow my command and take over my ship.
Our little radio joke did that?
Shut up, Orson Welles.
Oh, dear.
Commander, I will not allow you to
Allow me to what, Cadet? Reveal to Mr. Orson Welles that you're disturbed because the whole foundation of your personal revolution was a hoax? One perpetrated by what we've called a primitive civilization?
Where is he? Where is Orson Welles? I'm blowing his brains out.
No, you're not. I am. I'm going to know Orson Welles.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Who the hell are you, Gruesome? You shouldn't be waving that gun around. Halloween's tomorrow night.
I'm a silver chip cadet from the 17th planet of Star System 4986-C.
Oh, yeah? And I'm Bud Elroy from Brooklyn.
Quick, grab his null gun.
Not so fast, Buck Rogers. I put Gruesome to sleep, but I've still got a gun. And it's loaded. You Orson Welles?
I assume from the weapon that you are also not from RKO.
Ooh, now I know that voice. You're the guy that does the shadow on the radio.
Yes.
You're Orson Welles.
Yes.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Oh.
I'm a goner because of you and your lousy Martian joke. I lost my money. The coppers are on my tail. I'm as good as 6 feet under. So, pal, I'm taking you with me.
No, don't do it, Bud. Don't do it. Lay off, Wells. Give me the heater, Bud, before you hurt somebody.
Rosie.
Come on, Spud. You don't need to get no deeper into it.
Get out of here, doll. You're going to get hurt.
You saved my life twice. Now I want to do you a good turn. Give me the heater, Bud. You don't want to do it. We can work it out with the coppers. There's a way out. There's always another way out.
Yeah. What comic books you been reading?
It ain't comic books, Bud. I learned it from you. And from what happened with that outer space radio show.
How can my broadcasts affect so many people and still have such lousy ratings?
You, Mr. Wells?
Yes?
You'd give a guy a square deal, wouldn't you?
I...
Look, please, don't pay no never mind to Bud. He's just a little excited, that's all. Come on, honey. Give baby the heater. Come on.
What am I going to do, Rosie?
How about we say goodbye to these folks and chew it over out on the sidewalk? If we put our heads together, everything will be hunky-dory.
Okay. Mr. Wells, here's the gun.
Thank you.
Keep your shirt on, Bud. Keep your shirt on. Don't do nothing stupid or nothing. Move, Rosie.
Stop, listen.
Gotcha. Oh! Jiminy crickets.
You shot Orson Welles.
Mr. Orson Welles is losing his life fluid.
It was an accident.
Oh, no.
I'm sworn to uphold the peace and maintain the equilibrium. I am required to sweep the time field and reset parameters.
Huh? What's he talking about?
Beats me. Hey, Lester, what happened? You look all glazed over like so...
Hey, mister, what do you do to him? What's going...
I must render you 3 Earth beings motionless for a few moments. My first order of protocol is my wayward cadet. You haven't fulfilled your obligation to keep the peace, cadet. To maintain equilibrium of matter and equilibrium of oneself. I'm sure with a second opportunity, you'll make a passionate agent for galactic harmony. I'm resetting your experience path and dispatching you back to begin your training again. You will just make the time window for the jump to home. Let me see. You, Rosie. An Earth being I wouldn't hesitate in recommending to the Galactic Council. You will forget this encounter and return to your place of occupation. Promised funds to maintain it will arrive from a belated source in one of your Earth days. And you are known as Bud? I detect that, unlike the cadet, you've learned a great deal. And you've unencumbered yourself from possessing matter which isn't yours to possess. I'll wipe clean the cross-experience path of your creditors and of your pursuers. In one Earth day, you will enter the establishment of Rosie, possibly to form a future alliance. Prospects are promising. And you are Lester. Your slate is almost a blank already. There. Recent encounters are also reversed. You shall be domiciled in the back chamber of Rosie's establishment. What would you be most... Ah, yes. You shall be a preparer of nourishment. And finally you, Mr. Orson Welles. You have the most to offer, and you've lost the most. You lie there, and your life force is nearly extinguished. I am sworn to uphold the peace of the galaxies, and I cannot be responsible, even indirectly, for another creature's death. I've been afforded a long existence. I've seen many things, but I've merely been a spectator in my life's work, to observe, to catalog, to monitor, to keep the peace. But now, though the time will be short, I will live and feel firsthand through you and your experience. I'll enter your life form to render a body-to-body resuscitation. You will be saved by this internal spirit form fit, and my soul will animate your existence. Mr. Orson Welles, you will remember nothing of this experience. As for my beloved wife, farewell. From the commander who performed his ultimate duty to maintain the peace.
Hey, are you coming back into the studio? We're all waiting for...
Oh.
Orson, are you all right? Let me help you up.
Orson?
Oh,
yes. Right.
I must have fallen asleep.
I must have fallen over that chair. Tell the actors I'll be right there.
Are you sure you're okay? That broadcast was quite a strain.
Me? I feel fine. I feel like I have whole storehouses of energy I haven't even tapped yet. But it's strange. There's something or someone else, some strange face, like inside my eyes when I blink. I can't shake it.
Whoa, you must have knocked your head pretty good when you tripped, huh?
I guess. I'm okay. And I have these names and people floating around in my mind. People I don't quite recall.
Like?
Well, for one, Lester.
Lester? Is he an actor?
Then there's Rose, or Rosie, and Bud.
Rose? Bud? Never heard of him.
Perhaps you will.
Orson the Alien, the untold story behind the War of the Worlds, was presented by the Sci-Fi Channel's Seeing Ear Theater at www.sci-fi.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Michael Rennie and Gene Peters in The Day the Earth Stood Still. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There is an ever-present question that has puzzled and intrigued our world for centuries. Is there life on any of the other planets? So in tonight's play, we will tell you of a possible momentous event in our future. The arrival of this planet, on this planet, of a man from the outer space. The day the Earth stood still. And as our stars of this provocative drama from 20th Century Fox, we have one of their fastest rising stars, Michael Rennie, co-starring with that outstanding actress, Gene Peters. Now, before raising the curtain on The Day the Earth Stood Still, starring Michael Rennie and Gene Peters, here is Ken Carpenter.
I don't know about you, but exhausted as I am from the holidays, I still hate to admit that they're really over. But maybe some of the ladies don't feel quite the same way. You probably never want to see another dish or glass that needs to be washed. On the other hand, perhaps you were as lucky as the Carpenters. We had plenty of new Lux Liquid detergent on hand. Yes, ma'am, with Lux Liquid, you really get rid of messy dishes fast and easy. Put 1 teaspoonful of Lux Liquid into the dishpan, and the dishes literally soak clean. Just rinse, stack, and you're done. Lux Liquid's special formula actually dissolves the grease right off plates, and yet it's mild on your hands, Lux Mild. And the can it comes in is something out of the ordinary, too. It's unbreakable, and it has a wonderful new dripless spout that ends messy handling. Added to all this, Lux Liquid is really thrifty. Just 1 teaspoonful will do a dishpan full. And it's been proven 1 can outlasts several boxes of the leading laundry powder. Yes, Lux Liquid is truly the next best thing to a dishwashing machine. As good for dishes as Lux Flakes are for nylons. And there just isn't any other care like Lux Flakes Care for nylons. It really can double the wear you get from every pair. No matter what anyone else says, remember, 96% of stocking manufacturers recommend Lux Flakes Care. And like all Lever Brothers products, Lux Liquid and Lux Flakes are unconditionally guaranteed to be all they're promised or your money back.
Now, Act 1 of The Day the Earth Stood Still, starring Michael Rennie as Klaatu and Jean Peters as Helen Benson.
It was a pleasant spring day, an ideal day for a walk in the park, a day to push the baby buggy and be glad you were alive. There'd been at least 20 such sparkling days that spring, and perhaps a billion or more of them since the Earth began. And nothing had ever happened to spoil them but a few small fires, or a slight head cold in the evening, or a rain squall. This spring day, in the middle of the marvelous 20th century, was different. It was the most different day that had happened to mankind since the first Christmas. The thing was noticed in Hong Kong first on the British radar.
But that's impossible. That thing must be doing about 4,000.
That can't be aircraft, sir. Must be a buzz bomb.
Better give an alarm. Keep it steady, though. Maybe faulty equipment.
If the British radar in Hong Kong was faulty, so was the radar all over the Orient and Asia and Europe. So were the announcers on the radio.
This is Moscow.
This is Calcutta, India.
This is Radio Luxembourg.
The American radar screen quickly confirmed the fact that there was nothing wrong with the British radar, and that there was something very gravely wrong 40 miles out in space, far above the Earth.
Luckton at Ferris to Baker. Ferris to Baker. I have an object at 200,000 feet. 4000 miles an hour.
Then it was here. Incredibly, it was here. Burning down through the sky over Washington, D.C., hovering over the mall. Descending.
They're here! They're here! They're here!
Not a sound. Stillness. Not a move from the cordon of tanks and armored cars and troops in full battle dress. Not a sound or gesture from the monstrous domed disk resting on the grass.
The ship designed for travel outside the Earth's atmosphere landed in Washington today at 3:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We still do not know where it came from. The ship is now resting exactly where it landed 2 hours ago. So far, there is no sign of life from inside the ship. Behind the cordon of troops, tanks, and artillery is a huge crowd of curiosity seekers. Every eye, every weapon is trained on the ship. The atmosphere is one of terrific tension rather than of fear. It's been that way for... just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I think something's happening. The spaceship is opening up. Someone is coming out.
Keep calm, everybody. Don't get excited. Keep calm. Quiet!
A wedge is opened in the smooth, unbroken metal skin of the spaceship. A ramp slithers out on the grass. Against an eerie glow of unearthly light from inside the spaceship stands the spaceman. He is a man, entirely like ourselves. He wears a close-fitting suit like a deep-sea diver's armor, but of alien material. A spherical helmet entirely conceals his head. He holds up his hand. He is going to speak.
We have come to visit you in peace and with goodwill. Receive me as a friend.
Here he comes, men. Watch it. Keep that BAR trained on him.
He's going for something in his tunic, sir.
Quiet.
It's a ray gun or something. I'm going to let him have it.
No, wait! You fool, he's down. Hold back that crowd. Everybody, back! Your wound doesn't look too bad. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have gone for that ray gun.
It was not a weapon.
He understands us.
It was a gift for your president. With it, you might have studied life on other planets.
What's bothering the crowd, Lieutenant? Tell him to... Oh, no. No!
A nightmare stands on the ramp leading out of the spaceship. A mechanical giant, monstrous, all metal and menace, with a visor in his helmet lifting slowly, revealing a dreadful light boiling within that metal head. And suddenly, out of that incandescence, a narrow ray. Rifles, tanks, artillery glow with that terrible incandescence and become vapor in a mush of puddled steel. And in the deathly silence that follows, the robot strides down the ramp. The Avenger. From where?
God! The Gletto Roscoe! He won't hurt you now.
Let's get you to a hospital.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The doctors here tell me your wound is not serious.
No. It amazes them that it's almost healed already.
I'm very glad.
It should serve as some sort of indication of our powers.
My name is Harley, secretary to the president. I've been told you speak our language fluently, that your name is Mr. Klaatu.
Just Klaatu.
The president has asked me to convey our deepest apologies for what has happened.
Sit down, Mr. Harley.
I'm sure I don't have to point out that your arrival was something of a surprise. Had you been traveling long?
About 5 months. Your months?
You must have come a long way.
About 250 million of your miles.
Naturally, we're very curious to know where you come from.
From another planet. Let's just say that we're neighbors.
It's rather difficult for us to think of another planet as a neighbor.
I'm afraid in the present situation you'll have to learn to think that way.
The present situation?
I mean the reasons for my coming here.
Would you care to talk about it?
Not now, or with you alone.
Perhaps you'd rather discuss it personally with the president.
I want to meet with the representatives from all the nations of the Earth.
I'm afraid that would be a little awkward.
Why?
In view of the tensions and suspicions in our world today, such a meeting would be impossible.
Mr. Harley, my mission here concerns the existence of every last creature who lives on Earth. It must not be complicated by the childish jealousies, intrigues, suspicions of your planet.
Our problems are very complex. You mustn't judge us too harshly.
I'm impatient with stupidity. My people have learned to live without it.
The president will, of course, do his best to bring about the meeting you desire. I know it'll be quite useless. I wish it were otherwise. I'm very sorry, Mr. Klaatu.
Wait. Before making any grave decisions, I think I should get out among your people. Become familiar with the basis for these strange, unreasoning attitudes.
Our military people insist that you do not attempt to leave the hospital. The door will be locked. I'm sure you understand. Good day, Mr. Klaatu.
The door will be locked. Will it now?
Klaatu escaped. Nor could the embarrassing news of his disappearance long be suppressed. It was read about in the papers and described in excited tones over the radio.
Authorities at Walter Reed Hospital still refuse to comment on how he managed to escape, except to say that he broke into a hospital locker and stole clothing belonging to a staff doctor. While the government does not minimize the crisis.
This was the latest and the only news. And among the countless millions listening were two men and a woman in an ordinary home on an ordinary street in Washington. Mrs. Crockett's rooming house. There was Mrs. Crockett and Helen Benson and little Bobby Benson.
Up against powers that are beyond our control or understanding.
Oh, I just can't stand any more of this.
Oh, I wanted to hear more, Mrs. Crockett.
It's exciting, isn't it, Mother? Hush, Bobby. Exciting? It's enough to drive a person... who are you?
I'm sorry. I saw your sign outside and the door was open. My name is Carpenter.
Yes?
I'm looking for a room.
Oh, yes. I do have a nice room.
Are you a G-man?
No, I'm afraid I'm not.
I bet he is, Mom. I bet he's looking for that spaceman.
I think we've all been hearing too much about spacemen, Mr. Carpenter.
This is Mrs. Benson, Mr. Carpenter.
How do you do?
And this is little Bobby, my youngest guest.
Hi.
I'm Mrs. Crockett. You're a long way from home, aren't you, Mr. Carpenter?
How did you know?
Oh, I can tell a New England accent every time. This way, please, Mr. Carpenter. And so this Sunday morning, we asked the question that has been plaguing the entire world for 2 days now. Where is the creature, and what is he up to?
Eat your cereal, Bobby.
Oh, Mom, I'm on muscle as it is.
Bobby,
Okay, Mr. Carpenter.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Crockett. Please, go on reading.
Creature, and what is he up to? If he can build a spaceship that can fly to Earth and a robot that can destroy our tanks and guns, what other terrors can he unleash at will?
What a man.
Obviously, we must track down this monster and destroy him before he destroys us. Correct. Then why don't they do it?
This spaceman, or whatever he is, we automatically assume he's a menace. Maybe he isn't after all.
Well, then where is he, Mrs. Benson? What's he up to?
Maybe he's afraid.
Oh, he's afraid.
Well, after all, he was shot the minute he landed here. I just was wondering what I'd do.
Perhaps before deciding upon a course of action, you'd want to know more about the people here.
Nothing strange about Washington.
A person from another planet might disagree with you.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Crockett. That's Mr. Stevens calling for me. I'll go to the door.
That awful robot standing there like an ugly iron statue is giving me the shivers.
Morning, Tom.
Hello, Helen. Hey, can anybody see us?
Oh, no.
So, all right, we're all set. I picked up some sandwiches and put gas in the car, and the radio was busted, so we can forget about the spaceman for the day, huh?
I haven't been able to arrange for anyone to stay with Bobby. Mrs. Crockett's going out, and I don't suppose we could take him with us.
Oh, well, we could.
Just today. Mrs. Crockett has plans, and I don't know who else to ask.
I haven't any plans.
Oh, Mr. Carpenter.
I'd be glad to spend the day with Bobby, if you'd let me.
Oh, great, thanks.
Well, it's very nice of you to offer. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carpenter. This is Tom Stevens.
Hi.
How do you do? Bobby and I had a fine time yesterday afternoon. I thought he might show me around the city today.
Well...
Please, I'd enjoy it.
And this is where my father is buried. Robert Benson, Virginia, 1st Lieutenant, 45th Infantry. April 10th, 1916, January 29th, 1944.
Your father was very young, wasn't he, Bobby?
He was killed at Anzio.
Did all these people here die in wars?
Well, most of them. Didn't you ever hear of Arlington Cemetery?
I'm afraid not.
You don't seem to know much about anything, Mr. Carpenter.
I've been far away, Bobby.
Don't they have places like this where you've been?
Not like this one. You see, they don't have any wars. Let's walk.
All right.
What would you like to do now?
Go to the movies.
All right.
No fooling?
No fooling. Do you have to have money to go there?
Well, I've got $2. I'll treat you, okay?
No, I want to take you. Look, do you think they'd accept these?
Oh, gee, what are they? Diamonds?
Well, in some places, these are what people use for money. They're easy to carry, and they don't wear out.
I'll bet they're worth $1 million.
Would you give me your $2 for 2 of these?
Sure, okay.
There you are.
Let's not say anything to Mom about this, huh?
Why not?
Well, she doesn't like me to take advantage of people. Hey, before we go to the movies, would you like to see the Abraham Lincoln Memorial?
Thank you. Yes, I would.
Well, this is it. That's the Gettysburg speech up there.
That this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Those are great words.
That's some statue.
That's the kind of man I'd like to talk to. Bobby, who is the greatest man in America today?
Oh, gee, I don't know. The spaceman, I guess.
I was speaking of Earthmen.
Oh, I don't know. The president?
I mean the greatest philosopher, the greatest thinker, scholar.
Oh, well, that's Professor Barnhart, I guess.
Yes, Professor Barnhart.
He's the greatest scientist in the world, and he lives right here in Washington, right near where my mother works.
Where is that?
Department of Commerce. She's a secretary. Why?
I have an idea, Bobby. Let's go see Professor Barnhart.
What for?
You just said he's the greatest man in America.
You're kidding, aren't you?
Wouldn't you like to meet him?
Oh, sure I would. Oh, go on. I bet you'd be scared.
Maybe we can scare him more than he can scare us.
I like you, Mr. Carpenter. You're a real screwball. Gee, maybe the professor isn't at home.
Let's take a look through that window.
I'll bet this is where he works. Look in there. Books all over. Blackboard's full of stuff. Door's locked, too.
Is it? I know it isn't, Bobby.
Well, that's funny.
We'll go in and wait for him. I'm sure he won't mind.
Gee, just think. All the brains that goes on in here. What's all that stuff on the blackboard?
It's a problem in celestial mechanics.
And what's the matter?
He'll never get the answer that way. Let's see.
Hey, it says don't erase, don't touch.
This is right. Check. Correct. Correct. And here's where he gets off the track. Now, we'll fix that. So.
You must be an arithmetic teacher, I bet.
Differentiate the equation. There.
Who are you?
Uh-oh.
How dare you come in like this? How dare you write on that blackboard? Do you realize the professor's been working on that problem for weeks?
He'll solve it in no time now.
What do you want?
We came to see Professor Barnhart.
Well, he's not here, and he won't be back until evening. I think you better leave.
Will you tell him that Mr. Carpenter was here? 1615 M Street, Northwest. I think he'll want to talk to me.
Indeed.
Thank you. Oh, it may have entered your mind to erase what I've written on the blackboard.
It certainly has.
I wouldn't do that. The professor needs it very badly. Come on, Bobby.
Carpenter, 1650 M Street, Northwest. Carpenter, M Street. Operator, give me the police.
Act 2 of The Day the Earth Stood Still in a few moments, after we see if Francis Scully has any big news for us tonight.
Oh, I do, Ken, about a big man in a big picture. The picture is Warner Brothers' Wayne Fellows production, Hondo, in 3D.
And the big man must be John Wayne, even bigger in 3D.
Oh, and better than ever, too. For his leading lady, John drew one of last year's most talked about and talented Broadway actresses, Geraldine Page.
Oh, yes. Hondo is her first Hollywood picture, isn't it?
That's right.
And isn't that the one that was filmed in a really wild part of Mexico?
Camargo, Mexico, Ken, where it's hot as well as wild. In the picture, John plays a part Indian dispatch rider for the U.S. Cavalry around 1870. Geraldine is lovely as the woman he falls in love with.
She's a fine actress. Knows a good thing when she sees it, too, because she's a real Lux girl. You'll be getting in on a good thing, too, once you use mild and gentle Lux toilet soap. 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars, like Geraldine Page, have found that really there's no soap quite like Lux. And now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of The Day the Earth Stood Still, starring Michael Rennie as Klaatu and Jean Peters as Helen Benson.
It is early evening of the same day. Tom Stevens and Helen Benson drive up to the boarding house after their picnic, quite unaware of the dark squad car parked at the curb a few feet ahead.
Well, here we are.
Thank you, Tom. It was a wonderful day.
You, still haven't answered my question.
Oh, you know how I feel, Tom. But I still want time to think it over.
If I could only tell the boss I was getting married and acquiring 2 dependents.
You're a good salesman.
A good salesman wouldn't give you time to think about it.
Good night.
Didn't you forget something? Now, good night.
Good night.
Night.
Oh, Mr. Carpenter.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, darling.
Mrs. Benson, this is Mr. Brady.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Brady's a government agent.
Oh? Did you have a nice day, Bobby?
We had a swell time, didn't we, Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, we did.
We went to the movies and had a banana split, and we went to see Daddy.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
I enjoyed every minute of it.
We better get going.
Yes. Good night, Bobby.
Good night.
I'll tell you the rest of that story tomorrow. Good night, Mrs. Benson.
Good night.
Nice meeting you, Mrs. Benson.
thank you.
Why did Mr. Carpenter have to go with Mr. Brady?
I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake. Upstairs with you.
Yeah. We sure had fun today. We went all over Washington, and we went to see Professor Barnhart.
Professor Barnhart?
Oh, sure.
Barnhart? Up to bed now. Pronto.
Is this the man you wanted to see, Professor Barnhart?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Brady. If I may speak to Mr. Carpenter alone, please.
I'll wait outside, Professor.
You are Mr. Carpenter,
Yes, Professor.
who wrote those equations on my blackboard?
My clumsy way of introducing myself.
Forgive the manner in which you were picked up. Hilda called the police before I saw your annotations on the board.
I appreciate the need for security, Professor.
I have not quite fathomed the problem, even with your remarkable assistance, Mr. Carpenter.
Let's look at it, sir. All you have to do now is substitute this expression at this point.
Yes, that will reproduce the first-order term, but what about the effect of the other terms?
Negligible. With variation of parameters, this is the answer.
How can you be so sure? Have you tested this theory?
I find it works well enough to get me from one planet to another.
Klaatu.
I spent 2 days at your Walter Reed Hospital. I was interviewed
I
variously.
need no proof. This blackboard is proof.
If you're not interested, or if you intend to turn me over to the Army, we needn't waste any more time.
Interested? Will you excuse me one moment, please? Mr. Brady, you may go now. Please thank General Cutler and tell him that I know this gentleman. So much for that, Klaatu. Now, please, sit down.
You have faith, Professor.
Faith and curiosity. Do sit down. I have several thousand questions to ask you.
I would like to explain my mission here.
That is my first question.
It was my hope to discuss this officially with all the nations of the world. I was not allowed the opportunity. Now, we know from scientific observation that your planet has discovered a rudimentary kind of atomic energy. We also know that you're experimenting with rockets.
Yes, that is true. What exactly is the nature of your mission?
To warn you that your planet faces danger. What I have to say must be said to all concerned. I come to you as a last resort. Must I take drastic action in order to get a hearing?
What sort of action do you mean?
Violent action? Perhaps leveling the island of Manhattan? Or toppling the Rock of Gibraltar into the sea? Well?
Would you, for example, be willing to meet with a group of scientists I'm calling together? We're having our first meeting tonight. Perhaps you could explain your mission to them, and they in turn could present it to their various peoples.
That is what I came to see you about.
One thing, Klaatu. Suppose this group should reject your proposals. What is the alternative?
There is no alternative, Professor. In such a case, the planet Earth would have to be eliminated.
Such power exists?
I assure you such power exists.
The scientists who are attending these meetings have come here from all over the world. Now, this power you speak of, they must be made to realize that it exists. Now, you mentioned a demonstration of force.
Yes.
Something that would affect the entire planet?
That can be arranged.
Perhaps a little demonstration.
Something dramatic but not destructive. It's quite an interesting problem. Would tomorrow be all right?
If you say so.
Say about noon?
Then tomorrow at noon. Good.
Going out tonight, Mrs. Benson?
Oh, it's you, Mr. Carpenter.
I'm afraid I startled you.
Yes, I am going out. Mr. Stevens is calling for me.
Everyone seems so...
Jittery is the word.
Bobby's the only person I know who isn't jittery. He's a fine boy, Mrs. Benson.
Naturally, I think so.
Warm, friendly, intelligent. He's the only real friend I've made since I've been here.
Mr. Carpenter, this is none of my business, but why did that detective come here last night, that Mr. Brady?
Bobby and I tried to see Professor Barnhart in the afternoon, but he wasn't in. Apparently they thought I was looking for secrets of some kind.
Oh, that must be Tom now.
Oh,
Oh, Mr. Stevens, do come in. Helen is in the sitting room.
Alert Mrs. Crockett. She has a romantic mind.
Hello there, Helen. Got a minute to spare. You ready? Hello, Carpenter. Picture starts at 8:50 on the dot, Helen.
I'll be ready in a minute. I was just talking to Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, I hope Mr. Carpenter won't think I'm intruding.
Excuse me. I was just going up to my room. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Carpenter.
Have a good time, both of you.
Thank you. Tom, that was awful.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm just tired of hearing about Mr. Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter. Shh. I don't like the way he's attached himself to you and Bobby. After all, what do you know about him?
Very little, it's true. Well, let's not stand and talk about it anymore. I'll go up and get my things.
Gee, Mr. Carpenter, thanks a lot for helping me with my homework.
That's all there is to it, Bobby, my boy. All you have to remember is first find the common denominator, then subtract.
I got you. Thanks, Mr. Carpenter.
I'm leaving with Tom, Bobby. You'll go to bed on time now, won't you?
I'll say good night again, Mrs. Benson.
Mr. Carpenter...
Yes?
Nothing. Good night.
Good night. Night, Bobby.
Bobby, I think it would be better if you didn't see quite so much of Mr. Carpenter.
Well, gee, why, Mom? He's swell. I like him. And he's awful good at arithmetic. He even helped Professor Barnhart.
I'm sure he's a very nice man. I just think he might prefer to be left alone. Now, go to bed, darling.
But why would he want to be left alone?
Don't forget to brush your teeth.
Come in.
Bobby, do you have a flashlight I might borrow for tonight?
Oh, sure, Mr. Carpenter. It's a real Boy Scout one.
Thank you, Bobby.
Why do you want it?
The light in my room went out. See you tomorrow. Better get into bed now.
Gee, I wonder if the batteries are any good. Mr. Carpenter!
Bobby went to the door and opened it. What he saw down the hallway puzzled him. Mr. Carpenter's door was ajar and light was pouring out of his room.
Funny. He said his light went out.
Then Mr. Carpenter came out carrying the flashlight and stealing down the steps like a thief. This was peculiar, but this was adventure. Bobby followed Mr. Carpenter, and what he saw couldn't have been a dream. It was too real. But it couldn't have been true either. It was too deliciously frightful. Dream or not, it was filled with darkness, stung by staccato flashes from a genuine Boy Scout flashlight. Flashes that activated a giant robot into knocking out his guards, so that Mr. Carpenter from the boarding house could get into the shed the Army had built around the spaceship. And dream or not, Bobby saw this Mr. Carpenter go into the spaceship. And then a wave of sheer terror swept over Bobby at last, and he turned and ran wildly away, the way little boys always run in nightmares, trying so hard and moving so slowly and all the time falling down. It was awful. It was swell. When his mother came home around midnight, Bobby was curled up on the sofa. Instantly, he jumped up and ran to her and to Tom Stevens as they came into the hallway.
Mom, listen.
Bobby, what are you doing down here at this hour, fully dressed?
Oh, Mr. Stevens. Mom, I had to tell you.
Tell me what?
What's the matter, Bobby?
I followed Mr. Carpenter tonight, right after you left, and gee, where do you think he went? Right into the spaceship.
Now, Bobby, just 1 minute.
Honest, Mom, I saw him. They got a shed built around the spaceship so nobody can get to it. But Mr. Carpenter flashed a signal to that Iron Man up there, and what do you think?
Bobby, have you been dreaming again?
Well, sure.
No, Mom, honest, I haven't. I promise you, I saw it.
Where did you see all of this?
Well, I'm telling you, on the lawn down at the mall. In that place where the soldiers are all out in front.
And where were the soldiers all this time?
Well, that robot fella grabbed him and knocked him out.
Oh, Bobby.
Yeah, and then Mr. Carpenter walked into the shed, and the spaceship opened up, and he walked right inside, and it closed again. Gee, I like Mr. Carpenter, but I'm scared, Mom.
Oh, darling, it was just a bad dream. We'll prove it to you. Tom, will you see if Mr. Carpenter's still up? Ask him to come down here a minute.
Helen.
Yes, Tom?
Helen, he's not there, but look what I found on the carpet.
It can't be a diamond, can it?
I don't know.
But it's much too big.
Oh, but it looks real to me.
Oh, Mr. Carpenter's got lots of them. He gave a couple of them to me. Here.
He gave you these?
Well, not exactly. I gave him $2.
I don't know, but this whole thing, it just doesn't make sense. Look, Helen, do you think it's all right for you to stay here?
There's a strong lock on my door. And Bobby's going to sleep in my room tonight.
Okay.
Upstairs, nightmare boy.
It wasn't a nightmare.
Bobby.
Yeah, Mom?
Bobby, your shoes are soaking wet.
Yeah, grass on the mall was kind of wet. Good night, all.
Oh, Tom. I wonder.
Klaatu had promised what Professor Barnhart termed a little demonstration. Promised it for the following day at noon. It is now 2 minutes to 12. In the Department of Commerce building, Helen Benson has left her office on her way to lunch. She stands in the corridor waiting for an elevator.
Mrs. Benson.
Mr. Carpenter, what are you doing here?
I came to see you.
Well, I was just going to lunch. What is it?
I saw Bobby this morning before he went to school.
Yes?
I want to know what he told you.
Oh, Bobby has such an active imagination.
Did you believe what he told you?
Really, Mr. Carpenter, this is where I work, and I only have a short time for lunch today. If you'll excuse me...
I'll go down with you.
If you like. The service elevator's open. You'll have to press the button, Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, yes, yes.
It was just 5 seconds before noon of that fateful day when Helen Benson and Mr. Carpenter stepped into that electric elevator. At that same moment, the enormous commerce of our briskly modern world roared and thundered in the streets. "5 seconds to noon. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1. 0. High noon. And silence. All over the world, traffic stopped dead in a million streets. Here and there, a horse-drawn vehicle clopped its melancholy way among the motionless motors. Bicycles moved before awe and the common desolation made the riders stop of their own free will. Electric clocks stopped on the dot of noon. All across the powered world, the machines stood still. Toasters failed to pop, and battle fleets on maneuvers drifted aimlessly on their dead propellers. Joe Smith's milkshake didn't spin, and the humming turbines deep in Hoover Dam didn't produce current. Mrs. Housewife's washer stopped in the middle of its cycle, and electric lights went out all over the world. At a conference table in Washington, a hasty council of the armed services was held.
As far as we can tell, gentlemen, all electric power has been cut off all over, with few exceptions. And even these exceptions are remarkable. Hospitals, planes in flight, that sort of thing. I wish I could be more specific, but all communications are out. I can tell you that we are preparing to declare a state of national emergency, but before we start discussing plans, I want a report from Colonel Ryder.
All I can report, General, is that the robot at the spaceship was discovered to have moved last night. It knocked unconscious the 2 soldiers guarding the entrance to the shed the Army engineers had built around the spaceship, indicating that someone, presumably the spaceman, had wanted to get into the ship for one reason or another.
In all likelihood, to signal for this demonstration of his planet's power. Go on, Colonel.
Well, that's all, sir.
Well, gentlemen, until now, we've agreed on the desirability of capturing this man alive. We can no longer afford to be soft in this matter. We will get him alive if possible, but we must get him. Is that clear, gentlemen? Dead or alive. Get him.
Before we continue with Act 3 of The Day the Earth Stood Still, I want to say hello again to a very pretty, very young lady who still attends high school, on the 20th Century Fox lot. When she's not making pictures, that is. Gloria Gordon.
Good evening, Mr. Cummings.
Gloria, I want to congratulate you on your splendid performance in 20th Century Fox's CinemaScope thriller, Beneath the 12-Mile Reef.
Well, it was a break for me getting to work with Terry Moore, Robert Wagner, and Gilbert Rowland. I'm Bob's sister in the picture, you know. It's my first CinemaScope appearance, too.
Those Technicolor deep-sea diving scenes are beautiful as well as exciting. A fine picture like Beneath the 12-Mile Reef can start a career zooming, Gloria. I'm sure it will yours.
And that peaches and cream complexion won't hurt a bit either, Gloria.
Thanks, Mr. Carpenter. You can call mine a Lux complexion if you like, because I use Lux all the time to keep my skin looking just right. I think there's nothing like it.
You know, it's hard to find a movie star who doesn't depend on Lux complexion care. In the bath, too, Lux toilet soap is so gentle, so refreshing. And like all Lever Brothers products, Lux toilet soap is unconditionally guaranteed. If it isn't all we say it is, your money will be returned. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Day the Earth Stood Still, starring Michael Rennie as Klaatu and Jean Peters as Helen Benson.
All over the world, electric power has been neutralized on the stroke of noon, as a token of the spaceman's power and as a warning to the Earth. While they've been trapped between floors in an elevator, the spaceman has told Helen his identity and purpose here.
I've already told you more than I told Professor Barnhart, because my life, in a sense, is in your hands. But if I die, a world, your world, may die too.
Yes, I understand.
I thought if you knew the facts, you'd appreciate the importance of my not being caught before the meeting tonight with the world scientists.
Yes, of course. Of course I do. You hold great hope for this meeting, don't you?
I can see no other hope for your planet. If the meeting should fail, then I'm afraid there is no hope.
Oh, the lights. And we started again.
It must be 12:30.
Yes, exactly. Where are you going now?
Back to the boarding house. I'll be safe there for the afternoon. I'll be able to keep an eye on Bobby. He's the only other person who knows about me.
No. Wait a minute. There is someone else.
How? They can't be.
Tom. He was with me last night when Bobby told me what he saw.
Oh.
Well, of course, he doesn't know anything definite, and, well, he talked to me first before... But then we can't take a chance, can we?
Can you get in touch with him?
I think so.
I mean at once, now.
I'll try.
You will. You must.
Hello? Operator, I was connected with my party. Please. Hello? Oh, is this Mr. Tom Stevens' office again? We were Well, I must speak to Mr. No, Mr. Stevens. Yes, this is Mrs. Benson. Benson! Well, when do you expect him in, then? Well, will you tell him I called, and please not to leave his office. I'm coming down to see him. Yes, it's very important. To you, too.
Margaret, this is Mr. Stevens. I just got in. Now, listen, call the Pentagon. Who? Mrs. Benson? When? Never mind. This is more important. Listen, now, call the Pentagon and find out who's in charge of the spaceman business. Whoever it is, I want to talk to him.
Tom.
Call me back right away and don't take any other calls. Now, brush them off fast.
Tom, I've been trying to get you all afternoon.
I've got some pretty terrific news about your good friend, Mr. Carpenter.
What about him?
He's the man from the spaceship. I had that diamond or whatever it is checked at 3 different places. Nobody on Earth's ever seen a stone like that. And after what Bobby's told us, that's enough for me. Why is it nobody knows about this Mr. Carpenter? Why hasn't he got any money?
All right, Tom. It's true.
Yeah. How do you know?
You've just got to promise me you won't say a word to anybody.
Oh, nobody but the Pentagon.
Please, Tom.
Are you crazy? After what happened today, he's a menace.
You don't understand. You don't realize how important this is.
Important. Of course it's important, and we can do something about
You
it.
mustn't do anything about it, Tom. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about.
I say he is dangerous. It is our duty to turn him in.
He isn't dangerous. He isn't a menace. He told me what he came here
Oh,
for.
honey, don't be silly because you happen to like the guy. Do you realize what this will mean for us? I'll be the biggest man in the country. I'll write my own ticket.
Is that what you're thinking about?
Listen, somebody's got to get rid of him.
Tom, I'm not going to let you do it. Tom, don't.
Hello, Margaret? Yeah. General Cutler? Good. Now, hold on.
You don't know what you're doing. It isn't just you and Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Cutler.
It's everybody. The rest of the world is involved.
I don't give a hang about the rest of the world. I'm in this for me.
Tom.
Now, you'll feel different when you see my picture in the papers.
I feel different right now.
Now, you'll see. You're going to marry a hero.
I'm not going to marry anybody. Not even a hero.
Hey, Helen. Hello? General Cutler? General, my name is Tom Stevens, with a V. I have positive information about the spaceman and where he's staying. Right. Yeah, of course I'm sure. He's living in a boarding house at 1615 M Street, Northwest. That is correct, General.
Yes, I have all of it now, Mr. Stevenson. Thank you very much indeed. I want to talk to you further, but I haven't time now. We want to act on this.
Yes, sir?
Have Colonel Ryder deploy all Zone 5 units according to Plan B immediately. Investigate 1615 M Street Northwest for presence of spaceman. Repeat.
Mr. Carpenter.
Right here. Did you see Tom? What does he say?
It's no good. It's too late. I've got a taxi outside. Hurry.
Attention Zone 5, attention Zone 5. Man and woman observed entering taxi at 1615 M Street Northwest. Man is probably Klaatu, alias Carpenter. Establish roadblocks according to Plan Baker and maintain station. Remain on radio alert until further orders.
I don't know. I think we may have been seen getting into the taxi.
Where can you go?
Shh. I'm sure Barnhart can arrange to hide me until the meeting tonight.
Where's it going to be?
At the ship. Now look there. Army cars.
Full troops in full gear.
The alarm is out all right.
It's only a few more blocks to Professor Barnhart's.
I'm worried about Gort. I'm afraid of what he might do if anything should happen to me.
Gort? But he's a robot.
He's a product of centuries of refinement.
But what could he do without you?
There's no limit to what he could do. He could destroy the Earth.
And the city is swarming with patrol cars, hunting you. How can we tell them?
They won't listen. You must listen. If anything happens to me, you must go to Gort. You must give him this message. Klaatu, Barada, Nikto. Gort. Klaatu, Barada, Nikto. Say it.
Gort. Klaatu, Barada,
Nikto.
Gort. Klaatu, Barada, Nikto. Klaatu, Barada, Nikto.
Remember those words.
Klaatu, Barada, Nikto.
Attention Zone 5. Taxicab moving north on 14th Street from Harvard Street. Man and woman in back seat. License number H0012. H0012. Section 2, close in. This is your target vehicle.
We're hemmed in. Driver will get out here. I'm going to try to run for it. If they get me, you get to Gort. Now.
There he is! Stop or we'll shoot! Stop or we'll fire!
Mr. Carpenter!
Gort! Run!
Never mind, I'll check the guy.
Barada, Nikto. Klaatu, Barada, Nikto. Klaatu.
Centuries, ages of superhuman, superplanetary skill had bred intuition and a dim power of reason into the enormously complex intelligence inside of Gort's metal brain case. When Helen Benson stumbled up to the shed that housed the space machine, the guards were not there. Then she saw them. They were lying inside, their rifles fused and bent. Gort somehow knew that Klaatu was dead. Gort was already on the move. He was on the move toward Helen.
No! No! God, no!
The visor of his helmet was opening on that cosmic incandescence within, seething with world ruin, aiming impassively at Helen.
God! God! Klaatu! Klaatu! Barada! Para... Nectar!
Helen Benson fainted. When she returned to consciousness, she was lying on a dais bathed in a soft, shadowless light, in a chamber vaguely circular of completely unfamiliar build. She was in the space machine. Across the room stood Gort with his back to her, and lying in front of him on a platform was Klaatu.
Mr. Carpenter.
Gort, the machine, the automaton, was applying electrodes to his master, and a piercing, whining, maddening sound filled the ship. Klaatu moved. He sat up. Stood up.
Mr. Carpenter.
Hello.
I thought you were...
I was. They took me to an emergency hospital at the city jail. Gort broke in and took me back here. This technique can restore life in some cases, only for a limited time.
How long?
No one can tell. Time enough and more for me to go outside and speak to Professor Barnhart's scientists. I must speak to them. It's what I came for. Gort will put out the ramp.
You people of Earth, you men of science, you are here from all over your world, Europe, Asia, representing many nations, many ideas. I am leaving soon. You will forgive me if I speak bluntly. The universe grows smaller every day. Where I come from, we believe there must be security for all, or no one is secure. This does not mean giving up any freedom, except the freedom to act irresponsibly. This is the message that I ask you to take back when you return to your native lands. Tell your people and your governments that we have created a race of robots whose function it is to patrol the planets in spaceships and preserve the peace. At the first sign of treachery, they will act automatically. Nothing you have here on Earth can stop them. The penalty for provoking their action is too terrible to risk. Your choice is simple. Live in peace or perish in violence. We shall be waiting for your answer. The decision rests with you. Gort Baringo. Remember.
I'll remember, Mr. Carpenter.
And as they had seen him come, so did they see him depart. And the people of the earth pondered upon the warning.
In a moment, our stars will return.
Pepsodent's new flavor.
Pepsodent's new flavor. Pepsodent's new flavor.
Wow!
Pepsodent's new flavor. And the clean mouth taste for hours.
Yes, the big news is Pepsodent has a brand new wonderful flavor. Grown-ups prefer it, but kids, well, kids go crazy for it. And that's not all.
I've seen the research that proves Pepsodent gives you the cleanest teeth of all leading toothpastes. That's because Pepsodent's gentle oral detergent cleans not just the surfaces of your teeth, but around and between them, even where your brush can't reach.
Your own personal proof of this is Pepsodent's clean mouth taste for hours. So try new Pepsodent White. Or if you prefer chlorophyll, Pepsodent Chlorophyll. You like
Pepsodent's new flavor. Pepsodent's new flavor.
Wow!
Pepsodent's new flavor. And the clean mouth taste for hours.
And now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are after two out-of-this-world performances, Michael Rennie and Gene Peters. Mike, have you ever seen any UMOs?
What's a UMO?
An unidentifiable moving object. Yes, I saw several years ago in London.
You mean during the war?
No, when I was a very young actor. But the flying objects were later identified as ripe tomatoes and eggs and cauliflower.
And how about you, Gene? Seen any flying saucers?
Oh, actresses aren't interested in such things, Irving. We prefer King of the Khyber rifles. After all, who cares about spacemen when you can see Tyrone Power and Michael Rennie in their latest picture, co-starring with Terry Moore?
Oh, Marilyn Monroe, Betty Grable, and Lauren Bacall in How to Marry a Millionaire.
And both these 20th Century Fox pictures are in Technicolor and CinemaScope. And these exciting new mediums are especially interesting to actresses.
Then you stars must be especially interested in Lux soap for your complexion.
We certainly are. I, for one, started using Lux soap for my complexion years ago, and I'm certainly glad I did.
Now, Irving, what's in store for next week?
Well, Mike, we're going from life in the future back to the charming era of the Roaring Twenties. It's a delightful, amusing story of a multimillionaire who, for sentimental reasons, presents an average happy family with $100,000 and almost ruins their lives. It's Has Anybody Seen My Gal? And as the stars of this highly entertaining comedy romance from the Universal International Studios, we have two of their most popular young stars, Rock Hudson and Piper Laurie, co-starring with that fine actor, Gene Lockhart.
Oh, the whole family will love it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and happy landing.
Hello there. I'm Art Linkletter. You know, it's pretty hard to improve on a good product, but Lever Brothers has done it. Now, all-purpose surf is better than ever, even better than the surf you may have used last year. You see, today's surf is made from a new, improved formula that gets your clothes so clean they smell clean. When you wash your clothes with surf, you don't need to worry about a stale, sour smell or that unpleasant medicinal odor that some detergents leave, because surf-washed clothes have a clean, sunshine freshness, like they've been swinging in the breeze on a sunny day. And they have that same clean freshness whether you dry them indoors or out. Today's surf gets white things really clean without bluing or water softener, and you never need a bleach except for stubborn stains. So if you haven't tried all-purpose surf lately, try it soon. Take it from your old friend Art Linkletter. You like surf for everything you wash, 'cause when you wash them with surf, they smell like sunshine.
Thanks, Art Linkletter. And I'd like to say again that when you wash things with surf, they smell like sunshine. And that's important, because things aren't really clean unless they smell clean. It's true that all good detergents these days get clothes clean looking, but surf does more. Yes, surf gets clothes so clean they smell like sunshine. And that means they're clean, clear through. So, ladies, why don't you prove it to yourselves? Get surf tomorrow and discover what a really clean wash is.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Liquid Detergent, invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Has Anybody Seen My Gal? Starring Piper Laurie, Rock Hudson, and Gene Lockhart. This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Knowing how to save regularly is sometimes the only difference between success and failure. The savings bond way is the sure way to save. Every year, United States savings bonds grow in value. Interest increases year by year. As your bond investment grows, so does your security. Save for the future by investing in United States savings bonds today. Join the payroll savings plan where you work. Every payday, the amount you name will be set aside automatically, systematically, and invested for you in savings bonds. And remember, savings bonds are better than ever because they return 3% interest compounded semi-annually when held to maturity. What's more, they're fully guaranteed by Uncle Sam against loss, theft, or destruction. There's no safer investment in the world than United States savings bonds. If you're self-employed, save regularly through the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Heard in our cast tonight were Paul Freese as the narrator, Lamont Johnson as Tom, Herb Butterfield as Professor Barnhart, Tudor Owen as Mr. Harley, Billy Gray as Bobby, Edith Evanson as Mrs. Crockett, and Tyler McVeigh, Bill Conrad, Robert Griffin, Tom Brown, Fred Shields, Marvin Bryan, Shep Menken, Alistair Duncan, Stephen Roberts, Adeline A. Smith, and Eddie Marr. The Day the Earth Stood Still was based on Harry Bates' story, Farewell to the Master, which appeared in Astounding Science Fiction magazine. Our radio play was adapted by Milton Geiger, and our music was composed and directed by Rudy Schrager. Lever Brothers Company guarantees you'll be glad you bought the product you heard about on this program, or you can have your money back. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Has Anybody Seen My Gal?, starring Rock Hudson, Piper Laurie, and Gene Lockhart. Every Thursday evening, Lever Brothers Company brings you the Lux Video Theater. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. This is the CBS Radio Network.